This audiobook contains 67 censored sentences and 307 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. So on and so forth. It was always the same excuse that came out of her mouth, but she couldn't give them any other answer because it was the truth. Not many men desired her for her personality, as she was strict and did things by the rules. Only a few could change that for her. Her line of work was also stressful and always changing. She could die at any time when facing stronger enemies or going into situations where the probability of survival was low. Not many want to be in a relationship like that one, where they want to know if their significant other would come back to them or not. Just like in a human world, with humans the army, going into the service, the rate at which spouses cheat on their significant other has always been there. The rare few who stick by them and don't cheat are few and far between, while infidelity was on the rise with married couples. The one goes off to fight in war, and the other stays at home, feels lonely, goes out, gets that feeling of being wanted and appreciated from someone else, and the rest is a tale as old as time. Then it's followed with divorce. And of course, she turned out to be quite a catch. Even if she wears her battle suit or business attire, certain features of her appearance will always draw notice. Zelma couldn't deny that. She at first was uncomfortable with the attention she received because of it, but eventually became numb to it. However, Cinceredo, I see well. We'll just ask someone we know, said her father, and he chuckled. Father, you don't know. All of us already met him, so don't worry too much about it. Leave it to us you like him to a certain degree, or at least tolerate him. Bahaha, explained her father and laughed. Confused, she asked, who are you talking about? Nevertheless, her parents didn't answer her and only teased her about it. Yet Zelma was given a small hint, as they said she knew him, and she could only think of a few males that she knew and were somewhat close to her. One, it was a god, Cinceredo. She thought. To her, to Zelma, such a union between her and that man felt and sounded impractical. Zelma, as her own consciousness began to fade, threw one last punch towards Rosweiss, who dodged it. With a bitter smile on her face, she received another barrage of hits as she began falling to the ground. On reflex, her left arm reached out to her junior as she fell. You've long surpassed me, Rosweiss, she muttered before the light of retirement consumed her. One night of Team Leisure, the Kings retire. Player Brynhilde has retired. The captain of the famous Valkyrie group of Team DXD has been knocked out of the game. Sensing her teammates in need of help, Rosweiss glanced up once before she saw large fiery wings sprout from the last platform, shocking her. She also bits of jet black armor from those wings. Aaron and Ravel. WWW, what kind of combination is Thias? The commentator screamed in shock. What happened? Thought Rosweiss, but she shook her head before flying towards Artemis, who was facing Ine and Roygun. You're quite powerful. Jean Cohen has without a doubt destroyed the balance of this world, muttered Apollon. He and Aoife had been battling for quite some time, and the god had lost an arm during that time. Meanwhile, Aoife was left unscathed. Around her body was ethereal-like armor that only covered her arms and legs. Erogen doesn't take about that well, to some degree, but he doesn't have world domination in mind, if that's what you're worried about, she said nonchalantly. If he had plans of that, he would have already enacted upon it. But he hasn't, so I'm not worried at all, Aoife-san, replied Apollon. Powerful divine aura erupted from Apollon's body, and the entire game field began to shake. However, I cannot lose her, for I do have the pride of a god after all. I can't lose either. I can't let Aaron down, shouted Aoife before charging towards the god. Chapter 7, Part 4. To become the fifth one, Gondel's soliloquy life is always unpredictable. Has it always gone the way you wanted, or has it not? Many of us try to control our lives the best we can, but the world or the universe may have other plans for us. For us, who are part of the supernatural, we can't help but think fate may have a hand in whatever we are going through. Being married, living my life, having children, then getting grandchildren, even when we're part of the supernatural, many of us still want a relatively normal and peaceful life. That's why many of us train to get stronger so we can make a world like that. Villains and troublemakers aren't exclusive to just humans. They exist everywhere, even in the animal kingdom. If humans could understand some of the things that animals say, they would be shocked at how advanced some animal societies are, or how complex they think. While I went to Valhalla after speaking to Eren after a certain day, I could not find the warriors and heroes that were in there. This included my husband, although I could never find him in there, but many warriors did assure me that he was there, just that he avoided me for some reason. So I spoke to our chief god, Odin. That was when a certain search was started. This included Freya's husband, Ar. Although he and Freya had some interesting circumstances, he regularly visits Valhalla and other notable sites like Yggdrasil. One of the many reasons why Freya left our pantheon was because her disappeared. Although their relationship was strained before he vanished, she still deeply loved him. Today, right now, we one night of Team Leisure of the Kings retire. Player Brynhildr has retired. The captain of the famous Valkyrie group of Team DXD has been knocked out of the game. Looking at the screen, I cheered for my granddaughter. She had defeated 3 of her fellow Valkyries in the raiding game. She was in those 3 she looked up to, especially her senior Brynhildr or Zelma. She did it. Gondel. Yasaka Dano grabbed my shoulders and cheered. Her daughter Princess Kunu also did the same thing. Yes, she did. She's grown a lot in just a year, I replied. I felt a sense of accomplishment and pride watching my granddaughter win her battles. I've known little Rose for a long time. I was mostly her caretaker since her parents worked for the gods of our realm. So I watched her personally grow up and even instilled some teachings and advice in her. Although I know that they may not have been the best advice or teachings out there, something else happened on the screen, as both Eren and Ravel had used some kind of combination technique. Perhaps after this, I'll ask Eren if he can find my husband. Even though I joked about tagging along with him earlier, I wish to see him since seeing Rose and Eren interact made me want to be with him again. WWW, what kind of combination is Thais? I clapped along and cheered, as everyone else did. Later, these things can be talked about later, but for now, let's enjoy this game. Brynhildr's soliloquy, there was a white ceiling above me. I see, so I was knocked out of the game, huh? You're awake, Captain? Helmwij's voice asked beside me. While I looked to my left side, I saw her there on her own bed with a smile. Sitting up, I nodded at her. Yeah, how long was I asleep for? I asked. Around 3 minutes? You were fed those slime pills Eren made. I mean, you only got punched by Rossweiss a few times. I got pierced, haha, she said, and rubbed the back of her head. No normal person would say that so casually and laugh in the end. I'll admit that we're the furthest from normal, but my point still stands. Schwartlight and Grimjord were looking at a large flat-screen TV in the corner of the room. It showed the game that was still ongoing. It looked like Rossweiss had gone to aid Roygun and Ine, who were fighting Artemis Sama. Although it looked like they were close to passing out, and Artemis wasn't too damaged, but there were some light scratches on her body. So are we dating him now? Or are we engaged to him? Helmwij suddenly asked. Cinchuredo and the rest turned their attention to me. What do I think? Truthfully, I have no idea. I answered Eren on the spur of the moment, but I was also considering talking things over with him the night before, so either option would be fine with me. Let's assume that we're only dating him for now. We can ask Eren for details once the match ends. I told them, and they seemed to agree with it. Helmwij put a finger under her chin and added, well, if we're dating him now, will he fulfill the thing I shouted during the match? Yua, you sound so desperate. Helmwij said Grimjord as she laughed at her. She crossed her arms and grumbled. I mean what I said. I don't want to go without ever experiencing something meaningful. ANIW with the help of Akino-sen H heard Eren and someone else having a private conversation once. I along with Schwartlight looked at with some disgust. You eavesdropped on them? They deserve privacy. Helmwij. Have you no shame? I asked. Who was it with? Asked Grimjord. Excuse me? Why are you asking? This makes you as bad as her. We shouldn't ask for details about things like this. Those are private moments between Eren and whoever Rainier-san. Usually she's quite to the point, or even rude. Although that's just her personality before she reformed, I like calling it her Sunder personality, but it wasn't too extreme. She was just showing Aaron some affection. Anyway, it seems like Barato, Sam becomes quite sweet when she's being affectionate. I thought she'd be a sadist. Cincheredo, a headache was coming. I could feel enough, I told them threateningly. Well, watch the rest of the game. Quietly, why yes, ma'am, they replied. It didn't occur to me that they thought like this constantly, especially Helmweich. She was energetic, but I never thought she had so many playful thoughts on her mind. Third-person point of view. Gargantuan-sized divine arrows rained down upon Aoife. Seconds ago, they both heard the 3 retirements of the 3 pawns and Valkyries of Team Leisure of the Kings. Aoife used her Fragarack to slice apart every arrow that was shot at her. In a way, their fight was in a stalemate for quite some time after Apollon lost his arm. To the few who saw this occur, they were shocked to see a human injure a god in this state. Gods, along with dragons and certain other beings, are the pinnacle of power and authority. For a single human to do so much damage, it was unfathomable, or so would be the usual consensus if she weren't recognized to be close to the middleman. Apollon was having a hard time breathing. He had already stopped the bleeding on his left arm that was missing. However, the pain was still there, but as he was a god, he could ignore it to a certain extent. Gods have pride to keep. Even if some of them say they don't care, to some extent, they do and will do what they can to protect it. There are exceptions, Aaron being one of them, as he never had the pride of a dragon or god. Even after his reincarnation, he did not care for it. He was thankful for the powers and abilities, but to him, letting that kind of mindset and ego would just hinder him, even more so now that he's the new ruler. It seems our match is coming to an end, Apollon said to his opponent. Aoife tilted her head in response, and he continued by raising his hand, and behind him, hundreds of thousands of Greek-style magic circles appeared. Immediately afterward, countless light constructs appeared alongside the magic circles, and they were in the shape of giant weapons such as swords, javelins, spears, even a tank, which surprised Aoife. A tank? A smile adorned his face, and he said, "While many gods and goddesses tend to be more traditional and go by our old ways, we aren't that ignorant of the human world and their advancements after all. We need to be able to counter what they make. If they find out about us and ever go to war with us, well, I guess that's an issue, although it makes me wonder how they'll respond after we reveal ourselves to them in the coming year," thought Aoife. "I like gods like you. You're a lot more flexible than others." Apollon chuckled and thanked Aoife before he fired his attacks at her. Earlier, Aoife experimented while fighting Apollon. She usually relied on her physical strength and sword and used her ranged abilities as an afterthought. But after watching Aaron use his sacred gears, she thought, why not use my ethereal ability to form armor around me? Aoife had mainly used it to create floating blades to attack her enemies, where she jumped on occasion and flew around with it. Otherwise, she wouldn't use it unless she really needed to. So, earlier, she used the raw state of her ethereal power to form armor around her arms and legs. After this match, she planned on refining it more with the help of other people, as she wanted to stabilize it as soon as she could. She swung her sword forward while creating ethereal clones beside her, and they too did the same motions as she did. This resulted in several of Apollon's attacks being sliced apart in quick succession. She didn't want to give him time to respond, so using her superior speed, the young woman appeared behind him, grabbed her sword's handle with both hands, focused her energy on its tip, and thrust forward. Apollon, on instinct, created several magic circles behind him, powered by his divine aura. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't enough, as Aoife broke through them with her attack, striking him in the back and wounding him severely. Oh, what a brutal injury! Queen Apollon from Typhon's team has been severely injured. Will he be forced to retire? The god grinned before turning around and firing divine aura blasts at Aoife, who defended herself by forming her own defensive magic circles. At the same time, she felt something latch on her ankles, and when she looked at them, they were chains with 2 heavy iron weights on the end, weighing her down significantly. "Perhaps I could take you down with me with this," said Apollon. Above them, An enormous arrow made of divine aura manifested. It was around a quarter the size of the artificial Yggdrasil. Oh my goodness! What an enormous arrow! Will this end their battle? How will player Aoife respond? Aoife looked up and giggled at the sight, confusing Apollon and everyone else. I like swords, more so than I should. Even someone like me, who usually helps people, tends to have strange hobbies, she said, and then pointed up. Moments later, everyone felt an indescribable amount of power being used. Apollon froze on the spot as he felt the surge above them. When he looked up, he saw something he hadn't expected. Something even larger had formed above his divine arrow. Vuvuvufhat. It's a sword, and it's even bigger than player Apollon's arrow, roared the commentator. Jean Kun's women always do the most unexpected of things from the Valkyries of our team. To now this, I don't hate it though, said Apollon. Aoife smiled at him before releasing the enormous, ethereal sword. As it fell onto them, it destroyed the divine arrow below it, but Apollon didn't give up, as he made thousands of magic circles to try to slow down or stop the attack. Although it was futile, he still wanted to put up any kind of resistance to the end. Once the attack struck him, a large explosion rocked the entire game field. Parts of Yggdrasil were destroyed, as were some of its roots, so the tree began to lean to the right a bit. One queen of Team Leisure of the Kings retire. Player Aoife Murphy made the artificial Yggdrasil lean to the right. What a powerful attack! It destroyed parts of the tree, including its base and roots. Above them, the King Typhon would have been eliminated too if it weren't for both Aurelia and Drake protecting him using their powers, as they wanted to keep on fighting him. Fufu, we saved you, Typhon, from being eliminated. How does it feel? Asked Aurelia as she stood on Drake's head. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter as long as I can keep fighting you too, roared Typhon as he began attacking both of them again. I'm fine with that response, said Drake. He flew towards Typhon, and the two of them slammed their heads together. Until partner beats your rook, we won't end this match yet. Then accompany me, till then, Drake. Aurelia, replied Typhon as another fierce fight started between them. Below them, Aoife sighed as she put her sword away. She looked around at the damage she had done and flew down to the base. She used sticky steel threads to stop the tree from completely falling over, as she didn't plan on using such a move until Apollon had threatened her to use a similar one to hers. I didn't deviate from the plan, right? Ravel won't be mad, she muttered before flying into the interior of the tree. Ine and Roygun had various bruises and cuts around their bodies. They had fought the goddess Artemis for the last few minutes and were near collapsing, especially the former second ranker. She had been breathing heavily for the last few minutes, desperately trying to keep up with Artemis' relentless attacks, as well as Ine. Both of them were above her in terms of power and speed, but she had her experience to help her as the former second-ranked player, as she had many matches before today. Using her ability crack in unique ways, she managed to survive so far, but her demonic power was running low. Ine, her ally, wasn't faring too well either, as she was the one who faced Artemis head-on while Roygun provided bravado. Ine, apart from the bruises and cuts she had on her bravado, had a few small holes around her legs and arms, and two near her liver and right side of her bravado. Even though she was taught by various people who were veterans at fighting, Ine herself was still quite reckless. She wanted fun out of fighting, even during life-and-death type ones. During the war, she was also scolded a few times for treating it like that. After the war, Ine did change her way of doing things, albeit slightly. To her, as long as whomever she's fighting isn't some kind of world-ending supervillain, then she would treat it the same, but if they were, then she would take it seriously and kill or capture them as soon as she could. Today was a raiding game, so lives weren't on the line, so she decided to have fun. Although Artemis had a different mindset, she dominated the battle between them from the beginning, middle, and the soon-to-be end. Artemis aimed her bow at both of them again and was about to fire her arrows when she was forced to dodge an attack. As she looked at who it was, she noticed that the attack had grazed her cheek, drawing some blood. Rosie, Ine shouted. The Valkyrie continued her assault, as she threw a barrage of punches and kicks towards the goddess. Artemis frowned as she had to put extra work into avoiding the Valkyrie's attacks, as she was much weaker than her. However, it seemed futile, as she couldn't avoid most of the attacks that were sent to her. Finally, a punch passed through her magic circle and crashed into her face, sending her to the ground. "Are you two okay?" Rosweiss asked her teammates. She looked them over and saw that they were both near complete exhaustion and added, "You should retire and leave the rest to me." Roygun shook her head, as she didn't want to do that. "I am a former second-ranked player in the underworld. I may be a few hits from retirement, but I won't voluntarily do that. I still have my pride." "Sure. Hey, I give up," Ine shouted and put her hand up. A few seconds later, her body began to shine, and as she disappeared, she added, "Good luck and kick ass." One night of Team Golden Rakshasa retire. Rosweiss glanced at Roygun and said, "If you wish to stay, please support me, but Artemis Sama may target you instead of me." With a defiant smile on her face, Roygun agreed. Artemis, who was on the ground, shot another round of arrows at the two women. Rosweiss swiped her hand horizontally, creating a powerful shockwave that destroyed the arrows. When both women looked back at the goddess on the ground, they saw two glowing and transparent wolves who had crossbows on their backs. Roygun and Rosweiss could tell that they were made of divine energy. The same was true with the crossbows. "Are you sure about staying?" Rosweiss asked again. "He'll retire when I retire, Rosweiss." "Thank you for your concern, though," replied Roygun. Again, the Valkyrie nodded and flew towards Artemis. The two otherworldly wolves howled before light shone from the crossbows, and they fired large and powerful divine arrows. Rosweiss countered using her magic and created various shields that blocked the attacks and slowed their momentum until she punched them, destroying them. She arrived in front of the goddess, who had already begun firing her own powerful attack using her arrow. What resulted was a giant stream of blue and green aura shot out of her bow, which slammed into Rosweiss, who was blasted away and slammed into the tree's walls. Roygun threw several demonic balls toward Artemis, but her wolves shot them down easily before she appeared beside her, and, with a fist shrouded in divine aura, slammed her fist into Roygun's face. The devil was thrown away as the goddess summoned her bow again and aimed at the devil before firing an arrow imbued with light at her. Rosweiss had recovered enough that she flew back up and blocked the attack, but to her surprise, it split into 4 smaller arrows that flew by her, hit Roygun several times, and exploded. One bishop of Team Golden Rakshasa retire. The former second ranker of the rating games has been retired. What a play by player Artemis Sama. Rosweiss frowned but flew back to the goddess, who had already fired more divine arrows at her. Summoning her wand, she pointed it at the arrows and created several layers of magic circles that formed their own arrows too. That single arrow was launched towards Artemis, who seemed confused, but also fired another more powerful arrow at it. Once both arrows collided, and Rosweiss destroyed the other divine arrows the goddess shot, Artemis was surprised. Her arrow was being pushed back. "What? I know she's stronger than me, but that looks like a regular magic arrow, while mine is empowered by divine aura. How?" thought the goddess as her arrow shattered, forcing her to avoid the arrow Rosweiss made. Seconds later, the tree wall behind her was destroyed by a powerful explosion. When she looked back at it, swirling patterns were made around the hole that the explosion and arrow had destroyed. "Artemis Sama, Rosweiss mutret." The goddess stared at her before her entire barato was covered in a silver aura. "Please keep me company for a little bit." "Ultra instinct, huh? You love that man too much," she muttered. However, her cheeks became a bit flushed. "It's not like I don't understand," though her body and bow were shrouded in more divine aura. "Very well. We've only sparred a few times when in that place, so this is a good opportunity, but let's try not to destroy this tree." Rosweiss silently agreed before both women charged at each other. Vidars was met with a jet-black fist that hurled him away. During the second round, Aaron Toole was still winning against him. Even after Vidar used his counterbalance, he still stood no chance. He inwardly laughed at himself. But he also knew how his brother Thor felt now. Did he even stand a chance back then? Looking at my own situation, I don't think he'll even land a scratch on the bastard, thought Vidar. He stopped himself and shrouded his legs with divine aura. He then flew back towards Eren and began throwing a relentless barrage of kicks at the young man. Eren avoided all his attacks as if he were seemingly dancing on the spot. After finding a small opening, Eren cocked his right arm back and slammed it into Vidar's left thigh. Cinchuredo, so he's not against hitting people there? Talk about psychotic, thought the god before rushing back towards Eren with a bit of reluctance in him. He sent a powerful kick towards Eren, and it created a large and powerful blade of divine wind. One of Eren's jewels turned sapphire blue, and from his armor came Divide. Divide! Divide! The attack that the god had sent had seemingly vanished, but had only been halved so much that it became small enough that it wouldn't be seeable with the naked eye. Vidar was stunned by this, but wasn't too shocked, as he knew that Eren had divine dividing. You can do that? But that's still part of my abilities. I took a jewel out of divine dividing S armor and placed it into my boosted gear, and vice versa, so both can use some basic abilities from both, explained Eren. Vidar let out an astonished laugh before smacking his head. You're unbelievable, you know that? Well, whatever. Since it's still part of the boosted gear's abilities, then I don't care. Vidar rushed back towards Eren before using duplication magic, and then using the same technique again. This time, there were around 100 divine wind blades hurtling towards him. Eren grinned under his helmet and brought both hands to his side. He gathered a large amount of flames around his body and released them. The flames burst forth and consumed everything around them. Vidar had to jump back while defending himself using his divine aura and various magic circles. But he was still struck by the attack, leaving some burns on his body. The attacks he sent towards Eren were also incinerated, leaving no trace of them. Eren had copied his partner's attack, the Welsh dragon flare that he had seen him use against Ellen Trechin back in Ireland. After he used that attack, a familiar woman came flying to his side. Eren sama. Without turning his head, he said, Revel, huh? Have you come here to help me? Why, yes. Although it doesn't seem like you need it, replied Revel. He turned around and shook his head. No, it's fine. Cinchuredo, and she settled beside him while closing her eyes. A few seconds later, when she opened them, So what are your thoughts? He asked. Where am I inside your armor with you? She asked in surprise. How can we both fit in here? Oh, just the usual tool magic, replied Eren as he laughed. He then looked at her seriously and said, Will you lend me your flames, Revel? My flames? The flames of my clan, the Hellfire? She repeated, and Eren nodded. Yes, your clan's flames, let's combine our powers to take down a god, he said and winked at her. Well, make you the first Phoenix to take down a god-class being. As far as Eren knew, Team Phoenix, led by Ruvel Phoenix, hadn't fought a god-class team yet, nor had they taken down any god-class beings. Yet he also knew that they would be able to create a technique in the future that could damage god-class beings by a substantial margin, as it would leave Vidar with burn marks that wouldn't heal by conventional means. Yes, Revel replied enthusiastically. Revel and Aurelia's team had faced some power teams in the tournament so far, and they had also faced teams with some god-class people, but they were usually dealt with by Aurelia or other Electa, and sometimes Rosweiss. The Valkyrie had defeated 2 people who were considered to be god-class or were a god themselves in the tournament so far. Eren held Ravel's hand as she gleefully held his too. Just then, Revel felt a sudden surge of intense inner energy, and it kept growing stronger, but she didn't panic as she trusted Eren with her life. Seconds later, something strange happened. On the outside, Vidar had recovered himself and watched the unmoving body of Eren. As he was about to charge back at him, an intense heat pulsed through his body, forcing the god to take a step back. He hadn't felt heat like that before. The sun? That's the best comparison I can give, he thought, watching from a distance. Then red and blue lines began to appear all around Eren's armor as they began to pulse. What is going on? The dual Dragon Emperor's armor has begun to change. Kahaha! Didn't Tiwi say you would fight me as the Red Dragon Emperor? Well, you're still just using that armor, so you haven't exactly gone against your word, muttered Vidar. A sudden eruption of flames came from Eren. It swirled around him like a vortex and slowly decreased until the flames of the Phoenix clan grew out of his back. Inside his jewels were both the symbols of infinity and the symbol of the Phoenix clan. The end of Eren's tail and his armor was also ignited by hellfire. Eren-sama, this is Ravel muttered in wonder as she looked at herself from a third-person perspective, which shocked her. A combination of the Phoenix, Welsh dragon, and my powers. With this, let's beat down Vidar, said Eren before kissing Ravel on the forehead. The young woman blushed and said yes. Let's take down a god. Let's go, Vidar. I'm feeling pretty good right now, shouted Eren. Kahaha, I have no idea what just happened, but let's go, replied Vidar. Both men disappeared, and the platform around them began to crack as they clashed at different points with their fists. Each time their fists collided, a bit of Vidar's hands were burned. He didn't want to attack him with his legs, otherwise he would risk burning them, but that also left him at a disadvantage, so he decided to do it. To hell with it. He'll just ask him to heal me afterward, thought Vidar. In their next clash, he used his legs to clash with Eren's fists. This time he used even more power, but he also felt some of his skin burn up, but he didn't care and kept going. After they separated again, Vidar jumped back and increased the divine auras around his feet, while also using his artificial sacred gear's power. He then jumped forward and created a small ball at the tip of his saws, then kicked it towards Eren and Ravel. Take this. Shoot, shouted Vidar. Maximum charge. A voice rang inside his armor. Fimbulvetter shot. Both Vidar and the voice in the armor shouted. Let's go, Ravel. Yes. Eren put his left arm forward and gathered an intense amount of draconic energy in front of him. It quickly morphed into its own ball. He then mixed it with Ravel's hellfire, and it quickly transformed into a large ball of flames. He then punched it towards Vidar's attack with vigor. Dragon shot hellfire in this armor. Let's call it Hell Shot, shouted Ravel. Eren was a bit surprised, but he laughed it off and agreed with her. Well, go with that then. Mine sounds like it sucks, said Eren. The attack was like a mini-sun hurtling towards Vidar's Fimbulvetter shot. A divine gray ball of mass, the two attacks collided in the middle and created a small but powerful black flaming mass that began to pull everything around it. Both of them were surprised by this reaction, but Vidar was the one who was being pulled towards it. Hey, what the heck? Vidar shouted in surprise, and he slammed his legs into the ground to prevent himself from being pulled towards it. Is that a black hole? Eren-sama, end it. This is our chance, ordered Ravel. Yeah. From his above shoulders and armpits appeared cannons. He quickly charged up his attack, while also mixing hellfire into them. Crash, 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 crash. Boom, 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 boom. WW, wait, isn't this a bit unfair? Whine Vidar. Nah, it's all fair. Don't comprends, Vidar, replied Eren. Go. Blaster. A bombardment of energies were released from Eren's cannons, along with flames from the Phoenix clan. Vidar created as many defensive magic circles in front of him, while also empowering them with his divine aura. But they were quickly destroyed, and the young god was blasted away by the attack. The walls behind him were also annihilated, and it tore through the sky and space beyond the tree, slamming into the barrier that Eren made for the field before diminishing. Dang it, screamed Vidar. I want a rematch. One rook of Team Leisure of the Kings retire. Player Vidar has been eliminated. The strange combination technique between Bishop Ravel Phoenix and Pawn Jean Skyward blasted him out of the game. Fufu, Vidar-sama put up a fight, but between the Bishop and Pawn of Aurelia Sand's team, he was no match for them. We've just witnessed the first god-slaying Phoenix from the Phoenix clan, Fufu, said the other announcer. After Vidar was knocked out of the game, the mini Midgard Stormer slept on the ground. Eren walked over to him and shook him awake. Oh, Drake, how can I, Where's Vidar? asked the Dragon King. I beat him. You don't want to fight, right? Just say you surrender, so you can sleep more in peace, said Eren. He knew that the Dragon King didn't want to fight and would take this opportunity to leave, so he took advantage of that. Midgardstormer stared at Eren before he tiredly and happily said, I surrender, good night, zzz moments later. The Dragon King was also retired from the game. One night of Team Leisure of the Kings retire. Eren and Revel undid their combination technique and began running towards the top to win the game. As they did, even more powerful tremors reverberated throughout the game field. As they reached the top, they heard another announcement. One bishop of Team Leisure of the Kings retire. Raswai-sama won. Ah, there the goal, Revel said as they arrived at the top of the artificial Yggdrasil. Revel pointed at a small flagpole in the middle of the top of the tree. Both of them ran over to it and touched it. Goal. The pawn and bishop of Team Golden Rakshasa have touched the goal at the top of the tree, meaning they win. Darn it, partner, we were so close to beating Typhon, complained Drake through the transceiver. You shouldn't have played around too much then if you wanted to hog the glory, replied Eren, who only received frustrated grumblings from the Welsh dragon. Eren Tool's soliloquy few, so that's done, I said, and turned to Revel as we slowly teleported out of the game field. We had walked over to the edge of the tree and looked around. Usually it would be something picturesque or something, right? But what we saw was mostly utter devastation to the surroundings. It seemed like Aoife used a powerful attack on Apollon earlier, and the fight between Rose and Artemis was quite fierce too. I better check on all of them soon. Ah, right, Revel. I called out her name, and she looked at me. I leaned down and pecked her on the lips, making the girl blush. Good job, Miss Godslaying Phoenix. Upon arriving in our team's waiting room, everyone began to relax. Good job, everyone, I told them, then walked over to the door. They'll go check up on Ine and Roygun. They'll go with you, Rose and Aoife said, and I agreed. We left the room to let the rest decompose. Drake was still complaining as we left. Walking down the hallways of the stadium, we encountered various people, from staff to fans. We eventually arrived at the infirmary where those two were being kept at, and found Ine was already up and about. She noticed us and walked over to us. Isolandiret, I'm sorry, she said and bowed, almost hitting her head on me in the process. It's fine. You did a good job holding Artemis off until Rosweiss joined you guys, I replied. Looking back up, I saw Roygun still on her bed, staring at the TV in the room. There were various commentators and highlights being shown on it. The face she was making was unreadable, but her emotions were quite easy to understand. She was frustrated. I put my hand forward and patted Ine's head. You've only been in one other game, right? You did well in that, so don't worry too much about it. You faced off against Artemis, who went with us to get stronger, so you losing wasn't unforeseen. Just get stronger next time, I told her. With a determined smile on her face, she agreed, and we walked further into the room. The other two began talking to Ine about her fight with Artemis as I made my way to Roygun. Hey, former second ranker, how are you feeling now? I asked. She looked at me with a bitter smile and said, it feels like I'm not progressing as much as I wanted even while on the team. When faced with powerful people like gods, God-class beings, or people that were trained by you, it feels like I'm facing a mountain I can't climb. It's vexing. This may be the first time Roygun has felt like this in her life, no, probably after she was stripped away from her title in King Peace. But she still held hope that she could grow stronger by coming over to me. Whether she planned on using me or not, that remains to be seen. Covering the room with a barrier, I stared at her, and everyone else in the room became confused. I raised my right hand and suddenly thrust it towards her face. It stopped inches away from her as I shrouded my own body in an intense aura. Roygun became confused and slightly frightened. Eren Rosweiss? Aoife's voice sounded confused, but I knew that Rose stopped her, so I continued with my actions. Do you feel frustrated? Like you're weak? Useless in the game? Why is that? I asked. From the rumors about her, Roygun was at best a high-class devil in terms of power. Only after gaining her king piece did she grow in power by a lot. And then after experiencing hundreds to thousands of games in the underworld rating games, she gained experience and became a veteran of the games. Is that really the Roygun I know? Even if we had very few interactions, You came across to me as someone who didn't let things like this get in her way of getting the thing she wanted. So let me ask you this. Do you still plan on sulking and acting like this? I asked, removing the aura around me. I tried to pull my hand back, but she held on to it and gently pressed it to her cheek with a small smile. I didn't think someone younger than me would try to comfort me, no. You're older than me. She opened her eyes and looked at me. It seemed like I had lit a spark back in her. You're right. It's not like me to be like this. My losing streak and situation may have contributed to it, but I can't stay like this forever. She got out of her bed and stood up before she went on her tiptoes and kissed me briefly, then backed away. I'll take that as advance payment for motivating me, Aaron, she said, walking past me and out of the room. I'll make a proper comeback in the future. Turning around, I saw Aoife standing with her arms crossed. She walked over to me and poked my forehead. What was that? She asked. Undoing the barrier, I replied. People have different ways of being comforted. Roygun was one of them, so I chose the way to motivate her. Cinchuredo, and once we entered it, kahaha. Look at my Gene. Good timing. Let's have a rematch now. Vidar shouted and came up to me. Hold on. Can't we do that another time? Or can't you win your way to the exhibition match? I asked. Too long. I want a rematch. That stupid black hole prevented me from fighting back. He complained and crossed his arms like a child. Look, I'm probably going to your pantheon again, so we could do it this time. How about it? I told him, and he seemed pleased with that answer. Haha, success. All right, I'll wait for that time then, replied Vidar before he walked out of the room with a wide smile on his face. Aoife had already walked over to Apollon and was conversing with him. Are you okay? Our fight was pretty intense, and I landed a serious blow, she said, looking worriedly at the god. I joined them, put my hand on his shoulder before he could respond, and gave him a new arm. Apollon chuckled and said, I was planning on receiving a mechanical arm from Grigori, but it seems like I don't need to do that anymore. Thank you, Jean. Aoife, was it? Do not fret about such things. It was during a game. I do not hold any ill will towards you. Aoife sighed in relief and shook his hand. That's reassuring to hear. I didn't want a god to hold a grudge against me. Apollon chuckled again, and the two of them spoke for a bit longer, so I made my way to the Valkyrie's side. They had been chatting with Rosweiss, but as soon as I arrived, they all stiffened up. Hey, you guys did good, I told them as I arrived. The only one who wasn't bettered was Ortlind, as she was still fighting Scathack till the end. However, from the looks of things, it seemed like she received the most damage out of all of them since she was still out that long. Did Scathack punish her for those remaining minutes, or something? They're both wielders of the spear, so I assumed Scathack made her spar for as long as she physically could, while holding back and never really dealing a finish attack on her. Aaron, I'd like to clarify one thing, Helmwige suddenly said, drawing attention to her. Zelma was glaring at her, but she didn't falter under her captain's gaze. Gesturing with my hand for her to continue, she asked, Are we dating you, or are we engaged to you? And if we're any of those, can you be more affectionate with me? What's up with girls asking me to be more romantic with them recently? First it was Kanami, now Helmwige. They did it quite publicly to Sheesh. Well, what would you guys prefer? We can take it slowly and just date for a while, and I'll eventually propose to you individually, or we can be engaged starting from now, I told them. And let's take it slowly, Helmwige. Going on a date first before we get serious would be better, right? All right. Also, I want to be engaged. Screw dating, she said, and I agreed with her. What about the rest of you? I asked. The rest slowly and cutely said they wanted to skip the dating portion and be engaged, which I was fine with. The only one left who didn't answer was Brynhilder. As she thought of her answer, I went to Rosweiss and whispered, I have something special for you. So for now, we're not engaged yet. ITLL happen in a few days. Can you wait until then? She stared at me for a few seconds before nodding. Can I give you an answer tonight instead? I wish to get a few things in order first, said Zelma. Sure thing, I replied. She had her reasons, and I would pry into them, and we left it at that. By the way, where's Artemis? She already went back to our realm. Jinkuin. She didn't give us a reason, though. So if you want to speak to her, you may need to go there, explained Apollon. I see. Thank you. She's already left? Huh? I wanted to speak to her and maybe tease her a bit, but she may have complicated feelings regarding her loss to Rossweiss. Or are they entirely different? We'll find out another time, but for now, I'll celebrate the win with Aurelia's team and speak with my new fiancés. Later on that day, at night in my home, everything was winding down, and in a few weeks, the preliminary stage matches would conclude, and everyone would find out who made it to the main stage of the tournament. In total, only 16 teams were going to be chosen for it. So I expect many teams to start being reckless and start challenging stronger teams than they can realistically take on, reducing their points further. The teams that have been steadily fighting and challenging other ones while accumulating points would definitely make it to the main stage. But for now, they can keep struggling to make it to the main stage, just like everyone else. As for me, I was in my office, going over documents. Everyone else was downstairs, in their own room, or somewhere else, doing their own thing. I gave my usual secretaries a free day since a lot of things happened today, so I was on my own in my office. The door to my room opened, and when I looked up, Zelma was there. She was wearing casual attire and looked good. She wore a semi-loose shirt with "Kill Robots, Eat Chickens" on the front and black pants with cute and fluffy rabbit slippers on. "Oh, Zell Brynhilder, come in, come in. I've been waiting for you," I said, and she came over to me. "You can call me Zelma in private," as I said. "I don't mind," she told me, and I agreed. She sat on a chair that I summoned, and then we fell into silence. Since I still had a lot of work to do, I continued to do so while letting her work up the courage to tell me yes or no to this sudden proposal during the rating game. Around 2 minutes later, I saw that she had started sorting some of my documents for me, and I couldn't help but chuckle at her, confusing her. "Did you forget why you came here to tell me something?" "I just worked on these because I waited for you," I told her and stopped. She made a cute ah sound before grumbling to herself. After a few seconds, she took a deep breath and said, "I accept your proposal." I nodded and reached out to her, but she grabbed my hand, stopping me. Earlier after the rating game, I went back to Asgard and spoke to my parents, and apparently they already foresaw this outcome. "They told you to take care of me after we visited my home?" she asked. I chuckled and said, "I guess me saying we were talking about our wedding wasn't too far off, huh? Your dad Durin and mother Dices seem to have some kind of precognition ability." Zelma face-bombed as her face went red. "So they asked you to?" "Yes and no. I told them what happens, happens, and I wouldn't force things. I guess you guys joining DXD just expedited the whole process. And here we are now," I replied and laughed. After that, we spoke a bit about her expectations for a new relationship, and many of them were normal. The most notable was her wanting to wait a while before taking the next step physically, which I was fine with. When we were done, she decided to stay and help me sort through a few more documents, speeding up the process, and I finished at a much faster rate. Kuntor could have helped me, but I wanted to do things by myself and not to be overly reliant on her. At times, she does complain that I don't use her often. Since Sharedo, I've spoken to her about permanently staying out here, but she wants to be as close to me as possible. I only believe that to a certain extent to me, it looks like she's avoiding Azathoth, and while Azathoth doesn't voice much of anything, she's also avoiding Kuntor. Those two really need to sit down and have a chat. Finally, Zelma got up and said she'd turn in for the night, and I followed her to the door. Once we got there, I stopped her. "You said you wanted to wait for a while before things got more serious," but I tilted her chin up and looked at her. "I'm okay with taking things slow, right?" Without another word, she closed her eyes, leaned in, and kissed her. We stayed like that for a few seconds before I drew back. Even though it was only a kiss, she seemed a bit dazed after it. "Are you all right?" I asked, as she nodded her head before mumbling something unintelligible and leaving the room. "Centuredo Bahaha," Odin said boisterously. "Yeah, it was fun. Anyway, Geezer, can you do me a favor?" I asked. "A favor? That's rare of you to ask, but sure, why not? We owe you a lot, so go ahead." "Thanks. It's nothing too extravagant, but a few days have passed since then, and tonight, or at least closer to the end of the day, I'm going to Asgard with Rossweiss. Although I think some of the other Valkyries are going to stalk us there too, I'm fine with that since I've got everything planned already, and I hope Rose likes it." Presently, am attending college, which is rare in itself. But I had time, and others were working today in my place, so I went here. Right now, I was in a new society that Rias and Aquino founded. The members of it were Rias, president, Aquino, vice president, Sona, Tsubaki, Ingvild, Kyome, and I. It's called the Japanese Culture Research Society. For now, Sona and Tsubaki were part of it until they decided to join a different one, or if they couldn't find one that interested them, they'd stay here. Since we had relatively different schedules, not all of us would be here, constantly one or two at most, and if we met up after lectures, then that would be the only time we could come here. We've obviously changed the interior via magic, and anytime people come in here, their perception of things has changed a little, so they wouldn't question the sudden change in the room we picked. In reality, it was quite small, almost a broom closet, but after using magic, it was the combined size of my home's living room and dining room, so it was quite spacious. After that, I created things like furniture and other appliances we needed, and it was basically another home or spot to hang out at for us until we graduated. College ended around 20 minutes ago, so all of us, minus Tsubaki and Ingvild since they had other work to deal with, were in the club. Just like back in a high school division, Aquino had served us tea, Rias sat at her desk, and the rest of us sat around a table on couches. Fufu, I think Raswai-san will enjoy your little surprise tonight, Erin, Aquino said while sitting close beside me on the couch. She rested her chin on her hand and hummed contentedly like a cat, or like Barato, and I said, well, I had Odin's help on this one, so it went a lot more smoothly for me. I also can't wait to see the real Yggdrasil. Don't worry, it'll take you guys there soon, maybe during our next vacation. All of you are preoccupied with the tournament after all. Yggdrasil, huh? Is it anything like the one we saw in the game you recently participated in? Kyome asked. Yes and no. It was changed for the sake of the tournament, so it would make it easier to run around, fight, and do all sorts of things. While according to him, you can go there and even go up it to the very top, there are a lot more shops and other facilities around it, and even a small town where the ones that guard it stay, I explained. I can't wait to go then, she said, and began texting on her phone. She's probably informing her parents about it, and maybe even inviting them when the time comes. I'm a bit jealous, though, mumbled Aquino, while poking my cheek. I looked at her, and she was puffing her cheeks, looking a bit unhappy. My proposal was perfect, but it happened on the spur of the moment, right? She asked. I won't lie, and I will admit that it did. Back then, I had a pretty serious talk with Barakiel and Shuri, and the fact that Aquino overheard it kind of just happened that way. The same goes for Yasaka. If I could, I would redo it, but can I even do that? It sounds weird and cheap if I repropose to them, but if they're fine with it, then you can repropose to me. I don't mind. Aquino suddenly said rather excitedly. Was I that obvious? I asked. She giggled and kissed my cheek. You weren't that obvious, but I thought you want to redo some proposals if you had a chance. Call it lucky guess, she proclaimed proudly. I chuckled at her and patted her head. Aquino continued on about her intuition, and I humored her. However, there was one person who had mostly been silent during our time here, Sona. It was obvious that there was something bothering her. I more or less knew where we were supposed to be in the timeline, even after I messed with a lot of events. Her dad should be showing signs and symptoms of the devil sleep disease that Ingvild and Misla had. I should step in and stop him from getting it then. Sona, is something wrong? I asked, but she didn't hear me and kept staring at the book she was reading. It was obvious that she wasn't reading, as she had been staring blankly at the same page since we got here. This caught the rest of the group's attention, although they were vaguely aware of it. We spent a lot of time with each other, after all. Rias got up from her seat and walked over to and behind Sona. She then leaned over and playfully hovered closely above her head. This obviously caught Sona's attention, and she attempted to look up, but found Rias hovering right in front of her. What are you doing? She asked, a little annoyed. In response, Rias giggled and pointed at me. I asked if you were okay. You seem out of it since we came here, I told her, and she heaved a deep sigh. She attempted to shake her head, but something in front of her got in the way, and she gently brushed it aside, earning an eye-in from Rias, who moved away from her and sat beside her while giggling to herself. Note she stopped, looked at me, and sighed. There's no point in hiding it from you, since you probably already knew my father is showing signs of the devil's sleep disease that Ingvild and Miss LaBelle had. He's been more tired lately and sleeping longer. It's also harder to wake up from his sleep, according to my mother. I suddenly stood up while carrying Aquino with me, startling her a bit. All right, let's go and cure him then, I told her. But we're dating, Sona. I don't need compensation for wanting to help your father. Your family also helped me with starting up my business. This much is nothing. Looking around me, everyone seemed okay with going to the Citri territory in the underworld. Let's go then. It shouldn't take too long. Comptoir, can you inform Rose about this? I doubt it'll take long, but it would be better if she knew if we were to be delayed, I told her. Comptoir, answer, Roger that, dear. We arrived at the Citri home with the use of Sona's teleportation circle. We were greeted by the maids and butlers at the front hall entrance of the home. Coincidentally, Sona's mother was there as Isolde Citri. She was wearing a slightly different outfit from the ones I've seen her wear before. Sona, you brought your friends too. Welcome home, Isolde said while walking over to us. The maids and butlers around us began scurrying around while getting everything in order. Hello, Mother. I've come here for Sona looked at me, wanting me to continue for her. I've come here to deal with your husband's recent sickness, I told her. She seemed surprised and approached Sona before they spoke with each other at a distance. As they spoke, Sona's expression shifted over time. I didn't eavesdrop, but I believed I understood the topic based on Sona's reaction. They eventually came back and led us to Cyril's room. Instead of walking there, we were teleported there by Isolde herself, as she wanted this disease gone from her husband as soon as possible. She wouldn't stop thanking me even before I got rid of it. Pushing the doors open, we entered it, and it was like any ordinary room, albeit a bit more extravagant than normal ones. In the middle of the room was his bed, and the man himself was on it, asleep. He was just reading a book not too long ago. I've been the one dealing with the official business of our clan since it's been putting him like this, explained Isolde. I see. I walked over to the sleeping head of the clan and looked him over. While still not as strong as Ingvild's or Mislas, the starting stages of the disease were already in his body, so it's good that I'm getting rid of it now rather than waiting for him to collapse or something. Originally, I had no idea when this would happen. The only thing I knew about it was that he would fall into a coma by true volume 4, which should be in a few months, give or take. But it's good that we caught it early touching his shoulder. I quickly got rid of it and made it impossible for him to ever get it again. His body gave off a faint purple glow before becoming dull again. Once done, I stepped away from him, and seconds later he opened his eyes. Yi Enkun, he asked while staring at me. He sat up and saw the rest of us. Did I fall asleep? My apologies. His wife, Isolde, ran over and embraced him, surprising him a little, but he hugged her back. Sona also came over and spoke to him and told him about what I did. I see. So I had the disease that befell Miss LaBelle too. Thank you, Jean Cohen, he said and bowed. Because Sona's father fell ill due to the disease, she was taken off the front lines when all chaos was about to break loose because of the inevitable invasion of the EV faction. However, that's not going to happen now. Both him falling asleep and the invasion, you could say, we're going over there when it's time. Don't worry about it. I want to repay you for helping me with my business. Also, you're Sona's dad. It would be pretty terrible of me if I didn't do this much, I replied. He chuckled before we started talking about the things that have been happening in the underworld. Nothing too serious. A few unknown devils have been roaming around, but they're quickly captured by my shadow soldiers and handed over to the Alliance's prisons, where they're interrogated. Although Ajuka and the rest already knew that they were the work of Hades and the Cow's Order, it also seemed that those devils just died as soon as they tried to look into their memories. Any attempt at resurrection from them, not me, would end up with nothing. They did ask me about it, and I've told them that it's been taken care of at most. They'll only find devils that range from middle class to high or ultimate class. Now, they may seem powerful, but the average guard or fighter in various factions is around high class and up because of my hyper-regenerative chambers I installed a few months ago, so they don't need to worry too much. Approximately 20 minutes later, we were back in the entrance hallway. Isolde had called over some doctors from the Seraphon Memorial Hospital, and the doctors, along with Serafal, came back to the home, looked over Cyril, and said that the disease was gone. However, they said that they would monitor him for 2 extra weeks, just to be sure. Even though I said that he was definitely fine, they insisted, so we relented. Doctors can be quite pushy if they want to be. We'll get going then. If you encounter any problems, I doubt it. But if you do, don't hesitate to contact me, I told them. We'll make sure to bring some food next time. Fufu. We'll make sure to go to your restaurant again, Jinkoin. We only spent a single night there. Although it was quite eventful, said Isolde. Haha, you don't need to tell me about that. It got way too chaotic as everyone slowly became tipsy. I can only imagine what they're like when they become fully drunk. After saying our goodbyes one more time, and leaving both Sona and Serafal there, with the Satan Leviathan making it as dramatic as possible, we left for our society's room. I'd like to go to the underworld more. I haven't been there that much, Kyom suddenly said as soon as we got back to our room in college. You're in luck. Something's happening in the Gremory territory. Would you like to come with us, Kyom? Asked Rias. She then looked at Aquino, who had left my side, and stood beside her. Are you sure? Yes. Unless you have something else to do now? No. Idon. Thank you then, Rias. They'll come with you. All of them turned to me, and I said, yeah, they'll get going home. Rose is probably getting ready already, and I can only imagine the chaos that's happening over there. They laughed at me for imagining such a scenario, and I kissed them each before they left. Now, then time to go home. Nya. Still, you didn't use your powers, right? Drake asked. No, I did not, I replied. As soon as I arrived back home, all I heard was screaming. I have no idea why, but all I know is that one of them came from Kuroka. On cue, Kuroka came running out with Kunu on her back while she repeatedly said Naya or Nay. Oh, Aaron, Kunu shouted and jumped off Kuroka before running over to me. I picked her up, and Kuroka came over to us too. Are you here for Osweiss Dano? She's still getting ready. Naya, the household, has been split on what she should wear. From casual to formal to the obscure, they're really deliberating, Naya, explained Barato. And you're not helping? I asked. She laughed, adjusted her obi, and said, you think I care about fashion, Naya? Well, maybe if it's our date, but Naya, when are you proposing to me, Naya? No pressure, huh? Everyone's proposals will come down the line. Please wait a bit, I told her. She adjusted her Barato again and agreed before Grafia appeared behind her. Barato? Asked the maid. She looked quite annoyed. Nya. And no, wait, Grafia. I was Nya. Aaron Heelp. Yowled the Nikomida as she was pulled away from the entrance hallway. Kunu, and I saluted her, which made her protest more loudly. What was that about? Kunu blushed and said, it may have been my fault, but before you saw us, Barato said she wanted to spend some time with me. But I guess she was gone for too long. She'll be fine. I told her and I heard another scream. Yeah, she'll be fine. Anyway, I should know. Mother and Lavnia said not to allow you up there if you go up there, Suzuku, and Azathoth will stop you. I blinked at her slowly. Those two will stop me, huh? They're acting like they're protecting the cure for cancer or something, although that's already available to the humans too. Fine. Let's, I guess, wait in my room. I need to change too, I said, and began walking up. When we got up there, in front of Rossweiss's room, we saw Suzuku and Azathoth standing in front of the door. The Hamajima clan head waved at me, and I waved back. Azathoth looked confused, but seemed to just go along with it. I shrugged and entered my room. However, once I stepped in there, Yasaka was there along with Irene, both in the Saiza posture on my bed, and bowed to me. Welcome home, dear, Yasaka said. Irene was blushing and shook her head. I am not doing that, mother. W, what are you doing? I thought you were with Grafia. Kuna shouted. A fufu. I was, but we felt our husband was coming home, so we came up here. With that said, Kunu, would you like a sister or brother? Asked Yasaka. I do like a sibling and won't mind a sister or brother, replied Kunu. No, he's going on a date, mother. He can't do that here right now. Yasaka laughed at her daughter before getting up from my bed. Senchuredo, I didn't think you were the type to want children. Irene, I replied. But yet it can be possible. Well, you can blame Yasaka for that, and a few others like your mother, Shuri, Misla and Venelana. They speak a lot about their daughters, and I can see how happy they are. So I wish to experience it, she explained while we looked at the mother and daughter in front of us. Instead of a calm waiting period, I got dressed in a chaotic room with an energetic mother-daughter QB duo. 30 minutes have passed, and I stood waiting in the entrance hallway. The screaming from the girls in Rossweiss's room had stopped completely. Earlier, Suzaku and Azathoth came to me, with Suzaku looking exhausted. But she had to go back to her clan for something important, so the only one left was Azathoth. Are you going to talk to Barato? It feels like something needs to be addressed, I asked. She turned and stared at me before vanishing in a flash and seemingly merging into my Barato, which sounded strange to describe. Seconds later, I felt someone coming down the stairs. Turning my attention over there, I saw Rossweiss wearing what seemed to be a white tank top, a long blue skirt with watermelon designs, sandals, and a straw hat by her waist being held by her hands. She also had black sunglasses on her shirt. It feels like we're going to the beach, I thought, and smiled at her as she arrived in front of me. You look great. Is Yggdrasil that hot for you to wear that? I asked. She shook her head. It's usually windy at the top. Are we going to Y Yggdrasil? She asked, a bit surprised. Fufu, I guess I just messed up there, but we are. I did say we'd go there eventually. So, well, let's go, I said and offered my hand to her. We arrived at the main island of Asgard, and as we did, we were greeted by Odin and a few of the Valkyrie guards, who looked at Rossweiss with envy and respect. Gene boy, so you're finally, I shut his mouth using a spell, and he nodded before I removed it. You're finally going to see our famous Yggdrasil, the world tree. He corrected himself. Rose, who was oblivious to the situation, tilted her head at her god's sudden silence. Yeah, we're here to finally go to the famous world tree. Thanks for booking it for me for today, Odin. In shock, she turned to stare at me. BB booking it? You, Aaron, you didn't? She stuttered out. Yeah, it's going to just be yes for today or tonight, Rose. Anyway, we're going to get going, I told her. As a favor, I asked Odin to limit the people who could go to Yggdrasil today. So just the normal staff could go there, and a few places were open there. Yes, good luck and have fun, he said, patting my shoulder before turning around and leaving. Shall we? I asked and nodded before we left for the realm it was in. Well, I muttered. The place we arrived at was on a random cliff that Odin told me to teleport to since it would give me a good view of the entire realm. In front of us was the world tree Yggdrasil itself. However, below it was a vast green plain with hills, mountains, forests, and clouds. They weren't joking about the artificial Yggdrasil being smaller or being created to accommodate the raiding game. The real thing, it looked like there were two trees on top of each other. That's how large it was. Above the tree seemed to be its own aurora borealis. Stars and some kind of fake hologram of a planet all around the ground, and in the middle of the tree were clouds circling it, and there seemed to be rivers flowing down it. When I turned to look at Rose, she was also looking at it in awe. I believe she said that she had already been here, but I doubt it would be any less breathtaking when seeing it again. It seemed like I chose right. This should be the ideal place to propose to her. Well, let's go, I said before grabbing her, carrying her bridal style, and flying towards the tree. Valkyrie-san, do you have anything to say about this tree? I asked. As I did, I scanned the entire realm and found a few others that we were familiar with. Geez, I didn't think they would seriously stalk us here. Your Valkyrie friends and grandmother are strange people, Rose. Apparently, this is where Grandpa proposed to Granny and where Dad proposed to Mom, she muttered. It would be great if it happened to me too, she said while looking at me and blushing. Baha-ha, now that's quite ironic. You're following the tradition, Aaron. Good for you. No comment. I have no idea how to respond to that. Is the universe messing with me right now? Is something wrong, Aaron? She asked worriedly. No, I wasn't expecting 2 generations to do that, I replied, and she just kissed me on the cheek. Well, I better make it goddamn spectacular. Then, after a leisurely few minutes of flying and chatting, we arrived at what seemed to be a small settlement at the base of the tree. Earlier, Rose told me that the core of Yggdrasil and where they created the system for Vidar's artificial sacred gear were in the bottom half of this realm, meaning they were underground, while the tourist attraction remained above ground. Usually, this place would have people in it. be they tourists or even the people that live in this realm. But since I booked the entire place for myself and Rose, not including the stalkers, we were alone with a few shops open. With that, we went to one of them. "Oh, Rossweiss. So you're here with your boyfriend? Then please buy something," the old man said while gesturing at his supply of various candies and souvenirs. "HLO, we'll take them all," I declared. Both of them looked at me in disbelief. "I'm serious. All right away," yelled the old man as he began to pack everything, but I stopped him. He looked at me confused, and I flicked my hand up before they all vanished. In total, it should be I paid him the appropriate amount, plus a little extra, and he looked like he might have a heart attack before he cried and thanked me while saying something about being set for life. As we walked away, Rose asked, "Are you going to do that for everyone here?" "Who knows?" I replied while smirking. She squeezed my arm in response and looked a bit upset. Approaching the other shops, most of them knew what I was going to do and willingly let it happen. A few only accepted me buying half of their things, which was fine. Eventually, we arrived at the very entrance of the tree. Like the artificial Yggdrasil, there was a large staircase that ascended to the top. All around it were shops too, but as most of them were closed, we could only go to the ones that were open, and most of them were near the middle and top. "Let's do this then," I said, and we began our slow walk upward. Around a quarter of the way up, I said, "It's a lot more illuminated here, isn't it?" The artificial Yggdrasil was a bit duller. Was that intentional, or was it because of all the attacks flying around destroying everything? All around us were small shops with little floating balls of white light, or just balls of light floating to illuminate the tree inside. Some had unique designs like Odin's weapon, the Gungnir, many statues of Yggdrasil, or other unique designs that the shop owners made. I believe it was because of both. They needed to change it to fit the rating game, and at the same time, both of our teams used powerful and large attacks that would destroy our environment. So it wouldn't be strange for light sources to be destroyed, explained Rose. And by the way, Mimas Brunner is underneath Yggdrasil too, right? What about Dane, Dvalin, Dunir, and Durar? I can't seem to find anything about them, I asked. In Norse mythology, the four stags, or hearts, male red deer, eat among the branches of the world tree Yggdrasil. The stags crane their necks upward to chomp on the branches. The morning dew gathers in their horns and forms the rivers of the world is what my previous world had, but I couldn't find them here when I scanned it earlier. Yes, Mimas Brunner is underneath Yggdrasil along with Midgardsormr after being moved, along with our version of the sacred gear system for those stags Rossweiss frowned. They disappeared a few years ago. They regularly flew around the tree and ate the branches here, although they don't make the rivers of the world. I've read that in the human media. Disappeared, huh? Let's check into it then. I see. So that's it, huh? I didn't think they'd use them for that. But they really do go the extra mile per Mestine and Black Alice, that is. Did you find out anything about it? Rose asked and smiled. You looked into it just now, right? Yeah, we can get them back, so you don't need to worry about it. Although I didn't expect them to use the stags like that. A future attack? She asked. I shook my head and said no. They ate the branches of Yggdrasil for a long time. Right? The branches here hold a lot of power, and they ate it for years and years, so that amount of power accumulated in them is a lot. I'm more surprised that they didn't explode or die anyway. They're being used to power up their base, so they're like batteries that can last hundreds of thousands of years. Of course, some of it is used to power their research too, but they want to use them mainly for power, which is both smart and stupid. But if they do run out of power because of overusing them, then kidnapping them would have been useless. Rose frowned after hearing that. It looks like the denizens of Asgard like those four. Huh? I'll contact Daniel about them then, and replace them with fake ones to sabotage them, further infuriate them first, and then ruin their plans. If that's what they did to me for all of last year, I might as well turn the tables on them, right? Kuku, I'll get them back soon, so don't worry about it. Anyway, let's hurry up. I'm getting a bit hungry. There should be little food shops up there, right? I asked. Her face brightened up, and she nodded. There's one that I want to take you to. Rose seemed awfully excited about it, and she pulled me along with her. Her grandmother and Valkyrie friends had already made it to the top, so they were essentially waiting for us, but it would take us a while to reach them. Sorry. We reached the halfway point, and we climbed a bit further before stopping at a certain platform with one restaurant open. Odin had told me, along with Gondel, that she liked this particular restaurant in the tree. It was called Solnajang, which I believe translates to sunset. A strange name, but I wasn't going to question it. Nitek-san, Rose shouted while running towards the small restaurant. A woman with medium-length brown hair, blue eyes, and freckles on her cheeks. She wore an old dress with a sunflower pattern on it. "If it isn't little Rosie, I'm glad that you came," she said, looking at me and winking. "So you brought your boyfriend? So the rumors were true, you've grown up so much in just a year," she added while pretending to wipe a tear from her eye. Rose turned red and began softly hitting her, and they began to talk about things while I sat in a nearby chair. They would occasionally glance at me while Nitek giggled at Rose. However, they eventually came over. "He'll make both of you my best dishes. So wait here. Actually, why don't I have Rosie help me?" Come, she said and dragged Rosweiss away. "I better make myself comfortable then, since I have no idea how long this will take." Closing my eyes, I unintentionally entered my own soul. When I got there in the distance, I saw Azathoth and Kontor talking. "They've been like that for a while now," said Rudra. He had arrived beside me, and he looked at them blankly. "Any shouting?" "No. Amicable. Mostly. Kontor is a lot more emotional." So she waved her hand a few times in the air, but apart from that, nothing, he explained. "But I believe it's going well. But I also think we shouldn't interrupt them." They needed this after all," I replied, and we walked over to the bench and sat on it. A few seconds later, we began playing chess. "How many does that make them?" he suddenly asked. "What do you mean?" I feigned ignorance and moved a chess piece. "The number of women you're engaged to, don't lie to me, Tool," he said, flicking my head. "Cinchuredo, and then tonight will be Rosweiss." "Am I engaged to Irene?" "She only accepted me," I replied. "She proclaimed you as her one and only mate for life. I believe in dragon language that means you're already married. You should assume the same for Ophis, only time will tell with Velgrind." "But it seems she's softened up to you," he said. "I guess so," I mumbled. "She has insisted on accompanying me everywhere, like others before in the past. She also began being kinder to other people, not just the ones in my close circle, so she's making progress." "Checkmate," he said after moving his final piece. "I commend you for not using your future sight. It was tempting, you know." I chuckled and looked toward the other two, and they were still talking to each other. "Looks like Rose and Nitek are done. They'll get going then." "Yeah, good luck," he said, and we fist bumped before I left my soul. Opening my eyes, I was greeted to both women coming back with a few plates of food. They placed it down on the table, and they began telling me what they were. Farikal, mutton and cabbage, lapskow stew, kjotkaker, meatballs, bratkartoffel, fried potatoes, vol cornbrot, brown bread, and apfelstrudel, apple strudel. "That's quite the selection," I muttered. "They also smell good, so I was looking forward to eating them." Nitek proudly stood tall and struck a confident pose. I made sure to let Rosie touch all the ingredients. What's that supposed to mean? When I looked at Rose, she looked equally confused and embarrassed. "Okay, thank you for the food. I'll pay for it now if you don't mind," I said, and handed her around 100,000. She stared at the amount for around 3 minutes as Rose and I began to eat our food. Finally, she scooted over to me and gently patted my shoulders, which confused me. Her face appeared beside mine, and she asked, "Do you have room for another friend, Jean Cohen?" "You can't," Rose shouted and pulled me away from the tech. "Didi, don't you have a fiancé?" I continued to eat normally, since I was used to this kind of thing. Honestly, it's a lot more chaotic when the girls eat because there are so many of us now, but I stopped when I heard that. She already had a fiancé? Then why did she do that and say that? I also turned to her and gave her a questioning look. Nitek moved away and awkwardly laughed. We're actually running low on money, and since Jean Cohen gave me this much, I wanted to repay him. He's quite the popular guy, right? Everyone seems to flock to him. "I'm fine. Thank you for the offer," I replied, and she scurried off to the back. "She's an interesting person," I added, looking at Rose. Rose sighed and put her head on my shoulder. "My first meeting with Nitek-san was when I was 13 years old. Granny took me here and we met. She's an interesting person, and she was a lot younger back then. I heard that. I'm still young." Nitek screamed, and we chuckled at her. I also met her fiancé back then, and it seemed like her life could only get better, but I guess they fell on hard times. I believe Granny said that he went to work for the gods to pay the bills. So he's out there risking his life every day, explained Rose. Rose and I talked more about Natek and her life while having our dinner. Natek only came back out after we were nearly done, and she appeared to be crying. She apparently told her fiancé about the money they received, and they plan on going through with their marriage. Here, I brought out a briefcase and handed it to her. Since Gondel and Rose like you, this is my gift for your wedding, I told her, sliding it towards her. When he got it, she opened it while looking confused. It was 10 million. She stared at it for a few seconds before fainting. Aaron, yelled Rose as she walked over to Natek. When was that too much? You think, replied Rudra. But is it fine to give out this much? Your employees are making around 89K a year already, and most of them are just college age or high school kids, you know? ITLL be fine. Rudra, it's not like I'm giving out money like this too many times, right? Why do you sound unsure? I smiled wryly at his question and didn't respond. No, I'm sure ITLL be fine destroying the economy. That won't happen, TT Take Car. They'll always support you, Gene Qin. Natek shouted as Rose and I left a restaurant. Thanks, I mumbled, and we waved back at her. All right, let's increase our pace, but before we do, are there shops or places up that you want to stop by? We can do them on the way down, but on the way up we can do it on the way down then. I told everyone about a few things in Yggdrasil, so they've asked me to get them some things, she explained. Agreeing with her reasoning, I picked her up again and dashed the rest of the way up there. We passed by many places, and I left a few floating messages telling them that we'd come back down to clear them out, so they should get ready. As we did, we heard some excited yelling, which made us laugh. Eventually, we arrived at the top, and unlike the one in the raiding game, it was a lot more spacious. I'm sure Rose felt them too, but Gondel and the Valkyrie squad were also here, hiding in the southeast corner of the platform. I let her down, and she began walking towards the edge. As she did, I had a flashback to when Aquino did the same thing on Cran's side during our first date in Ireland. Slowly, I trailed behind her. Once she got to the railing, she looked out, and I did the same thing behind her while wrapping my arms around her waist. The view here was as lovely as the one we had on the cliff. When I looked up, I saw the same night sky and planets here. Even though it was fake, it still felt real, which was pretty amazing. The people here, once it was open to the public, definitely made quite a lot of money, right? Seeing something like this, and being in a place like Yggdrasil, is almost like having a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Aaron, remember when we spoke on that secluded part of the main island? She suddenly asked. I smiled wearily. Are you talking about when you asked me why I was building a big group of companions for myself? In turn, she laughed and nodded in agreement. Yes, that. Back then you gave me a partial truthful answer, right? I did and still do believe in it. But after regaining my memories, I think I also want a large family. Be it with as many companions as I can, and also friends. I think I'm achieving that still. I have a lot of friends now, thanks to my job as the middleman. And it also gave me opportunities to meet several wonderful people who I am close with now. Looking up back at the sky, I added, I still want to give all of you that happy ending. Nothing will stop me from achieving that. So with that said, I turned her around and looked deeply into her eyes while holding both her hands. We've been through a lot, and I know you want to be part of them. I can make that a reality if you want. Her bravado quivered, and her eyes became watery. I bumped our foreheads and the tips of our noses together. Rosweiss, please marry me and stay by my side forever. My will I will, she replied, tears streaming down her cheeks. We shared a tender moment together, but this wholesome moment was interrupted quite abruptly. I wanted something like that. Damn it. Helmwijge's voice yelled in the distance before being silenced. Rose broke our kiss and turned around to see Helmwijge being dragged away and disappearing. Helmwijge-san? Wait, she mumbled and dashed towards the spot before dispelling an illusion spell. Ah, all the Valkyries mumbled, including her grandmother. Laughing, I joined them, and Brynhildr looked like she was going to pounce on Helmwijge. Why did you have to ruin it, darn it? Grimger Barato Helmwijge's collar and started shaking her roughly. Jaya, I'm sorry. Helmwige apologizes while being shaken. Gondal walked over to Rose before hugging her. Congratulations, my little Rose. You're finally engaged. Fufu. I'm sorry for following you, but since Aaron asked me for help with this, I couldn't help myself. A bit flustered, she embraced her grandmother back. Thank you, Granny, but I would have appreciated it if you didn't stalk us during our date, I sighed, and looked at the other 5 Valkyries and said, since we're here, I might as well repropose in a slightly more appropriate place. Zelma, Helmwige, Grimgerd, Schwertlight, and Ortline, please marry me too. Even though my home's already chaotic, I do say you guys make it even more lively, haha. Yees. Helmwige roared before lunging towards me. The others joined in, minus Zelma, who stood there sighing. Asgard, I want to marry you in Asgard. Bahamas, shouted Grimgerd. Japan seems nice, added Ortline. Hawaii, please, said Schwertlight. A little bewildered, I just laughed along and agreed to their requests. We can do that in time. For now, let's go slowly, sheesh. For a little bit, we stayed there chatting. Gondal seemed like she wanted to say something to me, but decided not to. Third-person point of view at the base of the Alliance of the Evil Gods. Many sat around a table while reviewing a recent raiding game. It was between Team Leisure of the Kings and Team Golden Rakshasa. The other was between Team Transcendent Time and Team Dragon Legacy. We'll need countermeasures against them, and especially him, you know? His powers defy logic, and we can't get into contact with the Phantasma and Eevee faction anymore, said Nyx. Promestine and the others are working on that. However, it will take time. But some of the factions in our organization aren't as patient as some of us, replied Erebus. First Dark has also disappeared. He hasn't made any moves or appearances in months. What do you think has happened to him? Asked another god. Whether he is alive or not is irrelevant. If he's out of the picture, it makes moving around easier for us, but it should be better to assume that he's been taken in by that damn dragon, said a figure. It was a jet-black figure, an evil god Ungra Mainyu from Zoroastrianism. Well, we may lose 2 more factions soon. However, it won't matter, for as long as our own plans proceed forward, their sacrifice won't matter that much, said Hades. 2. Who are they? Nyx asked, intrigued by this sudden revelation. The former Connected Harmony, now led by certain Duman, is going to attack the new vampire faction while trying to take control of it along with 10k-15kThis, who wishes to gain control too. They may work together, explained Hades. Ah, Kikat-chan. Fufu, well, she has the power that surpasses some gods after all. It shouldn't be too difficult. Shall we make use of this as a distraction to try to go over to the other universes? Asked Nyx. We can, although it seems useless. We should focus on our plans in this universe for now, said Chernobog. Their attention turned back to both magic circles as Aaron and both of them defeated gods, making their confidence waver. Hades squinted his eyes at them and grew even more furious at Aaron. To him, it doesn't matter as long as they seal the wielders of the sacred gears. He'll sacrifice as many things as he can to make it a reality, even his very being and pride. Mitsuya, we should trust in him. He even screw that, roared the young man, darkness escaping his body. Both members of Triple X, Cross Time's Kiss, were recently shown the memories of the Momiji in their timeline. He was furious, as he felt completely useless. He made a promise to everyone left in his timeline that he'd correct everything with his partner, Carino. My bad, he'll go cool off. He'll think about it, he said rather sadly and walked away. As he did, Shizuka Carino watched his figure disappear. This timeline is already so strange that no matter what we do, we can't really change it. It seems the Eevee won't invade this world because of Jinkuin, so what do? He even promised Momiji that he'd restore our world. Can we trust him? She asked nobody. She put her hands together and said a small prayer to herself. I will trust him even if you don't, Mitsuya-kun. Chapter 8, Part 1. Creeping past third-person point of view, Ayumu sat on a chair, waiting for time to pass by. He had finished all his preparations and was waiting for the vampire faction side to have theirs done too. He, along with the remnants of the Connected Harmony, now called Exiled Harmony, we're going to proceed with a joint operation with 10k-15kThis, the leader of the vampire faction. As he sat there, he smiled to himself while spinning a pocket watch by his side. That item, the pocket watch, was his artificial sacred gear he received from Satinel. It was a strange weapon as it relied heavily on one gimmick, which he had his whole life, which was his luck. He stopped spinning it and brought it up to his face. You guys really are geniuses. Whether we live or die, let's make the vampires and some of the clan suffer with this final act, foo-foo, he muttered. The door to the room he sat in opened, and in came one of the remaining members of Exiled Harmony. Ayumu-sama, Kikate-sama, and the other vampires with the remaining super vampires are nearly ready. She's asking along with a few others when we'll launch our attack. Asked the member. Let's see, how about in 3 days? Can everyone gather by then? Ayumu asked while standing up from his chair. He put his pocket watch in his pants pocket while walking towards a man. According to him, it should be possible. However, bringing over the other two might take a bit since they've gone off by themselves, replied the man. Ayumu laughed and patted the man on the shoulder. It's fine. If necessary, we'll make it in 4 days. However, everything else should be ready. It'll help Kikate realize her dream, he said and walked away. Dream? Muttered the man, confused. Ayumu domon atomans. He hated the 5 principal clans and wanted them to perish. However, he knew that they had a close relationship with the middleman and the dual dragon emperor, which is why he decided to help Kikate. If the vampire that transcends gods became even more powerful with his help, he could use their amicable relationship to take them down instead. If not, he could cause enough damage to make them regret their old ways. Even though he knew that they were taking new steps because of the new clan heads, to him, it was too late, just like the late Hanazu Himejima. While he himself won't target everyone for his exile and wrongdoing, he will more or less take out his anger on the elders and executives of the Domin clan. As for his other members, he will give them free rein. That was Ayumu's belief. He would also like to see his little sister one last time, since he was quite proud of her, as she had inherited the current sacred beast, the black tortoise, Xuanwu. As he walked down the hallways of the Cow's Order's base, he laughed. We'll have a little reunion soon, my little sister 10k-15kThis. The leader of the vampire faction of the Cow's Order, a pure-blooded vampire and bastard child of King 10k-15kThis. However, because of her betrayal and constant leaks of information about their faction, most of the 10k-15kThis faction of vampires perished, only ever leaving some survivors. The ratio between male and female vampires was about 1:9, or even less for the males. Those who had run away or secluded themselves had started to reappear again because of a new faction for the vampire race and the unity they're trying to reach. Kikate had spies in it, and she laughed at their stupidity. Her plans were to control all of them, overthrow the current leaders, seize power by force, and become a tyrant. Kikate-sama, Musama said that the operation would start in 3 to 4 days since those humans are currently missing, said a female vampire. Ah, those humans? Fine, they can be useful, so let's wait for them to return. If they don't return by then, we'll just proceed with the operation, and they can just catch up with us, said Kikate. The room she was in was tailored to her unique needs. It had various pictures of a certain person, Azazel, Centuredo, and this infuriated Kikate. Only a few people knew of her obsession with Azazel, and if anyone threatened her with exposing it, she would silence them. Kikate-sama, will you continue with that part of the plan? Asked the female vampire. If you mean by that, then yes. I will make sure he appears during that time, and ensure he is taken care of, replied Kikate. The female vampire nodded before leaving the room. During the operation, Kikate had a plan for a certain man. If he took the bait, she would capture him and keep him confined somewhere in the fallen angel territory in the underworld. A certain leader shivered. A strange foreboding ran through his entire bravado. Elmenhild Karstein's soliloquy recently. A rumor started spreading around our new faction's territory. What might it be? Aaron Toolsama was coming here to check up on us, as well as help with a few more things in our faction, especially with construction on certain new buildings. He's also going to be bringing a few people with him. I inquired about whom he may be bringing, and Fusey was one of them. So I look forward to this visit. We have formed a good friendship so far, and I also look forward to speaking with Gasper Vladi and Valerie Teeps. Even though I have already apologized to both of them when we went to Aaron Samus' restaurant, guilt still lingers, but I'm still improving, so I will show them the various places in our faction that they may find interesting. I was currently out getting groceries for my family. Our living situation has been downgraded, but I don't find it that strange anymore. At the start I did, but now I'm used to it. Like usual, the streets in our new faction were bustling with life. Unlike with the old Carmilla faction, we could usually only move with protection or at night because we would be affected by the sun. However, because of Aaron Samus' barrier and other things he did, we could move freely even during the day. Although some vampires needed to be reminded that it was different while we were outside of our territory, and they would need to exercise our previous precautions, otherwise they risked killing themselves. "Elm, so you're here?" asked a voice. When I turned around, I saw one of my recently made friends, Ursulette. She was a pure-blood vampire and belonged to a normal vampire family. However, she was quite strange. Ursulette has red eyes. She has long black hair tied in a ponytail. She wore a white tiara and white wings on her head. Furthermore, she wore white heart-shaped earrings and a white collar styled with white bats. Not only that, but she wore a long, white frilly dress reminiscent of a wedding dress that bore white bat motifs on her sleeves and the bodice of the dress. To finish off her look, she had white stockings fashioned with white bat motifs at the hips of the stockings and black pumps. "Yes, I came to get groceries. Normally my sister and I do it, but she's busy studying for a test, hence why I'm shopping alone," I replied. "Then I will accompany you." "Do you still need to shop?" she asked. "Yes, I need a few more items." She nodded, and we continued on our way. Ursulette is a strange girl. In a way, you could call her naive, but also wise. However, the strangest thing about her is the middleman. "The rumor says he's coming here." "Yes?" she asked, and I nodded in confirmation. A wide smile appeared on her face. "I will make him my new husband candidate." My lips twitched at her declaration. Ursulette has been obsessed with finding the man of her dreams. She has had many boyfriends throughout her life. However, most of them last a week before they run away from her, as they describe her as strange or weird, Centuredo. Ursulette always bounces back from it, though, which shows her perseverance. But now she's targeting Aaron Salma. If it's him, he may accept her strange and unique behaviors, because he has a lot of women with a wide range of personalities, and quirks, Fusey being one of them. I always ask this, but why did you choose AR Jean Salma to be your next husband candidate? I asked her. An even wider smile appeared on her face. She stood confidently with her hands on her barato and said, "Who wouldn't? He's the famous middleman and a legendary dragon warrior, which means he has money. He also cares for a lot of children and people in each faction and pantheon he's in. So, he's a family man. Furthermore, he looks great too. Who wouldn't try to get together with him?" Excitement was written all over her face, and she was breathing heavily. Well, if you put it like that, then I'm inclined to believe it, or I already do, since Fusey and Valerie praise him a lot, even if it isn't frequent. "So, you're aiming for him for his status and money?" "Well, that's the only thing we know about him. So until I get to know him more on a personal level, yes." "Is it shallow?" "Maybe, but it's realistic. I can't pretend I know everything about him, since I'm essentially a stranger." She explained. I didn't think she saw it like that, but in a way, I agree with her, and it's kind of mature of her, even if a bit strange. She has really thought a lot about this, huh? In a bizarre way. It's admirable. "And what's your plan of attack?" I asked, playing along with her. She grinned and gestured confidently. "He has a fearsome nickname, does he not?" "He's also known by several intimidating titles," I said, and she tilted her head thoughtfully. She then looked down at herself and considered her own options. "Centuredo, what about you?" she asked. "What? You. You know him personally. You went with our leaders to his restaurant, right? Do you like him? Better yet, can you introduce him to me?" she asked rather excitedly. We arrived at the place where I needed to get more things, and we went to the section that had them. "Well, I'm meeting two of my friends, so I don't see why not," I replied while looking at various fruits and vegetables. "Great." She looked at the things I was looking at and added, "You know, it always surprises me the weird things that humans think we do or don't do." For instance, we can eat food normally, but don't like garlic, but we want dye from it. Her statement caught me off guard, and I gave her a questioning look, but went back to looking for my items. I doubt Aaron-sama and the rest will visit my home, but in case they do, they'll have the ingredients ready to cook for them. We have a budget for this. Oh, are you planning on cooking for him? If so, I will come to your home on the day and show off my cooking skills. She declared, I don't think that I can cook. I have 4 younger siblings. Do not make fun of me, she said, frowning at me. I didn't know she could cook, but I was aware she had siblings, 2 brothers and 2 sisters. All of them are much younger than her. They are all still children and very impressionable. However, they all adore her, and I've met them twice before. She then grabbed my hands and said, let's buy everything and go back and go over what dishes we'll make. And then she didn't let me get a word in and kept talking. In the end, I agreed to her strange plan, and we went back to my home while buying extra ingredients. Ursulette paid for the extra ingredients, so that was kind of her Aaron Tool's soliloquy. A few days have passed since the match between Aurelia and Typhon. And as I predicted, many teams started becoming a bit reckless as they started challenging teams that were beyond their league, and they lost. Although I don't blame them, since the preliminary stages are ending soon, and the main stage will start after a month or 2 break. The 16 teams that earn enough points will be able to battle it out for the grand prize of having their wish granted by me. But besides that, in 3 days, we were going to visit the new vampire faction led by Dracula, Kishshot, and Carmilla. Fusey and Valerie have been in regular contact with Elmenhild, so many of the vampires there know of my visit that's coming. Although it's for official business, since they want help with the construction of various things and adding some security to them. The vampire faction and Exiled Harmony are going to attack it a day after we arrive, and I've already laid out a plan of action, so I'll be fine. But for them to believe that I haven't noticed, I let them infiltrate it to fool them, and it's working pretty well. I also believe Jen Bedumin will need some closure between her and her brother, so I've asked Valley and his team to come with me. That also meant Lavinia was coming with me, since Valley was. So we were essentially going on a family vacation, according to her. The others that were coming were the Slash Dog team, with Tobio, SAE, and their baby girl, Hannah Accuse. Although they haven't gotten married yet. SAE goes by Accuse now, too. So SAE Accuse, Tobio Accuse, and Hannah Accuse, the Accuse family, were coming with us. Tobio also knew of my plans and the attack, and I've guaranteed that their child won't be hurt. With reluctance, he agreed to come with us, but asked me to tell SAE myself, which is why I'm going to Grigori again today. Well, I had a few other reasons for going there. I also planned on taking Suzaku with me, while leaving the other principal clans on high alert, since some of the Exiled Harmony would attempt to attack them again. They never learn, do they? But talking to SAE today was one of my priorities. For now, I was at home. You're a natural at this, Aaron, said Gabriel. Can I come to Grigori with you? I want to visit Shazakil today. With the help of Lavinia and Latia, I was tying Gabriel's hair in numerous ways. I've always been decent at following instructions, as long as they weren't from my absent father. I had changed her hair to a twin-tail style, and she seemed to like it. Since I was going to Grigori, Suzaku and Aquino were also coming with me, along with Asia and Lavinia, since they wanted to visit Shuri. Mom, Cindy, and Aoife were also coming since they hadn't had many chances to visit it yet either. I don't see why not. I've already got a sizable group coming with me today, I replied to the angel. Beside her was Reiko, who waited patiently for her turn as she wanted her to be turned into a ponytail, since I liked that Lavinia already had hers in one, and so did Latia. I was the one to change it into them, so I felt a bit proud of myself. But are you sure about letting this play out, Aaron? Latia suddenly asked. Without taking my eyes off Reiko, who had scooted over for me to work on her hair, Gabriel sat beside Lavinia, and the two of them were chatting about magic and marriage. I said, yeah, apart from some vampires that will benefit from it, Jinbu and her brother, and hopefully Valley will tell him some things. I leaned in closer to her and whispered, and hopefully Lavinia will be happy for him about it. Her eyes widened, and she asked, wait, you don't mean a smile appeared on my lips. Yes, it's exactly what you think. I'm proud of him, I silently and proudly proclaimed. and I began messing with Raiko's hair. The door to the rooftop, the place we were in, opened, and Aoife came over with an amused expression on her face. Lagging behind her were two people I hadn't seen since my visit to Spain. Goddess Physis and Astrea. Two people I hadn't expected to see right now. Physis and Astrea, what brings you here? I asked. Ho. After hearing Hephaestus' story, we came to visit, said Physis. Nice home, a lot bigger than my own, but still smaller than the ones that some gods and goddesses own. Well, I only made it this big to be able to make practical use of it, since most rooms have their purpose, and the rest are either storage or used for something else, I explained. Also 5 stories, huh? Not including sanctuary or my home in the dimensional gap. Then those are the kinds of homes I like practical and nothing too fancy. Although Antares and other people may have different opinions on it, since I left my home in the dimensional gap to him, I couldn't really control it. I have some time before we go to Grigori, so I'll entertain you guys. How about we tour Kuo? Or would you like to stay here instead? I asked. I wasn't far off from finishing Raiko's ponytail, and she seemed happy with the results. Cool, I've heard some things about it from Hestia and Hermes. I'd like to tour it, right, Astrea? Asked Physis, looking awfully excited at her fellow goddess. Astrea sighed and agreed. However, if it isn't any trouble, Jean would like to go with you to Grigori. Physis here wishes to speak to a fallen angel she made acquaintance with a long time ago. It's not like I can stop you from going, so the more the merrier, I guess. I replied. Strangely enough, the only one coming with me was Raiko. The rest wanted to get ready for when we went to Grigori. It seems like Shuri wants to speak more to them about wedding plans. It feels far away, but at the same time very close. It's a strange feeling. So, the ones coming with me were Astrea, Physis, and Raiko. All of us wore casual clothes to not stand out, although it seems like their beauty will just attract the attention of everyone in Kuo. And the fact that I'm with them will just generate more hate and jealousy for me. It's quite exhausting. I teleported us to a secluded alleyway in town before we stepped out of it. So food? Asked Physis. Her stomach then growled quite loudly, and she rubbed the back of her head while laughing to herself. Did you eat before we came here? Astrea asked. Physis looked away and started whistling. She's acting like a child. I like it. It gives me a bit of hope for the future. I hope I never succumb to the stresses of ruling the omniverse and the cruelty of reality and lose this part of me. It's what frightened me in my previous world and even here, to become a boring and bitter adult, forcing myself to have adult-like hobbies for the sake of being an adult. It always felt weird. I'm glad I met some people in my previous life who kept their hobbies even as they grew older. I always respected them, not conforming to whatever standards are there for adults. Cinceredo, the way into a man's heart is through food. The same can be said for me. Jean Kyun, are you hitting on me? Before I could respond, Astrea, in annoyance, pulled her away from me and pinched her cheeks before tugging on them. Ow, ow, ow. Imzovi, I was joking, she exclaimed. Astrea let go of her, and she rubbed her cheeks while sticking her tongue out at her friend. But thank you for paying for the food in advance. Yeah, we made our way to the nearby ramen shop, and Physis ordered 2 large bowls of ramen. Fufu, if it isn't Harem King Sama. It seems like you're out today with 3 older women. Yeah, the owner asked me. These 2 are just friends of mine, Congress-san, I told him, and I paid him. 2. He asked and looked at Physis and Astrea. He then looked at Raiko, who smiled back at him. And what about her? Well, my title speaks for itself, I replied, and we laughed. Arrogant bastard. Ha ha ha. At least save some for us, geez, he said and walked towards the back, probably to do something in the kitchen. On cue, 2 guys walked up to Astrea and Physis. Finally, Skyward doesn't have a handle on these 2. So, ladies, Cinceredo, she seemed angry but kept her calm and smiled at the 2. It was sickeningly sweet that if you weren't careful, you might die. I held her hand, both to comfort her and to stop her from walking over there and doing something inhumane to those 2. Although the shop had fallen silent, waiting for a reaction from the 2 goddesses, Raiko and I. You shouldn't call someone close to me like that. It's quite hurtful, you know? I told them. Usually, I'm quite relaxed about things like this, but it's usually targeted at me, so I don't care, but Reiko was targeted, and so were the goddesses, most likely. Who? The blonde guy's friend, who had a lot of piercings on his face and some tattoos, came up to me. But before I could retaliate, Kyangaru came back out and firmly held the guy by the head. This place, he pressed firmly, making the guy squeal, is a place for people to eat and relax. I don't want troublemakers here. Cinturedo Physis had gotten up and struck the blonde-haired guy hard, and he fell to the ground, frothing at the barato. The smile on Reiko's face had turned into a genuine one, as she was happy that they each were well dealt with. There weren't too many people in the shop today, but there were still enough that it could be called a crowd. The blonde guy shakily stood back up and pulled a switchblade out of his pocket. "You jerk! Oh, that hurt. I'm going to get you for this," he muttered out while slowly stepping forward. "Are you going to remain passive?" Ruderus suddenly asked me. "Cinturedo." He screamed like a little baby before clutching his wrist. "My wrist? You broke it." "Aya. My bad, I didn't think I put enough force to break it like that," I said, and I crouched down, looking at him at eye level. I changed my eyes' pupils, and terror began to appear on his face. "Can we pretend this never happened?" I asked calmly. He kept crying, but furiously nodded his head. He looked so shaken he might lose control of himself. "So we'll stop here for now." "Great. Get out of here," I ordered him before he left the place without his friend. I took my phone out and called an ambulance for the guy. "So much for a peaceful time, sorry about that, Kyangaru-san. I can pay for the damages if you want," I told the old man. Even for his age, he was extremely buff and looked like he could take down guys my age without any problems. He laughed at me before patting my shoulder. "I'd appreciate it. Your next visit will be free of charge, but for only one of your meals." "Yeah, that's fine," he replied. A few minutes had passed since the incident, and everything had been taken care of. The police that showed up were part of the supernatural, so they handled it for us. "We'll get going then. Thanks again." We left the shop and began walking around Kuo. Our destination right now is the park. Reiko has stuck to me like glue since the incident, so she's more or less happy with me. "It's great you stopped him, Jean, because I would have done something unimaginable if you didn't," said Physis while crossing her arms. It seemed like she was still fuming. Astria sighed beside her and pinched her ear. "You need to work on your anger management, Physis. Well, I didn't like being harassed like that. You should have tried to reject him in a calmer way." No. I've read a lot since coming back. They're the typical douche. You can't fix that. I mean, she pulled out her phone and showed Astria something, who looked confused. "See? He looks like this character from an adult show. It has betrayal in it, too. I don't want that, EW." She then showed us, and I laughed. It did look like the guy. "Physis, that's fiction, and we're in reality. What is wrong with you?" she asked while pressing her hand to her forehead. We arrived in the park while Astria scolded Physis. But the primordial goddess didn't care and kept saying what she did was justified. The two walked ahead of us, and we followed them. "Aaron, it seems like some Roman gods are coming to Takamagara. Amaterasu-sama asked you for help. Would it be possible?" she asked. "Roman gods, huh? They were an interesting bunch when I went there, as were the gods in the Philippines. But I enjoyed my time there, even if it wasn't that long." "Help? Me? How would I exactly help with Roman gods? Isn't it usually just a cultural exchange?" I asked back. The other cultural exchanges had gone well for every pantheon and faction that joined, so this came across as odd for me. The Roman gods weren't unfriendly or anything like that. Hell, they were quite friendly, actually. But since it's them, then I'll still accept. But I'm just curious, I added. Cinturedo, after the three goddesses confessed back then, we haven't interacted much apart from Raijin, sometimes barging into my home unannounced. However, because of her personality, she fits right in with Scathack, Aurelia, and Ave. So they tend to just spar in the training facility or just spend time together. "Well, huh, I'm sorry she acts like a child sometimes," muttered Astria. "It's fine. Reiko seems fine with it too," I replied. We were at the amusement park in Kuo. Physis wanted to try some rides, and she was currently on a roller coaster with Reiko, who looked like she was having fun, as she would occasionally wave to us. "Jean, can I ask for a favor? I know it sounds a bit selfish. Perhaps you can see it as a job for the middleman," asked Astria. "Favor? Well, it depends what kind of favor. But if you're employing me, then I'm more than inclined to accept it, I told her. It's about Artemis. Can you talk to her? After her loss in the tournament, she's been a bit distant and seems to be thinking about something. Athena and several others have tried to, but she brushes us off by saying she's fine, she explained. Are you sure it should be me? I mean, she did or does hate men, right? Even if I did help get her friend back, she's still quite, I guess, indifferent with me? I told her. She smiled at me and then giggled. Is that how you perceive her actions towards you? Atsundara is what I'd like to call her, but she would probably get angry, so I won't. Well, yeah. She suddenly grabbed my arm and said, please talk to her and pay a little more attention this time. Your opinion of her may change, okay? Hey, no flirting. We're here to enjoy our day, Phys's voice said. And when we turned to look back in front of us, she was there crossing her arms and frowning. I'm just making sure you're not a lesbian, right? I asked Astria while staring at Phys. She giggled and said, no, I'm not, foo-foo. Are you implying I'm one? That's rude. Divine punishment, shouted Phys as she pointed at me, and the wind around the area increased. Centuredo fan service? What's this woman talking about? She does know that I've seen her at home every day, right? Seeing her at the beach won't really do anything for me. Jean won't be affected by that, Reiko muttered while blushing. Aichi, you don't need to tell them. I think they understand. Reiko, I told her. Phys, for some reason, looked down in defeat. Another hour passed until their little tour of Kuo ended. Reiko and I accompanied them the entire time until Lavinia texted me that everyone was ready, so we prepared to go our own ways. However, it seemed like they wanted to keep exploring the little town. Well, get going then. I tapped my head and sent them some information about the place. Avoid these spots if you don't want to be harassed like earlier. Roger Jinpai, Skyward-sama, said Phys while saluting me. I looked at Astria as she agreed to keep an eye on her. The Starter as well as my shadow soldiers will be here, so don't worry if something happens. Although they'll need to bypass my barrier first. Anyway, goodbye for now, and I'll see you two again when I visit the Artemis. Thank you. Well, join you and Grigori after an hour more here, said Astria. We agreed to meet at a certain place and finally left for home. Reiko, after we reached our home, told me that she would be preparing for the cultural exchange that would be happening in a few days and would be gone for a while. I told her that was fine, and she left for upstairs. Mom suddenly slammed into me and rubbed her face against my shoulder. To Grigori, she said, yeah, I see that everyone's ready in the living room, I replied as we walked there. And there were the ones that were coming with me. Let's get going then. As soon as we arrived in Grigori, we heard a loud commotion, explosions, and banging. The ones to greet us first were, oh, hey, Bro Cookie and Calawarna. They quickly approached us, and Calawarna handed me something. It was a clipboard. Jean-sama, Azazel-sama, said to meet him when you're done with all your affairs here. He wishes to speak to you about a certain project he's been working on, explained the fallen angel. Looking over the clipboard, it simply said, Turn Valley into a spaceship, the Great Dragon Project. The world has been so altered that Vala Lucifer is getting his own version of Ryu Temuru, and he may get his own Apocalypse Answer Arms on top of that. I plan on giving him a use of any of the Malbranche. Fufu, I wonder how strong the Vala Lucifer of this timeline will be. It will definitely be stronger than what Ishii had planned for him in the original books. Kukuku. I thought and grinned at the clipboard. Maybe I can have him do some combination technique with Gogmagog, along with this weird spaceship Azazel has. Oh, the infinite possibilities, bro. Are you okay? Cookie asked. Well, I came back to reality. Everyone had mostly left, and I was alone with him and Calawarna. Everyone else left for Shuri-san and Barakiel's house. Ah, yeah, I'm good. Thanks for this, Calawarna. He'll get going then, I said, and patted him on the shoulder. He gave me a confused look, but wished me luck. Checking my phone, it seemed that Aoife left me a message, and it said that they accompanied everyone else to Shuri's house for now, and that they'd join me in the future, but that Suzaku is waiting for me in a certain place. Scanning the entire territory, I found that she was near the prison cells, so I made my way there first. That was also my destination, since I wanted to see a few of our prisoners. Once I got there, Suzaku was looking through a few of the prisons along with Kishiku. They glanced my way, and I put my hand up. I quickly joined them. Aaron-sama, everything has been in order. Today, Ezuri is on break and is gone with his lover Sophiel, explained Kishiku. I see, good job. We'll take it from here, I told him, and he nodded before vanishing to the front. Are you here to see him? Suzaku asked while holding my left hand. Yeah, I haven't gone to meet him after defrosting him, but I made sure to have a letter written by Ryuta and Momiji to give to him, I replied, bringing out a small white envelope. Nakagami Nikiri, the previous wielder of the Yellow Dragon Sacred Beast, Huanglong, also hailed as the strongest user of it, even better than Ryuta, the current Uryu. He had some kind of artificial sacred gear given to him by the cow's order. We walked in silence until we arrived at his cell. He sat there reading a book, very comfortable with himself. When he sensed us, he looked up and showed a bitter smile. Hello, Suzaku Himejima, Gene Skyward. I've been wondering when you'd come to me, he said, putting his book down. Suzaku looked at him with sorrowful eyes, but said nothing. You look well. What book are you reading? I asked. Bullet Train by Tar Isaka. It's an interesting read. I would recommend it, he said. I'll take note of it. Here. I transported the envelope that I had into his hands, and he looked at it with curiosity. It's from Momiji and Ryuta, I told him, and he immediately opened it. He spent the next minute reading it, and he showed a wide variety of expressions. Happiness, sorrow, regret, and sullenness. He finally sat back down and deeply sighed while looking at the ground and letter. She's really okay, huh? I searched for her for so long, and finally she's back and sounds like she's doing well, he said in relief. I had my doubts back then when Lavinia Rennie told me that you found her, but this is definitely her handwriting. Ryuta is doing well too. Even though I abruptly left the clan to pursue her, he's done well in inheriting my position. If I could, I'd like to apologize. But it seems pretty meaningless now, he muttered. No, we heard it loud and clear, a voice said. Nakagami looked up quickly after hearing Ryuta's voice. Letting go of Suzaku's hand, she didn't like that. I made some space and showed him a small magic circle behind us. It was a communication magic circle connected to Ryuta, who had Momiji with him. Nakagami looked at me before shaking his head. I should have expected something like that from you. Gene Skyward Coin, he said. Hello, Ryu, Momiji-chan. It's been a while. Hello, Nakagami-san. Hello, Ni-san. Nakagami-san, huh? Well, I don't blame you for calling me that instead of what you used to call me, muttered Nakagami. Are you too well? He asked. For the most part, it's quite tough having to fill your shoes for all these years, but I'm doing quite well, replied Ryuta. I'm doing well. Since I've come back, everyone has been very welcoming and kind. I think it's because of the changes by Suzaku-san, which I'm grateful for. Ah, and of course, Gene-san rescuing me, said Momiji. Another bitter and regretful look appeared on his face as he sighed. I see. That's good. I'm glad you're doing well, Momiji. I would like to apologize to Ryuta. You were forced into that position because I left, but I needed to try to find her. There was a moment of silence after Nakagami said that, although if you listen hard enough, you could hear Momiji slightly panicking through the magic circle. Yes, I understand. However, it's still they kept on talking to each other, and it seemed to become a lot more personal. Centuredo, you know? Is there another one? Can I participate? Just like Lavinia, Suzaku became a bit protective as her hold on my arm tightened, and she pulled me back slightly, making Yoshino laugh. Your women are quite protective of you, aren't they? She mused, smirking at Suzaku. The woman in question glared back at her. I smirked back. They're the best. And to answer your question, there is an operation happening soon. But I won't need your help, but maybe the next one will call for you. How's that sound? Fufu, very well. You'll wait like a good girl until then, she said and blew a kiss at me, irritating Suzaku even further. After that, she pulled me away a bit upset. You guys really don't like her, huh? I asked. No, said another voice. When we turned around, we saw Velgrind there. I was wondering when you'd cancel your own invisibility. Where's Azathoth? You two are usually with each other, I asked her. She's with Danu in Ireland. Centuredo. But I stopped myself. I don't ever plan on telling them about it. And I've already erased those books from any universe that we may go to in the future. Sorry, not sorry. I don't want any of them to have an existential crisis like Drake and Albion. The sky's the limit, I replied. She immediately pinched my cheek. Only a few people can appreciate my puns. I need more people like that in my life. Right, so who are we going to now? The dragon asked. Two more, Leon and Shazakeel. Knowing Gabriel, she should be here now talking to her, I told her, and we kept walking for a few more seconds before we arrived in front of the cell. It was Leon. He looked lifeless. This was the same after we captured him. I took everything from him, his powers, his team, and his will to keep on living. Leon. After I called his name, he didn't respond. During our visit to the Greek realm, when we met with Eros, I asked them if Eris ever knew about her children, or if she kept any of them that were born from another species, like humans. Their answer was simple: no. She didn't care for them. Usually, she kills her partner if they're not from the supernatural or connected to it in some way. Although most of the time she just kills them since she simply uses them for her own amusement. In Leon's case, it was just on a whim. She was in a good mood that day, so she let Leon's father live. That's how he was born into this world. Being obsessed with being a villain was weird, though. But I could understand where he was coming from. If my parents were that terrible, then 9 times out of 10, I would most likely turn out the same and go into a life of crime and misery. I'm thankful that my mom was supportive of me and cared a lot about me. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened to me? Eris is part of the Cow's Order. Did you not know that? I asked. This got a reaction as he looked up at me with lifeless eyes. She's part of the alliance of the evil gods faction of it. You didn't know? His goal was so close to him, yet he didn't know. He wasn't informed. Life fury came back in his eyes, and he slammed his head against the glass walls of the cell. Huh, what do you mean? He roared. I would have known. We spent a few weeks there and even asked about the other factions in it. Quit lying. You think they wouldn't lie? A terrorist organization? Leon, please. I know you're not that stupid, I told him, and that just made him angrier. He became very agitated and started hurting himself, so the protocols activated. He was restrained and sedated. He definitely has some deep-rooted family issues. Either way, that has gotten him to think a bit more and not just stare blankly at the floor during his stay. Did that go as you expected? Velgrind asked. More or less. He has issues to work through, but hopefully that bit of knowledge will help him. If not, then he'll need to be changed. Both of them understood what I did to Avetsa and Yanuyo. If Leon can't change or improve himself, that's the only way I can see him changing in a positive way. He has natural skill and a lot of tenacity, and he would be useful for the supernatural world and the future I want. Next was Shazakeel. Sazako had already pulled me away from the area as we could hear some voices speaking to each other. Unlike Leon's, these voices sounded quite happy with each other, though Gabriel has that kind of effect on everyone. When we turned a corner, we found Gabriel with a chair in front of his cell and her happily chatting away. Beyond the glass was Shazakeel sitting on the floor, also happily chatting to her. The angel sensed us and turned to us. I put my hand up, and she got up and flew towards me. I thought you were with everyone else at Haimajima's home? I asked while hugging her. That was the original plan, but I wanted to chat with Chazzy, so I changed it, she explained, then went back to the chair. We quickly joined her, and Shazakeel seemed nervous now. Hello, Shazakeel, it's been a while. I greeted her and put a hand up. Yes, it's been a while, middleman, she replied while looking at the ground. Gabriel got up from her seat, walked through the glass door, and asked her to stand up and look at us. Okay. Gabriel, and not speak clearly to him. We discussed this, Chazzy. Now, try again, she said strictly. Oh, I can see Gabriel treating your children like that. A balance of her usual self and that. Why is everyone so obsessed with children all of a sudden? We're essentially immortals. Don't worry about it too much, I told Drake, and he laughed. She tried to protest, but eventually gave up and faced us. I don't regret my actions. As for the others, I don't know. We may have had a common goal, but had different personal goals, but we also believed it to be right. I will strive to make better steps and atone for my sins, but as I said, I don't know about the others. Espiel might also do the same, because she's in love with the Dragon King Gentru. In love with Gentru, Well, I had my doubts originally, but they seem to be getting along fine now, and Jinchuru still wants to expand it. Heh, he does still have 2 more that will join, so good for him. Senshirado Suzaku was happy for them too, while Velgrind was intrigued by the whole thing. Well, she always had a strange relationship with Velzard, after all, and probably seeing people this affectionate to each other was a bit strange for her. She only ever had eyes for Rudra, after all. Is that so? Then I look forward to seeing it, Shazakil. Well, get going then, and I'll leave it to Gabriel to update me on your situation, I told her, and Gabriel agreed to that on her behalf. Leaving the area, we made our way to my next destination, Tobio and Saw's home. They either stay here or in a home in the human world. I've gone there a few times and given them the same upgrades and defenses as my own home. It's 3 train stations away from Kuo, and it's specifically tailored for SE, as she was the one who was with me when I constructed it. On our way there, we came across Middlet and Maruam. It seemed like they were waiting for us. He gestured for me to join him, and we walked to a different room, and in there, father. Ignia, I was wondering where on earth you went. So you're back? I asked. Huh. Yeah, I went back out to the multiverse just to check some things. I also noticed you traveled it too. So how was it? Anyway, I checked a few universes to see how they were after you blew up everything, and they seemed fine. Ah, yeah, Kuntor told me to do it, he said and drank from his plastic cup. Is that so? I'm glad you're back then. So, do you want some kind of compensation or something? I asked. I wasn't expecting him to do something like that, or have Kuntor order him to do it. Did having his powers taken from him humble him a bit? Or does he usually do it? For a battle maniac like himself to do something close to that is kind of unbelievable. Let me fight God Serena again. He screamed and burned his plastic cup. Nodding my head, I agreed. I'll have it set up in a day. How's that? Deal. Just contact me like you usually do, he said before vanishing. Shaking my head, I said, he goes off for a few months only to come back to ask for a fight. Battle maniacs, what can you do with them? I turned my attention to Maruam. So what did you want me for? He stared at me, back at Middlet, who was already bright red, and then back at me. May we have a house? Middlet and I plan on moving in together, away from Grigori if possible. Perhaps in the human world? Oh, is there anywhere specific you want to stay at? I don't mind, I told him. I expected this to happen at some point, but for it to happen now, it makes me wonder what these two are up to when I'm not around. He brought out a piece of paper and handed it to me. Azazel said it would be ideal to situate ourselves in these areas, since there are some Grigori-related buildings near them, he explained. Looking through it, there were 7 countries he recommended since there was a lot of activity from Grigori there. Although the DXD Alliance is mostly everywhere, he recommended Iceland, Lithuania, India, the USA, China, Germany, Belgium, and the United Kingdom. Kuo, Japan, was also recommended, but she said that they didn't need to be near me if they could help it. Interesting choices, I could recommend all of them, but the choice is yours, Maruam, Middlet. I do recommend visiting these places before you ask me again. Learn about their cultures, rules, and how it's like living there while you visit. I can give you some pocket money, so you can have some extended vacations there. How about it? I asked. He looked at Middlet and asked, what do you think? It sounds like a good idea, Maruam-san. But we should do this after the preliminary rounds are finished since our teams need to keep fighting to qualify, she explained. He smiled and looked back at me. Then we'll do that. Thank you, father. Chuckling, I walked over to him and patted his shoulder. Yes, that's what dads are for, right? It'll support your decisions and choices, Maruam. So, keep on exploring yourself, and when the time comes, come and tell me when you find your answer for your question back then, all right? Yes. Thank you very much, he said before we left the room. Once outside, Velgrind asked, you see him as your son? Is that the same way you feel about Ignia? I started walking away and said, they may be creations of Nyarlathotep, but it's been ingrained in their heads that I'm their dad, so I may as well adopt them, whether that is officially or unofficially. Maruam is the calmer of the two, but he'll still treat Ignia as my own, even if he's a bit of a troublemaker. Their connection to her was also severed by me, so they're their own people now. How they go on with life will be up to them. If they decide to turn evil, then I'll be forced to end them, but if they don't, then that's fine too. It's the outcome I do want. Ignia is fine as long as he can fight people. It's almost the same as Valley, although he's more than that now. Anyway, they're my kids now, so try to get along with them, Vel. Anyway, let's go to the last 2 stops before we join Shuri and the rest. Knocking on the accused household's door, we heard a feminine voice behind it, and moments later it opened. S.E. was the one to greet us, and in her arms was Hannah accused. She had black hair like Tobio and the eyes of C. Joe, we came to visit, I said, and brought up a bag. Welcome, Jean, Suzuka-san, and Velgrind-san. Kumin. She greeted us, and we walked inside. We quickly went to the kitchen and found Tobio there, making lunch. Placing the bag on the kitchen table, I went over to him, and we fist-bumped. Need help? It would be quicker if it were just the 2 of us, he admitted, and I helped him with lunch. So when is it? In 3 days, we're going over there, and the day after they'll attack. So you guys can enjoy your time in there for the full day when we visit. I can leave an elector with you guys if you want, or with SEE, along with a few shadow soldiers. I offered him. Tobio laughed and said, You seem more concerned for my family than me, but I'll take you up on that. But from the things I've heard from Azazel, it seems like a better place than the previous split factions. It is. So you don't need to worry about any harassment or anything like that. If you do, just leave it to the Electa that'll guard you for the day. They and you are well known, so it shouldn't happen, but it won't hurt to be prepared. Sazako Hamajima's soliloquy Aaron and Tobio were preparing lunch for us, although we don't plan on eating too much since we were going to eat some at Aunt Shuri's too. Velgrind seemed aloof and only paid attention from time to time when Esika talked. She only tends to listen to a few people. Aaron is the one she listens to the most. After that would be us, Fate's ones, plus Azathoth. After that would be his mother, Cindy, Aoife, and Graphia. The same with Reiko, and sometimes Ine since they provide food. The rest can be debatable. Sae Tuju. Velgrind suddenly called out to Isi, who looked at her with a friendly smile. How does it feel to raise a child? She asked. I froze along with Aaron, which confused Isi and Tobio. It's filled with happiness, Velgrind-san. Why do you ask? Sae asked back while playing with Hana-chan. I was just curious. During my travels, I saw many families, and I became a bit curious, she mumbled while looking away. Well, happiness is the best way I can describe it. Maybe something like getting your one true wish granted? That's the kind of happiness I'm talking about, but it's multiplied by 10 times? Explained Sae. I see we're ready. Let's eat. Tobio said as he and Aaron went to the dining room table and set down a few plates of sandwiches, salads, and other items for us to eat. We got up and went over there, chatting with each other as we ate. Velgrind kept quiet the entire time. She seemed to be thinking about what Sae had told her. I should speak to her about it. It seems to be really troubling her. Thank you for coming by, Jean, Suzuka-san, and Velgrind-san. We also look forward to traveling with you in a few days, right, Hannah? Asked Sae. How? Grunted Hana-chan. Yeah, see you then, replied Aaron. The door closed, and we began walking away. They'll speak with Azazel alone. If you don't mind, it's fine. I want to speak with Velgrind, I said, and she looked at me questioningly. I smiled back at her, and when we arrived in front of Azazel's office, Aaron went in there alone while we stayed outside. We walked over to a nearby bench and sat on it. What did you want to talk about, Suzaku? She asked. Why did you ask Sae the question earlier? I'm quite confident in detecting lies, Velgrind. So would you mind telling me the truth? I asked her. She stared at me for a few seconds, then at the door to Azazel's office. Aaron Tools soliloquy, you want me to do what? I asked him again. He scratched his chin and leaned back in his chair. In this room, I was with him, Avetsa and Penemu, both female fallen angels, didn't agree with what he wanted me to do during the operation in the new vampire faction, but apparently they received confirmation on doing it. So, turning to Avetsa, I asked, you're confident in your research and that you can pull it off? Yes. She nodded. We have been collaborating with various pantheons and factions, so we're confident in it succeeding. I know you may not want to do it, but we thought it would make it easier for DXD to have when you go to the other universes. It feels inhumane, but if the Alliance wants it, then, but we did discuss leaving it to your discretion. If you think she may be uncontrollable, then we won't proceed with it. But if that happens, we request you to look for an alternative in the EXE or CXB universes, elaborated Avetsa. I agreed. Fine. But I'd like to add that she has been stalking Azazel for at least half the year. He even went along with her a few times, I said, and turned around. The entire room had fallen silent because of what I said, and it became slightly chilly, almost hostile. Barato ran over to me before pulling me out of the room. Are you insane? Do you have any idea, Jaya? How was I supposed to know? Screamed Azazel. Inhumane bones cracking were heard beyond the door, and both Velgrind and Suzuka looked at us with confusion on their faces. Also, we didn't get to talk about the project. I'll ask him about it on a different day. Are those two in a relationship or something? I asked, glancing back at the door. No, but it's quite obvious that Avetsa has romantic feelings toward Azazel. He's also aware, but isn't doing anything about it. In a way, they're in limbo. Their relationship hasn't moved, and you're just fanning the flames, said Penemu furiously. That wasn't my intention. I thought Avetsa needed to know if she was interested in him. Also, I said it happened half a year ago, so after that half, he didn't anymore, so I was actually helping them, I replied, trying to defend myself. She grabbed my cheeks and pinched them. You threw gasoline into it first. Okay, Elstaff, okay, you'll stop. She let go of my cheeks, and we walked back to the other two, who seemed quite relaxed. Did something happen? Suzuka got up and embraced me, which surprised me, but I hugged her back. Velgrind looked away, slightly flushed. I love you, Aaron, Suzuka said before giving me a barato on the cheek. I love you too, I replied, confused. Velgrind sighed and said, so? Where are we going now? To the Himejima home? Yeah, I'm done. Let's go. That day in that home, it was a bit chaotic, to say the least. 3 days later, it was time to go to the new vampire faction led by 3 leaders. My group, Mom, Cindy, Aoife, Fusey, Lavinia, Siska Velgrind, Ryud and Nakiri, Valerie, Ilius, Graphia, and Ingvild, the Grimmery Peerage, Valentin Jinbuduman, and Slash Dog Team are ready to go. There were a lot of people in my group, and it seemed like it might be chaotic, but we already established what we were going to do, although Vala was a bit annoyed that he couldn't fight in the tournament today, even though he had done it every day since my game with Aurelia's team. Ilius was going to be the one guarding Isii, and Hannah accused today. As a dragon made by Antares and modified by me, it should be enough along with the 10 shadow soldiers in her shadow for today, and I doubt Tobio will let them out of his sight if he could help it. Everyone seemed ready, and when I raised my hand, we left for the new territory. We arrived just outside of it. They had created it near a large body of water, so when we got there, everyone was surprised to see the ocean one way and a lake the other. Are they using boats? That's quite old-fashioned of them, asked Arthur. Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, it's just in front of us, I told them, stepping through the barrier first. Everyone else followed after. Will muttered Aoife beside me. Well, indeed. We arrived near the end of one of the islands. From here we could see many buildings, homes, and other structures. The castle towards the west stood out the most, and I could also feel Carmilla, Kishshot, and Dracula's auras over there. The same could be said for the infiltrators. They weren't exactly subtle about it. Or was that just me? If the leaders couldn't detect them, then oh look, big pirate ships. Fufu, so old school, Mom said and pointed at some ships to our right. Some of the ships' bows were designed as dragon heads. A few others were bats, and others were normal. However, they seemed to be powered by magic since there wasn't any wind in this place. It looked like they were made like that for aesthetic purposes. As everyone admired the realm, I started walking forward. Cinchuredo, it was Elmenhild. Aaron Sama, everyone, welcome to our new realm. I will bring you to our leaders. Please follow me, she said, turning around and beginning to walk away. Fusey and Valerie joined her, and they began chatting away. I thought vampires couldn't stay out during the day. Why is there so many people here? Biko asked while looking around at the many female vampires around us. Aaron Sama created a barrier during our initial construction stages. He also did something to allow us to walk during the die. However, it's only in our realm. If we go outside and walk out in daylight, we will be hurt or killed, explained Elmenhild. Ain't that convenient, God King Sama? Whistled Biko, while walking away toward the little food vendor. Hey, Nasan, what's that? Blood popsicle, replied the female vampire. Would you like some? Yokai-san? Baika's face went pale as he shook his head, and he quickly returned to us. Is everything here just blood? He asked. No, we have normal food. Unlike what the media portrays, we can eat normal food, but blood will always be priority for us. There are other normal food vendors like that, Biko-sama, said Elmenhild as she pointed at another one that was selling ramen. Vali, it's ramen, shouted Biko as he ran towards it. Valis' eyes lit up, and I threw some money at him. He caught it before joining Biko with Kalantha and Jinbu. Hee, Vakoin is still obsessed with ramen after all, said Lavinia. Ramen Dragon-sama is still at it, huh? Ha, some things never change, said Cookie, slowly inching closer towards the shop, but Calawarna stopped him. Oh no. Yes, ma'am, I smirked. Centurato, Kukuku, why are you narrating his life? Kukuku, after around 5 minutes of walking, we came into what seemed to be the central area of this part of town. A large spire was in the center, made of stone, with statues of Carmilla, Kiss-Shot, and Dracula. Around the perimeter were a few stalls that sold souvenirs and food. Valley and his group caught up to us while still eating their ramen. They were put in portable bowls that amazed them, and Valley asked if this was possible in my restaurant, since he mostly went there to order any kind of ramen he wanted to eat at the time. Elmenhild, do you know what your leaders want me to build? I asked, fully knowing what they'd asked me to build. I know of only two, she said while glancing back at me. We wish to make a raiding games stadium here, so that when this event happens again, we'll be able to host it here. The second is a museum. We have gone back to the previous Teeps faction's territory and gathered what we could, so I see. You want to make that kind of museum, huh? I'm fine with that, I replied, and she nodded before talking to the two with her. A museum to house certain items from both factions. Since they've united and become peaceful, the new generation of vampires that will come in the future will be taught a lesson there and be reminded not to go down that road when they're older. I can support that. Of course, it won't always work since there's always someone who will appear one day with very different views from everyone else and try to start a civil war or something like that. Another few minutes of walking, and we arrived at a large gate with 2 guards in front of it. They saw Elmenhild, my large group, and me, and opened the gate without question. Being famous can be quite convenient at times since I don't need to keep explaining myself or introducing myself. We started from the bottom, and now we're here. Hard work pays off, partner. Be proud of yourself. Yeah, it seemed like a couple of years had passed since I came to the world, and with all the chaos that happened, it makes you think it too, but only a year passed out here, not including the times I spent in the pocket dimension and my own isolation. As we ascended the stairs, it looked like we'd be doing it for at least 2 minutes. We have an amazing view of the rest of the realm from here. There was a bridge that connected to the other island, where even more buildings were, and what seemed to be the spot for the museum. After 2 minutes, we arrived at the top, and in front of us was another entrance, but the guards there didn't stop us. When we passed them, we arrived in the courtyard with a large water fountain in the middle. I'm surprised there aren't more guards here, said Rias. Aaron's barriers are covering the dimension, so any attacks by the Cow's Order or another organization would be utterly pointless, unless they already infiltrated beforehand, said Velgrind. As they spoke more about the place, we entered the castle and were greeted by a handful of maids and butlers. But Elmenhild dismissed them and brought us to a meeting room of sorts. It wasn't far from the entrance, as we only had to go up 2 flights of stairs. The interior of the place was also quite lavish. White marble floors, walls, and ebony-wood ceilings. Chandeliers, giant portraits of themselves, expensive furniture, windows, and other items. In a way, it's like the cliché home of vampires. There were also no mirrors since they had no reflection. Only Aaron-sama has been invited inside. However, he can pick one person to bring with him inside. Meanwhile, I will bring everyone on a tour around the castle. So please pick a competitive atmosphere suddenly enveloped the area. The girls looked at each other before they started playing rock, paper, scissors with each other. It was 1 game each, and it was an elimination-type game, and it was quite intense. Elmenhild was taken aback by the intensity of it all, and she stared at them in shock. 3 minutes passed, and a winner was chosen, Grafia. The maid in question had a satisfied smile on her face. The rest looked disheartened. Please follow me. Everyone muttered Elmenhild, and they all walked away. Lavinia and Aoife looked back at me periodically while showing me sad faces. I can't do anything. You guys lost in a fair and square game. Let's go. Yes, Erin Salma. Grafia had entered her professional maid mode, and her stoic face was back. I rarely saw that at home, since she's a lot more open with everyone. Although she still acts like that whenever she goes back to the underworld to interrogate Euclid. It doesn't happen daily like it used to a few months ago, but she does go at least weekly just to see him, and it doesn't seem like he plans on ever changing. Hell always hates Surzex, the anti-Satan faction, and me. And Hell always loved his sister. We can't do much about that, but I did hint or suggest changing him, and she immediately said no, and I understand why. He may be psychotic and have gone down the wrong path, but in the end, he is still Greyfire's only remaining blood-related family member. If I change him like that, Yanuyo and Avetsa, the real Euclid, may be lost forever, and she doesn't want that. Entering the room, we were greeted by just as lavish a place as the rest of the building. There were 4 people in total. Carmilla, Kishshot, Dracula, and another female vampire. She had blonde hair tied in a pineapple-style ponytail by a brown band with red gems on it. She had wine-red eyes, elf-like ears with blue gems for earrings on both ears. She wore a backwards ribbon around her neck and a golden necklace with a blue gem around her neck. She wore a black dress with a golden ribbon near her front and a bigger one behind her, colored wine-red too. She had a ring on both her middle fingers and wore black stockings and golden-colored heels. Hey, I'm here. Sorry for the delay. I greeted them and put a hand up. Beside me, Grafia bowed to them. It's been a while, Jean. Welcome. I hope you like the new faction we have built, although it's not completely finished, said Carmilla. Welcome, Dragon. You have graced our territory once more. I hope that it's to your liking. Asperado. Dracula simply nodded my way, and I did the same thing. Yeah, it's become better since the last time I was here. Who's this, by the way? I asked, and looked at the new female vampire. Ho-ho. This is one of my closer descendants. You could equate them to Vala Lucifer and Ingvild Leviathan. Her name is Iris, explained Kishshot. Iris bowed to me and said, I am Iris. We were not able to meet each other before since I was out of the country. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jean Salma. Yeah, nice to meet you. She had a lot of potential. Right now, she was only high class, but if she really trained, she could reach the power levels of God-class beings. And this was without my interference. We stared at each other, but finally I turned to an amused Kishshot. So to get to business, I heard from Elmenhild that you want me to construct a raiding game, building, and museum? He'll assume there are more, right? I asked. Yes, that is what we want you to construct. There are also a few more districts we want some improvements on, and of course you will be compensated appropriately, replied Carmilla. I nodded. By the way, did Azazel and the other leaders contact you about the operation happening tomorrow? This time, Dracula said we have. We already have pre-built shelters ready for such an event to happen. Many of them are near our citizens' homes, so they won't need to run too far. They'll also connect to the location beneath our castle, so the tunnels lead from those mini bunkers to here. Iris seemed confused, but Kishshot added, if you need our assistance, then we're ready to provide it. But if not, we will focus on the evacuation of our citizens when the time comes. We have spies in our faction, correct? Yeah, those spies are contacting the Cow's Order as we speak, but we're ready for them, I replied. Iris raised her hand and asked, why not get rid of them now? There are certain people I want to meet and speak to one another. They won't come here or other places willingly, unless they have an agenda. Also, they're bringing all of their forces, so it's a guaranteed way of wiping out their faction since they're all gathering here. The outside will be a battlefield by tomorrow, but it'll also cover every single building with smaller barriers to minimize the damage. So at most all I need to do is repair the streets and roads when it's all done. With that said, I'd like you to not speak a word of this to anyone. Iris, I told her. She agreed to it. Yes, I won't, Jean Salma. For better or for worse. She's trustworthy. Looking into the future and her stats, she won't blabber anything about it. Third-person point of view as the groups that came with Erin toured the castle. They eventually came to a large open space. This is usually turned into an extra banquet hall. If necessary, there are many rooms in this castle that are multi-purpose, explained Elmenhild. As she was about to continue her explanation, a familiar friend of hers appeared from the ceiling and jumped down onto the floor. "It is Ursulette. Hilda, where is he?" she asked, while getting uncomfortably close to Elmenhild's face. "He is speaking to our leaders right now," before finishing her sentence. The woman named Ursulette ran away at full speed. Who was that?" Natsum asked, confused by the sudden intrusion by the woman. "Ursulette, a fellow vampire. She's Elmenhild told them who she was and why she was looking for Aaron. After she did, both Lavinia and Aoife were ready to run after her and catch her. She won again." Elmenhild was interrupted from speaking when a loud and powerful explosion shook the area around them. Everyone in the room became alert, and seconds later, Aaron and the leaders appeared. "What happened?" Cookie shouted. "It seems like their attack started a day earlier," said Tobio as he looked out a window. From it, he could see various figures in the sky, throwing attacks all around them. The figures were in the hundreds, possibly thousands. "They got a bit trigger-happy, but they should be teleporting in now. My shadow soldiers should have evacuated everyone to the shelters as soon as it started," explained Aaron. He clenched his hand, and the dragon tattoos appeared on everyone's arm. "Let's get this party started a day early," then Jean Sama. "Please allow me to participate," Iris begged. It would be good to get you more combat experience." "Very well, I'll allow it," said Kiss Shot. Aaron looked at Kiss Shot, Iris, and then to Gasper, Valerie, Fusey, and Elmenhild. "Fine, but those four will be in your group, understood?" "Yes." All four agreed to be with her too. Tobio walked over to Elmenhild and asked, "How do we reach the underground shelter?" "ID like my fiancé and child to be placed there." The vampire nodded and said, "Please follow me. I will join everyone once I bring Ise-sama and Hana-sama to the shelter. We will also participate after we confirm that everyone is down there too." "Jean," said Carmilla. Aaron nodded and looked back outside. He had shrouded the buildings in smaller barriers to prevent further damage after he teleported to this room. "Are they here yet?" Valley asked while standing beside him. "No, only the vampires and super vampires are here, a few magicians, and some members of the Exiled Harmony, but I don't sense any of their main members, or him," replied Aaron. "Can both the Vala team and /Dog team engage them? My team will have a different role. I ain't against some action. Let's go," shouted Biko while running out of the room. He was followed by everyone else, but Aaron stopped Valley. "Stay with Jinbu if possible," he told him. Valley silently stared at him before nodding and running after his team. "So what do we do?" asked Ryuta. Listen up. A few minutes later, everyone had left Aaron as he stood there with his mother, Royce and Tool, and both maids, Graphia and Cindy. "I'm pretty strong too, Aaron, so let me fight," said Royson. Aaron looked at his mother with worry. She could tell that he didn't want to. "I will be with her, Master Aaron. She will be fine," added Cindy. "I already sent Ilyus with Sae and Hannah." Tobio went with the /Dog team to help fight off the invaders. Royson stepped close to Aaron and spoke firmly. "I am not weak. Please let me prove it," she told him. Aaron sighed. "Graphia, can you accompany them?" "Of course," replied the silver-haired woman. "Thanks. They'll feel more at ease with you two with her." "Okay, go," said Aaron. Royson thanked him and left with the two maids, leaving Aaron by himself. "What now, partner?" "The whole realm's been evacuated, and the Exiled Harmony are slowly teleporting into the place," asked Drake. "They'll watch everything from a distance. Everyone here is capable, so they should be able to stop this, but when one of Kate's and Ayuma's followers comes, they'll confront those two myself. The rest can be dealt with by the rest, especially Kate. I want Gasper and Valerie to fight her," he said before walking through the walls and arriving outside. "It's been a while since we last fought together. Toby," Natsum shouted while striking down a large group of vampires. Tobio, in his Perfectus Tenebrae Lycaon et Fortis Densis Laylaps, with multiple dogs and Jin by his side. All across the realm were large, jet-black, distorted blades with multiple vampires pierced by them. "Yeah, I've been becoming a bit restless with my peaceful life," I wanted to help with DXD's next mission, replied Tobio. Original leader and new leader. Kicking ass. Kanami happily cheered while piercing several vampires through the head with her spear. Tobio smiled through his darkness before he summoned another scythe and swung it down toward various vampire-style magic circles that were summoned by multiple vampires. Each one of them was cut in half, shocking them. What? How did he cut apart a magic circle? Asked one of the vampires. Dog, the dog god of the fallen angels, so he's finally back in action. Huh? We should report this to our superiors, said another. If only you could do that, said Tobio as he appeared behind them. Before they could react, he sliced them apart along with Jin. We're focusing on this point. Leave the rest of the other groups, ordered Tobio. You heard him, added Kanami. Are you trying to fight for leadership here? Natsum asked. And no, I just Never mind, both sisters suddenly created a defensive magic circle in front of them, stopping a large, powerful fireball from hitting them. It was the size of the town below them, and if they didn't react on time, it would have definitely hit it and burned a sizable chunk of it. Kanami stabbed it with her true Longinus and destroyed it. After that, the Dog team heard laughter above them. You guys are truly amazing, said a man above them. Are you a Himejima? Tobio asked. Those flames feel just like Suzuku's and Atsutra's. The man above them began to laugh. Kukuku, Atsukuin always took the spotlight after all. Well, Su is gone now, but I simply don't care anymore. Causing trouble for everyone, especially the 5 principal clans, gives me satisfaction. The man above them spun around and bowed. He had a large Barato hat, a monocle on one eye, a mustache, and a professional black 3-piece suit. He had a cane in one hand and a toy red bird in the other. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Mikomo Himejima, just your typical nobody in the clan that couldn't use his flame at birth. I was shunned and all that blah blah blah. Sad backstory, he said and chuckled. Leave this guy to me, said Tobio. The previous members trusted him, and they moved away from Tobio and Mikomo. I'm glad I can fight against the famous Dog who's also a Himejima. Tell me, how does it feel being the dog to the fallen angels? He asked while putting his hand forward, and a large tiger-shaped flame burst towards Tobio. Tobio spun his scythe in one hand, and Jin, who was beside him, readied his sword. The dogs that he summoned helped fight the others, along with the rest of the Dog team. He raised his scythe, and with a single downward swing, as well as Jin swinging his sword horizontally, this created a cross shape that sliced apart the flaming tiger. Blades that can cut anything, eh? Muttered Mikomo, amused by Tobio's abilities. You need to grow up. Huh? Mikomo was annoyed by what Tobio said and prepared another attack. The world isn't black and white, and even if you're stronger than some people, being in a good relationship with them and having a working relationship is healthy. Take Jean, for example, he said, jumping towards Mikomo. Mikomo fired multiple fireballs at Tobio. The man himself, Mikomo, was a Satan-class person as he had been experimented on by the Cow's Order. Tobio and Jin sliced apart the fireballs, arrived in front of Mikomo, and swung their weapons at his chest. When both looked back, they expected the man to be injured. But to their surprise, he had multiples. There were 2 of them now. Surprised? He asked. Well, I did get a new ability from them. You boasted about only true Satan class or God class being able to damage you, correct? Well, as a fellow Himejima, I'm aiming to injure the famous Dog himself. Tobio and Jin landed on top of a building and stared at Mikomo. The clone that appeared merged back with Mikomo himself, and he chuckled again. Let's see you cut me, dog god. I'll tell you my ability and make it easier for you. You're that confident? Tobio asked. I am. Even if I can't defeat you, I can at least cripple you, replied Mikomo. I never did anything to you. Why do you hate me? Asked Tobio while creating another scythe. I have my reasons, but let's go with let's see, because I can, he said and laughed. My ability can create clones that have their own lives, but are not connected to me. You could say I can connect that part of myself to alternate versions of myself across the multiverse and have them killed instead, thus letting me live. Pretty cool, right? The Cow's Order is experimenting with this, since that ruthless lizard can bypass our previous method. Mikomo bowed and smirked. In a way, it makes us nearly invincible, right? Oh, doesn't that mean I'm invincible? I can outlast you, wait for your stamina to run out, and kill you that way. It's ingenious. But of course, this is still in the experimental stages, but it still works. Kokujin should know about this already, since he can see everything. So, does that mean he'll win? My regular abilities may not, but unlike the canon timeline, the Slash Dog team was not blessed by the Shinto gods. However, in this timeline, they were blessed by a much stronger god, a man named Aaron Tool. He'll use it as a last resort, but for now, he'll fight him with my regular abilities, thought Tobio. Well, let's see if my blades can transcend timelines and universes then. Mikomo Himejima, allow me to experiment on you. Chapter 8, Part 2. The vampire who transcends gods and the evil-eyed king who dominates space and time. 10k-15kThis, soliloquy, lying, cheating, and taking advantage of others. That's the kind of life I've led so far. From the moment I came into this world, I was unwanted and unloved. If that was my fate, perhaps they should have killed me the minute I was born. Children shouldn't be subjected to that. They're meant to be unconditionally loved. That's what I read in books. Before going down a path that I knew would eventually lead to my demise, I wandered the world, pretending to be human and trying to form normal relationships. But that went as well as tragedy-stricken films. But I kept trying. I didn't want my first experience to dictate how the rest would be. But time and time again, they kept telling me otherwise. In conclusion, there were no good people in the world, at least no good from what I could see. They were all liars. There was no one genuine left. If a world like that exists, I don't want to be part of it. It makes me sick. If I can't genuinely smile and live a happy life in this world, they'll walk away from it all and start over somewhere new. They'll create a world where it's fair and no one will be sad, homeless, or left to fight for themselves. They'll become a tyrant where no one can defy me. I'll ascend to the level of the gods if I have to. This world will remember me for years to come as a person who brought happiness to it. Standing on a distant mountain, I watched the scenery in front of me as chaos rained down upon the new vampire faction. Vampires, super vampires, magicians, a few divine beasts, cryptids, and the members of Exiled Harmony attacked it. Ayumu was already gone, and he hopes to come across the middleman or someone worthy to fight, although my gut feeling tells me that hell finds someone else today. As I watched from my perch, two individuals appeared in front of me. I didn't think we'd meet like this, little Valerie, I said as I stared at Valerie Teeps and Gasper Vladi. The son of Lord Vladi is here too. How cute. You've certainly become a lot manlier. You're my half-sister? Valerie Teeps asked, unsure. Indeed I am. 10k-15kThis, that's what I'm called. How do you do? Will you call me One-E-chan, Valerie? I asked. I expected her to look at me with disgust, but instead she looked at me with sorrow-filled eyes. If I do, will you stop this? Unfortunately, I will not. This world is too corrupted and disgusting, so I will correct it. If you two join me, I will spare anyone you love. I give you my word, I told them. The vampire factions were devastated a few months ago, and they're only getting back on their feet. Why are you doing this? Don't you think they suffered enough? Most of the Teeps faction was wiped out because of the Cow's Order. Gasper shouted. I smiled and giggled to myself, confusing them. I was the one who leaked information to the Teeps faction. I was the one responsible for their downfall. I detest them. I disagree with them. The Teeps, especially the tainted ones, must be removed. Pointed my finger at Gasper, who looked very angry at me. I said, but you two are exceptions. There are still misguided vampires in the new faction, so let us drive them out and start new. After that, we'll continue with the rest of the supernatural world and then the human world. I refuse. I don't know what you went through, nor can I pretend that I'll understand how you feel, but all you need to do is find the right people to experience life with. I may have felt a bit like you at some point. I was scared of the outside world and hid myself away, but darkness shrouded Gasper Vlada's body as it slowly increased in size. I met my master, and she showed me a new family, and through that, I met a man who helped not just me, but many people. You know about it. It's impossible for anyone not to. He's showing all of us that there's a brighter side to life and kind people still exist, so don't give me that nonsense. Gasper, muttered Valerie. She seemed quite emotional towards her friend. I scoffed. A world he pursues, I can't bravado it. There is no guarantee that it will always be like that. He has to put trust in others for it to work, and 9 times out of 10, you can never fully trust them as they'll change their minds in a heartbeat. It seemed our views were vastly different. For them, a hero, a prince came and saved them. But to me, they never came. I was left by myself. I had to pull myself out of whatever mess I was put in. Whether or not I was the one responsible for that is debatable. You know, his ideal world or mine. Which one will be realized sooner? How about we see? I asked and began to power up. Gasper Vladis' body changed, and he turned into a 5-meter-tall monster made of darkness that resembled a dragon. Beside him, Valerie Teeps also spread her bat-like wings, and her body was shrouded in a crimson-red-silver aura. Numerous spears made of blood appeared behind her too. You're not the only one who can manipulate blood, Valerie. We're sisters after all, I told her while also creating various weapons made of blood behind me. I still have one more trump card if I'm backed into a corner, but I'll save that for when the time comes. Third-person point of view in an artificially created dimension of Kyoto. A few lower members of the exiled Harmony made their way to various parts of each of the 5 principal clans. This was a last-minute decision by some of its members, and the leaders agreed to it, as they thought the commotion in the new vampire faction would draw most of the middleman's attention. "We're here! Let's go!" shouted one of their members. They had arrived at the perimeter of the Himejima clan, and as they were about to run in and start attacking the surrounding areas, a large number of them were set ablaze as a flaming tornado appeared in the middle of their large group. What the heck? We were spotted? A female Barato asked. No, they were expecting us. Another replied. Bingo, a voice said. When all Baratos of this group looked up, they saw a figure that was familiar to them. Kh. Atsudara Himejima. Another exiled Himejima clan Barato screamed in fury. You betrayed us. Atsudara put a curled finger under his chin. More like giving a new lease on life, and I'm enjoying it. You guys probably won't accept it if we try to offer it. So die. An enormous fireball left Atsudara's hand and killed more of the group's members. They began to panic and run around and away from the man in the sky. Don't panique. Kill him. A member shouted. Countless magic circles appeared around the area, and then hundreds of elemental attacks flew towards Atsudara. Atsudara smirked before thousands of silvery white, distorted blades came out of the grounds, destroying the magic and a few of the members of the faction. Wah! We thought that the middleman was in Romania. A male member shouted in surprise. Oh, he is, replied Atsudara as he landed on the ground. From behind the trees jumped out Shin, Aaron Tool's Canis Lycaon. But Jean knew you would try to attack the clans during your operation, so he had Shin here to help us. Shin, who was in his adult form, wagged his tail beside Atsudara. Then, at various points in the artificial dimension, elemental attacks started to explode, alerting them even more. You, grinning even more. Atsudara said, We were ready from the beginning. We knew about it. You idiots. Darn it. We need to inform the others. Why can't I contact them? Another asked in a panic. Because they've been cut off, said another voice. From a different building, stepped out a man wearing Chinese attire and carrying a spear. Cinchureto, we've been set up. Another shouted. Jean-san knows of all your movements. It really doesn't matter what you do in the future. He's already seen it, said George as he teleported beside Chow Chow and Atsudara. Is everything done on your end? Asket Gao Gao. George nodded and fixed his glasses. Yes, it is. Teleportation, communication, and certain other spells have been restricted. All we need to do is clean up here and wait for the news over in Romania. After hearing that, most of the exiled Harmony members fell into despair. Their plan, the one that they thought would work, was already flawed from the very start. Anger boiled over in one particular faction Barato, and green flames erupted from his Barato. He'll die trying to end this clan. I've had enough. He roared before firing an enormous blast of flames towards that Suterus group. Shin stood in front of the attack and summoned a golden blue blade. He then swung it horizontally and cut the attack in half. His attack kept slicing through it until the blade aura reached the man and struck him down. "A mutt killed me?" he muttered before falling on his back and collapsing. Atsudara stared at the dead man before going over to him and closing his eyes. "Let's finish up then. It won't take too long." All three agreed with him, and they went their separate ways. He stood there for a few seconds before looking at the various battles happening around him. "Do I deserve a second chance like this?" He shook his head and sighed. "No, Shuri and everyone else already told me I do. I need to stop." Oni Isen muttered, "Jinbu Duman." "Yo, Jinbu, you seem well," said Ayumu. He waved at his little sister and smiled at her. It had been years since the two of them met, and now they reunited like this. "Everyone in the clan thought I was dead." "Yeah, typical." "Well, it won't matter now. If I can just kill some of the geezers over there, then I'll be satisfied," said Ayumu, interrupting Jinbu. Jinbu shook her head furiously. "That won't happen. Jin-san predicted that some of your members may attack the clans. So he's already—" Ayumu clutched his stomach and laughed. He laughed so hard that he nearly lost his balance and fell from the roof of the building. He stopped and got his foothold back. A small tear appeared on his cheek, and he wiped it away. "Ah, yeah, I expected that, but I guess those idiots didn't. Even after I tried to warn them. It's unfortunate," he said and shrugged his shoulders. If it isn't the famous Valley Lucifer, are you in a relationship with my sister?" Vala Lucifer had arrived beside Jinbu in his Imperio Juggernaut overdrive armor. He had left Calantha earlier since she had her own battles to go through. He had taken his older brother's advice and stayed with Jinbu, much to the girl's surprise. The young Lucifer didn't answer, as he simply put a reassuring hand on Jinbu's head, making the girl blush. A smile appeared on Ayuma's face. "Actions speak louder than words, Vala Lucifer, and I appreciate that." "Very well. I approve of this relationship. You have my blessings. However, this is where we part ways, Jinbu." Ayuma brought out a small pocket watch and spun it around his finger. Jinbu and Vala stared at it with confusion, and Ayumu said, "Do you like it? It's my artificial sacred gear chronometer blessing." "I like the name. How about you?" "You've gotten better at naming things, Oni-Isen," replied Jinbu, making Ayumu smile. "Since you're my adorable little sister, they'll tell you about its abilities," but Ayumu winked, and numerous star-shaped attacks appeared around them. "I want to make it easy for you," Valley raised his hand and shouted, "Compress! Compression divider!" The star-shaped attacks around them began to have until they disappeared. Ayumu clapped at Vala's prowess. "Marvelous! As expected of the strongest white dragon emperor in history. You're surely making your older brother proud, right?" he asked, and Vala shrugged in response. The pocket watch began to spin, and both hands stopped it too. "Oh, lucky me," snorted Ayumu, before a gigantic mechanical golden tortoise appeared behind him. He waved at the two, who were surprised by this, and stood on top of its head. "Do you like it?" Ayumu screamed. He then created a magic circle near himself and Jinbu, and spoke into it. "I've always been lucky, right? So I asked Satinel to make a sacred gear based on luck. Each number on this sacred gear gives various effects. Most of them will benefit me, but if the hands land on the same number twice, they'll get a negative effect." If they land on different ones?" Jinbu asked worriedly. "They'll get two effects at once. Of course, if they land on the same number twice, they'll get double the negative effects." He explained and dismissed the magic circle. Chronometer Blessing was the type of artificial sacred gear that would only ever benefit the luckiest of people, such as Ayuma Duman. If any normal person used it, a lot of negative things would befall them. "Jinbu, let's destroy it quickly," he told her. Around Jinbu, large waves of water began to appear. She quickly changed the shape of all of them into large blades, almost like Tobio Acuse's blades. Vala saw this and smirked. "Did you model them after Tobio Acuse?" he asked. It was unintentional, but I saw it so often that I just gravitated towards it," replied Jinbu. "Launch them. They'll support you," he said, and Jinbu did just that. Seconds later, her water attacks were thrown towards Ayumu, and as they approached the giant mechanical tortoise, a bright white-yellow light surrounded them. Ayumu created a large defensive magic circle in front of the tortoise, but it was easily destroyed, yet he didn't panic. As the attacks hit the tortoise, he grinned. This little thing's defensive power is quite high, so normal attacks like that won't affect it. Are you sure about that? Valley asked. A large crack appeared on the tortoise's shell, and then it eventually broke apart under the force of the attacks, further destroying it, which forced Ayumu to fly away from the mechanical beast. He stared at the destroyed tortoise in shock before it vanished. What? How did you do that? He asked. Vala smiled. I've been training with the use of certain clan trait. Demonic brilliance of evil light. So he has it too. Huh? Though many said that Rise of him never truly utilized it since he relied on his sacred gear canceller. To think that Valley is using it to this degree, thought Ayumu. Interesting. So you have that, huh? This makes this even more fun, shouted Ayumu as he spun the clock again. It then landed on 9. Oya? Now it's interesting, Fufu. Jinbu and Valley prepared themselves, but what appeared was beyond what they imagined. All around them were mysterious figures, leaving both of them stunned. Aya Valakuen, come closer. I want to join you. Centuredo, but she managed to create several water orbs and fire them at her brother's attacks, causing both to nullify each other. She also became embarrassed and destroyed the illusions using her water manipulation. V. Valakuen, why you stop? We can talk about that later, along with Calantha, Valis said, stopping her from interrogating him any further. He was too embarrassed to talk about it. Enough. Valley had enough and didn't want to play along with Ayuma's games, so he dashed towards him and threw a punch at his stomach. To his surprise, Ayuma dodged his attack, albeit barely, as a shirt was destroyed. I'm weaker than you, but this sacred gear will be my trump card, shouted Ayumu. He summoned a water ball, to the surprise of Jinbu. Our clan leaders were liars. The attack hit Valley and blew him away. However, he wasn't injured at all. Ayumu only wanted to create some distance with him. What do you mean, Oni-san? Inquired Jinbu. The cow's order was able to remove the block I had in me. Atsudara had his abilities unlocked by the middleman. We saw it during the game between Aurelia and Barrakiel, so we began research into it. And what do you know? It was possible. Some of us are born with a little blockage. And if we remove that, then we can use our inherent elemental manipulation. All of us were blessed from the start. None of us were forsaken by our gods. That meant our elders and executives were far too stupid to even look into it, explained Ayumu. Ayumu began to create several things with his water manipulation, from weapons to animals and all sorts of other things. Thousands of weapons and creatures were created behind him, and they floated there idly. It seems I'm gifted at it too. We're really siblings, huh? How is it? Do you like it, Jinbu? He asked. I always knew Oni-san was amazing. Even back then, when you couldn't use it, you wanted many things. So you being able to do this isn't a surprise to me, replied Jinbu. Fufu, thank you. Now, then, let's continue. He shouted and launched his attacks towards them. At the same time, he activated his artificial sacred gear, and the hands began to spin. They stopped at 12. 12, huh? That's rather troublesome for you guys, he muttered. The attacks he sent to them suddenly multiplied by 100, shocking them. Vala put his hand forward and used his compression divider again, but he noticed that not all of them were compressed, so they were forced to avoid the attack. When they looked back at Ayumu, there were also 100 clones of him. Thankfully, this only lasts for a few seconds, but it's a bit annoying still when used along with my attacks. It's quite lethal. Well, to the normal folks, said the original Ayumu. Because we're the greatest. Greatest. Banzai. The numerous Ayumis began to cheer and laugh. The original shook his head, but a few seconds later they disappeared. He then activated it again, and the hand stopped at 1. Oh, a simple one. I like it, he said, and a scythe appeared in his free hand. It resembled any normal scythe. However, its handle was aqua blue, and its special property is that it can cut most things, much like Tobio Acuse's blades. Unlike Tobio's blades, it can't cut magic, concepts, or space-time. However, It can easily cut apart any physical object. Satinol had tried to replicate that ability of Canis Lycaon with the help of Promestine and the other researchers of the Cow's Order, but was unsuccessful. "Umph. I'm used to dealing with scythe wielders," said Valley. After all, he had to deal with Tobio and Aaron, and he was used to dealing with both Jin and Shin. In a way, you could call Valley a veteran at facing people like this. Ayumu appeared beside Valley, and swung his scythe towards the young man. Valley grabbed Jinbu and pulled themselves back to avoid the scythe. At the same time, the young Lucifer fired a point-blank demonic attack at Ayumu, who dodged it, but a part of his side was badly injured, leaving a painful wound there. Jinbu gasped but couldn't do anything, as they were enemies. This didn't deter Ayumu, as he continued to swing his scythe at the both of them. Valley dodged his attacks while holding Jinbu, who didn't do anything to retaliate as she still cared for her older brother. But at the same time, she felt conflicted as she wanted to support the man she loved. As they continued their battle in the air, Ayumu asked, "What's wrong, my dear little sister? Aren't you going to attack me too?" I can't attack Oni-I-Sen. I can't do it," replied Jinbu, nearly in tears. Vala made sure not to lethally attack Ayumu, as he knew that these siblings needed this. So while he fought him, he made sure to keep on dealing damage to him while using moderate power. He didn't want to accidentally knock him away or instantly kill him. Stay with Jinbu if possible. The words that Aaron, his brother, told him repeated in his mind. He wasn't sure if he was doing any justice to the words imparted to him, but he believed that he was doing his job. "I'm a villain, Jinbu. You have to," he said, backing away from them. He used his sacred gear again, and it landed on 6 and 12. "Oh dear, I'm very lucky today." His scythe disappeared, and a small circular bubble covered Ayumu. Along with it, 2 submachine guns appeared on both his hands, and then behind him, what seemed to be a female, shining figure manifested itself. The figure resembled a cat, and it had its tail wrapped around Ayumu's waist. "Lock on," he muttered. "Valakuen, Jinbu, please prepare yourselves." He then shot bullets in front of him, but to their surprise, they didn't leave the bubble but were stopped by it. Ayumu kept firing at it until the entire bubble was covered with bullets. Seconds later, it vanished. The only thing left there was Ayumu, and he was smiling at them. Each one of those bullets was enhanced by magic and also had light properties, hence why they weren't normal bullets. Hundreds of bullets appeared all around them, and from them, the bullets that Ayumu fired materialized within them and then shot out. However, they had multiplied, and when both Valley and Jinbu dodged them, they immediately turned around and flew back towards them. Homing bullets. Valley dodged them again before using his compression divider, having some of them before they disappeared. "But there's more where that came from," shouted Ayumu. More bubbles filled with bullets appeared and kept firing at them, much to Valley's annoyance. Ayumu stood floating there, smiling. 6 and 12 are nothing special. Well, that's what I think anyway. 6 gives me these bubbles. I originally thought they were only used for defense, but they could be used a bit more creatively. 12 is a combination of this cat-like thing behind me and the 2 submachine guns. The cat gives me unlimited bullets and enhances the bullets to be able to kill supernatural beings. The submachine guns also have a lock-on ability, making it easier for me to kill people. Man, Satinol, and those guys really outdid themselves, and I still haven't used my counterbalance yet, explained Ayumu. Vala stayed there for a few seconds before looking at Jinbu. "If you want to say something to him, do it now." Jinbu looked at Valley with worry, but understood what he meant. Earlier, they were told to bring in Kikate and Ayumu. The rest could be captured or killed. It was up to who faced them. But those 2 were the only ones that Ajuka, Azazel, and a few others in the DXD Alliance wanted to be captured. He let go of Jinbu and began a chant. "The pure white dragon dwelling within me. Rise up from your supremacy." The silver armor that exceeded supremacy gradually began to form jet black patterns on it. "The silvery white morning star I possess within me. Claim the throne of dawn." In response to Albion's line, the light wings on his back became infused with black. Following that, Multiple pairs of new wings extended out of his back. The jet black god of infinity, the mysterious and unfathomable father of devils, 12 jet black wings grew out of Valis' back. All of the edges of his armor sharpened and took on an organic form. Valis and Albion's voices then overlapped with each other. We shall transcend the limits to accept the oath. The crest of Lucifer appeared on all of the gems in his armor, and they unleashed a dazzling brilliance of light. The final stanza was chanted by Vali, Albion, and Ophis. Thou shalt kneel down before our bright and glorious existence. LL Lucifer, Dragon Lucifer Drive. Ayumu became uneasy. He knew that as soon as Vala Lucifer used this form, he would only have a limited amount of time left on the battlefield. He aimed his guns at him again and fired. The same thing happened as earlier, and more bubbles appeared, and the bullets flew towards him. As Vali increased his power and output of aura, the bullets that made contact with it disintegrated. He looked at Ayumu, waiting for him to do something. Vali only liked fighting powerful people, but recently he started thinking more about the future. While he was still a battle maniac at heart, the thought of keeping his lineage crossed his mind. He knew that there were 2 women that were interested in him, so he knew that he could guarantee children down the line. Also, the thought of fighting his children after he made them powerful made him giddy. I'm a single child, Valis suddenly said, surprising both siblings. But over the year, I gained an older brother and sister, although I had the older sister for longer. It looks like you harbor hate for the older generation of Dumin and executives, and not the new ones. I also know the inner workings of those clans to a degree, so I understand your frustrations. If you felt like that, why not join Aniki's side and take them down that way? Or do you want bloodshed instead? Asked Vali. Things have been getting better too. Aoki-sama has stepped down as clan head, and his son has taken the position. You remember him, right? Originally, I was going to be clan head because I was the inheritor of Xuan Wu, but I couldn't do it. Jinbu also shouted to her older brother. Ayuma chuckled. If only those changes came sooner, things would have been different. Truthfully, I'm happy with what the middleman has been doing, and I'm glad that the clans are changing, but I can't stop here. So you two better stop me. Ayuma Duman had already made peace with this after Hanazu Himajima's second death. The others with him weren't as flexible and were still out for vengeance, while he didn't mind if they fell here. He had gone along with all the negative energy that the remaining members of Connected Harmony had. He rebranded their name and created this plan that would also bring down the vampire faction. In a roundabout way, he had already switched sides after Hanazu Himajima's second death and was working for the DXD Alliance in secret. Ayuma sighed and prepared his guns. Come, show me what the inheritor of the Black Tortoise and the true heir of Lucifer can do, he said as he began firing more bullets at them. Jinbu, who clung onto Vala's shoulders, sped towards Ayumu with Vali, while the attacks Ayumu sent towards them disintegrated before they reached either of them. Vala glanced at Jinbu, who had created shackles made of water. Vali increased his speed to the point that Ayumu couldn't follow, and they appeared behind him. Ayumu looked at his ankles, and the shackles had been attached to him. Moments later, Jinbu increased the weight of those shackles, and he plummeted to the ground. Ayumu tried to dispel the water shackles with his own water manipulation, but it didn't work. When he looked up, he saw that his end was imminent. LLL. The armor on his chest and abdomen rattled as they separated and slid open. A muzzle of a cannon appeared and began to charge up as it emitted a great amount of power. After a vast amount of demonic energy had gathered, Vali said to Ayumu Duman in a calm tone, "This is the end." Satan Lucifer Smasher. The massive bombardment of silvery white and jet black auras was fired out of the muzzle and blasted the man beneath them. Some of the streets, lampposts, and other structures on the ground were destroyed, but thanks to Aaron's barriers, the buildings remained unscathed. Once his attack ended, they landed on the ground, and Ayuma Duman lay there alive, but unable to move. Jinbu had already arrived by her older brother as she started to try to heal him, but when Vali arrived, he made him eat a slime pill and also placed him in anti-magic cuffs. You'll live. So, tell us about the other remaining members, the relevant ones. I want to keep fighting said Valley. Ayumu tiredly chuckled, while Jinbu held on to him. Well, there are 3 of them. I can sense one of them is fighting Tobio Accuse, while the other 2 are female. It seems like one of them is fighting Suzuko Himejima, and the other half, the current Uryu. How ironic. Who's the stronger one? Valley asked. In my opinion, it's the one that Suzuko Himejima is fighting, but I can sense that Lavinia Rennie is over there too. Upon hearing this, Valley became reluctant to go over there. While he didn't mind calling Lavinia his older sister, he was still embarrassed by her overdoting affection towards him, although Aaron wasn't any better, albeit in a different way. He cooks him ramen when he asks him and fights him. Valley prefers this over Lavinia's constant hugging. He'll join Calantha. Jinbu, we'll bring him with us, said Valley. He scooped Ayumu up and put him over his shoulder. Let's go. As he was about to fly away, Jinbu floated up and pecked him on the cheek, shocking him. She smiled brightly at Valley and said, "Thank you, Valikoin." Valley's eye twitched before he nodded, turned, and began flying away. Jinbu giggled and followed after him. Fufu, it seems Nakagami-kun failed to catch you, Ice Princess. No, should I refer to you as that dragon's ice queen? Cuckoo, said a female. She had straight black hair with red streaks around her entire head and black eyes with gray pupils. She wore a black and white yukata with falcon patterns on it. On both her sides were 2 ghostly foxes, one black and the other white. Who are you? You don't seem to be a person from one of the clans, inquired Suzuku. I am not. However, I became acquainted with that Sudara-kun and Nakagami-kun sometime in my life. Ah, I fought someone during our attacks a few months ago, although I was injured, she said. Aaron said the one that attacked the Nakiri clan was a man shrouded in darkness. Are you saying that was you? Lavinia asked. The woman smiled before using transformation magic to change herself into a man, and she smirked at them. Does this ring any bells? She asked in a manly voice. After that, she undid her transformation and winked at them. I see. So you were him, or her, muttered Suzaku while frowning at the woman. Why, Rizumi-bara, you can call me that. I was just an ordinary woman with nothing better to do. I found out the supernatural was real and wanted to cause chaos. That's all there is to it, she said and giggled. In other words, this woman was just a bona fide psychopath. She held no empathy or remorse. All she cared about was causing people pain, and she only wanted self-gratification. She wasn't born with anything special. She came from a normal family, a very loving one at that, but she still came out this way. Rizumi-bara's family tried to get help over the years, but every single one of them failed, and they just let her loose. If they didn't, their own family would be torn apart. Rizu would occasionally go back to them, act all nice, and then try to ruin them again, and that's when they'd kick her out again. To Rizu, it was a game of very fun one. She only escalated as she got older, and when she found out that the supernatural was real, she studied magic for a year and mastered it. And when the Cow's Order became prevalent, she joined them because, in her words, why not? It should be fun. You only did this because it was fun? Suzaku asked, holding back her anger. A wide smile spread across Rice's face. Ada, did I hit a nerve, Vermilion Birdie? You were blessed with one of the best controls of your clan's flames, and even inherited the position of clan head and had the sacred beast choose you. Aren't you spoiled in that way? Suzaku was usually calm and could think with a clear head, but when her clan and loved ones were involved, she could get a bit passionate about it. As her excitement grew, Lavinia placed a hand on her shoulder. Suzaku trained hard to be able to do that. It's one thing to have talent and be a genius, but you have to constantly train and grow as a person if you want that title to remain. There's so many people that were labeled as geniuses that disappeared, said Lavinia. Cheap words coming from a person who became an orphan twice, haha, both from her biological parents and Glinda, right? Poo-pew-poo. So sad. Wawa Rizu raised her hands and did the fake crying motion with them. Lavinia's lips twitched as she frowned at the woman in front of them. Rizumi-bara loved dealing low blows to people. She would take it a bit further by accusing that person of doing things that weren't true, or people they cared about of doing things that weren't true. An example of this was when she accused one of her friends of being a terrible person. had him isolated, and then laughed it off. People still isolated him even after she openly admitted to lying about it. Doing such things gave Rizu Mibara joy, a euphoric high. You could say, "Are you sure your boyfriend isn't some kind of troublemaker or something?" One would say that having many partners is just openly being mistreated or betrayed, censuredo. She had started to use the artificial sacred gear she had been provided with. Excel Spectres. When Satinol first received the document pertaining to this sacred gear, he was stunned by how simple it was, and he questioned Rizu about it. Her response to him? "Because I can mess with humans more. The supernatural can come after, I guess." She had wanted this artificial sacred gear to torment humans more, not for combat, but because of how psychotically creative Rizu Mibara was. She managed to turn a nearly non-combative sacred gear into a very versatile one. But Rizu Mibara suddenly fell to the ground. She crashed violently and began to panic. She couldn't feel any magic anymore. She couldn't even see. She couldn't hear or smell. All her senses just vanished. When she screamed, she couldn't hear her own voice. "Aya, why can't I hear and see? What's happening to me?" she screamed. She tried to run away, but ran into a building, knocking herself back to the ground. "Are you two okay?" Aaron Tool asked. Lavinia and Suzaku looked behind them, only to see him there. "We're fine, Aaron. Did you do that?" Lavinia asked while pointing at Rizu Mibara, who was still screaming below them. "Yeah, I coincidentally came to this area," he replied. "You're a terrible liar when it really counts, Aaron," said Suzaku. Aaron looked away and then back at Rizu Mibara. He landed on the ground and approached her while restraining her. His eyes glowed briefly before he squinted at her. He had just looked at her life so far. Every grimy detail about it he knew now. Some people in this world are just born different and not in a good way. No matter how much you try to help them, they'll go down a path that will mess them over 100 times over. "You're one of them, Rizu Mibara," he told her. What Aaron saw were the multiple attempts of her family and loved ones to try to get her help. In every single instance, she was combative and uncooperative. She tried to hurt them in every way possible. No amount of help would do her any good. The only way he could see a change was if he changed her like Yanuyo and Ivetsa. "Middleman, it has to be you, right? So you're here. You jerk. You loser. Come on, you're hungry for trouble, right?" Even though she couldn't see, she began acting erratically and lost her composure. Aaron shook his head and sighed. He looked at her, took away her sacred gear, forced her to sleep, and finally put clothes on her. Aaron looked at the artificial sacred gear in his hand. Excel Spectres, an artificial sacred gear that could force the souls of the dead back to Earth and forcefully have them do things for you. Rizu Mibara would force souls to scare humans anytime she wanted. The supernatural was used to this kind of thing, so it never worked on them, but humans were believers and non-believers. She liked messing with the non-believers the most, and it gave her great joy. "I'm getting way too many of these things," he muttered before throwing it into his inventory. He gestured with his head, and Rizu Mibara was teleported to a cell in Grigori. Aaron, she was the person who attacked the Nakiri clan, Lavinia explained, but Aaron smiled at them and patted their heads. "Yeah, thanks for telling me. Valley won his fight, by the way. Do you want to join him?" He got a kiss from Jinba-chan and is pretty embarrassed about it, Aaron said with a grin. "What? Vakoin is moving up in the world. I'm so happy," Lavinia said before flying away. "Vakoin, wait for me." Valley Lucifer suddenly shivered as if some kind of bad omen was coming his way. "Did you really need to say that?" Suzaku asked while pinching his cheek. "If I can make her forget what that woman said to her, then it's fine if I sacrifice Vala for a bit," replied Aaron. "How about you? Are you okay?" Suzaku took his hand and placed it on her cheek. "I'm fine. Things like that don't bother me, but let me stay like this for a little bit." Aaron pulled her into a hug, and they stayed like that for a bit. "So this is the current Uryu? To be honest, you're a bit disappointing when comparing you to Nakagami-kun," said a female. In front of Uryu, Ryuta, Nakiri was a woman who was part of the Shinra clan. She had long, curly white hair that reached her lower back, piercing yellow eyes, and a single earring on her left ear that was in the shape of a star. She wore a long white coat and had bandages wrapped around her chest. On the core were drawings of tigers and lions. She wore white pants and black Tai Chi shoes. "I am still growing, and my older cousin is much more talented than me," replied Ryuta. He had alone entered his Dragon Man form and was fighting this woman. Raira Shinra was a boisterous woman who could only think with her fists. While she wasn't inherently evil, she wanted the ones who exiled her to be beaten up, not suffer, just that she wanted to beat them up just once to release her anger. But before her stupid nature, she ended up joining the Cow's order and just went along with it. Some said before she was exiled that she was the female version of Byako Shinra, the future heir and inheritor of the White Tiger. By who? He? Well then, show me that growth of yours, she shouted before charging at him while covering her body with Tuki. As soon as her fist landed on the ground, it created a powerful shockwave that blew Ryuta away. Ryuta landed back on the ground and charged back at her. He manipulated the earth below him and encased both of her legs. Raira Shinra smirked at this and shattered them by slamming her fists onto the earth. She also charged at Ryuta, and their foreheads slammed against each other. "Why are you attacking this pantheon?" he asked. "I don't know. I'm stupid." But Amu said that we can get back at the stupid geezers and his holidivs, executives, of our clans by doing this, replied Raira. Ryuta was dumbfounded by this reason. Raira used this as a chance and slammed her Tuki-infused fist into his face, knocking him away. Ryuta crashed to the ground, but quickly got up and prepared himself again. Raira had already jumped after him, and they began a small fist fight. Not many can fight Ryuta when he's in his Dragon Man form, but he was surprised that Raira Shinra was able to do this. A smirk appeared on her face. Surprised? Many speculated that I could have been chosen as the next inheritor if only I was born with the use of our clan's element. But I guess I can do that now. Raira's entire right arm turned into metal, and with her whole body infused with Tuki, her speed and power increased even more, surprising Ryuta. The element granted to the Shinra clan by the Shinto gods was metal. They could turn their entire bodies into it and manipulate the metal around them to some degree, but only the ones who mastered their innate ability could conjure metal. Raira, after her blockage was removed, trained with it and mastered it at an astounding speed. Ora, ora, ora. Raira pummeled Ryuta with a barrage of punches that pushed the young man back, but the attacks that were sent at him didn't hurt him much because of his current form and powerful Tuki covering his body. Am I getting stronger, or is she weaker? I'm unsure, but I should be able to win, thought Ryuta. He decided to go all out, and when he did, the entire area shook, making Raira smile at him. "Oh, are you finally?" She was met with a Tuki-infused punch to the face, which resulted in her being flung away. Because the buildings were coated in powerful barriers, Raira bounced off them and eventually landed on the ground a few streets away. Raira quickly got back up, but she noticed she had trouble moving her left arm. So he was holding back on me, eh? Whatever, I can still fight. As she was about to move, the sky above her darkened. When Raira looked up, her eyes widened in surprise. What she saw was Ryuta Nikiri above her with a giant draconic ball of energy. Before she could react, he threw it down at her. An enormous golden explosion covered the area. Once it disappeared, to Ryuta's surprise, Raira Shinra stood there shakily, full of injuries but still conscious and grinning at him. "I'm not going down that easily, shrimp," she roared at him. Ryuta was confused by the shrimp comment, but didn't care too much. He landed away from Raira, who immediately ran towards him, but it was clear that she was much slower now. She still had the fighting spirit, but her spirit towards him was comparable to that of a normal girl her age who didn't do any sports. She threw a punch in his face, which Ryuta dodged effortlessly. It had no power or speed, but Ryuta felt fighting spirit from it. Even though she knew she had no more power left, Raira Shinra kept fighting. In a way, Ryuta Nikiri, the current Uryu, could respect it, even if they were enemies. "You did well, Raira Shinra. Please rest for now," Ryuta said before sidestepping another attack and punching her in the gut. and an NGH. Even then, Ryra didn't fall. She only grunted and swung her fist towards Ryuta's chest. It hit him, but did 0 damage. Once she planted her fist on his chest, she fell to the ground, gasping for air. She finally laid on her back and stared at the sky. Phew, I give up. I can't win. The only one left is Mikomo Himejima. The rest seem to have already been defeated well, not including that psycho vampire chick Ryuta undid his transformation and sat beside Ryra. Not being able to use your clan's element, was that the only reason you were exiled? Ryuta asked while staring in front of them. Both of them could still hear explosions happening around them. Dunno, like I said, I'm dumb, but I couldn't use it, so they already had grounds to exile me. My folks could use it, and while they still loved me, they couldn't do anything against those rotten geezers, explained Ryra. Rako-san was still the new head at the time and hadn't gotten everyone on her side yet, so they finally kicked me out of the time. They'll admit that I was rowdy and destroyed a lot of stuff. Even Bayako was a bit tamer than me, she added and laughed. She then sighed and asked, so, am I being arrested or something? That's up to Jin-san and the Alliance, replied Ryuta. The middleman, huh? Whatever. Ryra closed her eyes and let the exhaustion take over. A certain group fought off numerous enemies. One of them was Iris. With her were Fusey Hirawa, Elmenhild Karstein, Ursulette, Cindy, Grafia, Aoife, Royson, and the Gremory Peerage. With this, I will become the husband of the middleman, stated Ursulette while firing a blast of magic towards a group of artificially created vampires. Fu. I'll take more than this to impress Jean, replied Akino, wiping out another group with her holy lightning dragon. Royson Kayak. In the distance, Royson Tool jumped forward and struck a magician with a powerful kick. Everyone around them understood, in that instance, where Aaron Tool got his horrible naming sense from. Cindy and Aoife, who were near Royson, went along with her strangely named attacks. Royson summoned a frying pan that was around 20 times larger than regular ones. She then swung it towards a large group of super vampires, killing some and blowing more away. Home run! Royson exclaimed happily. What in the world is wrong with this woman? A vampire asked. Having so much power but using it so stupidly, added another. Cindy silently flew behind the two. They hadn't noticed her, as she had used a certain ability that masked her presence. She placed her hands on their shoulders from behind, and once she did, their hearts exploded. Grafia, who had accompanied them, watched Cindy do her job. While Cindy wasn't new to fighting, she had rarely used her new powers to fight against other supernatural beings, so this was still quite new to her. The Devil Maiden nodded in approval. She was much weaker than Cindy, but still held the advantage of experience in supernatural combat. Meanwhile, to the two vampires, they didn't feel anything, as it was a sudden death. Maintaining a calm expression on her face, she silently flew after Royson Tool, who was flying around slamming vampires with her frying pan. Akino Himejima-san, was it? What do I need to do to impress him? Have a close relationship with his mother? Be more charming? Join the tournament and win? Asked Ursulette. Beside her was Iris. She smacked Ursulette on the head and said, Please focus on this. You can look for a husband once this is over. Ursulette smirked. Heh, sure thing, Andy, she said before being smacked again. Fusey created small spirits like Sylph using different elements and gave them to everyone. While they weren't as powerful as the real spirits, they were enough for low to high-class powered people to use and kill enemies whose powers were much higher than theirs. She then turned to Elmenhild and asked, Are they always like this? If the topic is about Ursulette's obsession, then they will usually start insulting each other. But if it's anything else, then they're quite amicable with each other, explained Elmenhild. Riasne-san, was it fine to let Gasper Cohen and Valerie face that woman? Yumi asked her king. She and Rias casually killed enemies around them while conversing. Glancing at her knight, she said, It is. Perhaps Aaron brought us here together with Valerie. For this very reason, the two damn peers who were shunned and that were from this faction are now saving them, like when Rizavim and the Phantasma attacked a few months back. But this time we're prepared. I see, replied Yumi. There were even more explosions in the distance where Valerie, Gasper, and Kate were located. Some of them turned their attention to them, but decided to trust their friends in defeating the last and final leader of this attack. Gasper Baylor created numerous shadow-like tendrils and attacked Kate. The super vampire dodged them gracefully, unaware that the male damper in front of her was holding back quite a bit. "I can sense that you wish to use your new balance breaker, Other Me," said Baylor. "I want to, but she's not a real threat yet. But if she does something to warrant it, then I won't hesitate to use it," replied Gasper. "And our break down the beast?" inquired Baylor. "I want to save that for the tournament when we face a powerful opponent or when we fight the Phantasma and Evie," replied Gasper. Valerie raised her hand and controlled the blood within Kate's body, forcing her to stop. The pure blood seemed surprised, but continued to struggle. Valerie crafted a spear made of blood and flew towards Kate. "Can we stop this? We can still know. You're too naive, Valerie-chan. Not everything can be resolved using your boyfriend ways," sneered Kate. Valerie frowned after hearing her half-sister call Aaron her boyfriend, but didn't say anything. Eventually, a large fist made of darkness flew by Valerie and slammed into Kate, blowing her away. "Sorry about that," said Gasper. She seemed annoying, so Valerie giggled at her childhood friend. "Coriana-san and Tomo-san are lucky that you show this level of care for them like you do for me. By the way, are you two planning to grow your team anytime soon? How is this relevant? Right in now?" Gasper asked, feeling caught off guard. Before Valerie could reply, a black-pink vortex of energy erupted in front of them. In the middle of it was Kate. Her power was increasing more and more as seconds passed by, surprising both Gasper and Valerie. "I've been nice to both of you, but since you won't accept my offer, they'll just have to get rid of you. Please forgive me, Valerie-chan. We can probably resurrect, you know. They'll definitely find a way," said Kate. The black-pink vortex turned into a ball and wrapped itself around Kate's body. The vortex began to glow for a few seconds until it exploded. The force from the explosion knocked away the weaker members of Kate's group. Her previously blonde hair had turned hot pink, and her dull red eyes had begun to glow. Her black, flowing dress had turned into jet black armor with a cape behind her. In her left hand was a crimson blade made of her own blood. It let out a quiet yet menacing glow. And behind her was what seemed to be the upper half of a dragon. It had a jet black body, glowing red eyes, and red streaks across its horns. It also had its wings spread as it glared at both Gasper and Valerie. Crimson flames and an eerie crimson aura hovered around Kate's form. "Gasper, this is, whatever she did, she definitely entered the realms of the gods. Power-wise, Kate is at least a middle-tier god-class being. She's definitely on par with combat-oriented gods of this universe," said Gasper. "We should need help?" Aaron's voice asked beside Gasper. "Aron ni," Gasper exclaimed as he and Valerie looked at their new companions. Aaron had teleported over along with Suzaku, Himejima, and Velgrind. Velgrind silently stared at the being in front of her. A vampire reaching divinity. Huh? That's interesting. Maybe Lapis, or someone from the EV, or Phantasma. Cinceredo Velgrind grabbed their arms and pulled them away, leaving the two Dampiers to face the pure blood. Rank 16 gave me this. It was experimental, but it gave me a lot of power, but I had to cultivate it and refine it for a little while, said Kate as she looked at her own hand. It's the first time I'm using it, but I feel amazing. So this is how gods feel. I can see how they become so arrogant. Fufu. She swung her crimson blood sword to the side, and the force of the swing created such a powerful shockwave that it shook the realm. However, none of the buildings were damaged. She seemed amused by this. Fufu, as expected of the middleman's barriers, even with this power, I can't break them. She looked at her own sword, and then at both Gasper and Valerie. Seconds later, she disappeared, and Gasper used his time-stopping ability to freeze her. No, it only slowed her down as she was still moving. Valerie looked at Kate in shock too, but they quickly moved out of the way and fired magic attacks at the woman. As their attack reached Kate, the dragon's wing blocked it, shocking them even more. That doesn't make any sense. How can she still move? Asked Gasper. Maybe because it came from a different universe. It functions differently? Does that mean even your powerful time stop can only serve to slow them down? Asked Valerie. Different universe and different mechanics? But don't they usually change to fit ours if they come here? What evidence do we have of that? If you're talking about video games and media, then maybe, although some of them have different rules. It seems like reality is very different from them, said Valerie. 10k-15 blinked in front of Valerie and swung her sword down at the young damper. Valerie avoided the attack and created a small magic circle in front of her before firing a small ice dagger just above Kate's barato. The dragon's wing quickly blocked it, and Kate was shocked by this action from Valerie. To her, it was a strangely low blow, and she wouldn't ever attack anyone like that. She, in her strange way, had her own morals, so she was surprised that Valerie Teeps, her half-sister, would try to attack her that way. She raised her hand, and from behind her materialized 100 dragons made of blood. Each of them was at least high class in power and had the powers of both a vampire and a dragon, while also being resistant to both their weaknesses. She ordered them to attack everyone within the vicinity, including Aaron, Suzaku, and Velgrind. As the blood dragons flew away, some towards the two dampiers, others to the ground behind them, and some towards the town. Gasper Baylor spread his darkness, and it covered the entire town. Even larger tendrils of darkness came out at certain locations to grab the blood dragons and then squeeze them to death. At the same time, distorted blades of darkness also shot out of the ground, piercing some of the dragons. The enemies around the realm stopped when Gasper created eyes in the darkness, and using his time stop ability, they were rendered frozen at those locations. The only ones unaffected were his allies and Kate. The blood dragons that went towards Aaron's group were also dealt with quickly. Velgrind put a hand in front of her lips and then brought it down and blew some air towards them. Moments later, the blood dragon spontaneously combusted and vanished. A moment of silence encompassed the area once the dragons had been dealt with. Suddenly, Gasper put his hand toward Valerie. "Will you let me handle this?" he asked his friend. After a moment of deliberation and staring into Gasper's eyes and his form, Valerie agreed. "Good luck. I wanted to show off." Cinturado Gasper exited his forbidden invade Baylor the Beast, even though it was classified as a balance breaker. It wasn't one, as it utilized Baylor's powers to transform Gasper into the Beast while also integrating his Sacred Gear's time-stopping ability. "Ready?" he asked. "Of course," replied Baylor. Gasper's entire body was covered in darkness, and his eye began to glow with the use of his Sacred Gear. Balance break the darkness around his body burst outward, covering everything in their vicinity. At the same time, that darkness ate up the objects that Kate had created, killing or destroying them. A small swirling vortex of blackness and shadows covered Gasper. It then began to stick to Gasper and form clothes on him. A jet black cape that covered most of his upper half, golden accessories, and darkness that covered his head. The only things that could be seen from it were his glowing eyes. Even his hair resembled spiky shadows and darkness rather than his normal hair. His skin had also turned shadowy, and parts of it glowed purple and red. All around Gasper's surrounding shadows and darkness danced silently around him, giving off an ominous feeling. From behind and around him, tendrils and tentacles of darkness with eyes within them started to appear. Forbidden invade Baylor the King. Baylor was the one who named this balance breaker, per his request, as he sees this as the pinnacle of his power along with Gasper Vlada's Sacred Gear. Of course, this was before they unlocked a new one in the form of their Breakdown the Beast. "Are you ready, Kate-san? I'd like to test out my official balance breaker on someone," asked Gasper. "Huh, I like it. I'll make you into one of my subordinates, Vladi-chan," shouted Kate as she dashed towards Gasper. As she arrived in front of him, she swung her crimson sword down, and it also created smaller blades beside itself, also attacking Gasper. Gasper looked at the woman, and the sword stopped mid-swing, but her body kept leaning forward. One of the shadow tentacles shot towards her and changed into a large fist, which struck her in the face. It continued to relentlessly pummel her until another one shot forward and grabbed her waist before flinging her away. Gasper grabbed the crimson sword, but seconds later it turned into normal blood. I can only wield that. No one else can, Vladi-chan. Perhaps I need to be more creative. I can't let the adrenaline take over, said Kate. She raised her hand, and millions of blood droplets appeared in the sky. Pointing her finger towards Gasper, she shot at him in rapid succession. Some were aimed at Aaron's group and beyond, but just like the other enemies in the realm, Gasper's eyes in the darkness turned their attention to the attacks and stopped them midair. TCH, I would use my darkness abilities too, but that would be quite useless now, wouldn't it? Said Kate. Gasper shrugged in response before aiming his arms towards Kate and unleashing a plethora of darkness-based attacks on the woman. Along with it, he imbued them with demonic energy, further increasing their powers. Kate tried to block them with her sword, but found that she couldn't casually destroy them, so she had to put more power into her attacks. As she did that, Gasper analyzed her movements with the help of his enchanted eyesight and Baylor. Will that work? He asked. It is worth a shot. His eyes glowed again, and Kate's arm stopped mid-swing as she looked at it in shock. She looked back at Gasper as his eyes glowed. She clicked her tongue in annoyance and was forced to move, but felt pain when she did. What did he do? He didn't just stop my arm using his time-stopping ability? As she looked closer at her arm and body, her eyes widened in shock. Are you insane? How's that possible? You don't have blood manipulation. Gasper smirked from under his mask. I was simply curious, so I decided to try it, but am glad it worked freezing your blood cells, that is. He pointed at her and added, if you don't do anything about that, parts of your barato may break down from the buildup, you know? They'll just stop him before that happens. Kate knew she couldn't undo it unless she defeated Gasper, and even then, she wasn't sure if it would stop since there had been cases where the wielder fell, but their sacred gear's effects kept functioning. She rapidly swung her sword with her other hand and sent out blood-red aura blades towards Gasper. She also created magic circles behind her that sent out more elemental attacks. And finally, she shot out 2k bullets from the tip of her sword. A massive bombardment of attacks were sent Gasper's way. Normally a person would panic in this situation, but Gasper raised his hand up, and the darkness around them quickly shot forward and consumed everything in sight. A single crunch sound was heard by everyone before the darkness dissipated and Kate's attacks were gone. While it seems you can move when I use my time-stopping abilities, it seems my darkness is stronger than whatever divinity you have, Kate-san. May I suggest surrendering? You are Valerie's half-sister after all, and I can be lenient that way. Don't get cocky, Vladi. I haven't used everything I have yet. Kate shouted. She looked behind her before the dragon's eyes glowed. It bit down on her neck before injecting her with even more power than before. However, her body began to glow and began changing into something else. Kate's human form began to change into that of a giant beast. Like her previous summons, it resembled a dragon, and it began to quickly grow in size. Everyone who was floating landed back on the ground. Gasper fired a ball of demonic energy at the monster above them, but his attack was just absorbed by the monster, and it seemingly made it stronger. Need help, Jayasuk? Aaron asked while walking over to him. Aron ni mutteret Gasper. He then shook his head. I will defeat her at her strongest. That will destroy some of her will and make her more compliant. He chuckled and said, Gone are the days where you would hide a cardboard box, huh? You've grown a lot. I'm proud of you. He patted Gasper on the head, making the boy blush. I can still grow. Am not done yet. Please step back. They'll defeat her in one blow once she's done, said Gasper. Everyone walked back and let Gasper face Kate by himself again. Kate's transformation was finally over. She had transformed into an 80-meter large dragon. She had crimson wings made of blood. Her body and scales were mostly jet black with some glowing red accents, and around her were small orbs of dark draconic energy. Her eyes glowed brightly as she stared down at everyone. Without another word, She opened her barato and shot out an enormous stream of crimson flames. Gasper held his hand up and created a large hand made of darkness that blocked the attack from hitting them. However, to his surprise, his darkness was pushed back, but he noticed that she had also added the divinity she received from the phantasma. Gasper used more of his power and pushed the breath attack back by a significant amount. But Kate did the same thing, but Gasper overpowered her, and he then quickly formed a giant ball of darkness above Kate. As she tried to escape, hundreds of thousands of tendrils and tentacles shot out from the ground and held her down. In each one of those tendrils and tentacles, eyes manifested and used their time-stopping abilities, further slowing her down. On the inside, Kate was still very much conscious and aware of her actions, but she began to panic. She knew she was going to lose. She couldn't move because of the strange appendages surrounding her. Her barato were further slowed down by the unsettling eyes that stared at her, and she felt her own energy draining away as the creatures held her in place, further strengthening Gasper. No, 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 no. I can't die here. I don't want to die. I want to rule everything, correct everything, and make everything nice. A world where everyone can live equally and happily. That's all I ever wanted, thought Kate, in her dragon form. A single tear fell from her eye, although only 3 people noticed it. Sleep, Kate-san. Maybe when you wake up again, you'll rethink your decisions, said Gasper. As Kate stared at the ball of darkness that began to descend on her, and even though she knew those people wouldn't care about her, her last thoughts were Mama Papa. She cried out in her heart. The massive ball of darkness hit Kate on the back, creating an even larger explosion. The entire realm was turned pitch black, and powerful winds blew everywhere. The weak were blown away while everyone else stood their ground. Silent yet ominous screams were heard throughout the entire faction as Gasper's darkness devoured the rest of the enemies, except one that a certain dog fought. Once the explosion ended, a small figure lay on the ground, badly wounded from the blast. Kate Teeps had reverted back to her human form after she was defeated and was slowly losing strength as she succumbed to her wounds. Even in this weakened state, tears streamed down her face. As everyone walked towards her and arrived in front of her, Aaron crouched down and reached out to her. As he did, he suddenly urged everyone else to step back, took hold of Kate while healing her, and jumped away while also creating a large barrier in front of them. Wah! Aaron! They screamed. From the spot where Kate lay, another monstrosity emerged. He landed beside them and sealed Kate's power while compelling her back to sleep. He looked back in front of them, and a large monster made of darkness had emerged. They didn't give her divinity since all the other gods of their world have been killed for the sake of Magnum Tenebrosum. That thing is one of the manifestations of the things he made. You could say they're pets he made out of curiosity. An enormous, shadowy blob with hollow eyes stared at them. It was the same size as Kate's monster dragon form. Their leader, Fumara, shoved one of those things into her, and it gave her power, but once she was defeated, it would eat her as a sacrifice and then rampage wherever it was sent to, explained Aaron. She suffered hardships from the moment she was born. What a sad life. Maybe you can be rehabilitated too, he thought. Then leave this to me. You guys can go back, ordered Aaron. He left no room for argument, and they obeyed. Suzaku, she nodded and took Kate, and everyone flew back. Velgrind stayed for a second and said, "You can kill that easily. Why send us away? I want to see some things and maybe potentially change it into a shadow soldier or even Electa. I can probably learn more about Magnum Tenebrosum from this thing," he told her. "Can't you just look or see into it?" She asked, "Didn't I tell you about this during our graduation trip? There is value to hearing certain things from certain individuals from their own mouths. There's more impact that way." "Well, that's just my opinion," said Aaron. Velgrind stared at him for a few seconds as she remembered his words from a few months ago. "Why don't you just will these things into existence? There's a value to these things, Vel. It was made by humans, has aged a lot of years, and has sentimental value. If I just made it, it would feel like a new edition or version and wouldn't feel as valuable, even if I made an exact replica. She said nothing else before flying away, looking back at him one last time before speeding up. What's the plan, partner? Asked Drake. Let's dive in, said Aaron. Huh? He grinned, restrained the beast, and sealed its powers. Aaron Toole then jumped straight into the beast's mind. You what? What the heck was that? That wasn't Tobio, right? Konami asked. Obviously not, sis. He's still over there, and it looks like his fight is about to end too, replied Natsum. So it was probably Gasper or Aaron. Right, and the darkness and eyes gasp like doing that in the pocket dimension, right? Asked Konami. Another explosion interrupted the two sisters' discussion. At the same time, everyone else gathered up since the enemies around the rail were defeated. The others, Gasper, Valerie, Velgrind, Suzaku, and the unconscious Kikate, joined them too. Tobio and Jin jumped towards them, and Tobio had some light bruises on him. Tobio, did you beat him? Natsum asked. He quickly joined them and said, yes, that's what I thought. But he suddenly started laughing, and then that explosion followed after, and I got out with some light scratches from our fight. It seems like he was at least God class, so he hit me a few times. Tobio turned to Gasper and bumped fists with him. Thanks for letting me finish it and for the help. I'm glad it worked, Tobio accused San, replied Gasper. It's the same thing happening with Aaron over there, said Velgrind while pointing in Aaron's direction. She then told them what Aaron told them. So what the heck do we do? Wait, Velgrind, can't you defeat it? Or if we all team up on it? Asked Natsum. Velgrind looked at everyone as they turned to listen to her. We don't know if they're the same thing, so we'll need to wait for it to come out, she said. And once we see it, she brought her hand up and showed them her ring. Oh, we use the appraisal on our rings, said Aoife, and Velgrind nodded. The one on Aaron, just from my own instincts, told me that I couldn't fight it. But we don't know about this one yet, and I doubt that things called pets are that close to each other or are that easy to find, she said. And so, everyone there waited for the thing to come out. Vala walked over to Tobio, who was still in his balance breaker. How did you beat him? Asked the young Lucifer. A lot of effort. He could keep pulling alternate versions of himself from different timelines, and it felt never-ending. Eventually, I had to use my Abyss-side balance breaker and sever that connection, but he surprised me again when he kept connecting it to different ones even after I severed it. He never did tell me the full extent of his abilities or how he could keep reconnecting them, so I was forced to take his life and cut everything off from him, said Tobio. He didn't like taking lives, even from his enemies, but he couldn't follow that ideal forever. He had a wife and child to look after, and they take priority over everything else. So if he had to choose, he would choose them every time. Another powerful explosion occurred, and they saw a shadowy monster that was 75 meters tall. It had millions of tentacles wriggling around its body, and hundreds of shadow-type creatures circling its body. Unlike the one Aaron was facing, this had the same eyes as Mikomo Himejima. They were red and glowed as it stared at them. Then a wide smile appeared on its face. Kakuka, do you like my new appearance? It asked. That voice, Mikomo Himejima? Shouted Tobio. It seems like it's not the same creature, but Mikomo Himejima himself. Or they mixed, and he retained his consciousness. You appear to be right, Tobio accused. That thing, while not the same as the pet of the outer god, is another creature similar to it. A thing born from its own power, the power from that pet, said Velgrind. Maybe the leader gave him something similar, or Kikate gave it to him, assuming it was the same thing. Well, the good thing is it's only multiversal class. ID assumed the thing Aaron is facing is stronger, so I should get Azathoth, or one of the Electa, mumbled Velgrind. The one with us is with SCE accuse and Hannah accuse, so we can't rely on her, but Velgrind's eyes naturally drifted to Cindy. She had been changed by Aaron to the new rank of Outer God EX, and she could in reality be the one to take care of this. But she still lacked a lot of experience fighting supernatural people. They'll fight, but it would be to call someone else, or we could rely on the shadow soldiers, mumbled Cindy. She jumped on one of the roofs and stood on top of it. We haven't been in that place again for a while, but wouldn't this be a good challenge? Said Rias, stepping forward. Like all of Team DXD fighting together, Fufu, said Aquino. Velgrind shook her head and sighed. However, she wasn't part of them or DXD. At best, she could just call one of them and have it over with, but she was also curious about the outcome. She had seen these people grow from weaklings in her eyes to semi-competent fighters, and now she was also curious if they could overcome this foe if she let them fight it while also watching over them. If things did go south, she would contact another Electa or order the Shadow Soldiers to swarm the thing and kill it. It was a strange dilemma she was in. Let them fight it and see them grow even more. Or end it now, so they can go back to their tour of this realm. In the end, she chose fine. But I will have Azathoth here, just in case, and also the Shadow Soldiers at the ready. Otherwise, Eren will seriously be enraged, she said. Out of everyone, Lavinia, Suzaku, and I are the only ones that can fight it. And even then, we would have a bit of a hard time against it since those things will probably have some broken ability. Let's get Aoife shouted and was about to charge towards the thing before she was pulled back by Grafia. Please don't recklessly charge in. Let's formulate a plan before we go. It seems it's underestimating us, so it's not attacking us right away. If what Tobio Akusama said was true, then it will take its time in defeating, as it may have felt humiliation for being defeated by him, explained Grafia. Oh, so cool and collected. No wonder Eren loves you, she said, startling the maid, who quickly looked away. And so, the large group began to plan their attack. At the same time, Velgrind contacted Azathoth, and she came over to the vampire faction along with Danu. Are you ready? I can't wait to take you down, said Monster Mikumo. Everyone, including the vampires, was in their positions. The team would have various roles, and they would see what worked and what didn't before they proceeded with their plans. First, they would attack it with everything they had. They wanted to see what attacks would damage it, what attacks would be repelled from it, and what attacks would be absorbed. Earlier, they were told that the monster version of 10k-15kThis could absorb attacks, but to what extent they had no idea since Gasper defeated her quite quickly. During that time, they also contacted Eren through Azathoth, and now everyone had a dragon tattoo on them, further empowering them. Fire! Tobio shouted into their transceivers. From different points of the town and from all angles, attacks of all kinds were fired towards Mikumo monster. Keek, keek, keek. Feudal, 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 feudal. He roared. All attacks from people that were below multiversal were absorbed. The few that were multiversal had them absorbed or deflected, and the higher ones were avoided altogether. Those came from Suzaku, Velgrind, and Lavinia. The rest were multiversal save for a few. It avoided Lavinia, Suzaku, and Velgrind-san's attacks. It deflected or absorbed the rest. Shall we form an offensive with those three in mind while the rest of us provide backup? The former leader of the Slash-Dog team suggested. I don't mind, Lavinia replied. The rest shared the same sentiment. In the distance, on top of the castle, Azathoth watched this all unfold. She also turned her attention to the pet that Eren was also inside of. Why do you want to know what it feels like? She mumbled to herself, confused by Eren's thoughts and actions. You want to save him, but the realm they were in was suddenly submerged in a cold and powerful blizzard. Azathoth looked back at Mikumo. Lavinia, Rennie had activated her former balance breaker, as she was also in her new balance breaker of Tempest Extinction. It's slowing him down. Keep at it, shouted Tobio. Everyone else in the realm kept up a barrage of attacks against Mikumo, Cinchuredo Suno, and Aloe. Along with 3 ice dolls, all of them continuously attacked Mikumo. Suzaku also had Juke, in her bird form, continuously attack him, along with Shigyun and her contracted fire spirit, Temperance. Velgrind stood on top of a building, watching everything play out. She brought her right hand forward and pointed a finger towards Mikumo. An enormous ball of flames suddenly appeared out of thin air above him and rapidly fell on top of him. An even larger explosion shook the entire realm, and the shockwave created by it blew everyone back, minus 2 others. What the heck? Kanami screamed into the transceiver. However, even with such a powerful attack, it only left some burn marks on Mikumo, and it had already started to heal. Maybe I should use a bit more. A white barrier suddenly surrounded their immediate vicinity. Stop healing. Kanami's voice suddenly boomed. However, her command only slowed it down and didn't stop it. Kanami still saw this as a good thing and continued attacking it along with everyone else. Akino began to relentlessly attack it with her Holy Lightning Dragon continuously, along with Rias repeatedly attacking with a barrage of Extinguished Star S. The rest of the Grimoire peerage joined in, further slowing down Mikumo's healing rate. So annoying. He screamed, and the creatures around him began to fly towards the group and attack them. The creatures are coming. Do it. All around the realm, the voice of Ingvild Leviathan was heard as it was broadcasted around with the help of Fusey, Luffy, Elmenhild, Queen Carmilla, Kissshot, and Dracula. More magic circles were created by Ursulette and Iris around the place, so that everyone would be affected by them. Ingvild's necklace was upgraded by Aaron a few weeks prior to the trip. He hadn't told her why, but said that it would become useful down the line. She smiled as she sang her song to everyone, as it had been enhanced by Aaron in a way that she could empower her allies even further without his help. What's with this annoying song? Mikumo bellowed out, enraged by the sudden noise. Various dogs suddenly appeared around him, as well as darkness that was made by both Tobio Accuse and Gasper Vladi. All the dogs began slashing at the monster, slicing parts off it, but it would instantly regenerate. At the same time, Gasper's tentacles and tendrils would attach themselves to him and slowly and continuously suck away his energy. You two, follow my lead, ordered Arthur. Yumi and Zenobia agreed, and all three holy sword wielders charged up their holy swords and planned on unleashing a trinity of holy slashes towards the monster in front of them. Valley, Calantha, Jinbu, Valerie, and Ryuda and Akiri took down the flying enemies that tried to interrupt their allies. With Valley in his Diablo's Dragon Lucifer armor, Ryuda in his Dragon Man, and the rest endlessly firing their attacks at the enemies, they quickly dealt with them. The enemies that Mikumo created were, at best, Dragon God class, and with Ingvild empowering everyone else with her singing and the Dragon Tattoo they were provided with by Aaron. Everyone's power that was below God class was empowered up to it or beyond. Hence, they had an easier time killing the flying enemies around them. Ready? Arthur asked. Yeah. Yumi and Zenobia shouted in unison. They all took up their postures, and once Arthur saw that, he shouted now. All of them swung their swords down, and three powerful slashes imbued with holy energy flew towards Mikumo. Vala saw this, increased his power even more, and aimed his arms towards the monster too. LLL. Satan Compression Divider. Brilliant silver and jet black light instantly caused the area around Mikumo to compress continuously and threaten to erase everything. However, the powerful monster stayed alive and even resisted it. He sent out his wyverns towards it to have them repeatedly use half-dimension on it. Everyone's combined efforts, and it's still resisting. It's either that Brat's tenacious side, or Velgrind looked at her ring again and used the appraisal ability again. It's without a doubt multiversal. But why is it so durable that it can take on several omniversal-powered women? Azathoth landed beside Velgrind, and they stared at each other. Finally, the true dragon asked, why is it that durable? Even after being hit by attacks that are far more powerful than itself, it's using its own darkness to heal itself. The other attacks that you continuously feed him, he uses that to accelerate his own healing. So if you stop attacking it, Velgrind screamed into the transceivers. Ow! My ear! Natsum screamed back. Lavinia, Suzaku, and I will take over. According to Azathoth, anyone below it is only helping a heal. So, since we're stronger than it, we'll take over, explained Velgrind. Everyone below a certain power level, excluding the three mentioned, stopped their attack and backed away. Some of them weren't happy, but they knew they wouldn't be of any use going forward. Lavinia and Suzaku appeared beside Velgrind. Lavinia asked, what do we do? Do you want to do one combined attack to end it? Individually, the three of us are stronger than it, so one attack should end it, but I'm not against combining an attack, replied Velgrind. Lavinia giggled and hugged her from behind. Combined attack, it is. Let's as she was about to suggest a specific combination. A bright, singular silvery white slash appeared out of nowhere, and it struck Mikomoem down instantly. It was as if time had to catch up to the sudden, decisive blow that ended the confrontation before anyone could react. He collapsed and was unable to speak, his sentence cut short. A sudden strike ended his life, and a large, silvery white vortex appeared, consuming Mikomoem before he could finish his last words. Everyone was stunned by his sudden death. The figure they saw standing in front of the few splatters of blood was, well, never mind then, Velgrind said with a sigh. In front of where Mikomoem previously was, stood Arentul. I'm done. I thought I would do it for you guys, he said, waving at them. We were getting to the good part. Darn it, Aaron. Kanami and Natsum screamed in unison. Let's fix everything back up and get back to exploring this place, shall we? He asked while smiling at them. Boo! Biko shouted before being smacked. What happened over there? Velgrind asked, although Aaron couldn't hear her. Suzaku, who knew what she meant, was also curious. When they turned to the spot where the original pet appeared, it was gone. And from their vantage point, they could see that Aaron seemed emotionally and mentally tired. Chapter 8, Part 3, Vampires, Vampires, and Vampires. Third-person point of view, there once was a man who loved life. He lived in a certain universe before it became dark, before the only thing that they were forced to worship was darkness itself. Before it, their world was bright and full of life, and the people on their planets were happy. While not all of them were at peace with each other, they weren't on the verge of war either. His planet was full of his people, and others would sporadically visit his planet for different reasons. Most were tourists seeking adventure. Some were here for business, but many of them went there for personal reasons, as that planet was known for one miraculous thing: healing. The type of healing that would be sought after by many people from the multiverse. Yet there was a strange and silent agreement among everyone, and that was to not abuse it. There was no official rule. There were no signs telling people not to, but every single visitor that visited the planet and the locals of that planet came to that silent agreement, a silent rule. This man and his planet profited from this healing. Of course, this healing came from a certain location on their planet in a giant spring. Anyone that went in was healing almost instantly. From physical deformities to incurable diseases, this well could heal everything. One day, a certain individual visited this planet. It was a woman, and from the impression many got, she was a proud woman, and she held herself in high regard. That entire day, she asked many questions regarding the origins of the well, its healing powers, and what kind of restrictions were in place. Everyone around her tried to give her the best answers they could, and in the end, it looked like the woman was satisfied with their answers. Before she left, she told them one thing. I am Fumara. I will be back someday. Please look forward to it. Those words to the denizens of this planet sounded like a promise to bring more people here so that they could prosper, but unknown to all of them, it would bring disaster to them and the rest of the universe. However, their fate would not come until 10 years later. It was like any other day. Everyone went about their daily lives as if there was nothing wrong. One particular man had become notorious over the 10 years that Fumara was gone. He was a simple farmer on that planet. But after his fanatical ramblings, he convinced many that the woman who appeared 10 years ago would bring them salvation. That when she returned, she would bring them riches beyond their imagination. Many on this planet were not rich. Most of them led mediocre and simple lives, but many of them were content with this. That was until this particular man started spreading this kind of belief to all of them. The impressionable youth clung on to it. Some wanted to leave their planet to pursue brighter futures, and so they clung onto the man's words like they were a verse from the Bible itself. One day she returned. However, everyone who saw her 10 years ago knew something had changed. The smile she held was neither warm nor welcoming. To them, it felt cold and malicious. I have returned, she told them. Please allow yourselves to be incorporated into our organization, and you will all lead prosperous lives. This left the denizens of this planet stunned. Even a man who had been telling everyone that she would return. They declined at first, but the more she pressured them, the more they became hostile, until they slowly drove her off the planet. However, she left them with parting words that were quite ominous. "You will come to regret this decision. You cannot deny him that well," she told them. Initially, none of them took her seriously. In fact, they were quite confused by who she meant by him. But many of the denizens of the planet playfully mocked the man who said that she would bring them prosperity. Some weren't so playful, but overall, they took in stride and put the incident behind them. That was the kind of people that lived on this planet. They were kind and didn't hold grudges. The man also began to make up for his foolishness by becoming a farmer again and making more produce than he did before, and many were quite happy with him. But one day, judgment finally arrived. It was abrupt and terrifying to them. An enormous jet-black cloud appeared above their planet. It was even larger than the planet itself, which scared many of them. From said cloud came down the same woman Fumara. "I will ask again. Join our organization," she told them. But even in their fear-induced state, they refused. So be it the large black mass above them slowly morphed into a humanoid shape, and then it raised its hand before it brought it down. A few seconds later, the entire planet was covered in a jet-black haze, and with it came the horrified screams of its people. The planet was painted in a dark, ominous hue. Signs of destruction were scattered all around, and even when the people there rushed to the healing well, it couldn't mend their wounds, much to their surprise. Instead, it caused them further harm in unexpected ways. When there were only a few left on the planet during the Great Catastrophe, the jet-black humanoid approached the well, but two people stood in front of Fumara and the jet-black humanoid. One of them was the man who loved life. He loved his planet, people, and the well. So he didn't want them touching it, even after it stopped healing them. The other was the farmer, who tried to convince the rest of the people that Fumara would bring them prosperity. He had failed them, and in his mind, he had doomed them. To him, this was his responsibility. He had to try and stop them from getting to the well, even if it was futile. "Lord Shadow Master, these are the two that I mentioned to you," said Fumara. "Shall we continue with the plan?" she asked. The humanoid figure nodded its head and pointed one of its fingers at them. In a flash, their heads were pierced, and a serum was injected into them. "Subjects," it said before the two men morphed into things indescribable to nature. Their bodies were no longer human. They were a large jet-black blob that could shape itself into anything. Anytime they tried to speak, they could only scream the horrendous screams of the damned. The rest of the survivors were horrified. They didn't know where those creatures came from, and they ran away. But before their new instincts, the two men hunted them down and ate them, and after they ate them, they birthed new life. Small blobs of darkness came out of them, and other creatures of darkness were born from them. Planets like this with that well, they are few and far between. This is your order across the multiverse. Hunt them down and create more like those things you created, ordered Fumara. An evil smile spread across her face. This will be your role for the rest of time, or until you perish. Go, said Magnum Tenebrosum. The two large pets screeched, and so did their offspring, before they spat one black liquid onto the planet and flew away and into space. The black liquid they left behind began to affect the planet and make it uninhabitable. Nothing could grow there anymore, and life couldn't be supported. Then those two, with their children, began going to certain planets with the same well or spring of healing and began attacking them, corrupting the land and creating more offspring by consuming the denizens of that planet. These two were left to do this for years and years until they split apart and went their separate ways. However, during all that time, they were aware of their actions and still had their consciousness. The guilt of doing what they did never left them. One day, they were brought in by Ive, Fumara's right hand, and then they were forced to sleep. They finally thought that it was their end, that they had no more use, but they woke up again, but they were in a different place. They were inside of someone. That was the conclusion they came to. They watched this person do many things, go through their world, and they pitied them. Poor thing. They live a life of misery and are trying to change the world because of it, thought the man. However, the man also noticed something. One of its offspring was missing. even though they felt guilty about what had happened to so many of them. In some strange way, they were relieved when one of them was gone. To him, he thought they may have been lost during the process of being put into this woman. But one day, they felt the familiar feeling, and they knew that one of their offspring was inside the man that their female host was speaking to. Ah, I see. So that's where you went. You were simply extracted from me. How unfortunate. I hope we can finally die something, he thought. And that day would come very soon. The host they were put into attacked a certain faction, and the man was worried, but knew that they would lose, and he would be forced out soon. I can't wait, he thought, for when he came out, he would simply face whatever consequences came his way, even if it meant the worst possible outcome. But he also knew he had no control over his bravado. When his host was finally defeated, he came out, but he was quickly restrained, and a certain person took control of his mind. Don't you feel it? It tried asking. Aaron Toole's soliloquy. Don't you feel it? The thing in front of me asked. Presently, I am inside the creature that came out of 10k-15kThis. I also saw this man's history. It was sad and pitiful, and annoyed me. Why? For what reason did they force this on them? And why were those two looking for these healing wells? Was it crippling the rest of their universe's ways to heal and fight back at them? What did it say? Won't you help me? Is what it asked, I told Drake. Being forced to do something like that for hundreds or even thousands of years is pretty messed up. And its own summons are the people it killed. The first few were from their own planet too earlier. I had restrained this thing. It also included any movement in its soul since I had no idea if it was hostile while in here. But it seems like this person was very kind and gentle before being turned into this thing. I touched the jet black blob in front of me and reversed the transformation. At the same time, I removed the restraints on his soul. What appeared in front of me was a man in his 30s, but his face made it look like he was 60. He had jet black hair and dull brown eyes. We only saw a portion of his memories and the things he was forced to do, so I can only imagine the rest of the inhumane things he was forced to do. I will free you, I told the man. He looked at me while tears gushed down his face. He repeatedly said, "I'm sorry," while covering his face with his hands. I'm quite surprised that he stayed sane during all those years. Perhaps he shut down in order to save himself. Whatever he did, he was still somewhat sane, but the guilt never left him. Placing my hand on his shoulder, I said, I will do the same for those lives that were lost, and for one of your victims who was placed in Mikomo Himejima. He looked up at me, still crying. Do you wish for me to send you off into the beyond first? Or do you wish to wait for everyone else? Please let me stay. I want to apologize to all of them, he told me. I agreed and stood up. It'll keep your spirits safe, but I will put an end to the form you have carried for many years. Are you fine with that? Yes. Turning around, I left the place, and once I arrived back outside, I saw that his other victim was already rampaging in the town, but it seemed like everyone had begun fighting it together. They'll be fine for a bit. Facing the unmoving monster, I touched one of its legs and destroyed it. As I did, I kept the man's soul beside me, and when I looked to my left side, I saw his ethereal figure beside me. He was already staring at one of his victims, the one that was merged with Mikomo Himejima. That young man was only a child when I killed him, said the man. He is still confused about everything. He doesn't know what he's doing. We were all controlled by that body. It'll liberate him. Leave it to me, I told him, and I prepared to jump towards the giant beast. It seemed like everyone else around it had stopped attacking it, so we'll take this as my opportunity. Shin had finished his job in Kyoto, so I summoned him, and he jumped on my shoulder. I also turned the man into a small wisp and finally jumped forward. As I did, I created a silvery white scythe in my hand, and once I was above the beast, I created a platform behind me and used it to jump towards the beast. In a single downward swing, I sliced the beast in two while also separating the soul trapped in it from the body. A few of those in our group began talking, and Biko began to boo me. I released the older man with me. The other soul that appeared was that of a 12-year-old boy who looked confused. The man went over to him and crouched down. I'm sorry, he then explained the best he could and in a way that the young boy understood. As the boy listened, his face distorted, and he eventually started to cry too. As the boy wept, He came over to me and hugged my leg. "Thank you, I can see Mommy and Daddy now." "He'll make sure you do," I told him. The next step was freeing the rest of the people he killed and consumed. Raising my arm, I released everyone else who had been turned into those things. A few seconds later, millions of soft, glowing green orbs appeared all around the town. Many of them changed into humanoid figures. They must have been their previous appearances before being turned into those creatures. The boy suddenly let go of my leg, and he flew over to an old man and woman. They shared a group hug and began crying too. After a few seconds, the little boy pointed to me, and they waved to me, then disappeared. This scene replayed throughout the realm as many souls were finally laid to rest. "Thank you," the older man said beside me. He put a hand on my shoulder before disappearing, and then seconds later, the glowing around the realm stopped. "Aaron, I know, Rudra. They'll confront Magnum, Tenebrosum, and Fumara when I meet them and demand the truth," I replied. "I want to hear it directly from them, their reason for doing these things. They surely didn't just do this because they felt like it, right? If what Sakudia told me about a few of the Eradicators was anything to go by, then something must have happened in their universe for her to do this. But at the same time, I remember my conversation with Azathoth about the other outer gods. He is the origin of darkness itself. He must have a lot of negative emotions and thoughts by default. So in a way, he can't help it, right? That's the kind of answer I don't want to hear, but I won't be surprised if it is. However, Rizavim did what he did because he believed devils should be evil, and he was also just insane. Looking around me, many people were confused by this sudden event, and it left me kind of tired. I better explain it to them. After my explanation, I began the quick restoration of the faction. Because of the defensive measures we took, the damage done to the place was minimal at best, and everything should be back in a few more seconds. As I repaired the place, Aoife wouldn't stop hugging me. Lavinia and her tried earlier, but like usual, they had a game of rock, paper, scissors, and the winner was her. Hence why she's clinging on to me. Lavinia wasn't that happy, so she asked for Shin instead and was coddling the puppy while giving me occasional glances that basically said, "This could be you. Do you want to reconsider? Or make room for another?" This kind of thing would be a bit overwhelming to people, and I'm not surprised that my sons in the future don't want to be involved in such complicated arrangements. While I didn't look into every detail about my life in the future, I basically understood that whatever they saw about me and my wives, they didn't want any part of it. After finishing another part of the town, I quickly arrived at a different part of the realm with Lavinia and Aoife. However, as I began to repair it, a vampire I hadn't met before approached me. Well, that's not true. I saw her when the attack started, but didn't really speak to her. "Jinsuke Ward-sama," she exclaimed. She wore a dress that resembled a wedding dress and had bat wings on her head. "Yes," I replied, confused. "Please make me your bride." She yelled into the sky. Lavinia and Aoife were stunned into silence. To those around us, they stopped and stared at her. Before we could respond, Shin wriggled himself out of Lavinia's hands and jumped onto my head. He then lightly smacked me with his paw on my forehead with a little arf. To boot. Arf indeed. The avatar that is me is correct. "Aaron," said Lycan. "May I ask why? Also, who are you?" I asked. However, Aoife made space for Lavinia, and she joined us. We both stared at this woman in suspicion. She twirled around, and a small explosion of glitter and bats occurred. "I am Ursulette, a pure-blooded vampire. I am friends with Elmenhild and Iris. I have been looking for a husband for a long time, and you are the lucky 116. Oh, 116? That's a lot. It's not like I can say much in that regard. I wonder how many chi the last one wasn't too long ago, since they left me. The longest has been a month, and the shortest was a few minutes. I have no prior experience, if that's one of your preferences," she proudly proclaimed. Speechless would be the best way to describe how I felt. Who was the most blatant person I knew? Kanami? No, she's modest when she needs to be and overly bold when she wants to be. Who introduces themselves like that? "Nice to meet you," I instinctively replied. "If you don't have an answer yet, then." She stood in front of me and reached out toward me. Cinchureto glancing at Lavinia and Aoife, they understood and started chatting with her. although they were already eager to talk to her. Shin also jumped down from my head and back into Lavinia's arms. Stepping away, I opened the communication line, and it was from Azazel. Joe, so we just got them, and we started putting them in certain cells. Anyway, Yashina made an interesting proposal, and I've contacted the leaders about it, he said. Go on, I replied. I am interested in hearing this proposal. So, she offered to be our interrogator, and she went into detail about how she hurt some people when she was still part of the Cow's Order. She said she's doing this all for you. So scratching the back of my head, I sighed. It's not that surprising at this point. While I don't trust her fully, I can see she's doing this because of her weird obsession with me. But this should be fine since most of the fallen angels there are busy with other work. My Electa have their own jobs, and then I'll assign a shadow soldier to watch over her as she does her job. Let's give her a trial run first, I suggested. Yeah, we thought about doing the same thing. All right, we'll discuss it with the rest. Oh, by the way, 10k-15kThis is awake, and for some reason, has reverted back in age, not physically but mentally and emotionally. Did you do something? He asked. No, Gasper was the one to fight her. He'll go and check her out soon, I replied. I see, well, gotta go, he said, and the magic circle disappeared. When I was about to go back to the girls, I felt someone staring at me. When I faced them, it was Azathoth, and she didn't stop. Looking back at the three women, they were still interrogating Ursulette, so I flew over to Azathoth. Did you need something? I asked. You learn of those things truth. There is one more original that remains, and 30 more out there roaming the multiverse. What will you do? She asked. Not all of them were victims, right? That's my assumption anyway. So, when the time comes and when I confront them, it'll just do what I did. It'll release the innocent and stop the psychos who became those things willingly, I replied. Although there will be exceptions, like with many things in life, they can't just be black and white, which makes it a bit more complicated. I guess it's just up to my discretion. Azathoth squinted her eyes and looked at the sky. I don't understand that enthusiasm of yours, but if what she said is true, then I will put my trust in it. She had been acting a bit strangely since her talk with Comptoir. By her, she's probably referring to Comptoir. I haven't pried into what they said to one another, and I hope they'll approach me about it in the future, so I'll wait. It's better than being pessimistic about everything. But people are justified in the way they feel because of their experiences. So I try to listen to what they have to say before I start telling them how I feel about things. As Azathoth was about to speak, we both heard Aoife calling my name and waving at us. They're calling you. You should go, she said, turning to leave. But I grabbed her hand and stopped her. Centuredo, I won't be too long, I told them. Aaron? It's fine, Nia. I won't be long. Make Azathoth less socially awkward around everyone for me. Okay? Aoife, you're good at that too. I'll rely on your help, I said and left before they could respond. Third-person point of view in Romania, in a certain mountain range near the new vampire faction, there were 3 vampires. They were part of the vampire faction of the Cow's Order, but they ran late, and so they didn't join the battle that occurred in the faction. By the time they had arrived, they had already sensed that the rest of their comrades had been defeated. So, they had been deliberating on what to do after they saw it. Just go in there. They let their guard down and think it's over. Hissed a female vampire. We're goddamn super vampires. We're on par with Balberith, Varine, Gressel, and Sonolin. We can overpower them. A male vampire smacked her head and shouted, Are you insane? You were alive during the war. Did you not see him just wipe out everything? Do you seriously think we stand a chance? If anything, we're lucky that we didn't get there in time. You're being a coward, said another male vampire. So what if he did that? It's not like he'll take us down so easily. All we need to do is have a bargaining chip, and we'll be fine. At the same time, we can handle the rest. Neria, the female vampire, stood up and declared, Let's do this then. If you're that confident. I'm going, I ain't stopping, dang it. Her short blue hair softly fluttered as she did, and her red eyes glowed. As she crossed her arms, her plain black shirt with sheep heads on it fit loosely as she waited for the other 2 to respond. She wore short black shorts and black fishnets with black heels. Forget it. As one of the few super vampires left, I'll do it, said Hyasai. He was small, very small. Hyacai was around 51 in height, and he had some complex about it and would usually beat up anyone who made fun of his height. He had long black hair, yellow eyes, and wore a clown costume just to entice those comments. So he had an excuse to defeat people as much as possible. The last super vampire, Syuxum, shook his head. We're doomed. We're definitely doomed. He was the most level-headed and intelligent one out of the three of them. He liked looking at things logically, and he could in no way see them winning, even if they found a way to weaken him. He had short, spiky platinum blonde hair, lime green eyes, and wore a plain black shirt with a lab coat over it, blue jeans, and white sneakers. He stood at 60 and had an athletic build, even though his personality didn't match it. Yeah, you're right, man. You're screwed, Centurado. Above them stood Draig in his human form. Beside him was Albion, who was also in his human form. And behind them, floating in the sky, was Aaron Toole. Who cares? We came here to fight and kill him. If we defeat him, we can Hyace's head was grabbed by Draig, and he flew away with him. Take your pick, said Aaron. I'd rather beat up men, mumbled Albion before disappearing, headbutting Syuxum in the stomach and launching him away. Why do they leave women to me? He asked himself, while looking at the remaining vampire. Comptoir. Answer. Because can you fight her instead? Aaron asked, surprising Comptoir. Moments later, another female materialized beside Aaron, and Barato looked ready to act. He'll do it, she said excitedly, her eyes glowing while she stared down Neria, the female super vampire. Neria frowned and flew towards Barato, who smiled confidently at her. The vampire created ice balls on her hands and then threw them towards Comptoir, who stood still. She glanced at Aaron, who became confused by this action. She smiled and said, "First comes a punch." She then threw her fist towards the ice attacks, shattering them. Didn't I say that when I fought Rise of him? Thought Aaron. I wanted to say that, she said, satisfied. Comptoir's face became serious as she pointed her right arm towards Neria, who covered her body in powerful energy and created several layers of defensive magic circles. From Comptoir's arm shot out an enormous spiral of wind magic, one different from the DxD world. Aaron calmly created a barrier around them, preventing the human world from feeling this. He hadn't anticipated Comptoir in using this level of power to take out an opponent who was much weaker than herself. The attack destroyed everything in its path. The vampire was completely overwhelmed. She had no chance against Barato, and the fight only lasted a few seconds at best. Barato turned around and, with a bright smile on her face, asked, "How was that?" Aaron flew over beside her and patted her head. "A bit overboard, but it's fine. We didn't need any of them anyway. They held nothing of importance." Barato stared at him, expecting a reward. He leaned over and gave her a Barato on the cheek. She smiled happily before going back inside of his soul. Aaron quickly left to watch over the two heavenly dragons' fights. "You could do better than that. Come on, Shrimp," bellowed Draig as he avoided all the attacks that Hyacai sent to him. "Don't call me Shrimp," screamed Hyacai. He was furiously throwing punches imbued with magic, but he couldn't land anything on the heavenly dragon. Draig suddenly stopped, and he gestured with his finger to his temple. "Go ahead, they'll let you have a free hit." This only proved to anger Hyacai even more as he increased his output to his maximum limit. Veins were visible all over his body, and his face had also turned red out of anger. Although Draig couldn't take him seriously because of the clown costume and clown makeup on his face, the heavenly dragon had to hold back his laughter the entire time he had been toying with the little vampire. Hyacai had finished powering up and had gathered a large amount of energy around his right fist. Draig floated there confidently and did not plan on moving at all. "Go ahead, I promise I won't move," he said confidently. "You better not regret this, you pathetic lizard," roared Hyacai. The more he charged his attack, the more power Draig felt from it, which made Hyacai grin. "Before you die, Centurado small, tiny, little one," Draig kept listing off words, or he kept repeating them. This only kept making Hyace's technique stronger, but also made him madder. Steam was coming out of his ear, and it made Draig giddier. Finally, having had enough of the dragon's insults, he finished charging up his technique and unleashed it. A powerful, dark yellow aura covered his arm. Hyacai ran towards Drake and threw a powerful punch at him. You wretched dragon. Drake was hit by a point-blank explosion that shook the entire vicinity. An enormous crater was created beneath him, and all the trees around them were blown away. Hyacai grinned as he counted the number of times he had been insulted. In total, he was called short 72 times in the last 2 days. This included what Drake called him. This is why he was so confident. But once the smoke cleared, the color in his face drained. "What's wrong? I'll let you get a free hit in and even help your technique get stronger," asked Drake. "So I get a free hit in, right?" Hyacai began to back away and then turned around to fly away. The most he had been insulted using those abbreviations was 108 in total, and he used them on a much weaker opponent. However, even at 72, he was confident he would at least injure the dragon in front of him, but it did no damage, and that terrified the vampire. "Drake, Albion, you can take them down. We don't have any use for them," Aaron told them. Drake grinned and appeared directly above the terrified vampire. Drake reeled his clenched fist back before shrouding it in an indescribable amount of draconic energy. He laughed and charged towards Hyacai, who had created some defensive barriers in front of him. "Welsh dragon, dragon fist!" Drake screamed in euphoria. As his fist shatters the magic barriers, it makes contact with Hyacai's chest, and the second it does, an explosion occurs in the shape of himself, the Welsh dragon. The last thing that Hyacai saw before his life ended was the heavenly dragon psychotically grinning at him. 2 points to the Welsh dragon. He screamed as he landed on another giant crater he made after killing Hyacai. Aaron landed beside him and lightly slapped him on the head. "Was that really necessary?" Drake shrugged. "I want to try the dragon fist out made by Goku. Can you fault me?" He looked around and asked, "What about Albion?" "Me? I'm done," replied the vanishing dragon as he landed behind Drake. So you spared him?" asked Drake. The vampire called Syuxum was on Albion's shoulders, seemingly unconscious. However, the other heavenly dragon shook his head. "He's dead. I'm just carrying his body. I thought if we brought his corpse to Grigori, they may be able to replicate the creation of artificial super beings like super devils and super vampires, with the help of the other factions, of course," he explained. Drake looked at Albion, then back at Aaron. "Are you sure about that, partner? It may turn south quickly, you know? Ajuka and Surzex are just outliers. So far, there haven't been any others that can equal them, not even the late rise of him, as he was much weaker than them. The super devils and the Chaos Order's control right now are, well, they're far from their full potential, and they're still far below those two," said Aaron. He then pointed behind them. "Anyway, let's go, we're done here. Good work, by the way, Albion. They'll send that corpse to Azazel now." Albion nodded, handed over the corpse to Aaron, and both dragons vanished back into their respective sacred gears. Aaron Tool's soliloquy after both dragons left. "I contacted Azazel again. Azazel, explaining what my companions and I accomplished, I told him I would send him the body of one of the super vampires, and he could do whatever he wanted with it after." "Are you sure?" "I'm known as the most sinister fallen angel of all TI. I don't know that Azazel, and I don't care. Make up for your sins now, and for the rest of time. You may want your species to die out with you, but I and a lot of people don't want that. So shut up and keep living," I told him. It seemed like he was left speechless for a few seconds before he began laughing. "Whatever you say, Brad." "All right, send him over," he said, and laughed more. Right, I did just that, and we said our goodbyes. Whatever history he had, and no matter how terrible he was, he can't fix it now unless I directly intervene. And even if I do, we're just creating a new timeline where he didn't do those things. He has to live with that guilt and move on. If he wants to repent, then do it. He's doing that with Avetsa, since he still feels guilty about how he denied her that chance to save the love of her life. Although I've already erased it. So, it's kind of why are you just staring at the ground? Velbrine's voice asked. "Vel, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you you told those women? Not me or anyone else. I also felt a surge of power here, one relating to dragons. So I became curious. The rest were not that interested. She explained, well, yeah, they probably go with, oh, it's just Aaron. And get on with it. I guess she's not that used to it yet. I raised my left hand and offered it to her. She looked at it curiously. So I said, let's go. Everyone else is waiting for us, and let's just spend the next 2 days here relaxing. We could just go through that with everyone else. Like a typical tsundere, she looked away, sported a small blush, but still held my hand. She squeezed my hand quite tightly, actually surprising me. In my head, I heard Rudra chuckling to himself. Way too many things happened today that left me with many things to think about. The Phantasma, Fumara, and Magnum Tenebrosum, the other pets I need to release, the strange vampires I met, and Azazel being weirdly nostalgic with me. A few hours had passed, and it was now dusk. The sun was going down on the horizon, and the faction became even livelier since the leaders announced that there would be a celebration and party, because our group had prevented an attack on the faction again. The people there, who became a lot more accepting of outsiders, wholeheartedly agreed, and in 2 hours' time, the celebration would start. Everyone was still busy getting everything ready, and even after we offered to help, they told us not to and just to enjoy ourselves since we helped save them again. So we all accepted this, and now, however, something interesting did happen just a few minutes ago. The prideful and battle-maniac Valet Lucifer gathered a small group of companions around himself. Jinba Dumin and Calantha Vordenberg were the 2 women with him, and she's apparently meeting with her parents right now with him present, so that should be interesting. Lavinia went with him. I was going to, but he was too embarrassed for me to be there and only asked for Lavinia, who was more than happy to do it. It made me wonder, with him accepting more company around him, did he open up more to Lavinia? Are you jealous? Asked Albion. No, I'm just happy for him. That's all. I didn't want to be part of it since I am the older brother. I replied to Albion. But seriously, who would have known? Huh? I muttered to myself. Make sure to catch a big one. Kanami said behind me. Currently, I am fishing. Why? I don't know. I just decided on a whim, and maybe some fish for the celebration wouldn't be a bad thing. A few followed me even though they were free to do whatever they wanted, and those were Kanami, Natsum, Mom, Aoife, Cindy, Grafia, and Fusey. 3, or 4 if you count Mom. Hyperactive people were a few feet away from me, while we were accompanied by 2 maids and a reliable but quiet magician. Fusey was beside me, eager to learn how to fish, so I taught her earlier, and she learned quickly. We'll be exploring this place a lot more tomorrow, right? I want to go with you tomorrow, Aaron, said my mom behind me. ITLL be boring, you know? ID suggests you go off on your own, I replied. In reality, there were around 8 buildings I would need to make. They were strangely specific about it, but I didn't mind. The raiding game building with the same field mechanics would be built last, and the design is something I look forward to making. She came up behind me and gently rested her hand on the back of my head. Anywhere with my son is fun. You know, Royson-san, that sounded a little strange, Kanami said while smiling to herself and covering her bravado. A moment later, I heard a quick clap from the direction of Kanami. It's only wrong because of that rotten brain of yours. Say that again, you jerk, Kanami shouted in exaggerated English. Why English? Also, why in that way? We can say it normally, you dunce. Natsum shouted. Those 2 argue a lot, but are very close. What a strange pair of sisters, Mom said behind me, sounding curious. Well, as I went to speak, I felt a bite on my line, so I began to reel and pull it in. After a few seconds, I pulled out a gigantic, supernatural fish. It resembled a cod, but was 40 times larger. What on earth is that? Why were the rest of the fish you caught smaller? Natsum screamed. Oh, my God, is that the legendary, weirdly named fish in manga? Let's call it ultra spicy COD meat. Kanami yelled excitedly. This is supposed to be a quiet and therapeutic experience. But I have 2 screaming women with me constantly. 2. Using a bird's eye view, I looked around the area and found Aoife sitting away by herself, watching the water with unchanging eyes. She's been like that for a while now, and am a bit worried, but not too much since I know that it might have something to do with what happened with the souls earlier. She did her best in trying to hide it from me, but I know her, and she's definitely saddened by it and may say something about it to me soon. After I pulled the enormous cod-like fish in, I killed it and cut it into appropriate sizes. Graphia, who would normally do it, brought out a gadget she received from Grigori. Since they know I cook a lot, she gifted me. I then gave the item to Graphia, a portal fridge. She stored the cut-up pieces of cod after washing them with magic in it. We will be able to make plenty of dishes with this, Graphia, Cindy said beside her. When we return home, would you like to experiment with Reiko and Ine? A strange twinkle appeared in Graphia's eyes. I have a few recipes in mind, she mumbled and glanced at me. Just then, Fusie's rod began to twitch, and then the line was pulled away at a fast speed. I have one, she said and began to reel it in, but she had a bit of trouble. So she started using more strength, and eventually she pulled it up. That's even bigger. Natsum yelled. Wow, really? Replied Kanami, before another smacking sound echoed in the area. What Fusie pulled out was an even larger fish than mine, roughly 4 times larger. To our surprise, as she pulled it up, it looked angry, and from its barato shot 4 water bullets that were aimed at us. As I was about to move, Mom leaned forward and pressed close behind my back, and she stood in front of me. Summoning a frying pan, she increased its size and threw it at the monstrous fish. The water bullets were destroyed in the process, and they made a loud ding sound when they smacked the fish in the face. She used a lot of power too, since a large circular patch was made below us on the water, showing the ground under it. After the fish was hit, the frying pan disappeared, and the fish fell to the ground, dead or unconscious. I wasn't sure yet since I was stunned by the sequence of events. Fusie casually used magic to teleport the confirmed dead fish beside Cindy and Graphia, who began to cut it up. Even Aoife reacted to this by laughing at its absurdity. 2 points for me, Mom said, and she went back to hugging me. I'm confident that my life in the next thousands of years will never be dull because of the people around me. Later on that evening, the entire realm was in high spirits. Music, food, and drinks were shared all around. Most of it took place in the center of this realm. Give me more. Hi ha ha. Biko shouted, drunk. Earlier, I had offered to use my alcohol that only made you tipsy when drunk, but they declined, saying they wanted to be drunk, so I let them be. Right now, with the exception of a few people I know who were drunk, like Rossweiss, they asked me to make it so that they couldn't get drunk. This took time, though. Cincheredo, she said it loud enough, or used her powers, that the young man heard it and looked broken. His shoulders slumped, and he ran away while screaming louder. Danu, who was beside her, scolded her. Be nice, Velgrind. Not everyone has the same strengths, she told her like a mother. Velgrind turned away while muttering a half-assed apology. Danu-san, how do you know that? Shigen asked from my lap. In response to this, Danu's face turned bright red. IG Graphia told me, she said, embarrassed. The maid, who was a couple of feet away from her, looked at her shocked. Well, that makes sense, concluded Shigen, who went back to drinking juice. This shocked Graphia even more, but she didn't deny it. She just sported a small blush and looked away. It feels like she was used as a scapegoat, sorry. We're late, said Tobio. We turned to our side and saw him and SAE. It was quite late already, but Hannah accused didn't want to go to sleep yet and wanted to join the festivity well, as much as a child of her age could, which was mostly ga, and goo, noises and then crying. Hannah kept on crying until she tired herself out. Thank you for the barrier and shadow soldiers, Jean, said Asit. Don't worry about it. Now, come on, and let's part husband. Ursulette screamed before jumping towards me. Tears, snot, and alcohol were present on her person. I expected Shigen to panic, but instead she was quite calm. From her lap came Po, Pooh, and Pawn. She pointed at Ursulette and said, Pawn, tackle. Pawn made a strange sound before jumping up and tackling Ursulette on the stomach, flinging the woman away. Pawn landed on the ground, triumphantly trotted back to us, and made himself at home on Shigen's lap again. Shigen, I think that was a bit much, Aoife said, looking at the vampire in the distance, knocked out. In the distance, I could see Gasper's father, who was drunk too. Their relationship has made steady progress, and he calls him father, in a respectful manner, and he refers to Gasper as his son. I vaguely know that they keep in contact and even talk to each other once a week through a magic circle. Although I do have a surprise for both of them, much like what I did with the Saji family. I'm saving it until later on the night. I think the Vladi family would be better off without everyone crowding around them when it does happen. But I have seen 3 people who wanted to speak to me. Like earlier today, Aoife. It definitely has something to do with the phantasma, but the other 2 were Valerie and Fusey. Fusey had been quite close to me the entire day after the incident happened. The fishing, helping me with stuff that concerned the festival right now, being weirdly attentive, and of course she spoke with Lavinia a lot with Valerie. It seems like she's getting ready to confess to me or something, or at least tell me some news. "Why did you drink, Jean?" Dracula asked me. He had become a bit more talkative after getting tipsy, as he did when everyone visited my restaurant. "I have, even though it's in small increments since I can't get drunk," I replied, and I showed him my glass of wine. "You know, when I was your age," he started on a small rant about things that I half-heartedly listened to, and eventually she came over and kicked him away. "You'll bore him to death with your stupid monologues," she told him, and they got into a fight. The people around us cheered. It seemed like it was a common occurrence, and they just accepted it, now gone with the noble facades of the vampires, and they had become a lot more modernized. I preferred this since forcing myself to act so formal is suffocating, but it is necessary for certain occasions. Forgive them. Even if they were the original progenitors of our race, they can act like children at times, although it's usually only when they're interacting with each other, Carmilla suddenly said. She was wearing an elegant dress that complimented her and had her hair tied in a short ponytail. Wine in hand, and looking a bit tipsy herself, she had placed her hand on my shoulder as she said this. Yeah, I get it," I replied. However, Carmilla kept her hand resting on my shoulder in a gentle, friendly way, leaving me baffled. "You saved her faction twice. You are the famous dragon with a legendary reputation. Need I say more?" said Drake. Before I could move, something slammed against Carmilla's side, launching herself and the thing that hid her away. Cinchuredo, but instead patted her on the head while continuing to drink her wine. Iris came over to us with Elmenhild while looking exhausted and guilty. But before they could reach me, Vali ran past us while being chased by his 2 lovers. "Valikuin, wait. Vali, I agreed to this, but am not ready for that," he cried and kept running before summoning his divine dividing and flying away, the 2 still in hot pursuit. Did they try jumping him or something? Jai ha ha. After them were Cookie and Calawarna, and it seemed like the fallen angel was drunkenly chasing him. "I'm not ready for that kind of game," yelled Cookie. "Hick, why you'll have fun with it." "I swear, Hick," Calawarna drunkenly yelled back as the 2 kept running away. Maruam and Middlet appeared to have fallen asleep and were lying against each other in a corner of the plaza. Seeing as how they were already asleep, I clicked my fingers and transported them to an inn that we were all staying at. "It's very chaotic tonight," said Iris, and Elmenhild agreed with her. "Yes, it is, although it's all for good reasons, but the cleanup will be a lot," added Elmenhild. "I can do that much since you guys will be doing this for 2 nights in a row," I said, and I'm not taking no for an answer. They tried to protest, but I convinced Carmilla and eventually the 2 other leaders of the faction, and they agreed. The rest of that night was just as chaotic, but still fun. Midnight, many vampires were still out since they were the most active at night, but they weren't making as much noise. This was because they had gotten used to living during the day and going to sleep at night because of the new barrier and faction. Presently, I am in a dilemma of sorts. I shared a room with the usual 7, turn 8 per my mother's request. However, I woke up and needed to do something, so I left my room. On my way back, I was stopped by 3 people. Valerie, Fusey, and Aoife. "How can I help you guys?" I asked. It seemed like they didn't speak about this beforehand as they stared at one another, waiting for someone to do something. Sighing, I said, "Let's go with this. It'll start with Valerie, then Fusey, and then Aoife. How's that sound?" They looked at each other one more time and silently agreed. So Aoife and Fusey went away, while Valerie took my hand and led me somewhere else, and we ended up at one of the verandas of the inn. Even here, the moon was quite bright, so most of the town's lamps were turned off. We only had them on during the party just to illuminate the place more, but we were told that they weren't necessary. It'll make this brief, Aaron, since those two probably have more important things to talk to you about, she suddenly said and turned around. The light of the moon illuminated Valerie, making this moment seem like something out of a fairy tale. I don't have family anymore except for my new half-sister, who's most likely going to spend a lot of her years in prison. Of course, family can be more than blood, and I see everyone in your home as a new family to me. She held her left hand in front of her, letting the gem on her ring glow. I'd like to get married to you. Val, as I went to speak, she stood in front of me and put a finger on my lips. I know what you did for Gasper, and you plan on doing that tomorrow, right? You, in the occult research club, already helped him come out of his shell and be more confident. Not to mention him having his own group of admirers. That was a surprise, she exclaimed and giggled. She reached over and linked our pinkies together. That's why I'd like to start a family together with you in the future. So will you accept? She asked, sounding nervous. She's what? The third or fourth, if I count Irene, woman to propose to me. Well, it's not like I mind. Except Valerie. Although I did plan on proposing to you too, since we were coming here, and I invited you. I told her. Oh, did you mean to do it today? She asked. Yeah, but as you know, those guys attacked us, and we had to do other things during the day, so I didn't find a good opportunity to do it. I gestured to her and added, but it seems like you had other plans. Valerie smiled before reaching out with her hand and intertwining our fingers before stepping closer to me. I guess I'm engaged now? Yeah. We leaned in and shared a quick kiss before she pulled away. It'll get going then. I can't hog up all your time, she said, winked, and left the area. A minute later, to my surprise, both Fusey and Aoife came in together. Aoife went behind Fusey and slowly pushed her towards me while maintaining a small grin on her face. Fusey has something to say to you. And what, she's a boy? Aoife confidently yelled, stunning both of us. What? I am a woman, corrected Fusey, looking mortified at her Irish friend. Aoife just laughed at her before they waddled closer to me. Now go, my young Padawan. Go, Aoife said in a strange voice while making even stranger hand gestures as she backed away from us. Fusey stood in front of me, nervous and fidgeting, but she took a deep breath and said, I'd like a book exchange. What? B-book exchange? She probably saw the confusion on my face and continued. To this, she brought out a small book of a couple of pages. The title was I'd like to exchange yours for mine, a magician's love pact. This was strangely like Fusey, so I played along. Summoning my own book, I held it towards her. A dragon's love pact, even if I'm not technically one anymore, I still like calling myself it. What a coincidence. I have one too. I guess this works out too, right? I asked, grinning at her. Her face was already red with embarrassment, but Fusey agreed with me. Without another word, we exchanged books, and she held the one I gave her close to her chest while she looked like she wanted to say something else. She said, and looked up at me while hugging the book. Glancing to our side, I saw Aoife acting like some kind of cheerleader, although she didn't make a single sound. Sincerado, I didn't think confessing one's feelings would be this scary for some people, but I guess I only ever did it to Aoife back in my previous life, and did it so casually here that it never bothered me. But to some, it is a big deal. Putting a hand on her head, I lightly ruffle it. I like you too, Fusey. Let's get along from now on, all right? She smiled warmly as she rose onto her tiptoes to meet the friendly gesture. I gently patted her for a few minutes until we heard a slightly awkward cough to our side, and we turned to see Aoife there, pointing at a non-existent watch on her wrist. Fusey seemed to come back to reality and panicked slightly. I have to go. Thank you for accepting me. Independent Illinois, be in your care from now on, she said and bowed before scurrying out of the place. She skipped over to me and poked the side of my stomach. You sure took your time. Fusey looked like a dog getting pets and didn't want it to end, she said and giggled. She went over to the veranda and looked out at the town. There's still a lot of vampires out, huh? This new pantheon, I saw the old ones from the memories that I saw from Azathoth. It's great that they united, right? I always had a dream of everyone in the human world uniting, as childish as that sounds. Aoife said, looking at the moon. She turned back to me. showing a sad smile. But you helped unite everyone here. Was it because we knew it was inevitable, or because you wanted it? She asked. I joined her and ruffled her head. It's a bit of both, honestly. Sooner or later, they'll be forced to unite, even if I didn't do it. The Cows Brigade, Clippeth, and the EV faction from the EXE. But now they have more problems since I came into existence, so I have to at least help them out on it. Smirking at her, I added, you also heard from them why I wanted peace, right? She laughed and poked my cheek. Because you abandoned me and wanted a bunch of companions for yourself? Come on, I didn't have my memories back then, I replied, and she giggled again. I know, I was just joking, Aaron. She turned back to the sky and looked at the moon while holding my hand and locking our fingers together. I want to save as many as we can when we come across them in the multiverse. I know it's unrealistic, but can you help me grant this selfish request? Her grip tightened on my hand. I heard about it from Azathoth. She told the Fated Ones, and me, since I knew you beforehand. We even had a magic circle for Rosweiss to hear it too. It's too tragic. I don't want them to suffer, especially those in the Phantasma. They're fighting a war that they never stood a chance in the first place, Aaron, can we please? Liberate them, huh? I was already going to do that since I know how much they're suffering and what kind of universe it used to be before darkness went there and ruined it. Although it wasn't a perfect universe, let's be honest. No universe is like that. He just rapidly made it worse. And now it's in the state it is. That was my plan already, Aoife. But yeah, let's go and liberate them once we're done with the Cow's order on this universe. Don't worry though, Lironia and the others in the EXE and CXB are going to make this easier for us. I want to be there when we take them down to see their faces fall into despair like how they made the people there feel. I told her. She laughed and softly hit my shoulder with her free hand. You sound like the evil one now, Aaron, but thank you. I hate violence, and if it was possible, I would have liked to do it more peacefully, but I know they can't be reasoned with, so let's do our best to minimize the damage. All right, let's go to sleep then. We still have tomorrow to deal with, I said, and I began to pull her away. Cinchuredo, I let go of her hand and began lightly jogging away while laughing. Aoife was a bit angry at me for blatantly telling her that. How about making it pink? Mom asked. I have their plans and blueprint here, Mom, I replied, and I showed it to her. Morning. After a loud and energetic breakfast with everyone, I started on my work here. Everyone else was free to do what they wanted, but a few did go back to Grigori to report what happened here to the Alliance. Tobio, Kinami, unhappy, and Natsum went back. Rias and Aquino also went back to the underworld to report to them, while I contacted Michael myself, and we spoke as I worked on the first construction site. I was in the second one now, and the ones who came with me were Mom, Cindy, and Grafia. Like everyone else, I told them that I would be fine on my own, but they insisted on staying. Suzaku, Danu, and Lavinia were going to stay too until I convinced them otherwise, and now they were exploring the new faction in groups. The other groups stayed too. Lavinia had to force Valley, but Uria did since something happened in their clan. Suzuko also wanted to leave initially, but with that Suterus new freedom. He's acting as head today to let Suzaku have a bit of time off. While some were reluctant at first, they were more in favor of it since he was Sua's son. Right now, I am constructing a few more houses in a new residential area. The next should be another commercial, then an industrial, then a few obscure buildings, and finally the last two, which were the museum and raiding game building. I should be helping with the preparations, Grafia mumbled to the side. Like last night, tonight we would have another party, and then we would go home. However, like yesterday, they refused our help, so the very dedicated devil, maid who came with me, felt a bit lost during her free time. Mom handed back the blueprints to me and trotted over to Grafia. Now, Grafia, it's important to rest every now and again, correct? Slightly flustered, she agreed with my mother. Why yes, B, but it's the duty of a maid, too, aren't you Aaron's maid now? She asked, and Grafia nodded. Aaron, order her. Grafia Lucifuge, accompany my mother for the day. That's an official order, oh, and also relax a bit, I told her while doing the last touch-ups for the homes. Grafia was left speechless as I checked the houses to make sure there wasn't anything wrong with them. Once I was done, Grafia looked like she had relented, and Mom was the one massaging her shoulders. Cindy came over to me and showed me a clipboard. Next will be the commercial zones. These are the buildings they wish to be created, Master Aaron. Looking over it, I said, they seem like they had enough of them in here, but I guess looking over it, they're quite far away from each other. Let's just go. As we began our walk over there, we came across a lot of vampires who greeted us, some saying they couldn't wait for tonight and things like that. Of course, some of these guys opened up to us and started to trust us after we saved this place a second time. Even after saving them from total destruction the first time around, some were still skeptical, which was understandable. I mean, they were tricked by the cow's order, then the Teeps faction suddenly imploded on itself, and then some mini-war started, some might think. Maybe the middleman is conspiring with them, and I wouldn't blame them for that. The closer we got, a strange crowd started to form in a small part of this side of the town. When we finally arrived there, we saw some vampire children who were mostly female, a few males, and Gasper with them. It looked like they were playing some kind of game. Go! A male vampire child shouted. A mini toy robot modeled after the boosted gear scale, male, charged forward towards Gasper. Gasper created a bat from his darkness, and it flew towards the toy robot. The two clashed in the middle, and the toy robot began to push the bat away, but then flew around behind the robot, forcing it out of a small red ring on the ground. Ah, I lost, the boy said, walking over to pick up his toy robot. You did good. Great work, Gasper said, trying to encourage the boy. It worked, and he smiled while they talked, and the others got ready. I wasn't expecting this, I murmured. It seemed like they liked Gasper and didn't shun him well. It's mostly children, but the adults around them were mostly smiling, so I don't think they minded. I do like to think they've become more accepting of hybrids, but they can't change hundreds of years of thinking in just a year. Perhaps they're just going along with it for the kids. If they are, then fine, but I do hope they're seriously working to change their way of thinking. A bell suddenly rang. Good job, you too. It's time for the next opponent, Valerie said as she clapped her hands. She was the one who rang the bell. It seemed like it came from her phone in her hands. They seemed to be having fun, and I'd rather not draw attention to myself while this was happening. So I erased our presence and gestured for everyone to keep going. As we left, we heard them shouting again. We kept walking until we arrived at the next location, but when we did, we saw that Ursulette was there with Elmenhild, Iris, and Fusey. When we approached them, Ursulette immediately jumped up from where they were sitting. She dashed towards us and stood in front of me. Husband, how are you this fine day? Am not your husband, but I'm doing good. I'll assume you are too, I said, and patted her head before walking towards the site. Are you against having her in your group? Mom asked. Mom, you already know how I feel about this, I replied, smiling wryly. Going down the list, you're missing a few in certain species. A pure-blooded vampire is one of them, she said, and she placed her hands firmly on her barato. Is this harem bingo? I don't need someone from every single species. I will admit I have a lot of different women in it, but holy hell, she turned to the vampire and said, Ursulette, and everyone else, I support your attempts at courting my son. Thank you, mother-in-law. I'll do my best to win him over. Ursulette replied with a confident smile. I began creating the new buildings as the rest of them chatted away. Graphia and Cindy were by my side, while they pointed out the specifics of each building for me to make. Wouldn't this be considered workplace misconduct these days? Asked Iris. I am a living proof of it. Yes, replied Ursulette. This got a reaction out of me as I glanced back with a questioning look, and she seemed amused. I don't think you should be proud of that. As I slowly made progress, Cinchureto hee-hee, replied Mom with a warm smile. It's not for that reason that I don't pull away. You're my mother, and we've had our talks, so I won't pull away to hurt your feelings, but I'll give her the benefit of the doubt and think that she's just saying that to encourage Ursulette. What about other areas? She asked. Well, he's known by a few other nicknames too, so take your pick. But I've heard from other women that he has other interests as well. Mom added, and I finally turned around and gave her a half glare that she giggled at. Ursulette, who was beside my mother. Cinchureto, Ursulette. Elmenhild and Iris screamed at their friend. At that point, I had already turned back around, with a bit of help from Fusey and Graphia. Royce and Tool's soliloquy, what a scary glare, but I know he understands I'm just teasing him, Cincheredo. Though I heard from many women that he doesn't have a preference for how a woman looks. I would have believed that if I didn't know him complimenting Aquino's and Suzaku's figures in our previous lives. He prefers a certain type, and am confident in that since he was very affectionate and clingy when he was still a baby. Can you give us examples? A person I didn't expect asked me. It was Elmenhild. With a bright smile on my face, I said, Aquino and Barato have mentioned he was always full of energy and curious about everything. Mom, please, he semi-shouted, his face turning red out of embarrassment. Grafia gave him a look of, you like that, which made me giggle a bit. Okay, he'll stop. I don't want to get scolded, I said, and put my hands up. It was obvious that he didn't want his private moments to be known to the world. Cincheredo, but being in this world feels so freeing and liberating that I can't help but tease everyone and put my thoughts into words. We have always been silenced or weren't allowed to express ourselves because of my previous husband. The only safe space he gave us were our rooms, so that's why Aaron had so many books. And slowly, I joined that trend, and we read things together when we were home. Hugging my son from behind, I apologized to him. I'm sorry. We'll try not to do that. It's embarrassing, but it's not like it's unknown to everyone living with me. But please try not to tell people those things if you can, he said tiredly. He didn't admonish me. He's undeniably indulging me in this regard, where he can't find it himself to truly be angry with me. I felt conflicted about this, but he does give preferential treatment to those he truly cares about. You spoil me too much. I love you, I told him while squeezing him tighter. I love you too, he mumbled, sounding embarrassed. A few minutes later, he was finished, and we were on our way to a different location. I've questioned him many times about why he does certain things, and it usually boils down to a single point. He wants to experience something. He was quite vague about it, but I more or less understood what he meant. We were essentially trapped in our home and country because of that man. We couldn't go anywhere and be free since he had eyes and ears everywhere. And if we did anything that wasn't approved by him, or if he didn't give us permission, we would go home to him yelling at us. At first, Aaron would remain silent, but eventually, as he got older, he would start yelling at him back too. Perhaps that was the sign when he started to slowly break Aoife down, or at least it gave him the idea of hurting Aaron back, but I wasn't sure. Maybe Aaron knows the answer after speaking with him? Either way, the closer we got to the location, we heard a familiar person's singing voice, so with some prompting from the vampires who came along with us, we hurried over there and found Ingvild doing a small performance for the people here. She was accompanied by the remaining Gremory peerage and the Slash Dog team. It makes sense since Ingvild is quite famous in both the supernatural and human worlds now. The music she makes is known worldwide, and with her being compared to this world's greatest artists, it's quite the contrast compared to the book since, well, she wasn't even awake yet. Seeing her live a full life like this makes me really happy. Whether or not it was pure coincidence that the Satans entrusted her to my son, I doubt either of them cares at this point since they're both happy. Wait, did he? I wasn't sure, so I walked to Aaron and pulled him down. I then whispered into his ear, did you propose to Ingvild yet? No, she's mostly out due to her job, so we haven't had much time interacting with each other, but she managed to get some time off, so that's why I asked her to come with me during this job. But I do want to propose to her soon, he whispered back. He wants to, so I'm assuming he has a plan. He has been proposing a bit better lately, although Valerie proposed to him last night, and it wasn't a grand spectacle, but both of them were fine with it. Looking back at Ingvild, she sank and danced around the stage with Asia, Chiron, and Zenobia, supporting her on the side of the stage by copying her dance moves. The rest acted as security, but everyone was very amicable, so they didn't need to do much. She saw us and waved as she continued to sing and dance. We waved back at her before continuing on our way. We arrived at the site around a minute later, and Aaron continued his job. The vampires decided to stay at Ingvild's concert, but soon enough another group came by. It was the Vala team with Lavinia. Vala Lucifer was being fawned over by his two close companions, Jinbu Duman and Calantha Vordenberg, while Lavinia gave them tips on the side. Vico and the two Pendragon siblings were with them, while Godmagog wasn't, but Fenrir was with Luf Fey as usual. Spotting us, they came over, with Lavinia running up and hugging Aaron from behind. "Are you nearly done, Aniki?" he asked. "Nearly, but at the pace I'm going, it'll be done by the time I want to be, and all we'll have to do is wait for the party again tonight. If you're interested, you can join me on my last one, which is the Rating Game Stadium. ITLL be used the next time the tournament takes place," he explained. "Next one. Do you know when the next tournament will come up?" asked Valley while being hounded by both his admirers. Aaron glanced back at his little brother and said, "Keep this a secret, all right? We have been talking, and we've thought of having this tournament every 5 years. We believe it's enough time for individual players to train themselves, get stronger, form new teams, or stay in old ones. So, everyone has a suitable amount of time to train before the next one occurs. Having the same team win it every year would be pretty boring, right? Although I can understand that teams that have fans would like that very much," explained Aaron. It seemed to have ignited an even bigger fire inside of Valley, as he had a look of excitement on his face. At the very least, it's not a one-time thing, as it will be considered a sport in the future. Perhaps once we reveal ourselves to the humans, they'll also invite some human-based teams, not ones that were associated with the supernatural, so ITLL be an interesting few years when that happens. Will the grand prize be the same thing?" Biko asked. "Yeah. The winning team will be informed of the restrictions, but we think they're fair. It's mostly common sense, so you guys probably know what that entails," he replied to the monkey Yukai. "No war, no wanting to become the strongest that ever was something like that?" asked Biko. "Yeah, something like that." Aaron kept on doing his construction work while talking to us. "However, if one asks to have their potential change to that of, let's say, Great Red or Ophis, will you grant it?" Arthur asked. This question gained a few people's attention. Reaching that potential is difficult, but yes, it can be done. However, I want to just change your level of power to that, because yeah, I know there are a lot of villains in shonen manga that were once heroes or neutral people going power hungry, right? Biko interrupted, and Aaron nodded. "Yeah, but I can still wish for that potential and keep working towards it," Valis said while crossing his arms. I went over to him and poked his side. "That's good and all, but don't forget little Jinbu and Calantha, okay? They're your family now." "That's right, Vakuin. I want to see your children soon, too," Lavinia added. He immediately became flustered and turned away. "Why, yeah, I know that. You don't need to tell me twice. Also, I won't have kids yet. That's way too early. Fufu, it's like they're brothers from another mother." Aaron basically said the same thing. After that, they spoke a bit more about different topics. We also made our way to the other locations, and we eventually ended up at the location for the museum. What they asked Aaron to do was just make the building itself and a few rooms for different historical things they'd put in it. To our surprise, there weren't many officials here as we thought they would be, but there were some regular vampires that waited here to see what Aaron would do or make, and once he got started, they watched him intently while also asking some questions, to which he answered while also showing the blueprints he had. They were definitely the more skeptical ones towards him, but after he was honest with them, they seemed to have a different opinion of him. From my own perspective, they have some respect for him now and a bit of admiration. It also helped that he was associated with their leaders in a positive light, as were the Dampiers who came back here to help them, even though Gasper had more of a role than Valerie. Although it seemed like Gasper did ask 10k-15This to a one-on-one match. "Can we go inside once it's done?" asked Lavinia, who was still hugging him. They wanted me to check everything about it. "So yeah, we can," replied Aaron. After a few more minutes, he was done. The museum was unique. It was in the shape of a large dome with Gothic themes, and it also had bat wings and permanent fog around it. It also had the current leaders' statues at the front entrance, all in gold. When we went inside, it was illuminated by lights on the ground. Its own layout was also a bit unconventional, as many of its potential exhibits were elevated on platforms. And there were other platforms for where the visitors could go and stand or sit while observing it. In total, there were 42 rooms in it, including a second floor above the elevated platforms. "It feels kind of futuristic if you look at it from a certain angle," Calantha said while pointing at the elevated platforms. "Isn't that a good thing? I mean, we're heading to a future just like that," said Biko. "I didn't say it was a bad thing, but yeah, I want to see it." As we walked the place, Aaron, with a few people with him, repaired, or changed some things while also explaining what he thought might go there. This carried on until we left and went to the last site. The area we arrived at was east of the castle, where the leaders stayed. However, the closer we got to that area, the more homes and commercial buildings were near it. It seemed like they had built this place with this building in mind from the very start. It makes me wonder how long the leaders of each faction and pantheon knew about the upcoming tournament. "It's quite barren here," muttered Fusey while looking around the area. It was mostly flat, surrounded by water, almost like a moat that surrounds castles. There were a few trees that were on the other side of the moat, as well as buildings and structures that resembled guard towers. It's the space they want it to be. If you get a bird's-eye view, it's shaped like a bat. Aaron created a magic circle beside him, showing us that. He then began its construction. The building that slowly appeared was a large circular dome, resembling a coliseum. Above it were spiral spires with bat wings on each of their sides, and all around them were small rectangular windows and pillars. Around the dome were various trees of various sizes and shapes. Some were coconut, some were pine, and others were trees I hadn't seen before, but normally they wouldn't be able to flourish here, but Aaron probably used magic to keep them alive and healthy. Next were the statues of the leaders, along with Gasper Vladi and Valerie Teeps. Fufu, if they saw this, they may become embarrassed. Even Aaron isn't used to seeing statues of him around the world. He also added a few other things that looked strange at first glance, but he just said that the leaders wanted them and didn't question them. There were various flamingos around the place he summoned, or willed them into existence, a few flower patches, and finally a building full of puppies. That last one confused me, but I didn't question it. We went into it and interacted with them. Shin, who had appeared when Lavinia joined us, became a bit jealous, and Lavinia gave him the attention instead. They say that Shin is another version of Aaron. So doesn't that, in a way, say that my own son became jealous of Lavinia's attention being directed at someone else? Although Aaron himself was enjoying the experience too, quite a lot of the puppies flocked toward him after all. After our time there, we went into the stadium, which like many others had the usual rooms and hallways, stands, and other necessities that it needed. Going directly into the middle, it was very heavily vampire-themed. The arena itself was shaped in a large circle, and the platform itself was in the shape of a bat. So it was circular, but had many wings on the sides, as well as an eye drawn in the middle. "It's very vampire-esque," said Velgrind. She randomly showed up along with Suzaku and Danu after we entered the stadium. "So, it's like the other stadiums, right? We'll get transported to the field, depending on the game type?" Valley asked. "Yeah, it's the same, but this is what the crowds that will come here will see," replied Aaron. "All right, fight me," Vala shouted. He didn't wait for confirmation as he charged towards Aaron, surprising everyone. He threw a punch at Aaron's face, and he moved it to the side, avoiding it. Aaron then slapped him on the cheek, slamming the younger Lucifer to the ground. Lavinia trotted over to her younger brother, crouched down, and poked him. Vakuin, Aaron chuckled and said, "This feels like deja vu, hee. It's how we first met," Lavinia said while still poking the unconscious Valley. "I heard the story, and I wish I could have seen it." We spent a few more minutes there, with Aaron contacting the leaders, and they teleported to the place to inspect it. They were happy with his work and would pay him handsomely. Aaron Tool's soliloquy night was fast approaching, and our time in the faction was coming to an end. The entire day was filled with very strange things. A lot of it was fun and chaotic, some were. I'll leave that story for another time. Right now, I was dealing with a situation involving a woman. A certain junior of mine knew this woman as they were very close. And that junior is currently with his father since I requested for them to be at a certain spot in the faction. "Well, it's been some time since you came back. How has the world been? I know, I had you working in secret," and all the older woman laughed and said, "It's fine. I got many letters from you about my son and the things he's done and how he's grown. I'm quite happy with it. But I do look forward to seeing them, but I have a lot of things to say to my husband." What a haughty woman, but I can see why she needed to be like that to keep Lord Vladi in check. "Although I have no excuse since I died of shock after I saw my own son. I'm a failure of a mother," she muttered. I didn't have anything to say to that. Anything that I thought of might sound like I was making excuses for her. so I kept my mouth shut. Although I would say labor had a factor in her dying, magic existed, so we eventually arrived at the spot. I had masked this woman's presence so neither of them could detect her. I also made her invisible, so they couldn't see her either. The two Vladis were by a small lake, and I approached them with her by my side. Jill, sorry for the delay. I wanted to show you guys something, I told them, both becoming curious by my words. Show us something, Aaron and I? Yes, I'm curious about this, Jean Dono. Both son and father were curious, which made me amused. The setting sun on the horizon was illuminating us as we stood there. I think it was good timing. Oh, it's nothing too serious. It's just as I clicked my fingers, undoing the invisibility. Both of them froze once they saw the woman beside me. She had medium-length gray hair that reached her shoulders, light pink eyes. She wore a short, white frilly t-shirt, a long light blue skirt, and brown moccasin shoes. Furthermore, she had a little blue pendant around her neck as she smiled at the two of them. Hello, both of them embraced her at the same time. So I took that as my cue to leave. As I left, both of them began crying. They probably held back since they didn't want to hear them. Gasper started doing that more since he stopped crying so often around us. Once I arrived back in the city, Valerie was waiting for me. It's done? She asked. Yeah, it's done, I replied. She came over to me and hugged me too. Let's go then, they'll join us later. She pulled me away, and we joined everyone else who was waiting for us, since this was going to start a bit earlier than yesterday. It was chaotic like last night, but we were now going home. There were several people passed out all around us, and some were quite tipsy or drunk too. The rest had rejoined us as the party was in full swing, and Kanami, who was enthusiastic about it, had become blackout drunk and was now sleeping. Please come again, Jean. You and everyone here are welcome with open arms, said Carmilla. Yes, it seems our people have also warmed up even more towards you and outsiders, but it will definitely take time, Atticus shot. Dracula was also passed out, as he had drunk a lot of alcohol earlier, so he couldn't join us. We'll try, but for now, this is goodbye, I replied. We waved goodbye one last time, and I teleported everyone else back to their respective places, and then the rest of us to my home. The Vladi family was back together, and they profusely thanked me earlier. Gasper's mother, Lena, would stay here with Gasper's father, Flavio Vladi, and they planned on marrying hopefully within the year, and we would be invited to it. You could say the Vladi family got their happy ending. Third-person point of view, is everything ready? Asked a man with a unique mustache. In a week we will be. We're attacking two fronts after all. We'll provide assistance to you, but we'll focus on the place I want to attack, replied a female monster with a teddy bear. That's fine. As long as I get to try again, that's all that matters well. It's the supernatural side that I want to attack this time, though, perhaps a bit in the human world, replied the man. The female monster turned around and giggled. Whatever you say, Hitler, I'm no longer a regular human. Black Alice. I can do so much more now, Chapter 9. Part 1. A day with the Hierowas Fusey Hierowas soliloquy. When you're an introvert and a quiet person, you tend to have fewer friends and interact with people less, or at least speak with certain people that are in your wavelength to say, or I guess, vibe with. That's what they call it, right? Maybe I'm just strangely traditional in that sense, but the longer I live, the more I find that the things I like doing and the things I believe in tend to be outdated. However, I've been trying to stay up to date on several things in my life now that I'm no longer alone. Alone. Yes, I've been like that my whole life, but for me, it wasn't a lonely existence. For one, I love reading. You'll read anything, regardless of the genre, prose, or language. Although that last point has been remedied with magic, and my recent boyfriend gave me the ability to read any language I wish, including those in the supernatural. I don't feel alone anymore because of my new life. In just the last few months, because of a certain individual who changed everything in our society, he's made it a lot more fun. The people I met, the new people I consider friends, I don't think I could ever thank him for it, although he isn't the type to ask for it. Maybe he just affects those around him, but everyone is quite mindful of each other, even if they disagree at times. Even if they fight from time to time, at the end of the day, they would usually make up. It's not complete harmony, but it's close enough to it that even in such a big household, we get along better than most and have fun while we're at it. But looking at this letter in front of me, I was in a peculiar quandary. This letter was sent by my father, who a few months ago became involved in the supernatural, and after that event, he was permanently involved in it. Since becoming a magician, I didn't want my family to be involved in the supernatural, but I knew that at some point they'd be forced into it, whether I or they liked it or not. He sent me a letter detailing that he wished to see me. It had been a few months since I last visited home, and he said he would like to see me. A few days ago, I sent him a text saying that I was in a relationship, and the first thing he asked was, "Is it with that middleman person?" Which in hindsight shouldn't have surprised me. My dad is the type to look into many things that pique his interest. The supernatural was the newest one. He had kept his promise to keep it a secret from the rest of the family, and Aaron had given them protection that day by having around 100 shadow soldiers on standby in their shadows. I made my dad aware of this, and he was quite excited, which was surprising to me. Although now that he has sent this letter, I shouldn't be. But in it, he requested that I bring my boyfriend, whom I've only been dating for a few days. To bravado it off, he had told the rest of the family, so I can't believe he would do such a thing, I mumbled to myself. "Indeed, your dad's a pretty cool person," said a voice behind me. Hastily turning around, I saw Aaron there. He held his hand up and said, "I came. You needed me for something?" Well, I can guess for what after reading that my face immediately heated up, and I felt myself blush. However, I couldn't deny it, and I nodded. Please accompany me to my home." He pulled up his non-existent sleeves and smiled at me. "Looks like I'm meeting the Hirawa family. Time to put my game face on." "So when is it?" Looking over the letter, Dad didn't give a specific day, so I brought my phone out and texted him. He responded a few seconds later, to my surprise. Dad usually takes longer, but it seems he had free time today. The text essentially said, "Tomorrow, your mother and I have a day off." Aaron saw this and chuckled. "Tomorrow it is then. He'll inform the rest," he said, and we spoke for a little bit longer before he left my room. Now that I think about it, this was his third time coming into my room. I sort of asked for him to come here after I received my letter from my dad, and when I looked around, it was a bit messy with books laid all over it, from a floor to my desk, and shelves in a not-so-tidy order. Usually it's a lot tidier than this, but I was looking for a specific one a few days ago, Cinchuredo, even if I knew that he wouldn't care and would help me clean it if I asked. But if I did, it would feel like I was taking advantage of him. Am I overthinking it? My thoughts were about to continue like that when I heard a knock on my door, so I quickly got up and opened it. To my surprise, Lavinia-senpai was there, with Akino, the devil I was in a pact with. "Lavinia-senpai and Akino-san, how can I help you?" I asked a bit flustered. Lavinia-senpai giggled at me and said, "We are here to help you deal with the upcoming family meeting. Natsu and Kinami, are coming over in a little while." How did it spread that fast? I asked, shocked. Aaron didn't seem to be the type to spread this, so I don't think he told everyone. With a wry smile on her face, Akino-san said, "Didn't you see the black cat on Aaron's shoulder? Kuroko was with him." "Huh. I swear I could hear a nai-ha-ha-ha-ha somewhere in the house just now. I should have been more diligent. I shouldn't have let my emotions run wild. This was my fault entirely, although I should have also said that he should have come alone, but it's also his fault for just bringing her. I can't be mad at anyone." "You didn't see her, did you?" Lavinia-senpai asked with a strained smile. "And no, I was too distracted," I replied. "Fufu, give me a second," Akino-san said, and walked away while muttering here, "Kitty, kitty," and then, a few seconds later, we heard a loud commotion along with a woman calling out, "Akinu, wait for me." The excited shouts of bravado echoed throughout the house, yet no one seemed to mind. It was a normal occurrence here. "Shall we get started without them, then?" she asked while leading me into the living room. "Oh, okay," I replied, still shocked by the events that just occurred. Will my visit to my parents be all right? Raynar's soliloquy and Grigori. Today, Asia, Irina, and Zenobia came over to watch me work. I was working as an assistant in a daycare, and, with permission from other cadre and executives, they were allowed to participate for the day. The only one I was worried was Zenobia, since she could be a musclehead brute at times, but it seems my worries were for naught. As to why they came here, I have no idea. When I asked, they just said they felt like it, and so I accepted that answer. "Irina-san, please be more gentle," said Asia, scolding her friend. "Oh, okay," replied Irina. She was the clumsiest out of all of us, and although her heart was in the right place, my entire being has been on edge since she started participating. There were too many incidents already that I kept an eye on her like a hawk. The most surprising was Zenobia Hihi. "Do you like that?" Zenobia asked while giving the child a piggyback ride. "Faster, faster," the little boy shouted while giggling uncontrollably. I believe Zenobia will be a great mother in the future. Even before this, she was very gentle with the children from the very start. Back in Aaron's home, a certain event happened that made me fear for children's lives when she was around them. But maybe I was wrong back then. Zenobia was now very gentle with them. Or perhaps Griselda was the one who corrected her, though she did change even more after Aaron and her visited the Saji family. That could have done something to her too. In either case, she was someone I could trust around children. The same was true with Asia. Since she was a natural with them, they flocked to her in a way. It was almost like a motherly presence. Even the main caretaker here was surprised by the children's reaction. "Ow, Irene and Achan, you don't shove fingers into my nose," a child muttered. Whipping my head around, I saw that the reincarnated angel had accidentally shoved a finger into a young boy's nose. "How? How do you even manage that?" Irina quickly pulled her finger out of his nose and looked flustered. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," she said, and she apologized profusely to him. It felt like I was watching a business or professional interaction rather than a teenager with a child. As we continued to look after the children, two people walked into the place, which we recognized. Tobio Accuse and Sae Accuse with Hannah Accuse in her arms. This wasn't common since San was at the moment a stay-at-home mom, while Tobio Accuse-san would occasionally go on solo missions. I've heard from Aaron that he didn't need to do that since he helped them financially, and they could essentially do anything they wanted for 10 years and would go through half of what he gave them. But I guess trouble tends to find Longinus wielders, so he can't stay away from life for too long. Especially with the recent attack on the new vampire faction. The main caretaker went over, and they greeted each other, but to my surprise, they looked at us, and she looked back at us before nodding and coming over here. "Rainier, Asia-san, Irina-san, and Zenobia-san, it seems like the governor wants you to meet him," she told us. We looked at each other and said goodbye to the kids, much to their disappointment, but we promised that we would be back soon, so they were happy with that. And we got up to join the two Accuses. "Tobio-san, it hasn't been that long. Do you know what this is about?" Asia asked as we joined them outside. "Two," a muscular man suddenly shouted as he rounded the corner. It was Heracles. "I'm taking over. Good luck," he shouted and ran into the daycare. We weren't surprised by this and laughed. He would come here from time to time since he helps in these types of places all around the supernatural world. We continued walking, and Tobio Accused said, "Well, we weren't told anything either, but from Jin's reaction, Jin is probably here since he only acts like this if Shin is here. It might involve another attack from the Cow's Order." Zenobia frowned while shaking her head. "They only attacked the vampires a few days ago. Why attack another place again so quickly? They might not attack yet. Maybe Aaron's just telling us about an upcoming attack. He knows things after all, and he probably got that information from his shadow soldiers all around the world," meaning I said, "But is he Accused finished for me? That will be ready again," although it seemed like Jean was prepared for the attack on the vampire faction. "Maybe that's why he brought us over there?" asked Sae. We continued chatting to each other until we reached one of the meeting rooms. And there were Aaron, Azazel Sama, Avetsa, Penemu, Barakiel, several higher-ups, and numerous magic circles. "Oh, glad you could make it. Sorry for taking you out of your job experience," Azazel Sama said, waving his hand at us. "No, it's fine," I replied. "What's this about, Azazel Sama? So many important VIPs are here, so it has to be big, right?" He nodded sagely. Yes, but first sit down." He instructed, and we did so. Once we sat down, Aaron was the one to step forward. "Let's get started then. To put it bluntly, the Monkai Association of the Cow's Order is going to team up with Hitler and his small faction to attack 4 places in 3 or 4 days, depending on their own speed of preparations." "Ha, Hitler." He did mention that before. A few terrible people were resurrected prior to the war. We expected them to make a move back then, but they didn't. It looks like they're finally moving. Huh? If it's Hitler, then is it safe to assume it's Germany? I mean, he must want to take control of the country again, right? Asked Irina. Aaron nodded. One would think that, so I don't blame you. However, you're only half right. Yes, he plans on taking over Germany as a whole. So we have the ones that are involved in the supernatural with us today. The others are the Greek pantheon, Greece, and Asgard. With that said, Azazel Sama got up and summoned a magic circle. We want to split everyone into 4 groups, which is pretty obvious at this point. A group in each pantheon and country. So Germany, Asgard, Greece, and the Greek pantheon. We'll be fighting this on 4 fronts. Avetsa-san, who was sitting down, said, "We'll need 2 or more teams in each place, though. One that prioritizes the safety or evacuation of the citizens, and then the main team that will confront whoever attacks it. The Monkai Association has been silent for a while and has definitely been amassing an army. Whoever Black Alice is leading, they'll definitely go after the Greek pantheon in Greece. So they'll be the hardest hit since they'll have more firepower," said Aaron. "Hitler and his group have been given artificial sacred gears, and they've learned magic, so they'll be difficult in their own way. It is as I fear," a voice said through one of the magic circles. "Black Alice is coming here. Shall we inform Typhon and his monsters? They may be attacked too." It sounded like Zeus, the current chief god of the Greek pantheon. He sounded quite stressed, but Aaron shook his head. "No, it's fine, Zeus. I've already got an overabundance of shadow soldiers over there, as well as one of my GOB, and one of my abilities showed me that they wouldn't attack," he told him. "Then what about us?" The chief god Odin asked through the magic circle. "The Monkai Association is targeting Greece and the Greek pantheon. Why is Hitler attacking us? Our mythology and their culture comes from various sources. After all, Germany is one of them, or at least a Germanic tribe in the past. As for how, well, it's connected to the disappearance of many warriors in Valhalla recently and another person," explained Aaron. He didn't elaborate on it, because it's a personal affair of that specific pantheon, but it seemed like Chief God Odin understood what he meant and had gone silent. "I see, so it's time, is it?" he asked through the magic circle. "Yes, please prepare yourselves. They may involve more than just the main realm," warned Aaron. After that, we spoke a bit more about the specifics of it and who would go where. They then said that they would inform the rest in the coming days, and that we should prepare too. In total, the meeting lasted around 2 hours, and once it was done, we left the room with Aaron and the other leaders staying to speak more. "SAE, they'll participate in this too, but I'll leave you 2 at home, okay?" Tobio said to his soon-to-be wife. She sighed and grabbed his face. "I can't stop you, can I? Please be careful and come back to us, okay?" He smiled reassuringly and said, "I will." My group stepped away with a heavy atmosphere around us. It seemed like we had a lot of things to say, but we weren't sure how to bring them up without making it awkward. They'll just beat them up for involving innocent humans. "As a former warrior of the church, I can't let this slide," Zenobia declared, looking very angry. "Right? No matter what reasons they have, trying to hurt others is never justified. Well, there might be exceptions, but still, it usually isn't." Irina agreed with her friend. However, Asia had a frown on her face as we walked back to the daycare. Seeing this, Zenobia asked, "Is something bothering you, Asia?" No. It's just that I've looked a lot of history after moving in with Aaron around a year ago, and Hitler was one of the most talked about because of World War II. So I was just wondering if he wants to finish what he failed to do all those years ago. If he has a different reason," explained Asia, a bit flustered. "Kokabeel was alive during the Second World War in the human realm, and he fought Vasco Strata back then and nearly died. We now know that Azrael was the one who helped him back then to escape. However, he only wanted to incite more violence and had no overall goal," I told them. "What's known in history about Hitler is very accurate, and it's safe to assume that he wants some kind of revenge, or at least hurt some people. With the grudge and resentment that some people take to their graves, I wouldn't be surprised if he has his eyes set on some allies from way back then," I added. They all stared at me for a bit, making me a bit uncomfortable, but then Irina asked, "That reminds me, how old are you?" "Irina, we're friends, but I'd rather not answer that," I replied, feeling self-conscious about it. I've told Aaron in confidence, and he didn't care, so that was enough relief for me. I'm sorry, she said and bowed. It's fine, I replied, and we continued walking back to the daycare while chatting about the upcoming operation. Aaron Toole's soliloquy: a few days have passed since my visit to Romania, and another day after I spoke to a few people about the upcoming attack. I didn't know if they were trying to get themselves killed, if they'd run out of patience, or if they'd finally finished their preparations, but their downfall is imminent. You'd think they would extensively plan it out a bit more, but I guess they have been for the better part of a year or even longer since they've kept these grudges for that long. However, today we didn't bother with that since I was going somewhere else. Beside me was Fusey Hirawa, wearing a light blue line dress, light blue bow sandals, a bit of lipstick on her face, and a ribbon on her wrist. I saw her earlier without her seeing me, but Lavinia saw me, so, with her dragging me back into my room, she had me change. Essentially, I wore my what I call middleman outfit, since it seemed a lot more appropriate than just wearing a hoodie, sneaker, and jeans for this occasion. My goal was to look casual as well as relatable to the rest of her family that wasn't part of the supernatural. That's a rational reason for wearing that, right? Well, that's what I think, but Lavinia had other ideas. Fusey's family lived in Japan, in Mie Prefecture, in a little town called Tamaki. Tamaki is an inland municipality located in the eastern Kii Peninsula, near the geographic center of Mie Prefecture. Springtime in Tamaki features cherry blossoms, rice fields, persimmon trees, nurseries, and vegetable fields growing daikon, cabbage, and more. There are many forests that have been designated as wildlife protection areas. In other words, it's not a tourist attraction of any sort. Furthermore, Tamaki has 4 public elementary schools and 1 public middle school operated by the town government. The town does not have a high school. There is 1 special education school for the handicapped operated by the Mie Prefectural Board of Education. So without Fusey telling me that, she must have had to go to a different town for high school, which makes me wonder how her family is doing in such a little town. Its community must be tight-knitted, well, as tight-knitted as a Japanese town can get. I don't think they're as open to each other as Western places, but I've only lived here a year, and Kuo is a unique place, so I'm not that well versed in the topic. Looking back at Fusey, she had been fidgeting there and seemed even more nervous than a few seconds ago. I felt glares from the girls. Maybe I shouldn't have just left her there without saying anything. Sorry about that. I was just thinking of ways to introduce myself to your family. The way I did it with the Minagawas was, well, interesting, I explained. I lied and told the truth, and when I met Natsum and Kanema's family, it was an interesting experience. Oh, okay. Yoma held her hand and asked, "Shall we get going then? You'll be the one guiding me once we get there." "Yes, leave it to me," she replied enthusiastically. Was she that excited to go back to her hometown? Tamaki had a population of around 15,000, so there weren't too many people that lived here since most of the young adults moved out to the bigger cities. Not to mention the lack of certain buildings and facilities, it wasn't a great place to live. If I'm being honest, it might become a ghost town in the future. I'd like to avoid it, since that's where Fusey's family lived, but that's just how things are. As I said, if I could do something about it in the future, I will. Perhaps adding certain shops to add more job opportunities here would be a start. So, my restaurant. My restaurant is being built and integrated into Uwabami's in the Shinto pantheon. So once that is done, they'll focus on this place and several others to expand my business. Fusey looked around the place, taking in the nostalgia. The place we teleported to wasn't that populated. Wow. I could barely feel people around us, so this place was ultimately empty. After a few more seconds, Fusey began to pull me away. We stepped onto an empty road and began walking in a certain direction. "Do you have many memories of this place?" I asked while looking around. She shook her head. "Only up until middle school. After that, I told my parents that I got a scholarship in the United States, so, with the help of Mephistopheles-san, I moved there. Of course, I still had an education, so it wasn't a lie. It was mostly related to the supernatural, right? A school for magicians, you could say. They taught some normal subjects, but for the most part, it was mostly topics relating to the supernatural as well as magic," explained Fusey. "We passed by old-style Japanese homes you would find in the country or small towns like this. There weren't too many updated things about them, perhaps a new wall or garden here and there, a new coat of paint and things like that. Some of the roofs here looked like they had been here for generations, while the ones nearer to the center of the town, quite a lot of them, were a bit more modern looking. There were a lot of trees here, rice fields and vegetable fields. It's the typical countryside town that you would see in a lot of anime and manga. However, it wasn't as lavish as the one that was owned by the Managawa sisters, since their grandparents were quite well off. The ones here, from a glance, were modest at best. Fusey brought us up a hill and then through a sea of trees. Some of them were sakura trees, but they weren't blooming. Past them, we were on a small dirt road with a rice field to the right. We saw some people working on it. Most were middle-aged, with a few older people helping too. Further ahead, we saw some children playing with sticks and toy figures while watching the adults work. At the very top of this place was a big home. It wasn't the same size as Kanami and Natsum's grandparents, but it was still quite large. However, the closer we got to it, the more people stared at us, eyes wide in shock. And then, when we arrived at the gate and Fusey pressed a button on the side, all she said was, "It's me." Seconds later, the door to the home slammed open, and out came a tall and tearful woman. "Fusey-chan," she bellowed before the gates opened, and she lunged towards Fusey. "Fusey? Plus one more word, and it'll cut up your tail?" Welsh dragon, uttered Rudra. "Ho ho, bring it on, former emperor," replied Draig, before explosions started echoing in my head. "I misseed you. How have you been? How is the USA? Is your work life okay now?" she asked, then looked at me. "Fusey dear, is this your boyfriend?" Fusey's mother looked like her, but was older and had a fuller figure, and seemed to be a lot more, I guess, extroverted than her daughter. She had silver hair like Fusey and purple eyes like Fusey, but her personality was far from hers. She had your typical mother's clothes with an apron on top of them. "I'm Jean Skyward. A pleasure to meet you, ma'am." I introduced myself, put my hand out for a handshake, and she shook it. She also bowed and said, "I'm Hanako Hirawa. It's nice to meet you too. Please come into our home." Her mother, Hanako, let go of my hand and skipped back to her home, with both of us following her. However, Fusey herself was quite embarrassed by this interaction between us. "I am sorry, my mother is a bit eccentric. She's the opposite of Dad. She's the one that approached him and started their relationship all those years ago," she explained in a quiet panic. "It's fine. It's great having a family like this, although it may be a bit troubling for an introvert like you," I replied and chuckled. She seemed relieved in a way, so I held her hand as we entered her home. The inside of her home was, well, normal, like your typical home. The first place we were greeted was the entrance hallway. It was a bit larger than most, though. There were 2 tables beside the doorway with hanging racks to put coats on, and on the opposite side was a dedicated place for shoes, unlike the typical Japanese household where you would leave your shoes at the entrance. Fusey saw me, looked at it, and said, "My family is a bit strange. They have a mix of Japanese and other countries' cultural preferences in our home." "I like it," I replied, and we took our hose off before going further inside. But as soon as we did that, 2 younger children came running out. 2 girls, and behind them came out another one. She seemed just a few years younger than Fusey. "Fune ish here," the one on the left shouted. "America," the one on the right shouted. "Calm down, you two," she said, softly glaring at them. "Welcome back, Fusine. I take it that he's your boyfriend?" "Yes, he's Jean Skyward," replied Fusey. In turn, I held my hand out. "The name's Jean. Nice to meet you." "Fumi Hirawa. Nice to meet you. And please take care of my older sister," she said, shaking my hand. Just then we heard their mother calling them to what I assume was the kitchen or dining room, and they all ran away. "The twin on the left is Iko, and the twin on the right is Iko," she told me. Iko, like her mother, other twin, and older sister, looked like Fusey. Honestly, they looked like mini versions of her, and it felt a bit strange looking at them. The difference is that Iko had golden brown eyes, while Iko had the same purple eyes as the rest. But Iko had silver hair, while Iko had black hair. "Fusey, Jean," a voice called out to us. From the doorway where those guys came out, a man stood there, gesturing for us to follow him. He had short black hair and golden brown eyes. "I see. So he's the father," since Iko had his eyes and Iko had his hair. With Fusey pulling my hand, we went over to him and entered the room. To put it simply, it was the living room, or perhaps just one of them. Their dad was around 58 and looked quite muscular, perhaps with all the work in the fields. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Jean Cohen. Im Omizo Hirawa," he said, shaking my hand. "Likewise. So, is there a reason why you wanted to meet me?" I asked. Sheepishly, he brought out a plushie of my boosted gear scale male and asked, "See, can I get signed by you?" He's a fawn. Fusey let go of my hand and walked over to her father before grabbing his cheeks and pinching it. "You call me home just for this?" Fusey wait. "No. Why, your mother wanted you home too, so I thought I may as well kill two birds with one stone. All right?" He tried to explain himself, but Fusey was having none of it. The normally calm, quiet, and collected Fusey was angrily squeezing and pulling his father's cheeks like toys. He had tears in his eyes as he kept holding out the plushie until I took it and summoned a pen before signing it. Who would have thought, huh? I looked at the plushie for a few more seconds before Fusey let her father go, and I handed back his item to him. "Thank you, Jean Cohen, and I'm sorry, Fusey, but what I said was true," said her father while awkwardly rubbing his cheeks. Fusey wasn't truly upset, but she felt a bit awkward about it, although I can understand where she's coming from. She informed her father that she was in a relationship, and then he or they invited her and her boyfriend back to their home for a little meet and greet. But in a surprise turn of events, her father had his own reasons and wanted his autograph instead. "He must have done quite a bit of research on you then," said Albion. "Most likely," I replied, looking at the two still bickering back and forth with each other. "Is lunch," Mama said, Iko said while coming into the room. "Oh, why's that?" she asked and pointed at the plushie in her dad's hands. Both the eldest daughter and father froze, unable to find an answer. I crouched down, summoned another behind my back, and produced it in front of her. "It's from my company. We call him Welshie, and he's the first plushie that we made. I asked your dad if he could check it to see if other kids would like it. Do you want one?" I asked. Iko enthusiastically nodded her head, and I gave it to her. She hugged it and said, "Thank you. Lunch is ready." She then ran out of the room. "Ah, Welshie, do you hear that, Drake? Shall we have lunch then?" "I assume you haven't eaten yet," mumbled Omizo. "No, we haven't. We thought it would be better to come here on an empty stomach," I replied. Happy with our answer, we walked out of the room and went into the dining room. Omizo took a small detour to hide the plushie. The dining room was just across from the living room, so our journey there wasn't long. Once in there, as I suspected, both the dining room and kitchen were merged into one last room. In the middle of the room was a large table with numerous chopsticks, bowls, and plates of food. "Ada, welcome. Please take a seat, and we can get started," said Hanako while patting her apron off. All of them sat on their designated seats, and I chose the seat beside Fusey. After getting comfortable, Fumi began giving everyone their portions, including me. The food she served was just the typical Japanese cuisine for lunch, things I was used to eating, especially if Rias requested it. We all said, "Thanks for the food." Before we ate, everyone, minus me, chatted about countless things and caught up with Fusey. Once that was done, they turned to me. "I heard you gave Iko-chan a plushie. Velishukon. Was it?" asked Hanako. "Yes. My business was originally going to be a restaurant, but ITLL eventually changed to something more than that. Welshie is just a product I made in advance to see the reception from children," I explained, going into a bit more detail. Once my explanation was done, she looked at Fusey and said, "You told us a bit about him, but not about his restaurant. We should go there in the future." "WL, we weren't really a thing back then, so I didn't. Let's do it within the week," Omizo added, interrupting Fusey. He was all in on this, and the others, including Fumi, the younger sister of Fusey, was excited. Fusey herself awkwardly smiled through all. She seemed to get along with her parents and siblings, but their extrovert aura seemed too much for her at times. This made me question a lot of things, but how did she even deal with the girls at home? They were, at times, even more chaotic than this. Once our short lunch finished, I noticed that Iko had an envious look on her face the entire time that Iko had her plushie of my boosted gear scale male. So I walked over to her and crouched down. "You know, Iko-chan, I have a friend for Welshi. His name is Vanishi. I planned on waiting until it was better made, but I think Welshi might be lonely without his friend. Do you want him? I asked. Bah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Vanishi, do you hear that, Albion? I'm not going to hear Rudri, right? Asked Rudra. I did not answer him. I had no promises to do that. Iko stared at me as I brought out another plushie of Divine Dividing S scale mail. She reached out, and I handed it to her. A smile adorned her face as she hugged it. Thank you, Oni-san, she said before running towards Iko and playing with her. They both seemed happy with their new toys. And you say you worry about being a father in the future. You'll be fine, said Rudra. Maybe I'm just overcompensating, but I do like to think I'm being natural at this rather than forcing it. But only time will tell once I'm old enough and have my own children. There were a few whispered conversations behind me, but I ignored them and turned around before walking to the sink. Would you like help with this, Hanako-san? I'll take up that offer, Jin-kun, she said happily, and we started washing the dishes together while chatting about this and that. We were done after a few minutes, and when I turned back around, I found Fumi was the only one there. We could hear from a nearby room, presumably the living room, that the rest were in there having fun. Vingon. Yes? I looked back at Hanako. Fusey has always been a bit standoffish, so I'd like to ask, are you serious about her? She asked seriously. If I told her about how I felt, would I come off as too strong? I should give her an answer that's suitable for my age and somewhat realistic, right? But I had a strange feeling that Hanako would see through it. Fusey and I have been friends for the last few months, and we've certainly gotten close, but we've only started dating. But yes, I am, well, as serious as some of my age. Life happens and people change, so you never know what the future holds, I told her. Though in my own opinion, and maybe this extended to my previous life, even if I only dated Aoife. And I'm aware that the current generation has a different viewpoint on dating, but I'll only go into relationships where I'm serious with them. I can't imagine myself going into one where we're not sure yet or whatever. Otherwise, it would just seem fake to me. I'd probably put less effort in and care less if that's on my partner's side. But everyone has a different opinion, and that's how I feel. Hanako stared at me for a few seconds before patting my head. Well, she tried to, but instead just patted my face. She was around 54, and I was 63. I was way too tall for her to reach my head. Can I take that as your approval? I asked, making her giggle. Yes. Please take care of Fusey, Jin-kun. But, she said and looked past me. Fumi is also single if you're into that. Excuse me? Stunned, that's how I felt just now. However, she continued. Fusey didn't tell us much, but she did mention that you were called a certain word. So we did a little search on you and found out that you're quite famous in Kuo Harem King Sama. She said and smiled at me. Barato. Answer. After searching your name with Kuo, it seems like you are well known there as a charming and charismatic figure. A person who owns a restaurant and famous for your deeds in Kuo Academy, high school division, and college division, both for different yet similar reasons. Well, shut up. I sighed and looked back at her. I do have multiple partners. I won't deny that. Although Fusey knew about it going into this relationship, I told her. PFFSSS seriously. Fumi shouted, shocked beyond belief. It's true? Huh. Why? I shrugged. I guess I want a big family? I can definitely afford it, I told her. Fumi got up from her chair and bolted into the living room. Funny. Fumi. What's wrong? Are you seeing someone? Turning to look at the mother, who was weirdly okay with this, I said, you have a very energetic family, Hanako-san. Fufu. Call me mother-in-law. I insist, she said while looking mischievously at me. Fusey, are you really related to this family? You are really nothing like them. Well, maybe you're kind of like your dad. A few hours passed as I stayed with the Hirawas, and they were a fun family. The two introverts in the family were Omizo and Fusey, the father and daughter of the family, while the rest were mostly extroverted. It was very interesting to see that family dynamic, but they weirdly complemented each other. I can see how Omizo was caught by Haniko's grass. That woman is smitten with her husband. She shared their story from their school days, and to make it short, Hanako fell for him when he did something for her. She didn't go into specifics, but she did notice that Omizo was really introverted, So she said she knew that no one would go for him. So she took her sweet time, making him fall in love with her. As she told us this, Omizo was beet red the entire time, but didn't deny it, and even chimed in about details that he forgot about or skipped over. All in all, they were deeply in love, and still are, although I can see that through the number of children they have and how they act towards each other. But I couldn't help but think, will Fusey be like that one day? Will her inner extrovert, doting mother-wife side come out? Or something like that. I think she's the perfect mix of Omizo and Hanako, introverted enough, but still outgoing enough that she gets along with everyone else in my home. I mean, she made friends with Elmenhild. That's probably not an easy task, especially all those months ago. Right now, we are out in the fields helping with the work there. This meant we were going to mingle with the locals, and apparently Fusey was popular with all of them, to both our surprises. Fusey-chan, come here, an old lady said, and Fusey trotted over to her. She was mostly hounded by them, while the middle-aged to older men mostly watched over me. Initially, they weren't too friendly or were unsure of me, but after helping for an hour, they came to like me. Most of what they said was, oh, he can lift that, or he might become a good farmer, so generally something along those lines. But in reality, I didn't do anything special. I just lifted heavy things and cut some stuff. And to them, that was good enough for them to like me. I'm not complaining, though. I'd rather have them like me than hate me for some weird, arbitrary reason. Well, not all of them. The only youth here kept glaring at me. It was obvious what was going on. I was having flashbacks to when Lavinia and I went to her hometown in Italy. Love rival that Massimo fellow, right? Yet he was easy to deal with. Will this young man be too? Inquired Rudra. Finally, like on cue, he marched up to me. There were still a few older men around me talking to me, but he interrupted all of us. You're Gene, right? What's up with you and Fusey-chan? He asked. One of the older men looked at him and sighed. Come on now, Tadasu, don't be like that. He's a guest here. Still glaring at me, he introduced himself. Tadasu Ihara. I'm in love with Fusey-chan, and I plan on professing her love the next time she comes here. And today's that day. So, I ask you again, who are you, and what's your relationship to Fusey-chan? There it is. God damn it, I knew it, screamed Drake. As I went to answer, I felt a pair of hands on my shoulder. When I glanced back, I found Hanako Hirawa, who had a bright smile on her face. Fufu, if you were a year early, you may have had a chance, Tadakun, she said, confusing Tadasu. What do you, my little Fusey-chan, is dating Jinkun here, she said with a wink. And they're quite serious. Marriage is in the future. And again, like on cue, Fusey joined us. Is something wrong? Why is everyone so serious all of a sudden? Fusey-chan, you're dating this young man? An older man asked keenly. In response, Fusey's face turned red, but she didn't deny it. Why, yes, I am Tadasu. Ihara fell to his knees. In no way I lost my chance already. The young man with short black hair, a chiseled face, brown eyes, and an athletic build seemed to have lost his spirit. However, he surprised even me as he stood back up and declared, I am Tadasu Ihara, and I like Fusey-chan. But I won't accept this, so, in traditional samurai fashion, let us duel and have Fusey's love on the line. Excuse me? Everyone else there was shocked by this young man's sudden declaration. Country folk are strange. They managed to create a mini boxing ring, and they also had all the equipment for it. Now, Tadasu and I were standing in this makeshift boxing ring, ready to fight each other. The young man in front of me seemed eager to do this. Earlier, Fusey had no say in any of this, nor did I, since Hanako wanted this weird drama to happen. Omizo gave me a guilty look earlier and kept profusely bowing in my direction. It's not like I mind, but why do people want to fight me for the weirdest things? From my avatar's memories in college to back when I attended the high school division, it's nearly always like this. Aaron, I'm sorry about this. I should have noticed Tadasu-kun's feelings for me back then, Fusey said tiredly. I punched my gloves together and laughed. It's fine. It's just a bit of fun. It's nothing too serious, a bit of entertainment for your little community. I promise I won't hurt him, I told her. Thank you, she whispered, giving me a light peck on the cheek. I looked back at her, surprised. She smiled at me while sporting a blush. Hey, No cheating with the grand prize. An old man shouted, then laughed. Tadasu glared at me with the fury of 1,000 suns. He was quite serious about this. I'm doing this for you, Fusey-chan, he bellowed before beating his chest 4 times. Fusey awkwardly smiled at him before walking away from the ring. A middle-aged man walked up to the middle and said, "Honestly, I don't know how these work, but whoever is knocked out first loses, so good luck." He then walked back to a small table and struck a bell. With significant speed, Tadasu charged towards me and sent a jab towards my face. With a slight movement, I avoided the jab. He continued this while mixing in a few uppercuts and strikes toward my chest, which all missed. "Huh, the city boy can't fight, huh?" a man asked, impressed by me avoiding the attacks. Also, what makes city people unable to do these things? Maybe it's just the mentality some people have here in the countryside. I mean, I lived in towns and cities all my life, including my previous life. As these thoughts circulated in my mind, I kept avoiding Tadas's attacks, and it increasingly made the young man frustrated. After another jab that missed, he backed away and asked, "Why aren't you attacking me back?" I could only awkwardly smile back at him. If I did, I would accidentally knock you out. "My man, I can't do that. Or should I end this?" It did take time to set this up, so I feel bad if they just had to take it all apart after just putting it together. "Don't mock me," he shouted, enraged, and ran towards me again, but this time he was less composed and more reckless. His strikes used up all his power. Every punch was meant to be the finished blow, and it was clear that he was using up his stamina very quickly. He started to sweat more. Every time I dodged his punches, he could exhaust himself even further. His own mental gymnastics were probably weighing him down too, so he was degrading faster than he should be. A balance of a healthy body and mind is what I usually recommend. After he threw another wild haymaker at me, I dodged it again, pulling my arm back. I punched his chin, and he stumbled back and landed on his ass. He looked dazed and unsure of what was going on. "Oh, he's down," the men cheered. Tadasu himself was confused, but also became madder. He wobbly got up and stumbled his way forward before throwing another punch at me. Again, I dodged it and lightly tapped his back, and he fell on his face. "Shouldn't this be the end?" I asked, looking at Tadasu, who had his face planted on the ground. However, the young man defied the odds and stood back up. "I won't give you Fusey-chan," he said while wobbling on the spot. I'm technically already dating her, but I doubt that would get through his mind right now, so there's no point in saying it. Even when I looked at Fusey, she seemed troubled by all of this. And her mother was just fawning over the situation. That woman was definitely chaotic, good, or neutral. It would be wise to just end it. Otherwise, that young man will just needlessly suffer, advised Albion. "Yeah, I might as well," I replied. Walking over to the young man, he got ready as best he could in his current state. And once I got close enough to him, he sent a powerful and speedy punch towards my face. I dodged it by moving my head and, with a single fluid motion, striking him with my right fist in the face, knocking him away. He crashed into the group of men, some even catching him. Truthfully, I just lightly tapped him. Instead, I used some sleeping magic on him, but to normal humans, it looked like I knocked him out with a single punch. Like I said, this was way too random, and I didn't want to hurt the guy. Hopefully, he'll settle for someone else, maybe even Fumi, Fusey's younger sister. "I win, right?" I asked, standing there waiting for them to react. The city boy won. Haha, Tadasu was the strongest guy in this city. He even won against Hendrik over there, said an old man, pointing at a very buff and tall middle-aged man. I had seen him earlier, and he was the stereotypical tall, strong, but very friendly person. It looked like he wouldn't hurt a soul. But Tadasu won against him? I wonder how he did it. Or perhaps if he wasn't emotionally disturbed. He was a good fighter? Or at least by human standards. We hadn't changed into boxing gear, so we were just in our normal clothes. I kept my shirt on. He, however, removed his shirt and stood ready in the ring. "He's out like a light, but yeah, the winner's Gene Boy," said someone, and the men cheered before carrying the sleeping Tadasu away while laughing. As they carried him away, Fusey's sister, Fumi, went with them. Our eyes met, and she gave an awkward smile, seeming unsure of how to act in that situation, but in the end, I shrugged it off. What a weird group dynamic. Tadasu likes Fusey, but Fusey is dating me, and Fumi likes Tadasu. The type of rom-com you don't want to be involved in. It can cause a lot of hurt feelings if not handled well. Teenagers aren't the smartest in the world in that regard. They need more life experiences before truly understanding things and the world around them. I replied. I finally took my gloves and other gear off before walking back to the Hirawa family. Well, I won. It's not like I wanted to fight Tadasuko in the first place, though, I said while looking at Hanako, who in turn cutely stuck her tongue out at me. Iko and Iko put their hands up along with their plushies of Vanishi and Welshi, and both shouted, Oni-ai-chan won again, Tadanai-ai. Iko then asked, Are you going to kiss him? Fune? Reward. Kiss for reward, said Iko. The twins then giggled, making Fusey blush. She then lightly scolded the two as we went back to their home. The plan was just a day visit, but we may end up staying here for the entire day and night, so we'll definitely stay over, though I doubt we'll be given a private arrangement unless Hanako says something about it. A few hours later, the sun was setting, the twins had fallen asleep, and I was helping cook dinner with Hanako. Fumi had come back and was speaking to Fusey about the situation earlier, and Omizo was in the dining room speaking to the both of us. Did you use magic earlier? Hanako suddenly said, surprising both Omizo and me. Mage honey, how do you? She giggled, looked back at her husband, and said, You're not that good with hiding things, dear. I saw a lot of your research on the supernatural internet, and also saw the text between you and Fusey. I wanted to see it for myself how the cool middleman and dual dragon emperor does things, especially against us normal humans. Wow, this woman is something else. I'm truly sorry. Jin-kun, said Omizo behind us. I chuckled and shook my head. It's fine. It was bound to come out. But to answer your question, I used sleeping magic on him. I didn't hit him that hard, but I used enough force with another type of magic to knock him away towards the older men and use sleeping magic. He should be sleeping until early next morning, I explained. Fufu, I'm glad Fusey will get a husband like you, she said, softly elbowing my side. It's too early to talk about that, but I would recommend you don't go any deeper about the supernatural if you don't want it knocking at your doorstep. Of course, I already have protection on your whole family, so you won't need to worry, but ignoring everything I said, she asked, Can we watch the tournament games? That's ongoing, right? A tired sigh escaped my lips. Yes, I can help you with that, but since Fumi and the twins have no idea, please watch in your bedroom. I can even create a TV in there for you. Done deal. Cinchuredo, or she was mentally checked out for the day and wasn't having any of her mom's nonsense. Fumi was confused by her mother, but she noticed her father seemed stressed. The twins were oblivious to the whole thing, and I kept a stoic face throughout all of it. In a way, it went nowhere. Cinchuredo, I hadn't mentioned that her mother knew about the supernatural, but I do plan on doing it when we go to sleep. However, her father, Omizo, didn't say anything about not being allowed to share sleeping quarters. Did he also approve of it? Fumi also didn't make a fuss about it, so I'm unsure of their stances on this. As I thought of these, the door to the bathroom opened, and in came Fusey, but behind her were the two twins. Ying Ni, they both shouted before diving into the bath. Fusey had a troubled smile on her face as she explained, They insisted on coming. I'm sorry about that. It's fine, I replied. Come on, you two. You have to let Funes and Scrubby down. Yizde replied before going back to her. It was pretty surprising to see them still up. I know they're not toddlers, but being up this late is still they quickly cleaned themselves, washed, and then finally dove back into the bath. It was big enough that they could swim around because of their size. They even had small ducks with them. Fusey, who also finished, joined us too. I was already sitting there, so I made space for her, and she sat in front of me. Are they normally up this late? I asked. When I used to live here. No. Cinchuredo, she then stepped closer and looked up at me. Would you like a reward for winning earlier? She asked with a smile. Are you really offering? I asked and she laughed. One more glance towards the twins, and we saw that they were distracted, so I leaned down and gave her a barato. Cinchuredo, I whispered to her, her face turning even brighter red. Do you two want the duck version of Welshi and Vanishi? I asked the twins. Ha, the legendary heavenly duck-ons are at it again, mocked Rudra. Yes, The twins said happily, so I pulled them out of my back and gave it to them. They happily played with them as I narrated a short but simple story about Draig and Albion being ducks. Keep the noise down, you two, but I wouldn't mind having grandkids soon. So good night, Hanako said before dragging her husband into their room. A few more hours had passed, and we were going to sleep now. The twins were put to bed not too long after bathing with Fusey and me. Fumi had been looking at me strangely the entire time, but was still friendly toward me. None of them were against me sleeping in Fusey's room, so I'm sleeping there for the night, even though they had a guest bedroom. These guys act like standard Japanese people at times, but on the other hand, they're completely different, and it's strange. I will admit, I like it, but it's still strange. Fusey grabbed my arm before dragging me into her room. Just like her room in Kuo, it was full of books, but it was a lot more subtle with her involvement with the supernatural. From where I stood, after closing the door, I saw some books hidden with illusion magic and others put in hard-to-spot areas with very little magic used on them. It's not that different, I mumbled while looking around her room. Well, Senshiredo, as she also changed into more comfortable clothing blue-purple pajamas. She walked over to her bed, and like Lavinia, she tapped the spot beside her while hugging a pillow, silently asking me to join her. Chuckling, I joined her on the bed, and she immediately made herself the little spoon. The lights were still on, so I turned them off using magic. Once the room became dark, we settled in a bit more. By the way, I started. Your mom knows about the supernatural and about you. If you want to blame anyone, that would be your dad. Fusey sighed and turned around. We locked eyes and she sighed again. Dad's always been clumsy like that, so when he found out about the supernatural all those months ago, I wanted to ask you to erase his memory. I knew he would dig deeper, and eventually his searches would be found out by Mom. Reaching out, I pulled her closer to me, and she sighed. I didn't want them involved. It's too dangerous. Well, maybe a lot less now because of many different reasons, one being you and your efforts. But still, there are still people out there that hate the idea and will go to any lengths to try to destroy it. It was a normal thing to worry about. Anything you're involved with, and if family members find out about it, and if they have enough interest, some of them will go snooping. The fact that it's about the supernatural ghosts, ghouls, devils, and things of that nature makes the normal person, be they skeptics or believers, definitely search more into it if it were real. Who wouldn't? Hanako Hirawa. This woman, I worry for her. Maybe I should have Shuri and Mom go talk to her about it, or even Venilana and Gondel. If they hear from her about the realities of it, she may back off, but I can only hope since she seems to be the thrill-seeking type and wouldn't be deterred by this or a warning. Iko and Iko, I don't want them to be hurt because of my involvement. Back then, I only wanted to get away from how stuffy this place was. As you saw today, I was nothing like my siblings or mother. The closest person I would relate to was Dad, but even he's a bit more extroverted than me, she explained and clutched onto my shirt. I always fell out of place here, but everyone was so kind, welcoming, and accepting of me, even back then, and that didn't change today. I never thought they cared about me so much, and the thought that they might have, during the war, it breaks my heart, she mumbled, shaking a little. Youth will blind you from appreciating what you have or have had. You're in a part of your life where your emotions and hormones take precedence over most of your decision-making. It's one of the best yet worst times of being alive since you're confused about many things and experiencing many new things. Youth, you only live it once, and you have to experience it the best way you can. I was lucky enough to be reborn and experience it again, even if my new life was a lot more chaotic and had more life-and-death situations. I don't regret a heck. I loved it, even if I had to go through a lot of things. I'm sorry, that was entirely my fault. I was incompetent and was slow in finishing my trials, I told her. But I won't let anything like that happen again. And hey, if your mom is so insistent on seeing the supernatural in the future, I can have her join the Mothers Association, and she should be fine in their care. Luckily, this made her giggle, and she looked up at me with a grateful expression. I'm glad you came to Grauzauber that day, she said, moving closer to me with affection in her eyes. And that following you to form a contract with Akino-san was one of the best decisions of my life. With a warm smile on her face, she added, I always thought I would be alone, that I would live my life just like that, reading, getting stronger with magic, and then dying on a mission. But now I have so many friends, and even you, that it's a bit strange. But I love it. I want to do Funne, mumbled a tired little voice. When we shot up from bed, we saw the twins by the doorway, rubbing their eyes with the plushies I gave them earlier. They didn't say anything else, and just held their arms up to be picked up. I also got up and picked up Eco as Fusey got Eco. We just gave each other tired smiles before heading back to the bedroom and getting everyone settled. I made the bed a bit bigger to accommodate all of us. Checking the twins again, they had fallen asleep while hugging their toys. When I looked back at Fusey, she had a warm, tired expression on her face. Looking at it that way, we seemed like a family, though I didn't say it out loud. I just gestured for her to go to sleep, and she did. She laid her head down and closed her eyes while putting her arm around both the twins. I did the same thing and closed my eyes. That night, a powerful barrier shrouded Tamaki. I wouldn't let anything happen there while enjoying our day there. Drake's soliloquy, I never really understood it. Why does he want to hide when he trains? Does he think it's uncool? Even back when he first took his women into the pocket dimension, he did his own training in secret. It only kept happening as the years went by, or months in the real world. Rudra and Albion were playing chess. Kuntuar watched over Aaron's training even if he didn't need it. He gave me the excuse of keeping active when I asked him earlier when he came here. He had a fun day with the Hyrawas, but he seemed a bit tense or stressed about something. It must be whatever happens in a few days that involves both the Monkai Association and Hitler's group. Whatever they do, it must involve several parties. It makes me wonder how ITLL play out, but he has asked Albion and me to participate since he'll be in one location while the rest are spread apart. I don't get it. I mumbled again and scratched my head. If you think too hard, your brain will explode, so stop, said Albion, and I smacked him on the side. He did the same thing to me. What is troubling you, Drake? Asked Rudra. The upcoming operation, Let's Go Wild, I told Albion. With moderation. We're supporting both the Grimmery Peerage and the Brave Saints in Germany, aren't we? Apophis and Crom Cruch will be fighting together too. It will be an interesting alliance. The two heavenly dragons and 2 out of the 3 alive evil dragons are fighting together to defend humans. If these words were spoken hundreds of years ago, people would think I'm crazy, but it's happening. The only way to make this perfect would be if Vritra were to join us, but he'll be in Greece with another team. Partner Aaron will be in Asgard. He'll also come to our locations once he settles the troubles over there. But he suddenly stopped, and something appeared in his hands along with a magic circle beside him. He and Kuntuar began to talk into it before it disappeared. They walked back over to us with a smile on his face. That's apparently, Yunio has been refining it himself. And they gathered all the remaining 17, and he combined them into this. Since the previous one was called Linodite, he decided to name this Estraderite. The medium-sized gem in Partner's hand glowed strangely. Around it was an aura with multiple different colors, almost like the rainbow. It's not as powerful as the Enrio's, but it has around half of its potential and power, he added, moving around his hand. Wait, can't you replicate both? I asked. If he did, wouldn't that be amazing? He planned on making the Linodite a power source for humans to use. But if the Estraderite is better, then how will that affect things? Easily, but replicating the Enrio's would be a bad idea. But with the Estraderite, it would be safer. Even after we reveal the supernatural to the humans, they can't leave this universe. So after finding out other ways of creation through magic and alchemy, it won't matter. That thing is also from a different universe, so I doubt the technology we have here today would make any difference. I also doubt they would advance too fast, even in the future after you reveal everything, said Rudra. Why not put something on it to prevent replication from other sources? Suggested Albion. Partner smirked. Yeah, that was the plan. It would be bad if they started trying to replicate it to gain monetary value. My aim for the Estraderite is to provide a cheap and affordable energy source for everyone. Will he be hated or loved then? Even after he reveals himself to be the main cause of the 2 billion people's disappearance. Although he did say he would be Gene Skyward for that and Aaron Tool for the business thing. That's what he has himself named for everything when it comes to the business. He'll use a different appearance when he announces himself as Gene and is original for Aaron. I wonder if people will be fooled by it. Although humans have been fooled with much less, even from their own species, so this doesn't seem so unrealistic now that I think about it anyway. They'll get going. Daylight is coming, he said, beginning to disappear. Hey, we can go all out during the operation, right? Of course, barriers are set to deploy once everything starts. Just get the humans out of there and into the space I have ready, he said and disappeared. Can't we leave that to the shadow soldiers? I mean, that's what he probably has planned. We're just there to make sure it goes smoothly, then we can run loose. Checkmate. Huh. Wait, what? He left us in the dark about what was truly going to happen on those days. I doubt ITL'll be too destructive, but maybe it has to do more for people if what he has alluded to becomes real, then Freya, Asgard, Black Alice, the Greek gods, and Hitler may stir up a storm. Aaron Toole's soliloquy when opening my eyes. The first thing I saw were the twins still sleeping, but Fusey was already awake, stroking their heads. When she saw me awake, she put a finger to her lips, indicating that I stay silent. Who isn't that cute? A voice said. I looked up and saw her mother there, hand over mouth, giggle to herself. It's like a family. I really am going to have grandchildren soon after she said that. She closed the door, leaving a very flustered Fusey. We didn't do anything but sleep, so she's just teasing her. But when the twins woke up, it was Eco. Once she did, she asked, very sleepily and wise-awking, are the enemies attacking? Enemies? What in the world were you dreaming about, Eco? Reaching out, I stroked her head. The enemies have been defeated. Major Eco. What are your next orders? Huggy, she mumbled, and she hugged me. Eco, who was still asleep, did the same thing to Fusey, and we both quietly laughed. We should take them to the living room since breakfast should be soon, she said, and I agreed. As we left the room, while carrying the two, we saw Fumi furiously texting on her phone. She saw us and ran up to us. Fune, Jean-san. How do I deal with this? She asked, showing us her phone. And there were texts between her and Tadasu. However, it seemed like the young man had woken up and was texting her questions about Fusey and me. Eventually, it turned into questioning Fumi herself. And then his latest text was, then you date me. That way, I can live the experience. Which seemed a bit messed up to me. Fumi liked him, but isn't this just him spiraling or being in denial? Fumi also looked quite upset. She must be happy, but at the same time, not really since she's being used to replace her older sister. No blood, no bone, no ash, muttered Fusey menacingly. K-Project. I didn't show them anime from different worlds yet, you know. How does she know that reference? You what? Fumi was even more confused by this reaction from her. Let's go speak with him after breakfast, Fumi. Aaron, please come with us, she said, and I just agreed. I haven't seen her like this before, so it would be better to comply and see it play out. Fusey-chan is going to confront Tadakun? This is certainly getting intense. We were having breakfast when we arrived here earlier, and Hanako had finished making it, so I didn't have time to help her, but I did summon 2 dishes from other countries that they had for breakfast, so it evened out, I think. Just to make sure, he doesn't have siblings, right? I asked. I didn't want to get into more fights, since I have a bigger one in a few days, and it would be pretty pointless if they did try to attack me. If you look at it logically, I won a fair fight, even if I didn't win fairly. It's pretty contradictory, but you get what I mean. He has 2 older and larger brothers. Jin-ku and Hanako said gleefully. This woman is a devil, I thought, and awkwardly smiled at her. Is that so? I hope their delinquent Tadakun is the only one that isn't in the family, but they all like and adore him because of his popularity in the community. So, you may gain their hate and fury when you show yourself over their good luck to you, partner. Don't worry, Jean. They'll speak to them, Fusey told me, a look of righteous fury on her face. No one said anything to her, as it seemed they were intimidated by it. Even Hanako, which was surprising. Well, I do appreciate it. I want to avoid actually hurting someone, I replied, and continued eating. I give you my blessings, Jean-kun. Go beat them up. Yeah, this woman is a devil in disguise. Walking down to the town, we ended up near the shopping district. Fusey, Fumi, and I were being stared at. The 2 sisters were probably famous and known, while I was just there, and Maybe my win against Tadasu was spread by the rest of the guys that saw it, so they're probably staring at me for that reason too. We eventually arrived at a large modern house that had a large front garden. And it were three guys. One of them was Tadasu, and the other was like him, but larger and even more muscular. Once they were aware of us, they turned to stare at us. "Fusey-chan, are you here to why is he here?" he asked, his face morphing into one full of dissatisfaction. "Tadasuke, you're aware that my little sister Fumi likes you, right?" The whole area fell silent after she said that. Fumi's face quickly turned red, and she took hold of her sister's arm before she shouted, why would you say that?" "But I like you, Fusey-chan." "Oh, are you here about what I texted in the morning?" "I admit that I did that out of reflex, but am very much still in love with you," he admitted and then looked at Fumi. "But if she says no, then I can settle for you." Before I noticed it, my fist had slammed into Tadas's face, and then he crashed into their house's door. Everyone around us was shocked by my sudden behavior. The two older brothers walked up to me, but releasing a bit of my aura made them freeze, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. They ran into their home while dragging Tadasu with them. "I can settle for you," that phrase pisses me off. It reminds me of my previous life and what that sperm donor said to my mom. The memories just flooded back in, and the sadness and despair of my mom flashed in my head, and I kind of reacted on reflex too. Is this how I felt when I went into those blind rages? I literally didn't remember those few seconds of me stepping forward and then punching him. I probably have some kind of anger management I need to work through. Otherwise, this would be bad for everyone. The future clench of my hand. I turned back to see both sisters still looking at me. I have no excuses, but hearing that phrase just annoyed me. I walked past them and started walking back to their home. They quickly followed me, and we stayed silent until we reached the dirt road that was straight towards their home. "Fumi Hirawa, take this from me. Don't be the person that someone just settles for. You're more than that. I know you like Tadasu, but if that guy was hiding his real colors like that, then you should move on from him. From the small interactions we had, you're a good girl, so don't settle for him either. You can find someone better," I told her without turning around. I take back the love rival thing. This guy isn't like Massimo at all. He's a secret douchebag. Drake didn't seem happy at all, although I can see where he's coming from. Compared to Massimo, Lavinia's childhood friend, this guy was just an asshole disguised as a decent person. But I won't be surprised if my reputation goes down because of what I did to the guy, but whatever, I don't care. We eventually arrived back at the home, and Hanako looked at us before she asked, "Would you like a small snack to cool off?" "Yes, please," replied Fumi. She and Fusey entered their home before me, and Hanako looked at me. "Tell me what happened, Jin-kun." I nodded and told her about what happened, fuming while I did so, although by the end of it I calmed down a bit. Of course, I looked to my side while telling her this. It seemed like there were workers out in the fields already. When I looked back at Hanako, Fumi was there and handed me a small cup of shaved ice. I accepted it before she smiled, thanked me, and ran away. Well, it seems Fumi appreciated it, but she leaned in and whispered, "Having both my daughters would be interesting, right? You really shouldn't give away your daughters so readily like that," I replied and sighed. She just giggled before trotting away. I glanced back at the fields one last time before joining them all in the living room. A few hours passed, and finally Fusey and I were ready to leave. "Come back. That's an order," Hanako said with a wink. "Of course, with grandkids. We'll try to come back again, Mom." "I can't guarantee the last point, though," replied Fusey. She hugged everyone in her family, but the twins stood by my legs and grabbed my pants. "Are you coming back, Jean and I?" Eiko asked. "Will we see more of Vanishi and Welshi?" asked Eiko. They looked like they were about to cry, so I crouched down and patted their heads. "He'll come back, and he'll let you meet both of them." "How does that sound?" "Really? We can meet them?" they asked, sounding excited. "Yep, they're my friends, and they'll be happy to meet you." We made a pinky promise before we walked away from them. If it's for those two tykes, he'll do it. Agreed. I made both heavenly dragons into doting uncles. This is some sort of achievement, right? As we arrived at a secluded part of Tamaki, Fusey tugged on my sleeve, and I looked at her. When I did, she kissed me. I kissed her back, even after being surprised like this. "Thank you, but also are you trying? No, I'm not trying to get your sister." I stopped her from asking me that. She just laughed at me before we teleported back to Kuo. A few days have passed, and the operation was going to start soon. All the teams were in their respective locations, and everyone was just waiting for it to start. My group and I were in Asgard. All the subrealms and islands were already alerted to this, but we were advised not to act like they did. Otherwise, it would give us away. My group consisted of Lavinia, Sik, Reiko, Fusey, Latia, Rainier, Valerie, and Gabriel. The others that joined us were the Valkyrie squad that was in DXD, various other teams of DXD, and the Norse gods. My group was stationed all around the realm, but the ones with me, Gabriel and Reiko, were on the Dark Elf's island, so we would be teaming up with them. Dark Elf Queen Frida would be leading the Dark Elves on Svartalfheim, while her sister, Yoanth, would be on the island in the main realm helping us. As Gabriel chatted with the Dark Elves, Reiko walked around the perimeter of the island while I looked in a certain direction. But a few seconds later, a loud rumble echoed throughout the realm. The previous happy chatter had halted as they listened to the loud rumble that eventually turned into drum beats. From the skies of Asgard, a giant tear opened, and out came various warriors, monsters, and yokai. They were a mix of divine beasts, cryptids, and warriors that I assume were from Valhalla, along with Valkyries. From this lineup, 4 men stood out. 2 of them gave off a strange aura, while the other 2 were just powerful. That's our Freya's husband, and my husband, Jorgir, said Gondel through the transceiver that I gave everyone. The other 2 beside him were warriors named Sneemar and Hertil. All of them were at least Satan class in power, which was pretty formidable. They definitely had experiments done on them since their current power was beyond their potential, which is normally impossible. Leave it up to Promestine to break rules like that. It makes me wonder how she would be if she were with us, just like Avetsa. Should I try to force her to change sides? A talented person like her would be a waste to just eliminate or let rot in prison. They looked around. And then Jorgir and her stared in my direction before he lifted his hand up and created thousands of magic circles all across the realm. And from them came bat-like creatures that began screeching unholy sounds. Everyone else was forced to cover their ears, but I remained still and kept staring at the 2 who were surprised by this. They spoke to each other as the bats kept screaming until I raised my arm and clicked my fingers, vanquishing all of them, finally getting rid of the noise. I would have gone crazy if it kept making noise like that. Helmwige complained through the transceivers. Let's start then, I told him, and aimed my index finger and middle finger towards the large group of enemies, but was stopped. There are some rogue Valkyries with them. Some were pronounced MIA as far back as 15 years ago. Please don't harm them. We wish to capture them and then question them, said Odin. I brought my hand back after I heard that and sighed. Gabriel, can I leave you to defend this island? Reiko, can you go to the other 2 in the south and east? They'll cover the main island, north and west. Okay, the angel replied cheerily. Yes, leave it to me. There will be others there too. Do you wish to capture anyone else? She asked. Inform me of anyone significant if you see them, and we'll decide from there. I told her, and I flew away. I may as well join those on the main island first and go from there. Freya's soliloquy had started, said a woman called Aura. She was apparently part of the Goddess of Battle, which is a subgroup of the Electa from Jean's group, or growing faction. Anna and another woman called Alicia came over here to help defend against the upcoming attack by the Cow's Order. Unlike before, this time we were ready. A few seconds ago, an eerie silence replaced the loud and happy scene of this realm. Although the people here were aware of it to some degree, they were still quite scared of things like this happening, a terrorist attack. However, to some, especially those who remember what happened all those years ago, the attack by Black Alice today would be a sort of recreation of it. I had only heard of it from Hestia and others, but it seemed that it devastated the realm at the time. I'll go then, said Vala Lucifer while summoning his sacred gear's wings. The people of DXD have come to help us. This included Vala Lucifer's team, Team Moon Rabbits from the tournament that were led by the 2 new goddesses Vera and Kurosagi, Aura and Alicia, thousands of shadow soldiers commanded by Jean, and finally the gods and people of this realm. Normally, It would be suicide to go against this, but the Cows Order were insane enough to fight against it. Especially Black Alice. A thunderous roar echoed through the realm, and various giant monsters and powerful yokai began to come out of magic circles all around the realm. That's when we turned to Hermes as he was relayed information from someone else. He looked uneasy as he glanced back at us, specifically at me. Freydano, it seems her has shown back up in Asgard along with various other missing Valkyries and warriors that went missing from Valhalla. When I heard that name, I felt my entire body freeze. Why now? Don't tell me he's part of them? Chapter 9, Part 2, Hitler and the Monkai Association, third-person point of view in the base of the Cows Order. Another resurrected historical figure watched on a monitor what was happening in Germany. This person was also quite well known throughout the world. It was the legendary Genghis Khan. However, it was his original soul. They couldn't obtain it because it had reincarnated in another world. Still, the Cows Order managed to recreate his body, and now the soul of a very vengeful person inhabits it. No one knew of this soul's original name, Cinceredo, and when they would attack, certain places differed so much that they decided to do their own missions. Hitler insisted on conquering Germany first, as that was where he gained support and rose to power. He wanted to relive that feeling, and he would do anything to do so. So both of them went to gather their own group, which consisted of like-minded individuals. They also requested reviving some of their previous commanders, but it wasn't possible anymore as their previous methods had been inaccessible, so they had to rely on more crude methods. However, both of these individuals wanted to learn one thing they thought would be essential to conquering the world, and that would be magic. Both, for the first time in their new lives, learned something new, and they did it at a rapid pace, surprising the magicians. But in the end, they chalked it up to these two being amazing since they were historical figures. Will you be successful today, Hitler? Or will you fail, like you did back in the Second World War? Mumbled Genghis Khan, his eyes never leaving the monitor. They hadn't expected this. However, they had to adapt. Prior to the operation starting, with the consent of Aaron and the other leaders, the ones that were assigned in Germany were allowed to use sleeping magic on the entire country and transport them to a different dimension, where they would stay until the fighting was finished. This was done the same way in Greece, as their people were transported to a different dimension. The magic spell they used ensured none of the humans would wake up until it was over. Aaron Toole had given them temporary access to it, so nothing wrong would go wrong, because if even a single one woke up, it would be troublesome in his eyes. Once Team Rias Gremory, the Brave Saints, and the two Heavenly Dragons and two Evil Dragons had finished their initial task, all they had to do was wait, but when the operation finally started, something unexpected happened. Numerous evil dragon-like dragons appeared from various magic circles, along with some battle gods that appeared during the war and previous operations. Magicians, cryptids, and monsters that belonged to the Monkai Association came out of thousands of magic circles. They managed to start creating the mass-produced evil dragons again. How? Dulio asked. He was the acting leader for their entire combined group. For the time being, it shouldn't matter, Dulio-san. Our aim is to stop them no matter what. We've all heard about Hitler, and we more or less know what he's capable of. Aaron told us that he and everyone else in their group can use magic, so they should be even more deadly than they were back in World War II, said Rias. From one magic circle came out a man, and all of the groups of Team DXD knew who it was as soon as they saw him. It was Hitler. However, he had an aura that wasn't like any other humans or magicians they had previously met, an indescribable aura that emanated animosity and repugnance to everyone he saw. Multiple other magic circles appeared beside him, and more men came out. These were their previous commanders' bodies, just like Genghis Khan. They placed other souls into their physical forms and made sure that they would follow Hitler's command like loyal followers and that they would never betray him. You could say they were his puppets, as he could make them do anything and they would not resist it. On the left was the remains of Joseph Goebbels, the minister of propaganda. Next was Hermann Göring, who was a leader of the Nazi Party, and the final one on his left was Heinrich Himmler, who was second in power to Hitler. On the right were Joachim von Ribbentrop, foreign minister and chief negotiator of various treaties, Martin Bormann, who was one of Hitler's closest lieutenants, and Walther Funk, an economist who served as president of the Reichsbank. All of them were just bodies with hollow souls that would do Hitler's bidding. However, for that man, it was enough. So, the pesky one has already cleaned up my country for me? How thoughtful of you. You may leave now, he said, and made a shooing gesture with his hand towards them. Get lost, Drake shouted. He was already in his dragon form, and a group of women were standing on his back. They were the specialized units sent by the German government to help Team DXD, as the government here was already aware of the supernatural prior to the war. The group was called the Hound Unit, led by their powerful leader, Margit Eberbach. Margit has red eyes with slit pupils and long red hair that goes past her waist. Some would consider her hair to be fiery in appearance as a result as well. She mainly uses her military uniform. Margit has an eye patch covering her left eye to restrict her own power and only takes it off when she finds a worthy opponent. In terms of Aaron Tool's own ranking system, she would be at least high class with her eye patch on. Without it, she would be in the middle of ultimate class. Her team were all in high class too. Lisa Brinker specialized in stealth and espionage. Cosima Lorbach was considered the tank or powerhouse, and Sigrun Kohlschreiber was their healer as she had the same sacred gear as Asia Argento, which was Twilight healing. Fine Bergman was the woman they relied on for information, as she mostly used support magic. And finally, Thelma Muller also had a sacred gear. However, it was a new sacred gear that was created after Aaron Tool changed the sacred gear system. It was born from the boosted gear called the Gift Maiden, as it would boost itself once and transfer that power to her allies. The maximum number of people she could transfer at once was 5. I will say this again. Leave, or I will be forced to end your lives, he told them, then silently stared at them. Hey, Hitler-san, what's the reason for this? Giulio Gesualdo asked the man. A smile appeared on his barato as he stroked his mustache. I am to relive my glory days. I no longer hold grudges against any group. My dissatisfaction has broadened. If you do not conform to the world I wish to create, I will remove you from it, he told Giulio. With a troubled smile on his face, Giulio asked, So you haven't changed one bit, huh? Unfortunately, so with that said, I will presume that you are defying me. So die, he said and put his arm forward. The monsters and groups of people he had brought with him finally screamed and charged towards Team DXD. Everyone, shouted Giulio, and Aaron Tool's dragon tattoo appeared on their arms. Let's stop them. Team DXD also shouted and charged towards Hitler's group. We can go wild, Drake shouted. With moderation, Welsh Dragon. We are still on your back, said Margit. I forgot about you guys. Fine, they'll put you guys at those places, so I can have fun. Drake shouted before he increased his speed and flew across Germany, while dropping off each member of the Hound unit at different places. The other groups also started teleporting to different parts of the country to fight off the others who were mobilized there. Hitler's group and the ones beside him also left as they were assigned to different sections of Germany to conquer. The ones left in the location where Hitler himself had teleported to were Team Reus Gremery, whom Giulio assigned to take on. He himself wanted to, but thought that it would be better if they did it, as he may have said things he wouldn't have liked. Is surrendering really not an option? Reus asked, staring at Hitler while shrouding her body in power of destruction. I will never have that option ever again, he said, smirking at her. It's do or die, and I would rather do it till the end. That sounds suspicious, mumbled Chiron. A few people looked at her with confused expressions, but she just shrugged at them. Nyahaha, let us beat them up then, a boisterous voice declared. From Crom Critch's back jumped out a black cat and transformed into a familiar woman. Nay, Shalma, you could have just asked to come with us, Chiron said, irritated. It makes this more dramatic. So go Naya, Kuroka shouted before firing a quick barrage of Tukey bullets at Hitler. 10 monsters jumped in front of him and created countless magic circles that slowed down her attack, and only forced Hitler to move to the side to avoid it. But once it exploded in the distance, the opposite force of DXD knew that they had to be careful, otherwise they would be defeated rather quickly. Rias stared at Hitler one more time before sighing. While Ehrenthal didn't enforce it, they knew that he would prefer it and would leave it to their judgment. Rias tried to see if she could have Hitler stand down or have this end peacefully, but from their short exchanges, it was impossible. So the only choice she had left was to stop him, along with anyone else that was following him. As the little sister of the Satan Lucifer and one of the fiancés of the middleman, "They'll put an end to this here, Hitler," she declared, making the man laugh at her. Hitler simply condescendingly smirked at her and flicked his hand backward. The ones near him finally fired their attacks, but as soon as they reached Ria's body, they were destroyed. "I see, so that's the famous power of destruction. How troublesome," he said, and issued new orders to his troops. All of Germany had been covered by a barrier. The same was true with Greece. However, its individual buildings weren't protected by them, so the inside was just normal and could be destroyed by the fighting. However, with the blessing of the German government, DXD was allowed to blow it all away since Aaron offered to repair it all. The ones in Greece were also given the okay from Aaron and the Greek gods, as the government there wasn't aware, so the gods were the ones who gave them the okay for it. The battle gods that were brought in were running rampant around the city of Berlin. That was where they had initially shown up and where Hitler and Team Rias Gremery would fight them. A question, Hitler, said Vasco Strata. The famous Durandal wielder wishes to question me? He asked, a bit surprised. Cinceredo, why would I bring that useless woman back to life? Apart from having a personal servant to attend to my needs, any worker of human or supernatural origin would have been enough. I, however, did inquire about her, and she didn't have any special properties, so it would have been pointless, he explained. Vasco Strata rubbed his chin and asked, would the reason of being your previous wife not suffice? No, there are better women in this day and age, so I can pick whomever I wish, he told him, sending more attacks at him while ordering various monsters to attack him. Vasco Strata took this as the end of their conversation. He began to attack and defeat the enemies that were sent to him. He also destroyed and negated the magic attacks that were thrown at him by Hitler. The old man, who is now young, noticed that the mastery that Hitler showed was more than above average. If he assumed that the man in front of him had only been revived a year prior, then his growth was nearly on par with the various people that Aaron Toole had helped get stronger. He may lack the raw power, but his technique, mastery, and unique magic circles that he personally created make up for it. Fufu, to think I didn't see you during our time back in the original Second World War, thought Vasco Strata. In the distance, two Nikomata sisters fought alongside each other, blasting their adversaries away with the use of their tuki and senjutsu. You know, I thought Hitler would be an uptight guy, but he seems quite chill, said Kuroka. Flabbergasted by this, Chiron asked, in what way, shape, or form is he being chill right now, Ne-sama? He's trying to take over Germany, Nyo? Kuroka just wanted to make small talk with her little sister, but didn't he expect to be shot down by that kind of question from her? WL, I was just trying to make small talk, Naya. Throwing out light blue flames from her fist using senjutsu, Chiron annihilated a large group of enemies. She then looked at her sister, unimpressed, and said, pick better topics, or I'm telling Aaron that you said that Hitler was chill. Cold sweat appeared all over Kuroka's body as she heard that. She didn't want him, of all people, to hear that. So as she was about to bow to her sister, she fired elemental attacks using magic to their side. However, to her surprise, the person who tried to attack them dodged her attack. I'm trying to speak with my sister here, Naya. She shouted at them, frustrated. Pardon my intrusion then, Kuroka-san, Kaneko-san, said the man. He bowed to them and smiled. I am Gage, a magician affiliated with the Cow's Order. I am before Chiron or Gage could react. Barato appeared in front of him and struck him with a devastating blow. The shockwave that was created by this strike shook the entire country and destroyed all its buildings. I said I was talking, nya. Kuroka roared, genuinely angry. Dumbstruck by this, Chiron just stared at her older sister quietly, not even moving. The noise of the battles that were happening around them also stopped as they too looked at Kuroka. She crossed her arms and huffed. Conversations between family members come first. I don't care about your terrible reasons for joining a horrible organization. She then looked at Chiron and gestured with her hands to come closer to her. Meow meow, Chiron, come here. Not wanting to make her sister even angrier, she complied and went to her. Kuroka began to rant about something. Chiron wasn't listening anymore, and the fighting around them continued, albeit it felt a bit awkward. In a different part of Germany, Dulio and the brave saints defended a large area while facing a few battle gods, Martin Bormann, and executive magicians that joined them. Dulio controlled the clouds above them, turning black and raining down thunderbolts around the area. He also made sure to avoid the buildings if he could, but there were scenarios in which he couldn't. There's nothing else to speak about. Angel, save your breath, said Martin. Dulio, since teleporting here, had been trying to speak to one of Hitler's closest lieutenants, but none of his words reached him. You don't think this is weird? Dulio asked, firing flaming balls towards him. Martin created hundreds of magic circles that slowed him down and stopped his attacks. Because to me it is. Martin did not answer Dulio's questions any further and simply began attacking him and issuing orders to his group. The magicians around them worked together to create large and powerful attacks, but they were easily countered by Heaven's Joker. The other brave saints were faring well too, as most of the members that Martin Bormann brought were middle class to high class at best, while the battle gods were the only threat that some weaker brave saints would face. However, with the help of the shadow soldiers, they didn't need to worry about them too much. Mr. Dulio, there are a group of magicians going east. Please deal with them. Ms. Griselda, another cryptid is coming your way. Please deal with it as it has some annoying properties. Mr. Ryu, more members of Martin's group are heading your way, said a female's voice through their transceivers. Fine Bergman calmly instructed the members of the Brave Saints about the situation that was happening around them. She had been given a little tool by Aaron that would help her with their operation today. Fine is a young, bespectacled woman with short gray hair that reached down to her shoulder and brown eyes. She wore the same uniform as the rest of her team, which mostly consisted of black, red, and gold colors. She normally wore glasses, but because today's operation was a bit more special, she was gifted a new pair by Aaron. It would give her a wider range of view and give her a slightly weaker version of his women's appraisal ability from their rings. Fine Bergman was not a powerful fighter. She was at best high class, but most of her magic was support or utility-based. The few offensive attacks she has, she only uses when she is cornered and needs to be forceful. Beside her was a shadow soldier with the express purpose of defending her from any attackers that may come her way. And in total, so far, there have been 8 attempts on her life. However, the shadow soldier quickly dealt with them. Another person who was assigned to defend her was Team Trump Card of Heaven S Knight, Kayatora Shinra. One of the executives is making a move. In the West, he's at least comparable to high-class devils. Please someone stop them, said Fine. I will go to it, said Marana Shadorova. In the distance, Marana flew towards the location that Fine had informed them of, and she found a woman in a yellow 3-piece suit with a large fur cape behind her. TCH, of all people, they sent someone like you to confront me? Are you kidding me? The woman asked in exasperation. Marana was aware of her unusually striking appearance. She had a complex about her appearance at times, and even hated it during her teenage years. However, as of late, she has started liking herself for one reason, and because of that, she wouldn't accept anyone talking badly about her own bravado. Without another word, a large light spear came out of the ground, nearly piercing the woman beneath her. She barely jumped away in time to avoid it, but a part of her shoulder and left leg were caught in the attack, leaving her bleeding. You jerk! She shouted and glared at Marana. You're Russian, aren't you? She asked, much to Marana's surprise. What if I am? She replied, squinting her eyes at the woman. The woman below her started laughing for a few seconds, confusing Marana. She then pointed at Marana and said, I'm also Russian, but I'm on Hitler's side now. Pretty strange, huh? Before you ask, I don't care about their political nonsense. I'd blow both countries up if I wanted, but Mr. Hitler has his own plans for them once we're done with all this mess. She flicked her long black-gray hair backward and grinned at Marana. I'm Emelina, by the way. I've thrown away the rest of my name. I just go by Emelina now. Her blue eyes shone at Marana as she stared at her silently. Marana Shadorova, Gabriel Samus Ace, she said, creating thousands of dense, light spears around her. For the sake of peace, I will need to stop you. Peace this, peace that. Y'all never shut up about that, huh? Chaos makes the world more fun, replied Emelina. The role of the strong is to protect the weak. Anyone that is weak cannot live in such a world. That's why a world of peace is much better. It gives everyone an equal chance at life, especially the one that Aaron San is pursuing, said Marana. Don't care, forget his way of thinking. Emelina scowled at Marana and created her own magic circles behind her. It's survival of the fittest in the wild. That's how it should be for us too. Emelina launched her magic attacks towards Marana, who also did the same thing with her light spears. When both attacks collided, it was clear who the stronger one was, as several spears of light from Marana overpowered Emelina's magic and started raining down on her. She also had to avoid the occasional lightning strikes that were thrown at her by Dulio's sacred gear. As they continued their little scuffle, Marana noticed that the injury she gave Emelina earlier had disappeared and was surprised by it. Emelina grinned at her, and without making another comment, she suddenly attacked herself in a shocking way, surprising Marana. She then threw something towards Marana, and it began to violently shake before transforming into a strange creature. Another arm quickly regenerated from Emelina's missing arm, along with her previously ripped-off cloth. She grinned at Marana, who flew away from a monster and attacked it using her light powers. She generated a small ball of light and fired it at the monster, killing it. Surprised? Asked Emelina. Let me summarize. Cow's order, experiments, and axolotls. Marana understood what she meant. She, Emelina, had been experimented on by the cow's order and got her regenerative abilities from an animal called an axolotl. Axolotls are an aquatic species of salamander with extraordinary regenerative ability and are able to regenerate organs, skin, limbs, or practically any other body part. Because axolotls never develop lungs and instead keep their gills, they are permanent underwater residents. Even more amazing, axolotls can regenerate limbs and organs perfectly without any scarring. They can do this as many times as necessary in as little as 3 weeks. Of course, if it were their normal regenerative ability, it would take a long time to grow this back, she said, flexing her new arm. So they did their magic, and honestly, it's amazing. It also gave me some water manipulation. Who would have thought? She raised her arm and opened her palm towards Marana before shooting out a stream of water towards her. She created a shield of light in front of her, blocking the attack. From that shield of light came a shot that spread towards Emelina, who let herself be hit by the attacks. Centuredo, convinced that she would win this by dragging it out. Closing her eyes, she thought about various ways of defeating Emelina, but in the end, Marana came to one conclusion. They'll just need to restrain you. Please forgive me in advance, she muttered. This time, millions upon millions of light spears appeared all over the skies of Germany, stunning everyone. Marana-san? What's happening? Dulio asked in a panic. I'm going to defeat someone, Dulio-san. Please don't mind me, she said. All the light spears slowly converged into a single enormous spear of light that was so dense that it even made her fellow angels lurch back. Even though most of Ria's peerage and herself weren't weak to light anymore, some of them became uneasy at the density of Marana Shadorova's enormous light spear. If we weren't changed by Aaron, I think would be affected by that right now, mumbled Yumi. I think would be vaporized, Yumi-san, said Asia. Era ID like to have that kind of light power to deal with some devils, Aquino said, making those around her uneasy. Fufufu glancing back at her queen, Rias asked, Centuredo, she believed her newfound regenerative abilities would save her. So she didn't panic, nor did she run away. Even if you use that to attack me, it'll survive, so you're just wasting your energy. She shouted, This doesn't take much of my power, Emelina. I also didn't say I was going to kill you, said Marana. She aimed her free hand at Emelina as shackles made of light attached themselves to her. Marana pointed her finger downward at Emelina, and the mammoth-sized light spear began falling down on top of her. She began to panic as she tried to tear off the shackles that were on her, but found that they were soft and yielding and couldn't be broken by force. She tried the ground beneath her, but also saw that it had become soft and yielding. "You gotta be kidding me," shouted Emelina before the attack hit her and knocked her down. The surrounding area around them erupted into a column of light. It also killed some enemies that were near enough to the blast radius, and any creatures that were weak against the element were vaporized around it too. Once the column vanished, Emelina stood there grinning, but as she went to speak, her voice didn't come out. In a panic, she checked her larynx, but found that it was still there, confusing her. Marana landed in front of her and gently pushed her over. She tried to fight it, but couldn't, scared and confused. Emelina fell into slumber. "Phew, that should do it. I hope everyone has an easier time with their opponents," she mumbled to herself before picking up Emelina and carrying her away. Azazel and the rest of the leaders agreed with Aaron that anyone who had a unique ability or was experimented on would be captured. This was agreed upon after Rainier and her group left the room after the meeting in Grigori. They, with the help of Aaron, would remove those abilities from them, analyze them themselves, and try to recreate them down the line. They wanted more firepower on their side if such an event would happen in the future or if a prominent group would arise in the far near future. "I didn't expect that at all. Marana-san is pretty scary when the time comes," said Irina. She was fighting alongside Zenobia, and Asia, the church trio, had decided to stick together. Irene herself also asked to be allowed to fight alongside the Gremory peerage, and Dulio didn't have a problem with that. Asia was already in her balance breaker and was actively healing everyone in Germany, so they could fight without reservations. However, she was also ready to fight if she was approached by anyone. 4 lucky souls so far were met with a healing punch and were knocked out. Asia didn't like taking lives, but was more than willing to fight, so she came to this compromise. But she wouldn't stop her allies if they were to take someone else's life. Her opinion was different prior to the war, but if someone like Lapis showed up again, as much as it shamed her, she would also ask someone to get rid of them to save more lives. She started to adopt the same outlook as Aaron. Some people could be rehabilitated, some couldn't. She just had to become a better judge of people and go from there. For the 4 that she knocked out, she didn't think that far ahead and just did her job instead. Wouldn't it, as Zenobia was about to speak, they were attacked by 3 people. Irina and Asia also avoided being hit. The 3 of them put their backs against each other, almost like a circle, and stared at their attackers. All of their attackers were wearing the Schutzstaffel military uniform. 2 of them were males, and 1 was female. 1 was tall, had short blonde hair, blue eyes, and a scruffy blonde beard. The other male was around 58, had long blonde hair and green eyes. Finally, the only female there had blonde hair that reached her shoulders and blue eyes. You could say they were Hitler's ideal Aryan race. Blonde hair and blue eyes, of which 2 were just that. All 3 were also powerful, hovering around ultimate class and power with unique abilities given to them by the Cow's Order. "What do you think of them, Armin?" the female asked the taller blonde. The man named Armin nodded. "Censuredo, they're from Japan, right? Don't they have a specific term for fans of certain things?" Asia frowned and said, "Please don't call me that. I am 17 and I'm 56. Previously, Asia was only 51, but because of Aaron's help, she grew taller and was now 56. Her overall appearance also matured, making her less conscious of them since she used to compare herself to Rias and Aquino. She talks back. "I will correct that," said Eugen, glaring at Asia. She also glared back at the man who was already making decisions for her. "Well, we don't need to know why they're here. I can see they have some unique abilities, so we have to capture them," said Zenobia while pointing Durandal at the trio. All 3 of them looked at Zenobia and sighed, confusing her. "She is the defect, so we'll take her out of the picture. Although we may be able to extract her powers, so we can give that weapon to someone in our group," said Armin. "I will deal with her personally." Zenobia frowned before she disappeared with Armin. Irina and Asia were left with Vivi and Eugen. "I ain't leaving Asia to you, creep," shouted Irina. "Let's beat them up together." "Yes, I think that would be appropriate," replied Asia. Ahin. After Asia called out her familiar's name, he appeared behind her. Ahin had transformed into a large dragon, and he stared down at the two enemies in front of his mother. Irina had been using her light powers earlier, but decided that the new enemies would be worthy enough for her hot to clear. "Let's end this quickly," said Vivi. Two large robotic gloves appeared over her arms, and she punched them together. "Let's show him our powers, Eugen." Countless player cards appeared around Eugen, and they started floating around them. Yes, with our combined might. Asia made the move first. She slammed her fist into Eugen's face and threw him to the ground. Before Vivi could react, Irina also teleported beside her, struck her left arm hard, and kicked her in the face, also barato her to the ground. "Asia, you acted too quickly." "Well, it worked out for us, though," said Irina as she cleaned her sword of the blood on it. From the dust came maniacal laughter. It was from the woman named Vivi. "Is this how the followers of God fight? Sneak attacks and not being fair? We do not need to be fair towards terrorists," Asia calmly told her. "People like you cannot be redeemed." Vivi's smile widened even more as she shot towards Asia. "I don't need redemption because I am perfect." Her large robotic gloves emitted copious amounts of electricity, and she threw a punch towards Asia. Vivi expected Asia to fly away or even dodge it, but to her surprise, the young woman in front of her shrouded her body in gold and silver tuki and then threw her own punch. Both of their fists collided and created a shockwave powerful enough to tear a fissure in the clouds. Eugen was blown away, but Irina was fine and looked at the two and said, "Winner." "Asia-chan." Vivi was confused until her other arm was struck hard, causing her to cry out. But Asia immediately followed up with a vertical spin, slamming her heel down on Vivi's head and driving her to the ground again. This time, an even larger tremor occurred all around Germany, and this time, Vivi did not get back up. However, if she didn't recover soon, she would be in serious danger. So Asia flew down and began healing her too. That was until she woke up and tried to attack Asia with her remaining arm, but Asia headbutt her, knocking her out again. "Irina-san, they'll leave him to you. Ahin will also stay and help," Asia said while carrying Vivi away. "Igrigagia," replied Irina. Asia is scary when she wants to be, she thought, then looked at the dragon beside her. "Let's beat him quickly, Ahin-kun." "Ga," replied Ahin. "I will not lose like that," said Eugen. To Irina's surprise, he had created a new arm with his cards, and it glimmered a mysterious color. Eugen materialized numerous cards from his original hand and threw them towards Ahin and Irene. All of them let out different colors, and from them, different effects followed. A card that was yellow created thunder from it and flew towards Ahin. The dragon opened its mouth and shot out a giant fireball that consumed the lightning attack. But the other two were different shades of blue. One let out water, and the other was ice. Both attacks collided with Ahin's fire breath, but it didn't have the effect that Eugen wanted. Instead, both his attempts to destroy Ahin's attacks were destroyed too, and he was forced to create defensive magic circles to defend against the attack. Irina followed Ahin's lead by sending aura slashes towards him too. This stupid lizard and useless angel defect, he thought as his magic circles were destroyed. He was hit by the attacks, received a few cuts on his barato, and was burned on his remaining arm. Eugen landed on the ground as he coughed up blood. Without the use of both his arms, he had limited use of his ability. And even after creating the artificial arm made of his cards, it wasn't enough as he would need to continuously use his power to maintain it. Ahin did most of the work, so I didn't need to do much, oh well. Irina rubbed Ahin's head, much to the delight of the dragoon. To Ahin, Asia was his mother, and his father was Aaron, because his name was inspired by his. Everyone else was a stepmother to him, so he still enjoyed their affection and company. "I don't want to hear it, especially from someone like you," shouted Irina before kicking Eugen in the face and knocking him out. Irina took hold of him and placed him onto Ahin's back. "Ahin, can you help me bring him over to the spot?" Ahin agreed, and Irina jumped on his back as they rode away. Armin and Zenovia's blades slammed against each other, creating sparks. The man did not play fair, as he ordered those around them to attack Zenovia as well. Thankfully for the slashing princess, she already knew the orders from Eren and the other leaders, so she killed the ones that weren't necessary to them. At first, she questioned Eren since he had always emphasized saving lives, but after hearing him out, she understood his new stance on things, and she was even more shocked when Asia agreed with him. Zenovia saw Asia as someone who didn't want to hurt anyone, but also understood her reasoning after hearing them. Cinchuredo, said Armin, they won't even consider us human? She thought, and became even more annoyed. Zenovia had many experiences after she left the church. She realized that her views on the world were limited and set out to broaden them. The longer she spent time with Eren Tool and those around her, she started to learn more, and when she met the previous wielder of Durandal, she learned even more from him. Even though she met Vasco Strata briefly, she received the wrong impression from him. She thought he was someone who followed the rules of the church to the very letter and that he hated anyone who wasn't a human and a warrior of the church. But she was further from the truth. In a way, Zenovia saw parts of herself in these people who hated anyone that wasn't what they perceived to be perfect, because at some point, Zenovia had similar thoughts. If they weren't believers of God, if they weren't warriors of the church, then they were the defected ones, but now she knew the truth, and it made her feel disgusted. Disgust towards them, and shame on her previous self. Zenovia's strength increased suddenly, to the surprise of Armin. He had been using a small European sword that he named Varstale. It also had unique properties, as it had numerous magic circles on it, as well as curses. Armin didn't have special powers like the other two. He only had 2k, magic, and the magic spells and curses implanted into his sword in his own body. He tried to match Zenovia's strength, but fell flat and began to be pushed back. "So you're going all out impressive for a woman," he shouted, grinning ear to ear. "All out? I just decided to use a little more strength than usual," Zenovia replied, looking confused at the man. Before he could respond, she headbutted him, knocking him away, before firing demonic bullets at him with her free hand. Armin reacted on time and pointed his sword towards the attacks, and various symbols on the sword glowed before turning the demonic attacks into wool, rendering them ineffective. He smiled at this and said, "One of the curses embedded into my sword in total. There are around 10 and 10 types of magic in this too. Now I will." As he began his speech, Zenovia dashed back in and smashed her fist into his stomach while it was shrouded in a demonic aura. As he was knocked away by that, she sent out slashes towards him using her sword. Since it was so sudden, he didn't have time to react, so Armin received numerous injuries around his body, but to his luck, he didn't lose any limbs. As he regained control, he glared at Zenovia while he started to bleed from all the cuts. Zenovia paused for a moment before nodding to herself. "It's been a while, so let's get some actual combat practice in with it. I plan on using it in our next game if the opponent is strong," she said to herself, and then summoned Carnage Incarnate, Grand Chariot. Armin became confused. He hadn't seen the sword before that Zenovia had summoned. Because of her infrequent use of the sacred gear, there weren't many reports about it to the Cow's Order, but this worked in Zenovia's favor, even if she didn't know about it. Holding the sword in her other hand and temporarily dismissing Durandal, she shouted, "Grand Chariot!" A large blue beast appeared above her, however, instead of its usual wild and disorganized appearance. It floated behind her with almost a grin on its face before turning into a pillar of blue light that swathed the area. It quickly disappeared, and Zenovia donned black and blue armor. What is that? We never heard reports of this. Is this one of the new Longinus? He asked, confused and panicked. Huh, I've had this since last year. Your organization never watched our youth rating game against the Citri Peerage? She asked, confused. But she quickly shook her head and summoned Durandal again. She didn't wait for his response and charged towards him. The closer she got, the eyes on her helmet glowed, and a voice shouted step before she got a boost in speed and slammed the flat part of her sword into Armin's stomach, sending him away into the distance. Earlier, Kuroka's attack had destroyed all the buildings, so he had nothing to crash through, but instead just hit the ground violently. However, he never let go of his sword, which impressed Zenobia. Your tenacity is admirable, although that's the only thing I can praise you for, she said. Armin, with murder in his eyes, charged Zenobia without hesitation. As he did, a few magic circles appeared around him, and he fired elemental attacks at Zenobia, who deflected them with her sword. As she raised her sword again, Armin pointed his at hers, and Zenobia felt the weight of her sword increase. But she adjusted her strength and could still hold it properly. Well, how can you not be affected by the change in weight? He shouted before swinging his sword down at her. Zenobia parried the attack and blankly stared at him. I've worked out with weights heavier than this, along with X100,000 gravity magic. Do you expect this to encumber me? She asked flatly before spinning around, kicking him in the stomach, and sending an energy slash at him with Durandal. Armin couldn't defend against it and lost an arm as a result. He gritted his teeth and used fire magic to cauterize the wound. This isn't possible, a woman overpowering a man. The imperfect overpowering the perfect. It's not possible. He looked up and was about to continue, but saw that Zenobia had already arrived in front of him and then disappeared. The slashing princess stood behind him, her sword still in the motion of swinging down, and said, "If you're given a chance to be reincarnated in a different life, go and broaden your horizons. Your views are too limited." Moments later, Armin was defeated as Zenobia struck him down with her blade. She retracted her helmet and looked at the fallen foe. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Dealing with this is going to be troublesome. What? You want to keep it? How? She asked, after listening to the beast that was inside of Carnage Incarnate. Grand Chariot. She held her hand out, and a large creature with razor-sharp teeth appeared and swallowed Armin in one bite. You're a strange one, but thanks, she said, and began flying away still in her balance breaker. Zenobia had formed a strange bond or link with the creature inside her sacred gear. Even though it couldn't speak, they had managed to communicate over the years, and in only recent memory, it started to listen to her and stopped acting so wild and erratic. Zenobia saw it as a positive next step and encouraged it. Perhaps she could attain a breakdown the beast if they worked together more in the future. But for now, she decided to focus on other things. In the Greek realm, countless battles had already started all over it, and many gods, shadow soldiers, and various groups had been deployed at various locations to help defend against Black Alice's attack. Running around at the speed of sound, Hermes sang to himself while running around the realm. He was currently in Little Olympia, and he had the task of providing and delivering to the people of his realm various equipment and items if and when they broke or ran out. He also fought alongside everyone. The teleporting group who were responsible for teleporting those items and equipment were overworked, so he offered to do this while also fighting the enemies. Hermes-sama, we've run out of healing slime in the Lamia's city. Someone shouted into their transceiver. Roger, we'll bring some of the equipment that Hephaestus made too, replied Hermes. In preparation for this event, Hephaestus, with the help of Aaron and the dwarves of Asgard, made a large number of weapons and armor for it. Unlike before, she was prepared this time and had also improved her smithing over the years with Aaron's help, so she could make god-class weapons and armor when she wanted with ease. The only things she needed were materials, which were provided by Aaron, so this task was made very easy for her. So with her new help, they managed to create enough items to give to the fighters in today's operation. Even now, in her home that's being protected by shadow soldiers, Hephaestus, Kyoko, Sherry, Burin, and Muvith are still making weapons and armor. Hermes arrived in Lamia's city and quickly arrived at the center point, while also taking down enemies on the way. In the middle, she saw the current leader, Alice, along with her attendant, Senko, and various Lamias fighting off the attack with shadow soldiers, and one of the Giobi, Anna. I've got more, he shouted before arriving behind them and handing out the items. Hermes-sama, thank you for coming and for the weapons, said Alice. She was the strongest of her species in the realm and was the one who constantly used the slime pills provided by Aaron as she bore the brunt of the attacks. The shadow soldiers provided help, but because of her own pride, she asked them to let her fight too. Against their judgment, they let her go, and she hasn't been severely injured yet. Suddenly, an even larger magic circle appeared in the sky, and everyone there prepared for more enemies to come. But to their utter horror and surprise, only 2 came out. The 2 that came out made everyone there stop, especially Senko and Alice. "And mother?" questioned the young Lamia leader. And grandmother, 2 enormous lamias that looked like Alice floated above them. One of them had a giant eye near the middle of her tail and wing-like appendages around different sections of her barato. She had a crown of spikes around her head and butterfly-like wings near her midsection. Beside that one was another lamia that looked identical but older-looking. She had 2 large, sharp horns that protruded from her head, glowing red eyes, dragon-like wings behind her back, and a stinger at the end of her tail. "Are they alive?" Senko asked Anna, who was also staring at the 2 monsters. "Unfortunately, they're dead. However, it's not beyond me or my master, Eren-sama, to resurrect them," replied Anna. Neither of them replied to her, but it was clear from the looks on their faces that they wanted to find whoever had done this. Although they already knew that, too, the culprit behind it wasn't here. Then from what I can tell, their bodies aren't normal anymore. They have so many other DNAs mixed into them. I can't really call them lamias anymore. At best, they're a very, very mixed species now. I would say beyond just the typical hybrids, explained Anna. This new information only served to anger Alice even more. But unlike her old self, she didn't explode and start attacking the corpses of her mother and grandmother. Instead, she calmed down and had a cold look on her face. "May I leave the subjugation of my mother and grandmother to you, Anna-san? I do not feel I am strong enough, especially if I take into consideration that they may have been experimented on," asked Alice. "Easily. I will leave the rest of you in the care of the shadow soldiers then." "Do not become reckless," ordered Anna. She then stepped forward but felt a hand on her arm. "I know they're dead, but I will handle them with care," Anna said while looking at Alice gently. Alice looked thankfully before thanking her. Anna flew towards the 2 previous leaders of the city, and when she stopped in front of them, she saw that another person was with them. They were so much smaller than the other 2 that they seemed like insects. It was a man in a lab coat, a blue t-shirt underneath, black jeans with white socks and sandals. He had slick black hair, sunglasses on his head, and pierced ears. He smirked at Anna after she arrived. "Ah, yes, one of the middleman's Electa. Welcome, welcome," in the sacrificial goat both fans. "A pleasure to meet your short acquaintance," he said and bowed. Sacrificial goat? So he aims to die today, or he's confident in his abilities? Well, either way, he'll get these 2 back. Anna didn't respond and simply stared at him. "The silent type, huh? If you're here to bring these 2 back, then don't bother. They'll decay as soon as you defeat them, or if I'm killed." They were experiments from start to finish. Satano-sama had a lot of fun trying different things on them, including other scientists and researchers, explained both fans. Anna summoned her staff and raised it up. Hundreds of lightning penguins appeared in the sky. Penguins can't fly. Both fans shouted in reflex. However, this was the intended effect Anna wanted, as after he acknowledged it, he started hallucinating. Anna created those penguins for one reason, and that was to implement a rule she wanted. It could be any that she wished, but it was something silly, simple, yet effective for smart and informed people or people that just read general things. The single rule she laid out was that if someone said any abbreviations of penguins can't fly, they could have a number of effects happen to them. Unfortunately for both fans, he was put under a hallucination. This rule could also activate even if the opponent it's aimed at didn't verbalize it. Even if they thought about it, they would be put under any of the effects Anna wanted. She also bound him and sealed his powers. Now then, she mumbled, and she looked at the 2 former leaders who hadn't moved yet. She tapped her staff in the air again, doing the same thing to them, sealing their powers and movement. Eren-sama may ask what you've been put through, or at least Alice. So let's see. Anna reached her free hand out and dove into the memories of both former leaders. What she saw only disgusted her and made her hate the cow's order even more. She wasn't naive or anything of the sort, but the fact that she had to see such inhumane things done to these two made her physically sick. Anna stopped her spell and sighed deeply. Looking around, she saw many invaders that were mostly monsters and yokai, so she raised her staff up again and created mini meteors and locked them on to all the monsters and yokai in Alamia City. Perish, she then dropped the mini meteors onto them. All of them rushed towards their intended targets, taking them down instantly. Some being overpowered, some being swiftly overwhelmed by the attack. She didn't want to scream, as Anna saw it as childish, but she wanted some way of letting out her disgust and frustrations right now. She only saw this as the only way, but it was very beneficial to those around them, as it had provided temporary relief to them. Anna created 2 magic circles beneath both the 2 previous leaders and used Food Chain to connect to her master, Aaron, to use any one of his abilities. She wanted this to succeed without any problems, so she wanted to be on the safe side. Anna is confident in her abilities, but she has only used temporary resurrections on past enemies she has faced and nothing permanent. Using the modified Food Chain allowed her to use the resurrection ability Aaron used to bring back Shuri, his own mother, Aoife, and Azathoth. Bright light shone from both magic circles as the ability activated. On each circle, the image of Alamia began to rapidly blink, and the light that shone from them began to wrap around the bodies. It started from the tips of their tails all the way to the top of their heads. The light then slowly seeped into the bodies, and a black-purple mist was dispelled from their bodies. Soon after, black-purple sticky goo left their bodies. The slightly pale, purple bodies of theirs regained some life, and they began to look like Alice's. Finally, a small burst of energy left their bodies, and their previously dead eyes came back to life. They began to look around, confused. Before they could ask questions, Anna flew up to their faces, tapped the air in front of her with her staff, and relayed appropriate information to them. She didn't show them the abuse they received from the Cow's Order, but they were made aware that they died and were used by them. It was clear to Anna that they were annoyed by this revelation, but they remained calm. "We will fight. It seems we kept our powers before you resurrected us," Anna-san. "However, you also reverted us back to Lamia's, correct?" asked Alice's grandmother. "That's correct. You get to keep the power but also go back to your previous selves," replied the young woman. "If you wish to get revenge on Satinel and the Cow's Order, then I would suggest letting Alice join Team DXD. She has been wanting to, but for a few reasons my master, Aaron Sama, has refused. You two may know why." They nodded and turned to the man called Bofans. "What shall we do with this man?" asked Alice's mother. "Is he important? Does he need to live?" asked Alice's grandmother. Keeping the sealing magic on him, as well as preventing him from moving, Anna smiled. "No, he's not essential for everything. He called himself a sacrificial goat, after all," she said, clicking her fingers, undoing the hallucination. "Uh-huh." Bofans looked around, confused. He saw the 2 previous Lamia leaders staring at him coldly and began to panic. What? How? The spell was supposed to activate. Anna didn't plan on explaining it to him because when using the resurrection ability that Aaron uses, all other rules, magic, or abilities put on the deceased are nullified or removed entirely. So Anna didn't need to worry about the decaying effect that had been placed on them. An opening appeared near the end of their tails, lined with jagged edges, and it slowly inched closer to Bofans. "Wait, let's talk." They didn't want to talk, and they finally reached the man before they overwhelmed him. The sounds of a fierce struggle echoed throughout the area. Once the man was defeated, they regrouped with the other Lamias near the middle of the city. Alice and Senko had many things to say and ask, as did her mother and grandmother. But for now, they focused on defending their city and driving back the invaders. "I will leave you then. However, don't hesitate to contact me if more trouble arises," said Anna. They agreed, and she teleported away. Once Anna arrived near the skies of the elf village, she saw complete pandemonium. Elves ran around fighting off the enemies, while some were heavily injured and being treated. There were only a few there who could fight them off. One of them was the leader and queen of the elves, Amaryllis Ismene. The others were Nienna the Dark Elf, Rena the elf spirit hybrid, other various elves of different levels of power, and the goddess Artemis. She had a close relationship with the elves, so she came here to help them. She raised her staff before launching shurikens made of light at the invaders. The monsters and yokai around the place disintegrated after they were stabbed by them, surprising the elves, but once they saw that they had reinforcements, they started to relentlessly fight back. Anna left a small orb protected by a barrier that kept firing the light shurikens, and she teleported towards Artemis. Artemis-sama, how goes the defense? She asked the goddess. The goddess in question was using her bow, divine powers, and transparent wolves with crossbows to help defend the home of the elves. Well, although there is one persistent man that keeps coming back after I kill him, it seems like he is using clones to continuously attack me. He is a rhino monster that has high defensive power and is, as I said, quite persistent, Artemis explained, while she continuously attacked the monsters around them. Ora! A masculine voice screamed. Anna turned around and saw a man with the head of a rhino along with a horn for a nose. He wore a ripped-off white t-shirt, green jeans, and leopard shoes that fitted his large rhino-like feet. Artemis and Anna raised their hands and created a dual barrier that stopped the rhino monster's attack. Once he smacked in the barrier, he started to laugh. Oh, is that new meat? Hey, Missy, go out with me. The rhino monster shouted. No, begone, you brute, shouted Anna as she tapped the air in front of her with her staff. This caused the rhino to be flung away and shattered into pieces. But like Artemis said, a few seconds later, another rhino monster ran from behind the dead body of the other and slammed his head on the barrier. Anna became fascinated by this, so she looked into the abilities of this monster, and what she found was quite plain by her standards. What she found was that the rhino monster had a unique ability. He could duplicate himself, but he could increase a certain stat or attribute every time he used it, but he could never increase the same one twice. When the rhino monster slammed into their barrier the first time, he had increased his speed, but after Anna killed that one, the other one came back with increased strength. In addition to that, every time the rhino monster's duplicate dies, their memories go back to him. Anna saw that he was waiting by the entrance to the elves' home, so she informed Artemis of this. The original is by the entrance of the forest, she told her telepathically. Artemis looked at Anna before nodding. Silently, she aimed her arrows and used a lot of divine power to increase their power. Ha. Where are you aiming at, goddess? I'm right here, he shouted at her. The rhino thought that the goddess had finally lost her mind, but after she released her attack, a powerful explosion transpired in the distance. The rhino monster froze as he stared at the two in devastation. However, to his surprise, and in the last seconds of his life, he saw that both women simply continued fighting the enemies around them. While chatting, it was as if nothing had happened, like he never existed. While seconds later, the duplicate finally disappeared. The main body, the original, had been killed by a single arrow by Artemis. There are two more here. One of the next dolls, the originals, and the ones that were experimented on the longest are finally making their move, said Anna. Is it the same one from a few months ago? Like the giant that appeared along with Thuldrun's? Inquired Artemis. The one and the same, replied Anna. The one heading this way is called Lesnapar. It's basically a mechanical grasshopper and bee hybrid. It's around the power level of a Satan-class being. As she finished saying that, something large slammed against the barrier around the elf's home, and then seconds later, it shattered and a giant robotic grasshopper appeared. I didn't think she would arrive here so quickly, said Anna while tipping her hat up. Does Aaron want to keep it? Artemis asked hesitantly. Anna put a finger to her cheek, thinking about the question. In the end, she shook her head. I don't think so. I mean, it's quite primitive by his standards. Aaron-sama can make life any time he wants. What use would he have for that metallic scrap? Asked Anna. Artemis nodded, unsure of the strange comparison. Let's get rid of it then, but maybe the Alliance wants it? I mean, the various scientists and Grigori come to mind, right? Asked Anna. Let's defeat it and try to minimize the damage to it then. The goddess corrected herself, and Anna merrily agreed. Anna suddenly aimed her staff at it, and, with a cheerful smile, shouted, Explosion. The goddess Artemis was horrified by Anna's sudden actions. Go, Genshiro Usama. A certain fallen angel was cheering on her master and potential lover. She stood on top of a certain building in Athens. This was Isbiel. She, after meeting the great dragon king Jinshru Saji, fell in love with him. This was after he spoke to her for a bit. At the time, the young man had no idea he had such an effect on her. Isbiel had been granted temporary freedom, and she used it to help in the operation. She wanted to right her wrongs, and she was given a small item by Aaron to do so. This item, the more she cheered on her teammates or a specific person, the stronger they became. The stronger their feelings, the stronger the effect. You will. Jinchuru screamed in his Vritra promotion, and beside him was his partner, Vritra. He had summoned him too, and both Dragon Kings ran rampant on their enemies in Greece. Jinchan, you're being way too dramatic. Ruruko Nimura complained through the transceivers they had. Who cares? He's enjoying himself, isn't he? Kanami said, trying to defend Jinchuru's enthusiasm. Ha ha ha. Youth, Aurelia said and laughed at all of them. In Greece, various monsters and yokai from the Monkai Association were invading and attacking it per Black Alice's orders. The groups that were sent there to defend it were the Slash Dog Team, Team Golden Rakshasa, and Team Sonacitri. With the various eccentric and unique members of each team, it would have been a very chaotic mess. That was the sole reason Aaron picked those teams to go. Along with the Slash Dog Team was Tobio Ikuz, or Slash Dog. Just like he promised, he went with him again, but after this, he would stop for a while since Sei had been worried and wanted to tell him something after the operation. Tobio rode on top of Jinchuru's head while in his Balance Breaker Knight, Celestial Slash Dogs. From there, he created enormous, distorted blades of darkness all over Athens as they traveled through the area. Apart from Vritra himself, only Isbiel and Ruruko were with him. The rest of the teams were scattered around Greece. Sadfin, he'll get off here. I sense a strong presence over there. Another one is directly in front of you, and it looks like Vritra is facing another one the same with your lover, Nimura-san, said Tobio. Right? Shouted Jinchuru as both Tobio and Jin jumped away from his head and towards a certain direction to confront an enemy. Jinchuru continued on his way until he came across a certain large monster. They were more or less the same size, but the monster in front of him was one that he hadn't seen before. To him, it looked like a mix of two, but their sizes had increased. A monster that was a mix of a kitsune and crab. At first glance, didn't look threatening, but as Jinchuru released a stream of blazed black flames towards it, the monster matched it with its own flames, as well as firing a stream of water, causing an explosion that created vapor around them. Jinchuru frowned at the scene and exited his Vritra promotion and stood on a rooftop of one of the buildings. He held onto a metal piece that was sticking out of the roof and stared at the vapor it eventually dispelled, leaving the monster hybrid there staring at him menacingly. So I get to face the Dragon King Jinchuru? Fufu, quite lucky of me, said the monster. The tone was rather feminine. Jinchuru Saji liked hearing his new title. Although he always had it, most of the supernatural never refer to him as that because of his previous childish attitude and losing streak. It wasn't until a certain incident that the people of the supernatural world started to refer to him as that, and it's followed him since. Please do make this memorable, it added, and it began to summon large fireballs and water balls behind it. Jinchuru quickly equipped his perfected balance breaker and faced the monster. He jumped towards it as it fired its attacks at him. Jinchuru ordered several lines towards the attacks, attaching themselves to them and instantly absorbing the attacks from them. Those attacks vanished, and he summoned his wings before flying towards the monster hybrid. Purple dragon heads formed around his arms, and he slammed them towards the monster's head, but to his surprise, it only made a small crack in it. A grin spread across the monster's mouth. Are you surprised? The great Volcern, will be the one to take down the new generation Dragon King. Kukuku, keep dreaming, said Jinchuru, before he amplified the strength he used and knocked the hybrid away, making him crash through several buildings. Earlier, he had spoken to his king, Sona, about keeping the damage to a minimum to lessen the time Eren had to repair the places they were fighting at. But a day before, Eren had already told Sona that it would take him no time at all to repair them. But Sona was insistent, and Eren let her do her own thing. However, before the start of the operation, Eren told everyone that they could cut loose, and he wouldn't mind them destroying the country's cities, since he could just repair them. But many said they'd try their best at minimizing damage in the end. Eren relented to their fixation on keeping the damage to those places at a minimum. But he also knew that those places would be destroyed to a certain extent. President, I'm sorry, but I have to use a bit more power to take this opponent down, and I have to destroy some buildings here. Jinchuru shouted into the transceiver before charging Volsern. Fine, but please make it quick. Destroying more of the landmark there would be bad, replied Sona Citri. Roger. Jinchuru flew towards the hybrid with his devil wings and attached several lines to it after it got up. He fired flames from the knuckles of his armor and set the monster ablaze. Volsern tried to extinguish it using their water manipulation, but it proved useless. That can't be put out unless I say so. So you better give up, roared Jinchuru as he flew up higher and then dismissed his wings. As he fell to the ground, he stretched out his right leg, covered it in demonic energy, and cursed black flames. He aimed his attack at the hybrid's head and slammed his foot into it. A humongous eruption of black flames erupted while a small tremor also reverberated throughout the area. The hybrid reeled from the blow, but it wasn't enough to bring it down. Jinchuru was still holding back his power since he didn't want to destroy too many buildings. But he also knew that he couldn't help it, so he decided to try out a technique he heard Vasco Strata tell Yumikira. He wasn't sure if it would work with his fists, but he thought it would be worth a shot. As he was about to continue his assault, the hybrid's body erupted into its own flames, and several tails appeared from behind its back with extra pincers too. It began to swipe at Jinchuru, but he deflected the attempts at grabbing him or hitting him, and he jumped away to a different building. Don't get cocky. I'm completely flame-resistant, even with your weak flames. Volsern bellowed at Jinchuru. Although he looked very uncomfortable, it was obvious that the Dragon King's flames were still hurting him. As Volsern was about to continue his angry speech, another monster crashed violently into him, sending both of them crashing into another building. Jinchuru was about to speak when his lover, Ruruko Nimura, landed beside him. My bad. I didn't think my kick was that powerful, she said, awkwardly rubbing the back of her head. She was already using her artificial sacred gear, but hadn't used her counterbalance yet. Jinchuru looked at her, and then at the direction she and the other monster had come from. What he saw made his mouth hang open. It was complete destruction. Senshirado, you're thinking too hard about this. Sona-sama also told us to use our strength with discretion, chided Ruruko. Taking a step back, he sighed. I know that. But as he went to explain himself, Jinchuru and Ruruko suddenly punched and kicked in front of them. Those actions split apart two attacks that were aimed at them. We were talking here, Ruruko shouted, the fury within her rising. Ruruko-chan. Fine. Let's take down these idiots already and go clean up Greece. I want to go relax at home before we have to fight more games in the tournament, grumbled Ruruko. Balance adjust. Ruruko quickly entered her counterbalance and faced the two monsters that had come back to them. The monster that Ruruko faced was an enormous rabbit monster with chicken wings. It was ironic, as her artificial sacred gear was called Moon and the Rabbit. You were thrown away by that small girl? How pathetic are you? Asked Volsern. You're still on fire, you stupid crab, countered the rabbit-chicken hybrid. Go to Barado, Mimurn. Drop dead, Volsern. Don't they remind you of two people we know? Ruruko asked while giggling. Ah, you mean two dragons who kept getting into fights for 100 years straight? Asked Jinchuru with a strained smile. Fufu, of course. Ruruko finally stomped her foot on the roof they were on and created a small shockwave towards the two monsters, gaining their attention. Fight us, not each other, you idiots. Didn't Black Alisama say that we could go to other countries after we destroy Greece? Asked Mimurn. With a grin on Volsern's face, he answered, Yes, she did. Volsern pointed all his tails between him and Mimurn. He also pointed his pincers there too. At the same time, Mumurin crouched on all fours and aimed his mouth at the same spot, and a small ball of flames ignited. Chicken wings came out of his back, and they began to glow red. A line came out of it and went straight into the ball of flames. A combination attack? Ruruko asked, tilting her head in confusion. Seems like it. How about we do one too? Jinchuru asked, grinning. I want to join in too. Asbeel cried. Never, shouted Ruruko. She then crouched down and held her weight with her left arm and left leg, while thrusting out her right arm and leg. A small white crescent-shaped aura appeared in front of her. More energy gathered into it, and it slowly increased in size. Beside her, Jinchuru gathered his cursed flames into a small ball too. Cinchureto Valsern wanted to hit him, but decided against it. Their attack was finished charging, and they fired it towards Jinchuru and Ruruko. A ball of flames the size of the Empire State Building rocketed towards the two. Around it were many glowing wings, and around those were many knives made of water. Behind it was a silvery mist that propelled it even faster. Aya, they're destroying the place. Ruruko-chan, Jinchuru shouted. I'm done. Hurry up, Jin-chan, Ruruko replied calmly to her panicking boyfriend. Oh, what about later? We can think of names for later. Jinchuru shouted before slamming his cursed black flames onto the attack that Ruruko was charging. Both attacks merged and shot out a stream of white-black cursed flames in the shape of crescent moons. Ruruko and Jinchuru's combined attack was much larger than the one made by Valsern and Mumurin moments later. Both attacks collided, creating another ball in the middle that sucked everything towards it. Well, it wasn't a power struggle, but what now? Ruruko asked. Defeat them? I mean, do they count for unique abilities if it's just a mix of two or more? Asked Jinchuru while looking at the two monsters in front of them. As they were about to continue speaking, a powerful and large lance struck Valsern down. Their form then erupted into flames with divine properties, ending the hybrid. His comrade, Mumurin, was shocked by this and was about to run when a sudden ambush overwhelmed him, and then a woman with a halberd struck them down. Eah! Ruruko shouted, confused by the sudden interruption. The mini black hole they created in the middle was also destroyed by a translucent cross that appeared above it and pierced it. You two are sure taking your sweet time in defeating weaklings, said a familiar feminine voice. When they both turned around, they saw 4 women there. Dédé du valissant tuteur de Ruruko. Taking a step back, the Stalwarder and Leanne Sandlot had joined them in Greece. Duvalai, the captain of the Stalwarder, glared at them while the leader of the group, Leanne, smiled at them. It seems everyone is having fun here. More of us were deployed since Aaron-sama allowed Royson-sama to look after Kuo with a few others, explained Inia as she put her bow away. Are you sure? No offense, but can Aaron-senpai's mother fight? I know he made her powerful, along with Cindy-san, but asked Ruruko. I train her along with a few others. Aaron sometimes helps too, so she does know how to fight. You weren't there in the vampire faction, but she held her own while fighting, clarified Leanne. She then looked at the dead monsters and said, they do not qualify. We can move on from here. Vritra and Tobio accused will finish their fight soon, so I suggest you join your dragon, Jinchuru Saji. Jinchuru saluted Leanne. Yes, ma'am. Ruruko-chan, let's go. Why excuse us? Said Ruruko before both of them flew away. Leanne looked at the two as they flew away, then at her hand. She put on her cheek and asked, Am I that intimidating? No. You're very approachable, master. Duvalai shouted, surprising Leanne. She's correct. You're very approachable, Leanne, said another woman. When Leanne turned around, she saw Aurelia there. So you came here, huh? I expected you to go to the Greeks or even Germany. The original plan was Germany, but the teams were doing quite well. So we came here instead, she said. We may go to the Greek pantheon instead, since you and the others are doing well. Normally you and the Pleiades are the ones defending Kuo. Did Aaron put someone else in charge of defending it for the day? Royson, Cindy, the Pleiades, and 2 dragon gods are defending it. Ignia also visited to fight God Serena, so they're also part of the defensive team. Ignia, huh? It's been a while since we last saw him. Well, it doesn't matter. "They'll get going then," said Aurelia before disappearing. Leanne turned around and said, "We'll make our way to the Greek god's pantheon then." When they were about to leave, Athens was covered in a large barrier of darkness that no light could pass through. "Fufu, it seems Tobio Accuse is about to end his fight," she added before leaving the country. "Perfectus tenebri lycaon et fortis densis laelaps, or dark demon beast of the abyss, dog god of the heroes, eternal nightblade." Tobio Accuse had entered his abyss side balance breaker and planned on ending this fight with a normal-sized monster who was at true Satan class power. He had taken a few hits from him in his normal balance breaker, so he decided to end it after entering his perfected balance breaker. Countless dogs appeared in the vicinity of the barrier that blocked out the sun's light. "The conditions to bypass that ability of yours have been met. I will end this now, Druyip." Tobio spun both his sides in his hands while Jin walked beside him. The monster they faced was a normal-sized monster. They stood around 64 in height and were a mix of a cheetah and tortoise. Their name was also Druyip. He had the perfect balance of offense and defense. His body was sturdy and could defend against Tobio's attacks while in his normal balance breaker, and if he couldn't, he would use his shell as a shield. Because of his cheetah side, he was also fast, but unlike normal animals, they wouldn't become exhausted after exerting their speed, and they could keep active continuously. Druyip also had his own unique ability, which he called Pulse. It utilizes his own Bodus pulses, and each pulse can increase his speed. Even more, he can purposely increase the pulses in his own body to make himself even faster. So by doing that, he would have the speed of someone beyond Satan class. However, even with these powers and advantages, Tobio Accuse finally found a way to beat him. "Even with your new armor, it won't do anything, boy. I am comparable to gods," boasted Druyip. "I have slayed 2 gods before. Slaying another one won't be a big deal," replied Tobio. 5 years prior, Tobio and the Slash Dog team were sent on 2 missions that forced them to face gods. While those gods weren't combat-oriented gods, they were still gods and were difficult battles for them. Tobio and the Slash Dog team also defeated what were considered god-class monsters that the Wizards of Oz created. "You're bluffing," shouted Druyip before disappearing and becoming a blur. He appeared and disappeared all around Tobio while creating afterimages and clones of himself. He ordered them to attack Tobio, but Jin and the dogs defended him while Tobio stood still on the spot with his eyes closed. "Closing your eyes won't do anything, Slash Dog." Tobio combined both scythes and made them into a large and longer one. He drew it back while still keeping his eyes closed. As Druyip kept insulting him and keeping up his relentless assault with the clones, Tobio simply listened to his surroundings. Because his own senses were heightened and enhanced during this perfected balance breaker, even more so than during his regular balance breaker, he could tell where the real Druyip was. He was only waiting for the right moment to strike. However, Druyip didn't wait for Tobio to act, so he kept attacking him. He also started to fire energy blasts towards him along with his clones, but all attempts were sliced apart by Jin and the dogs who stood around him. He had ordered them not to interfere, as he knew that Druyip was prideful, and if Tobio was the one to deal the decisive blow during his strongest moment, it would destroy him. And then it came. Tobio felt it, and with a single fluid motion, he swung his scythe down. The timing was perfect because of Druyip's arrogance. He let his guard down, and all it took was a single second of that for Tobio Accuse to take advantage of it. Druyip fell to the ground, injured and unable to continue. Tobio aimed to disable him with one powerful strike. From this short interaction, he knew that Druyip held his speed, and in turn, he held his legs in high regard for being able to run so fast. So, in Tobio's mind, if he aimed for them, it would damage his pride even more. He then gave orders for his dogs and Jin to do the same. In one fell swoop, they overwhelmed him completely and left him unable to fight back. This only made Druyip's screams louder. But as soon as Tobio stood in front of him, he looked up at the man with horror and tear-filled eyes, unable to utter another word. "Don't threaten my family, they're my life, and if you try to, it'll end you." Without waiting another second, he struck him down. After he confirmed that he had killed the monster, He undid the darkness that covered their vicinity, and he looked around. He saw that Ruruko's and Jincherous enemies were dead, and the one near Vritra was still alive, but he also sensed that both his juniors were over there too. "Jin, let's clean up the rest here and join the others around Greece," said Tobio. Jin, along with the dogs, rushed around the capital to eliminate the rest of their adversaries. Aaron Toole stood still as he watched one of his close companions kneel down while holding onto one of her comrades who had gone MIA. She had apparently been killed and resurrected by the Cow's Order, like many of the others. However, there were exceptions, and some joined them willingly because of their grievances towards the Norse gods and how they dealt with things. While some joined because they wanted revenge against Brynhildr and wanted to inflict as much pain on her as possible. Brynhildr was strict and harsh to her fellow Valkyries, but she still cared for them in their own way, and she was aware that this way of treating others may garner her hate, but she only wanted the best out of her comrades. She didn't think it would push them to this extent. While she battled two of her previously MIA comrades, she got through to one of them, and she was about to change sides when the other backstabbed the other. Cinchuredo. She got up and faced her former comrade. "Why?" she asked. "Why? What do you mean, why? I told you already, I hate that twisted, cruel being that we call a god, and I hate your mean and controlling attitude. Those two reasons are why we left. There's nothing else to say or explain? Or did you become stupid after we left?" She asked. "Is that really all of it, Arja?" asked Brynhildr. The Valkyrie called Arja shrugged. "Okay, I'll admit that some may have left for other reasons, but I didn't care about them and never asked. But generally, it's mostly those two complaints as well as how your morons ran our realm." Arja gained a thoughtful expression and added, "Well, the heroes and warriors in Valhalla shared some of our complaints. Initially, they were kidnapped in a way, but eventually our explanations reached them, and they agreed to rebel. To the ones that didn't agree with us? Well, they're permanently dead now, huh? I see, then join them," said Brynhildr before she struck Arja down with a single powerful blow. This exchange happened in the skies above the main island of Asgard. Various other Valkyries and combatants were engaged in combat around the place. Brynhildr's punch caused a shockwave that hurt everyone around them because of its intensity. "Why how you were hiding this much strength?" Arja asked, bewildered by the situation. Brynhildr said nothing as she stepped back from Arja. The Valkyrie began to fall, and with cold eyes on her face, Brynhildr pointed her palm towards Arja and created a Norse-style magic circle that fired a power blast of light. Arja couldn't resist or move, so she accepted her fate and was killed in the ensuing attack. Aaron contained the explosion by using a barrier, which prevented the destruction of the island. Brynhildr flew over to her other comrade, closed her eyelids, and laid her to rest there. Aaron hadn't moved from his spot, and she looked at him with determined eyes. "Let's stop this, and I want to personally punch either Black Alice or Hitler for this. I don't care who," she asserted. "All right, let's do it then." Let's try something, though. We haven't performed it yet, but it should be doable," said Aaron. He entered his boosted Gear Queen form and summoned his wyverns. They flew around Brynhildr and began to change into armor. Eventually, she donned her own version of the scale mail of the boosted gear. "It's a bold design, but thank you." "It'll be off," said Brynhildr. She had frowned at her slightly visible collar, but was thankful for the help. Retracting his helmet, he looked to the distance, where he saw Gondel and Rosweiss confronting Gondel's husband, Jorgir. Aaron Toole planned on joining their reunion. Chapter 9, Part 3, Downfall and Stan's third-person point of view. They didn't know when it happened, but it came suddenly. It was during a certain period in the previous year before Lapis left on her journey. Because her powers were still above the gods of the Draconic Dais, she fooled them all, and because they never informed Aaron of it, the event was left unchecked. An illusion was put in Valhalla, an illusion that fooled the gods. They believed that the warriors and heroes were still in there, training and eating, waiting for Ragnarok to start, and when it did, they would finally leave and fight. However, once the illusion was dispelled after Lapis' death, they panicked and looked everywhere. They didn't want to bother Aaron Toole because of his involvement in the raiding game world tournament, But after searching high and low with help from other pantheons and factions, they were left with no choice but to contact him. When they did, he confirmed their suspicions. The Cow's Order were the ones that took them, but what left them baffled was only something a few higher-ups knew, that they were staying with them willingly. Aaron only told them that some rogue Valkyries and other terrorists from different species told them the truth and opened their eyes to everything. And that was when they changed sides. However, unknown to them, a small device was used on them to alter their thoughts slightly. This was created with the collective effort of all scientists and researchers in the organization of Etza. Before she changed sides, also contributed to it. Other beings from the EV faction and the Phantasma faction also contributed to it before they were shut out from moving universes. This was what Jorgir told Rosweiss and Gondel. Both were obviously confused and in shock. He had told them about their improved strength thanks to the help of the Cow's Order, that no matter how hard they trained, they couldn't overcome a wall, a natural wall that limited their growth, but thanks to the Cow's Order, he could overcome it. No, not just him, but many of his comrades, as well as the previous Valkyries that went MIA. Why, you can't be serious, Jorgir mumbled Gondel. W, what about our promise? The one when we were young? People change, Gondel. But since I told you of the truth, that Ragnarok will never come, that we're merely wasting our time over there, and that the true villain is he turned to face Aaron, who had arrived near them. That man right there, all this started because of him. If we rid the world of him, then peace can be achieved. Well, he's technically not wrong. The fact that I was accidentally chosen by Azathoth started all of this, thought Aaron, while staring back at Jorgir. Both women had complicated emotions towards these accusations. In a way, they knew that everything in their world and in the universe started because of Aaron's reincarnation. If he wasn't reincarnated there, if he wasn't chosen, perhaps they wouldn't be subjected to all of this. But at the same time, they can't undo what has been done. Whether that was Aaron's reincarnation or what they were facing right now. No, that's my fiancé. You may be my grandfather, but I can't let you do that in good conscience. There has to be a different way. Please, Rosweiss begged. Rosweiss, I love you as my granddaughter, but I've never felt more shame than when I found out you were associating with this scoundrel. Even worse, when you became engaged to him, said Jorgir. Even if you couldn't inherit our family styles, you learned and mastered others quite quickly and excelled in your studies. I heard all of this as I spied over you two over the years. I was proud, very much so, but when he came into your lives, everything changed, and it was for the worse. Jorgir said in disgust, while physically scrunching his face when looking at Aaron. Jorgir suddenly pulled out a halberd and pointed it at Aaron. Outer God duel me. I may have joined the Cow's Order, but I still have my pride and honor. I will not attack you like a coward. Normally, Aaron would have accepted this, but with how things are right now, he wasn't sure. At the same time, he didn't want to disappoint the two women with him or prove Jorgir's thoughts on him, whatever they were. Aaron was waiting for Jorgir to finish his strange speech to dispel the influence on his mind, so he held his hand up and dispelled it. Jorgir stared at him for a few seconds before he thrust his spear further towards Aaron. I did not stutter, Gene skyward. If you want my approval of your engagement with my granddaughter, defeat me in a duel, he declared. This guy is insane. Aaron stared at Jorgir and decided to accept. He would end it quickly and get on with today's operation. Fine, then we will begin now, he shouted. Jorgir then flew towards Aaron and slashed his halberd down at him. Aaron moved his body slightly and avoided the attack, but the older man in front of him poured his mana into the weapon, and smaller blades shot out from the sides of the halberd. Aaron, in response, slapped the halberd away, knocking Jorgir away too. Dear, stop this, shouted Gondel. No, I'm fighting him, he barked back, stunning her. Then, the gears in Gondel's head started spinning, and she came to a conclusion. Aaron, was he mind-controlled, and did you just dispel it? Gondel shouted at him. Aaron removed his balance breaker's helmet and wryly smiled. Yeah, but the item that the Cow's Order used was more like influencing them over time, so it's not full-on mind control. So after I dispelled it, especially with stubborn people, whatever they wanted to do while they were being influenced, they would want to keep on pursuing that. Jorgir, you stubborn fool, stop. Gondal screeched. No, I don't want to. I'm fighting him, and you can't stop me. He roared back at her. How in God's name did your marriage last that long? Aaron asked himself. Are you genuinely insane now? Aaron sighed. It seemed like everyone around him was the one who had gone insane. Although he knew the old man in front of him wasn't doing this out of malicious spite anymore. He was stubborn to a fault from what he could see, and the only way he could stop it was by beating him. He looked at both Gondal and Rosweiss in mouth. I'm sorry before he rushed towards Jorgir. Yek's impact booster. Turning both his fists into his rook-esque gauntlets, he threw a punch with his right arm at Jorgir. He stopped his swing and tried to block the attack, but Aaron added Pierce to his attack, and his fist slammed into Jorgir's face, sending him away. Not yet. I'm not done, roared Jorgir. His face had the imprint of a fist. He had lost some teeth, and his nose was broken and bleeding. He charged back at Aaron while wailing like a walrus. Don't kill him, don't kill him, don't kill him, Aaron repeated in his head over and over. He dodged the thrust of the spear, and Jorgir continued to kick him with his right leg, but Aaron caught it and kicked him in a vulnerable spot instead. Arg, winced the older man. He had let go of his weapon and clutched his midsection in pain. Aaron planned on ending it, so he punched him again while he flew away. He charged up his cannons behind his back. Do it, I guess, he mumbled. Ex-blaster booster. A weak blast of draconic energy left his cannon and hit Jorgir before exploding. The skies above the main island of Asgard shook softly. Once the smoke cleared, it showed a defeated old man. He was bleeding all over his body as he floated there, staring at the sky. Aaron, Gondal, and Rosweiss flew over to him, and he seemed to have calmed down. Did you calm yourself? Gondal asked, touching his cheek. Did you accept that brat's proposal while you were still married to me? He suddenly asked. Cinceredo, he looked at Gondal, who had a complicated smile on her face. Why? I wish to become a frog, Jorgir suddenly said, confusing everyone even more. They referred to you as an outer god, and while I don't wholly understand it, it means you're a powerful god, right? More powerful than the ones in our universe. So turn me into one. Gondal suddenly slapped him, stopping the old man from rambling on more. Have you gone mad? What are you spouting? Jorgir tried to play it off like he was dying, but Gondal was having none of it and pressed his cheeks firmly. Speak. Ow, ow, W8 Gondal, stop, begged the man. He was about to continue when Aaron turned around and created a barrier around them. Rogue Valkyries began to attack them from a distance. I'll deal with them with Rose. We'll let both of you have some time together. I'll leave this barrier here, said Aaron, who then flew away with Rosweiss to kill or capture more of their enemies. Brynwell, what's that? Asked Helmwich. It looks like the boosted gear scale mail. Did you do that combination thing with Aaron? Yes. Brynhilder told them of what happened and ordered them to try to speak to the others before making their judgment. Well, we've already captured a few, said Schwertlight. She pointed behind them, and Brynhilder saw around 15 Valkyries tied up in magic rope and having anti-magic handcuffs on them. They didn't say much, though. They said about being enlightened or something, added Helmwich while patting one of the sleeping Valkyries on the head. Well, just a heavy blizzard started as Helmwich was about to explain more to her captain. This blizzard encompassed the entire area, and they knew where it came from. Lavinia Sand is probably fighting someone now, or she's just doing this to make things easier for us, mumbled Grimjord. Regardless, we must keep fighting and capturing them, and I believe Aaron will go and confront R. I received a small notification from Kuntuar that he defeated Jorgir just now. So both R, Sneemar, and Hertil are the only ones left, explained the captain of the Valkyries. The other places are being swarmed by past captains of other squads that went MIA a few years ago. They definitely brought other allies with them, but the ones deployed to those places will be fine on their own, she added, looking at the sleeping Valkyries one more time. Vidar-sama, Thor-sama, Baldur-sama, and Odin-sama are on different islands too, so our gods are spread apart, but it seems that several shadow soldiers are guarding the area that houses both Hel and Loki-sama, so we won't need to worry about them breaking them out, Helmwich explained while looking at a magic circle. We Brynhildr created a barrier around them and blocked an attack above them were two Valkyries, two magicians, and several other humans in a certain uniform. Naz Helmwige was stopped by Ortlind. Look, we know you don't need to say it. We got some messages from Kuroka that they gloat about that. Okay, said Ortlind. I won't make it easy for you, said a voice. A large battle axe crashed into it, and it made the island tremble. Pats Hretil Sama. I didn't think you would be here to face us, said Brynhildr. She turned to face him, and he picked up his battle axe and placed it over his shoulder. The one and only. They'll bring people like you to our side. We need more of you. After all, once we destroy the barriers of our universe, we will liberate the other worlds and universes and start the true Ragnarok. All of them became confused. They had no idea what this man was talking about. However, they were slightly surprised to know that he knew of the multiverse. Although it wasn't too surprising given the fact that he had been with the Cow's Order for a couple of months and must have been given information about it. T-True Ragnarok. What you saying, Hretil Sama? Asked Schwartlight. Ragnarok will never come in our universe. That's why we will aim to start it in different ones. We will be hailed as heroes in it if we quell the disaster there. He explained cheerfully. All of the Valkyries in Brynhildr's squad thought of the same thing at the same time that Hretil, the warrior that they previously looked up to, had gone insane. Why? You always wanted to protect the weak and serve our gods. Why change now? Helmwige asked, a look of agitation and despair on her face. I was enlightened. At first, and many others thought that what the Cow's Order was telling us was pure nonsense, but when we thought about it, it made sense. If what that dragon is trying to achieve in our universe is peace, then Ragnarok won't come. So what was the reason for us fighting, training, and dying for if it never comes? It doesn't make sense, right? So, if we can't have it here, then a different universe with a worse economy would be better, right? All we need to do is start it up. We start Ragnarok, and we become the heroes in the end, and then we'll be hailed as the new gods of that world. It's genius, shouted Hretil, giddy with excitement. In Norse mythology, Ragnarok is a foretold series of impending events, including a great battle in which numerous great Norse mythological figures will perish, including the gods Odin, Thor, Tyr, Freyr, Heimdall, and Loki. It will entail a catastrophic series of natural disasters, including the burning of the world, and culminate in the submersion of the world underwater. After these events, the world will rise again, cleansed and fertile. The surviving and returning gods will meet, and the world will be repopulated by two human survivors, Lif and Fraser. What about the people? The humans in the Helmwige was stopped as Hretil pointed his battle axe at her. The weak need to die. The strong will be the only ones left in this world. Humans do not provide us anything, and if any humans are left after the true Ragnarok, then we will force them to worship us, so we can become even stronger, because we will be the new age gods. A sad expression appeared on his face. We protected them in the shadows for many years and prevented many disasters from befalling them. Yet they nearly put each other into extinction because of such petty things. Humans are nothing but slightly more intelligent animals. And at the end of the day, they're weaker than most low-level Valkyries. So, if we take control of them and limit their reproduction to only the strongest, maybe we'll reconsider their existence. But that may take a long time, but as gods, we can live for as long as we want. Hretil had finished his explanation, leaving Brynhildr's squad perplexed by his thinking. You're being insane. Do you plan on starting Ragnarok on this planet or not? You keep referring to humans, but there's no guarantee that the humans of a different universe are the same as the ones here. They could be more advanced or have different ethics and morals. Shouted Helmwige. Hretil shrugged. Who knows? I personally won't partake in whatever plans the Cow's Order has for this universe after this. I will solely focus on the other universe. Whether they have the same or different humans is inconsequential to me. I will correct them by starting Ragnarok. An enormous amount of aura left his body, and he smiled at them. Enough talk, it's quite obvious that you will get in our way. So I will first defeat you and then open your eyes to the truth. As Brynhildr prepared to step forward, Helmwige stopped her. Let me, Brynhilder-senpai. This is personal, she said, standing in front of her squad. Brynhilder stared at her for a few seconds and agreed. All right, we'll take on the rest then. To Helmwige, this fight was personal. Hertil was the one who inspired her to use the battle axe. She had trouble using countless weapons in the past, but eventually, she met this man by chance when she visited Valhalla for the first time. That was when they first met, and she saw the battle axe and wanted to replicate the man she saw back then. To Helmwige, Hertil was the cool uncle she always wanted to have. If beating him up was the only way to bring him back to his senses, then she would take full responsibility for it. So, you're facing me? Very well, come at me. He shouted and slammed his battle axe to the ground. The rest of the Valkyrie squad flew towards the others with Hertil, while Helmwige stopped his attack with her own swing of her battle axe. I have more experience with this weapon, you know? I inspired you to take it up, didn't I? He asked while rapidly swinging his axe at her. Helmwige didn't say anything, as she simply defended herself against the attacks. He smiled, forcefully made his muscles bigger, and began to overpower Helmwige through sheer physical strength. However, the woman in question was still holding back, and upon feeling this, she also used more of her power. Once she did, she was the one pushing him back now. Helmwige created a magic circle behind him and sent an ice ball towards him. With a grin on his face, Hertil made his own and destroyed hers with a fireball. Suddenly, the man let go of his axe and sent a punch towards Helmwige, which she blocked with her free hand, but again the man spun around and sent a kick towards her, and it connected, knocking her away and crashing through several buildings. Hertil walked towards Helmwige and said, "One does not simply rely on their prized weapon, Helmwige. As a veteran Valkyrie, I thought you would know that by now." Numerous flaming spears were suddenly thrown at him, and Hertil sliced them apart using his battle axe. He sighed disappointedly and was about to lecture her again when he felt danger on his left side. He reflexively used his weapon to block whatever was coming. However, he was met with a kick on his other side, knocking him away. Helmwige, with a serious look on her face, said, "You should take your own advice, Hertil-sama." Normally, Helmwige wasn't the type to take things too seriously. There were exceptions, obviously, but generally she liked to have a positive outlook on life, even before getting a fiancé. She did go on some dates, but they never went anywhere, but she didn't let that get her down. She kept the same mindset during training and missions too, and while she did butt heads with some of her teammates at times, generally her upbeat and positive attitude is what kept them going during it. And she's an integral part of their squad because of that. She swung her battle axe vertically and sent a singular aura slash at Hertil. The older man had gotten up and done the same thing, but to his surprise, his aura slash was overpowered and then destroyed by Helmwige's. He grinned and blocked the aura slash with his axe, but he saw that he couldn't destroy it, so he redirected the attack towards the sky. I take back what is said, young Valkyrie. You're a lot more powerful and have more mastery over the battle axe than I thought. Very well, it'll take you seriously now. Hertil charged at Helmwige at greater speeds than before. He arrived in front of her and swung his axe upwards. Helmwige could follow it, so she took a single step back, forcing it to miss. However, Hertil had already started firing a light ball at him using his magic circle. But to his surprise, Helmwige pointed her finger towards it and negated the magic attack. With the same hand, she clenched it into a fist and slammed it into the man's face, blowing him away again and destroying several buildings in the process. "We will aid you." "Hertil!" Two magicians shouted and stood in front of the down man. They began firing magic towards Helmwige, who dodged them and, in a single quick motion, took down the two magicians. "Don't get in my way. This is between me and him," she shouted angrily. "Huh, I like it. Let's continue then," shouted Hertil. His face had an imprint on it, and he was bleeding profusely through the nose, but the look of excitement never left his face. "I love subverting expectations, but man, you two are really boring. Didn't I tell you I was immune to ice-type abilities?" "I'm a perfect counter," said a Yukai, "and I have lava and flames for innate abilities. They're really stupid." "Eh? said a monster. In front of both Lavinia and Suzaku were a yukai, a monster, and a magician. The magician was someone Lavinia recognized. They were previously part of Grauzauber, but did not come back from certain assignment that was given to them, so they were presumed dead. When a few magicians were sent to the location of said assignment, they only found a few scattered remains and a ruffled sack they had brought with them. For all intents and purposes, assuming they had perished during the mission was the most logical step. However, those magicians did a thorough search of that location, but found nothing. Calm down, you two. We get to fight the famous Ice Queen and head of the Himejima clan. It's quite an honor, really, said the magician. He took off his robe and smiled at them. He had short, messy black and white hair, an eye patch on his right eye, and several scars around his face. He wore the typical blue robe that magicians wore and had a small wooden wand in his mechanical left hand. It's been a while, Rini-senpai. I take it you're well? He asked and then laughed. Well, seeing as how your moniker has changed and that you're quite famous as the Dual Dragon Emperor's closest companion, I would assume so. Do you know him, Lavinia? Suzaku asked, staring at the man. It's been a while, Jackson. We thought you died, but if you survived, why did you disappear and why did you join them? Lavinia asked. I see. So he was part of the Grauzauber and he apparently died? This may be a bit more complicated than I thought. Suzaku stared at the man while she summoned Juke. They simply got me first, Rini-senpai. Nothing more, nothing less, and you also know how I feel about things in that regard. Yes? Lavinia frowned. That you will repay anyone regardless of who or what they are. She asked. Precisely. I'm simply doing that. They saved me, so I'll let myself be experimented on and partake in missions for them. Saving my life can't be repaid by merely doing a few things like that. Well, that's what I think, explained Jackson. Enough talk, let me at him, shouted the monster as flames and lava erupted from his body. Yes, let's proceed with this, agreed Jason. Jackson pointed his wand at them and created 20 magic circles that fired lightning bolts from them. The monster thrust both his arms forward and created a vortex with a mix of lava and flames. The yukai fired Tuki bullets as well as ice spheres towards the both of them. Kyuchan muttered Lavinia. A giant ice dragon materialized behind her and gently breathed towards the three, completely freezing their attacks. Huh, how on earth can you freeze lava and fire? That doesn't make sense, complained the monster. Well, I didn't expect much from my ice attack either, Cuckoo, chuckled the yukai. Calm yourself, Iklo. It's to be expected with ice, Leviros, said Jackson. The monster named Iklo was a mix of an unknown creature that lived in lava. Normally, that would be impossible. But because the supernatural exists in this universe, supernatural life found a way. This monster had the innate ability to use lava and fire-related abilities. Iklo had long, waving red hair, glowing orange eyes, and a bulky build with a rock-like frame and texture to his barato. Various cracks and lines riddled his barato, and some lava occasionally glowed. Leviros was the rare snowman, like the Yukiana or snow woman in Japanese folklore. When these yukai reproduce, they usually breed with human males and only birth females in the species. But there are rare births where a male Yukiana is born, usually referred to as Yukiotoko. Usually, they would be either unique or stronger than most of their species. As the male that the Yukiana had to reproduce with was usually exceptional, hence why the Yukiotoko is usually stronger than their female counterparts, although they have a very short lifespan compared to their female counterparts. Leviros is just that kind of yukai. He was born strong, but his strength was amplified even more by the cow's order, and now he has a small god complex. He had powerful ice abilities and had complete mastery over them. He could also use Frostburn, which was a unique flame type as it held both ice and flame properties. He could freeze and burn his opponents at the same time, while being resistant to flame and ice to a certain degree. Did you need assistance, Suzaku? Juke asked while scanning the enemies. Suzaku nodded and stared at the Yukiotoko for a few seconds, and then they disappeared in a burst of flames. Where did they go? Iklo asked, surprised by their sudden disappearance. They'll be fine. Suzaku will be done with him shortly, replied Lavinia. Her friendly attitude was gone, and a cold woman stood in front of them. Yes, yes. That's the face I always saw whenever someone you didn't like interacted with you, or when you went on solo assignments by Mephisto-san. Cuckoo. That's the ice princess we knew, said Jackson. Speaking any longer would be pointless, wouldn't it? You want change your mind, Lavinia said, summoning a wand and pointing it up. Q-chan, who was behind her, glared at the remaining two, and magic circles appeared all around them. Well, Jackson stared at Lavinia and smiled. There could be a solution. Of course, with her approval, I'm not a bad person after all. Lavinia felt disgust and showed it through her facial expression. I will respectfully decline. After that, she unleashed a variety of spells on them, not once holding back. You're on your own, pal, Iklo shouted before turning into lava and avoiding the attacks. Jackson smiled and put his arm with a mechanical hand forward. Several layers of magic circles appeared and absorbed the magic attacks that Lavinia fired, but after a bit of absorbing, Jackson jumped away from the area where she had aimed them at. He can absorb them, but has a limit. After that, Lavinia stared at his hand, which started glowing various colors before becoming dull again. Jackson stared at his hand for a bit before letting out a sigh of relief. A chance to overheat? He'll aim for that then. Maybe I can bring him back. Lavinia knew that the technology and equipment the Cow's Order has are limited because of the limited universal travel that Aaron allowed, so what they had made should only work to a certain degree. With that in mind, she decided to destroy Jackson's arm first. Q-chan, Alo-chan, and Suno-chan, play with Iklo for me. Don't hurt him, though, ordered Lavinia. She then turned her attention to Jackson and took hold of his hand after appearing beside him. Panicked, Jackson tried to punch her, but was struck in the face before being thrown toward a nearby island. They were near an island in the south. Aaron hadn't been informed of it, but there were constructions of new ones after his visit, as the Norse gods wanted more people to move to their realm after having a few cultural exchanges. This island that Lavinia was fighting on was one of them. On the other side were Shizuku, Juke, and Leviros. It wasn't as large as the main island, but it could support a population of 15,000 at best. In the distance, Iklo was being toyed with by Lavinia's 3 summons. Q-chan created a small ice dome that trapped all of them, so Iklo couldn't escape easily. The monster tried to melt everything that was thrown at him, but to his confusion and horror, his flames and lava were frozen, which didn't make any sense to him at all. Come on, for crying out loud, he shouted in frustration. Switching his tactics, he flew over to Alo-chan and tried to kick the Ice Cubie, who avoided the attack and hit him with her tails, sending him crashing into the ice dome. Terrible dense and large quantity of flames erupted all around his barato, and more lava oozed out. When his anger hits its peak, that's when Iklo is at his strongest, and usually he would defeat whoever he was facing, then if the person he was facing was equal to or slightly stronger than him. He brought his arms closer to his chest and crossed them. He continued to gather a large quantity of lava and flames around the middle of his chest and planned on unleashing them all around him. He was planning on turning himself into a mini-sun to destroy everything around itself. He grinned to himself once he was done charging his attack. Take this, Supernova! He roared before spreading his arms and legs and unleashing his attack. A mix of lava and flames erupted from him in a ball. Q-chan, along with the rest, watched this happen, slightly intrigued, but near the end, they were all fed up and were about to strike him down when Iklo had finished charging up his attack and unleashed it. As the attack slowly increased in size and started to reach the walls of the ice dome, Q-chan blew a weak ice breath attack at Iklo's attack. This is my strongest attack. Like that, with Q-chan's attack completely froze his attack. It had instantly stopped expanding and had turned into a ball of ice around them, shocking the monster. He couldn't believe his eyes as he kept staring at it in shock, while the Alo-chan rushed towards him and head-butt him in the stomach. The ice bird, Suno-chan, followed it up by freezing his lower half, and finally Q-chan raised his arm and slapped Iklo to the bottom of the ice dome, knocking him out. Q-chan gestured with his head, and both Alo-chan and Suno-chan encased the rest of his body with ice. Once they were done, Q-chan destroyed the top half of the dome, and they watched their master deal with the former magician's acquaintance. Jackson had pulled himself up from the island's grounds, and he began firing numerous spells towards Lavinia, who blocked them, all using magic circles or freezing them using her sacred gear. Centuredo, she wanted to try to convince him, but she knew that Jackson was stubborn and wouldn't do things the easy way, even back when he was still part of the Grauzober. Lavinia pointed her right arm towards Jackson, who reflexively made more defensive magic circles. But as he tried to move, he couldn't. The more he tried, the more panicked he became. Soon he started to sweat, confused about why he couldn't move. He went to shout toward the senior, but found that he couldn't speak, and when he tried to move again, he couldn't even do that. He had become stiff as a board. What is happening? Thought Jackson. Lavinia had essentially frozen time around him in a big enough bubble that only affected Jackson and nothing else. She was tempted to freeze his atoms, but wasn't sure what would happen, so she decided to go with this. Lavinia created a small ice pebble and threw it at Jackson. As soon as it entered the bubble, it froze. Did she freeze time in a certain how? Her sacred gear can't do that. Unless Lavinia smiled at him. Did you keep up to date with the news in your organization? Tempest Extinction, that's the name of my sacred gear now. I can freeze anything in the known universe, maybe even the multi- or omniverse. I'm not sure yet. I haven't tried freezing the actual universe, yet only that pocket universe I fought Suzuku and Velgrind in, she explained while floating towards him. I'm going to tell Mephisto-san to re-educate you and punish you. Jackson, for now, sleep, she said, and Jackson's vision went dark. Suzuka, do you need help? Lavinia telepathically. No, I'm fine. Please go over to the other islands. They'll join you soon, replied Suzuka. Okay, on the other side of the island, Suzaku watched Juke, in her human form, deal with the Yukio Toko. Juke wasn't taking the Yukai seriously, as she would simply match the Yukai's attacks with her own flames. It seems neither of us are taking this seriously, boy. Tell me this why? Asked Juke. Why would I take women seriously? He asked, snickering at her. I have stood above them since my conception. They are below me, and even the ones in this current organization are below me. Why would I take you of all people seriously? You are below me. He sighed, observed both Zook's and Suzuka's bodies a second time, and nodded to himself. However, I will allow either or both of you to serve under me. Your skills are of high quality after all. Juke created small firebirds around her and ordered them to attack Leviros. The Yukio Toko smiled after he knew he got under the woman's skin. He created several icy blue flames around him and countered the attacks Juke sent to him. However, to his surprise, they overpowered his frostburn, so he was forced to dodge the attacks. But again, he was surprised that they followed him, so he maneuvered around the area before firing several 2k bullets infused with ice at them, canceling both attacks out. He was about to make another speech when he felt someone else behind him, and when he turned around, what awaited him was a palm strike to the chin, putting him in a daze. It was then followed up by a kick to his face, sending him to the island's ground. Suzaku was the one who had done that, and Juke quickly joined her, and they combined 2 fireballs before sending them to where he crashed. Leviros didn't react in time and was blasted away by the fiery ball. However, Suzaku looked at the island with worry as she didn't want to cause unnecessary damage, even though they were given the okay to damage everything since Aaron would repair it afterward. You think that's enough to beat me? Leviros' voice hollered from below them. Once the smoke and debris cleared, they saw him with a few burns and bruises, but he hadn't been defeated. As usual, the slow and simple-minded women thought wrong. We may need to use more, Suzaku. It also seems that he may be a misogynist, or at the very least, his ego is so big that he gave himself a god complex, said Juke. Yes, I agree, said Suzaku. Suzaku stared at the man below them. She had never met someone who seemed to hate women as much as him. It felt a bit strange to her, as she's been around people who are respectful of them. Even her late great-uncle, who was a terrible human being, treated her somewhat respectfully when teaching her about their traditions and systems. Suzaku and Juke touched hands before both were shrouded in bright red and orange light. They had begun the spiritual symbiosis they had begun to merge. The last time she used this was when she fought Lavinia and Velgrind, but it didn't last long, as using it at maximum power made Juke tired, as she wasn't at the same power level as Suzaku. However, if it's against Leviros, it should be enough. Once their transformation was complete, they immediately flew down to Leviros. He hadn't healed his injuries at all, but he was angry enough to start attacking them by shooting icy blue flames at them. Suzaku. Yes. Suzaku made a diamond shape with both her hands, index fingers, and thumb. The flame around her body began to pulse, and once the blue flames that Leviros shot at them touched Suzaku's outstretched hands, they were quickly absorbed, shocking him. What? What did? The flames around Suzaku changed, and they turned into the icy blue flames that Leviros had used. Leviros was shocked and was unable to react on time when she arrived in front of him and blasted him with a point-blank shot of his own flames, however. Unknown to him, she also added her own flames, mixing the two, but he couldn't see that since he was overwhelmed by the attack. A mix of icy blue and crimson red flames scorched him. The proud resistance he had meant nothing in front of Suzaku. Cinchureto cold sweat hit Suzaku's body as she stared at the dead Yukai. He was unique enough that he could be classified as what Eren wanted to capture, mumbled Suzaku. You won't hate me, right? You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Can't he resurrect him? Or at least just extract his powers from him? Reasoned Juke. Suzaku nodded, feeling relieved. Yes, you're correct. All of that is possible. Let's not panic, she told herself. Suzaku erected a barrier around the corpse and flew away to join Lavinia and the others. Ar floated in front of Eren Tool and Rossweiss. He had started flying towards the northern islands, but was stopped by them. He had planned on annihilating it, as that's where he and Freya had lived prior to his disappearance. Gondal's granddaughter is here to stop me along with the Outer God. So Jorgir failed. He mumbled before looking past them both and squeezing his right hand shut. That won't work, said Eren. Any control you had on him is gone. I will do it with my own hands then, after I take down both of you. You can't get in our way, you Longinus users know. You sacred gear wielders are a threat to this universe. Especially you, Gene Skyward. An outer god like you has no business here. Leave. You only make people's lives harder, he told him. Snakes appeared around both his arms and wrapped around them. They reached both his hands and slowly shaped themselves into brass knuckles that exuded a divine aura. As he was about to attack, he stopped when he saw someone familiar to him. Ar, a feminine voice shouted. Rossweiss turned to it while Eren kept staring at the man. Efre Jeje-sama. Rossweiss shouted in shock. Why did, as Freya began to ask him a question, a fist appeared in front of her face. Time seemingly had slowed down as both Rossweiss and Freya stared at RS fist with the brass knuckles about to hit her in the face. He was inches away from hitting her when Eren's palm stopped it. The shockwave created was redirected towards R, and he was blown away by his own attack. The Valkyrie and goddess floated there, stunned by the sudden action of R. Freya. He was influenced by a machine made by the cow's order. I've since dispelled it from them, but it seems he still very much believes in whatever nonsense he's been told. This can end in two ways. I take him down, or I knock him out, and we try to reason with him. Which do you want? Eren asked while staring at R, who had recovered and was looking at them with fury. Freya looked between Eren and her husband R. Then back to Eren. She said, Option 2 if possible. All right. Wait there, he said, and flew towards R. Yex impact booster. Eren and RS fists slammed against each other. Draconic and divine auras surged forward and created small silhouettes around them, a snake for R and a dragon for Eren, and the realm shook as they continued their clash. You shouldn't make your wife sad like that, Eren told the god in front of him while retracting his helmet. She's no wife of mine. The Freya I knew is not like that, he shouted. Eren didn't need to turn around to see it, but that clearly hurt the goddess behind him. Or are you accusing me of something shameful? Are you that kind of deceiver, outer god? Eren ignored the accusations thrown at him. Didn't this start because you left? He asked, getting a bit angry. If you didn't, you know nothing of the world. It would be wise to keep your mouth shut, sneered Ar. Aaron knew that no words would get through to the god, so he gave up on the idea. He amplified his strength even more and slammed his fist into R's face, knocking the man away. He quickly flew after him and threw a barrage of punches and kicks all around his barato, or did his best to block and counter them. But he only managed to block a few as Aaron used Pierce or some of his attacks. The R of this universe was a veteran fighter. He would use his divine aura to block certain attacks from Aaron by amplifying the divine aura of certain parts of his body, minimizing impact. However, this level of control cost him some of his power and stamina, so it was a risky play by the god. He bided his time until he saw an opening and threw a divine punch towards the dragon, but he also dodged it, much to the annoyance of the god. He continued this strategy a few more times until he couldn't take it anymore, shrouding his body with divine aura and forcing Aaron away. Don't get cocky, a man like me can change everything. That's what Daniel Dono told me, he said and glared at Aaron. Behind his mask, Aaron simply smirked and said nothing. With even more power than earlier, Ar flew back towards Aaron and started his own assault. But again, he didn't land a single hit. Instead, every time Aaron countered, he hit him without trouble, further angering the god. The right brass knuckle of Ar suddenly transformed into a snake and attempted to bite Aaron. However, it only slammed against his infinity, confusing both of them. It then spat its venom towards him, but the results were the same as it hit the barrier between them. And here I thought you were a fair fighter, said Aaron. I do whatever it takes to win, replied Ar, sounding even angrier. Aaron grinned. Fair enough, I want fight fair then. I need you alive after all. Aaron threw a punch towards Ar. The god was confused by this and easily blocked it. The punch wasn't anything special. It was slow and predictable, but Ar was suddenly hit behind the head, confusing him. Aaron kept a smile on his face and threw another punch at him as the god let go of his other hand. Again, Ar blocked it, but was again hit behind the head by an invisible force. He fired some divine aura bullets behind him, but they hit nothing, confusing him further. The smile on Aaron's face only further infuriated him. Aaron began to throw normal punches towards him, some not even reaching the god. But each and every time he did, Ar felt different parts of his body being hit. The force wasn't so hard that he would be severely injured, but it would irritate him enough to get a rise out of him. Enough, he shouted, letting a surge of divine aura burst from him, forcing Aaron away. But as he stood away from Ar, Aaron punched the air beside him, and this time Ar was knocked away in a more violent manner, confusing him. What did you do? He questioned, anger seething out of him. I'm not playing fair, just like you, replied Aaron. As he can affect anything, he made it so that wherever or whatever he attacks will always hit, regardless of how he did it. Even if Aaron punched himself, Ar would be the one affected. If Aaron summoned Ascalon and turned it against himself, Ar would be the one to take the damage. Aaron raised his right fist and struck his own gut. This confused Ar until he felt something strike him, and he clutched it. That was all the information he needed. He knew what was happening, and it made him angrier. You cheap filth. Even more enraged, Ar charged Aaron and sent a barrage of punches his way. But to his surprise, the dragon let him. But once his fists hit Aaron's body, he didn't flinch or react in any way. However, it dawned on him, and then seconds later, he felt the pain all around his body, and he began to fall into the void of Asgard. The damage that he tried to inflict on Aaron had been redirected at himself, forcing him to feel his own strikes and power. Of course, it dealt a lot of damage, and even the god himself couldn't take it and fell unconscious after the lethal assault. Ar, Freya cried and tried to fly towards him, but Rosweiss stopped her. A few seconds later, his fall stopped, and the god looked up at Aaron with even more fury. He slowly flew back up and stared at Aaron, unsure of how to progress from here. From their short fight, he knew he couldn't touch him. Anything he tried was useless, so he floated there, thinking of a new way of winning. So, how about surrendering, and we can move on from here? Aaron asked. I would rather lose my divine powers and die than ever switch sides. Once you open your eyes to the world, you cannot go back. Do you realize how much damage the sacred gear wielders have caused in our universe? Especially since you showed up, you have completely destroyed the balance of powers in our universe. Are shouted while pointing at him. Because of you and what you did, the multiverse, or at least certain universes with powerful entities, have taken notice of our world. They will eventually come here and kill us all, and it's all your fault. If you didn't do what you did, none of this would have happened. Your entire existence doomed our world, said R. Aaron chuckled while shaking his head, annoying R further. I want to deny that many of the things that are happening to this world are because of me. In fact, even you guys are the result of me. But even still, I'm going to protect this world because it's my home and I love everyone in it. And no, they won't be coming here because I made it impossible. You can twist it any way you want, but the truth is that they're not coming here anymore. It's physically impossible. So with this new information, what will you do? He asked. Aaron stared at him as he fell silent. R calmly looked back up at R, smiling ear to ear. The sacred gear wielders still remain and will continue to cause chaos for that reason alone. I can't let you or the rest of them live. Even if you prevented those things from happening, the inside of our universe will still be affected by your actions. A world without you and the sacred gears will be a better one, he told Aaron and shrouded his body with a divine aura. You heard him, Freya. What do you want to do? Aaron asked, staring at R. Please save him. I want to give him an earful, she said seriously behind him. Aaron smiled and charged R the god, sneered at him the whole time. Aaron disappeared and appeared behind him. He pulled his arm back and chanted some lines, the jet-black god of infinity, the glorious god of dreams. Watch over the true forbidden existence we shall become that transcends the boundaries. Dragon Drive. Aaron's right arm partially transformed into his dragon defecation arm, and he slammed it against RS back. As he did this, he also created a barrier in the shape of a cube around them. R was violently thrown away, and he crashed into the cube. The god fell to the bottom of the cube and gasped for air. An imprint of his fist was visible on his back. He had been damaged to the point that he couldn't breathe normally, and he began to panic. A single hit from that form does this much. No, he's been holding back against me since he's adamant about taking me back with him due to Freya, thought the god as he looked back up, still gasping for air. Suddenly, a metallic foot appeared in front of him, and he was slammed back against the cube's wall. He kept it there, and R couldn't move an inch. Aaron's eyes glowed behind his helmet, and he saw RS future. Well, it's a different one than I saw, but it's better than nothing, he muttered, puzzling the god. He exited his armor, then sealed RS powers and forced him to sleep. He also made it impossible for him to learn magic or any other supernatural powers, completely rendering him human. Once done, he picked up R and put him over his shoulder like a rucksack. He went back to Freya and Rosweiss. It's done before he could continue. Aaron teleported them back to the main island and quickly flew over to Gondal and Jorgir. Gondal kneeled over Jorgir, desperately trying to heal the wound in his stomach. Aaron quickly ran over and healed it, but he found something odd, so he removed it. That was some sort of bug. It was eating away at his magic, which was weird, but he looked up and saw a Mothman-like creature floating above them, grinning at Gondal and Jorgir. Thank you, muttered Gondal as relief washed over her. Granny, Grandpa, Rosweiss shouted and came over with Freya and a sleeping R. What happened? Asked Aaron. We were talking and also fighting. This old fool finally decided to come back to us, but that thing suddenly showed up and punched a hole through him. I tried to heal it, but my healing magic was slow. It seemed like something was preventing it from taking effect, explained Gondal. She became teary-eyed as she explained this. Rosweiss's animosity immediately turned to the Mothman-like creature who snickered at them. I am one of Black Alisamus' executives. Call me a powerful strike hit the monster before it could continue. He was knocked back in shock. The one who had done that was Rosweiss, surprising her grandparents below. Rosweiss followed it up by firing a point-blank energy ball at him. This knocked her away from the spot, and she landed back on the ground. A furious expression was on her face. Once the smoke cleared, they saw that the monster had been completely destroyed. But he kept on smiling and quickly regenerated his missing parts. You know, All the executives in the Monkai Association have a powerful regeneration ability, right? Well, whatever. I'm called Okisp, the king of insects. Ye. The insect Okisp bellowed. Rose, I know. Please leave this to me. There are more enemies here that keep showing up. Please help with that instead. Aaron, said Rosweiss. She then activated her true ultra instinct and faced Okisp. I'll end this quickly. You people have stepped foot in my home country for too long. Let's go, roared Okisp, only for Rosweiss to clock him right in the right temple, sending him flying into several buildings. Should we? Aaron cut Gondola off when he raised his right hand to their right side, blocking a punch from another man. A man with short, wavy white hair, a scar over his right eye, and who wore glasses appeared and attacked him. Sneemar, a fellow warrior, came with Hertil, R, and Jorgir. Sneemar, I thought you were going to Odin-sama, Jorgir said in surprise while looking at his comrade. I'll let some monsters in Yukai take care of them, along with another Valkyrie that was set up to be the next Brynhilde, but fell flat. She has a bone to pick with them after all, replied the man. Stay there, Aaron said while creating a barrier around them. He then kicked Sneemar in the stomach, sending him away, and chased after him. Once they were back in the void of the realm, Sneemar began to speak, but Aaron simply punched him in the face. I already know, and I don't care for you to repeat it. You side with RS opinions, so I'll be like talking to a brick wall. He stated and repeatedly punched the man before knocking him away, his face badly bruised and bleeding. Ha 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 ha. Well, if you already know that, then there's no need to talk, Sneemar shouted, spitting blood every time he spoke. Deer horns appeared on his head, and his legs turned into hooves. The wings of an eagle appeared behind his back, and finally the tail of a snake. Sneemar exuded auras of different species. You let them experiment on you that much? Why? Aaron asked. With a sneer on his face, he said, because I was the weakest out of the ones that came today. Did you know what happened to the rest that didn't participate? We killed them, and with the help of the Cow's order, we absorbed the rest of their powers, regardless of how insignificant they were with us. We will be enough to start the true Ragnarok and kill the sacred gear wielders along with the system. Aaron sighed, angering Sneemar even more. You who are blessed with strength don't know the struggles of the weak. You're an arrogant womanizer who used that strength to go to the Barado of our universe. Barado, acting like you know anything about the weak. It makes me sick. Aaron blinked in front of Sneemar and seized him by the shoulders. Don't act like you know everyone's struggles. What people show you in public is just a small percentage of what they are. Even if you're a warrior who previously made it to Valhalla, that doesn't give you the right, even I don't go assuming things of that nature towards people I just meet. Aaron wanted to add, even if I had the power and technical title to do so, I don't, but he didn't. Sneemar cursed him out and began trying to attack him with the various new powers he was gifted by the scientists of the Cow's order, but none of them could bypass his infinity. He sealed his powers and froze him in midair. Aaron backed away, stared at him for a few seconds, and smirked. Aaron pointed his left arm upward and his right arm downward, confusing Sneemar. Changing his eyes' pupils to the slits, he made them glow and said, "Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one." Aaron Toole said this to mock and antagonize the man in front of him. He knew that no matter what he said, barring using his powers to change Sneemar, he wouldn't accept any kind of reasoning, so, before ending his life, he decided to mock him. This was one of the few instances where he would become arrogant, even if it was just in pretending. But to Sneemar, it was very real. I knew it. You faker. You've always been like that. You tricked the entire supernatural world. Fake. I don't think my acting was that convincing, Aaron mumbled to himself. He's just blinded by his own anger and arrogance. Nothing more, nothing less. End him, said Rudra. Aaron brought his hands together. He then slowly made gestures and extended his index and pinky fingers outward while leaving the rest folded. Hey, race a tribute to you, Gojo Satoru. Senchuredo, no trace was left of him as the purple ball of destruction kept moving forward until it dissipated further into Asgard's own void. Didn't need to go that far. Simply using Hakai or something similar would have been enough, asked Rudra. You know Drayig is going to complain about missing this, right? A troubled smile appeared on Aaron's face. Well, he can see it another time, I guess. I wanted to do something a bit flashy anyway. Let's go back. Rose should be finished with her fight too. What is happening? Why am I, the great Okisp, losing? And why isn't my regeneration working? The monster asked. Rosweiss had been firmly fighting him, but not striking a fatal blow. In a way, she wanted to push back against this monster for as long as she could. Because of it, they invaded her homeland and made her people suffer through this. This was one thing she wouldn't forgive. Add to the fact that this monster injured her grandfather quite severely until Aaron healed him. You shouldn't call yourself the Great when you're not that strong, Rosweiss said. She didn't need to explain that she had used the anti-healing and anti-regeneration that Aaron gave them months ago, although most of them had unanimously agreed not to use them during the tournament to make it more fun. I am above the other. Rosweiss punched his head, making it explode and finally killing the monster. She sighed and landed back on the ground. She noticed that Aaron had not come back yet, but felt the number of enemies around the realm had decreased significantly. Granny, they'll come back in a bit. Please stay there with Grandpa, she said and disappeared. On the north side of Asgard was an island. This island belonged to Vidar and various other gods, as they tend to stay here. Normally, it would be full of life and boisterous music, as that was the kind of place Vidar wanted it to be. But today it was just that. Before Rosweiss was Aaron, and in front of him was Vidar and Brynhild fighting a certain other woman. Odin-sama? Rosweiss asked as she arrived beside them. Oh, Rosweiss, glad you could join us. Do you recognize that woman that's fighting Vidar and Brynhilder? Odin asked his former guard. Rosweiss looked closer at the woman as she fought both Vidar and Brynhilder at the same time. She held them off well, but it was clear that she was running out of stamina while the other two were still fine. Vidar had used his sacred gear during the fight, while Brynhilder used her magic and combat skills. Svilna-senpai? She was supposedly killed during a mission with her squad. She, along with Brynhilder-senpai, were the candidates to be chosen as the new Brynhilder. But before it could happen, she died, said Rosweiss. Svilna had light blue hair tied in twin tails, blue eyes, and a stern face. She wore a white princess vest, long white boots that reached her thighs, black gloves on both hands, and a black and red jacket hanging on her shoulders. She used a futuristic greatsword with black and red undertones and a blue gem near the handle. How about stopping now, Vil? You're not going to last long if you keep this up, said Vidar as he dodged another slash by the Valkyrie. Svilna slashed the sky above her, creating a small hole, and from it came a digitized dragon. It was around 30 meters long and appeared eastern. It had a pink body with blue pixels floating around it and glowing crimson-red eyes. My gods, who I trusted with my life, left my squad and me to die without even searching for us. I sacrificed my life for you in this realm, and that's what we got in return. She shouted angrily at them. She dashed towards Vidar and swung her blade down on him. The god, in turn, cloaked his arm with divine aura and swung it at the blade, countering it. We searched high and low for all of you. Hours, days, and weeks went by, and we found nothing. Wherever your bodies went, they were gone. At the time, we didn't know any culprits behind it, but now it's clear who it was. The cow's order. You're being brainwashed. Wake up, shouted Vidar. The digitized dragon that Svilna summoned was sent to fight Brynhilder, who had easily defeated it, but noticed that it would materialize itself after a few seconds. So currently, Brynhilder was planning on capturing it, or at least sealing its movements, before joining Vidar. The digitized dragon fired an amalgamation of pixels towards Brynhilder, but she redirected it using a magic circle while also amplifying its powers. The dragon breathed out another attack, but found its own attack much weaker and was overpowered. A small explosion occurred, and Brynhilder quickly flew above it and caged it in a small barrier that Rosweiss had taught her. It wasn't as efficient or powerful as the one that Rosweiss had. The one she learned to trap 666, but this was enough for weaker beings. The dragon had rematerialized itself and began trashing around the barrier, but it couldn't break it, so Brynhilder dashed towards Vidar and Svilna. Once there, she slammed her foot into Svilna's side, cracking a few ribs and launching the woman away. Vidar whistled and gave her a thumbs up. "Were you watching my leg technique during the match or something?" "Nice copy." "It was a simple kick," Vidar Sama, Brynhilde muttered, confused. Suddenly a small dot appeared on her arm, and as she went to dispel it, it exploded, knocking Vidar and everyone else away. "Barato it, Brynhilde," shouted Vidar. "Wasn't that explosion magic? When did she learn that?" "No, she was probably experimented on by them, right?" In magic, Zelma was always better, but in hand-to-hand and weapons, Svilna was above her. Once the smoke cleared, a barrier had been put on Brynhilde, and on the other side, Aaron had held his hand up, stopping the attack from hurting her. "Nice, Jean." Vidar gave him a thumbs up before dashing towards Svilna. Using the boosters on his Ragnarok Acer Berserk, he quickly arrived in front of the woman. Once there, he pointed his foot towards the woman. A small ball had already formed at the tip of his saws. "Shoot! Maximum charge! Fimbulvetter shot!" Both Vidar and the voice in the armor shouted. Svilna was decimated by a point-blank shot. The attack exploded right there, and then, also causing Vidar to be knocked away. The shockwave created by Vidar's attack blew away some of the building's upper half on the island. Luckily, the citizens were already evacuated from the place, so no one was hurt. Svilna floated there, missing an arm and eye, but still breathing. Although it was clear to everyone else that she could pass out from a push from a baby, she kept on standing, defying them. "I won't go down until I make you pay," she shouted, but a person's or Yukai's foot suddenly slammed against the side of her head, knocking her away towards the island's ground. The second that foot hit her head, she was out like a light. It wasn't an exaggeration that a single hit from anyone would have knocked her out. The one who did it was, W8, aren't you?" Vidar asked in shock. Even Odin and Rosweiss looked at the person in surprise. "You're late. Were you waiting for a grand entrance?" Aaron asked, eyes closed and smirking. The Yukai grinned and put his hands on his hips. "Dynamic power. Obviously, a hero has to come in at the right time," replied the Yukai. He turned to everyone and showed that he was the kangaroo Yukai that Aaron met last year, the one that betrayed the Alliance and joined the Cow's Order before being defeated and being forced to work for Grigori. He had joined this mission today, and although his role was minor, this was one of his first victories on the Alliance's side. Aaron floated over beside the kangaroo Yukai and held out his hand. "Good work, Yosai." The kangaroo man named Yosai grinned and high-fived his open hand. "Ha! This is the start of my legendary rise. Compress. Compression divider." Vala Lucifer and his team helped defend the Greek pantheon. During the last few minutes, all of them felt the number of enemies decrease at a rapid pace, and they also saw a giant robotic insect near the elf's home. However, they were reassured that Anna had it covered. So they focused on this spot, the spider Yukai's home. The next doll, Tsukumi, had appeared there in the spider Yukai's home. It had appeared before, along with Thuldruns, to interrupt Varus' ascension to godhood, but was stopped. However, Tsukumi was just a clone, but this one in front of Valley and his team was the real one. Aniki said he faced that before along with that rabbit goddess, Vera, Vala said while looking at the next doll, who had been entrapped by several magic circles by Lu Fei. Yes, they're quite resistant to magic, so Aaron Sama advised that the next dolls be dealt with by using physical attacks, or 2k, explained Lu Fei. "Huh? How are you keeping it in place with those magic circles then?" Biko asked her, confused. It's not our world's magic. It's from a different one." Lu Fei showed a bracelet on her wrist. It had strange symbols on it and also glowed. "That's why it's more resilient, and it has limited use, so we can't rely on it." A large shattering sound reverberated throughout the area, and several of the magic circles that surrounded the mechanical monster shattered. It then roared, and thousands of flaming circles appeared around it. "You're the one to blame, Biko. You should have kept your mouth shut," said Calantha, sounding irritated. "Screw you. Shut up. We need to kill it to advance from here. I'll deal with it. The rest of you kill the rest." "Lu Fei, can I have that bracelet?" asked Valley. Lu Fei nodded and handed over the bracelet to Valley, who put it on. She then told him how to use it. "I see. All right, move out." Valley. Back then, this version of Tsukuyami was much stronger. As of now, we don't know how strong it is. With that in mind, we need to be mindful since that thing has no stamina. "I'm stronger," replied Valley as he arrived above it. Tsukuyami fired the flaming circles everywhere, but most were directed at Valley as he was close. Compression divider. The flaming circles that were shot at Valley were compressed over and over until they vanished. The others that were sent in different directions were dealt with by his team, but a few were not, and they destroyed several homes in the area. Valley clicked his tongue and fired several demonic aura bullets towards the mechanical robot. However, just like LeFay said, most were absorbed, deflected, or had little to no effect on it. After seeing this, Valley flew towards it and dodged more flaming circles that Tsukuyami made. Once in front of it, he slammed his fist into the robot's body. As mentioned previously by LeFay, Tsukuyami was flung away, but Valley saw that it was going to crash into more homes. So he quickly followed it and punched it again, forcing it to crash into nearby mountains instead. "Cuckoo, look at you caring for others," Albion said while laughing at his wielder. "Shut up," mumbled Valley. Tsukuyami hurriedly stood back up and started firing the large rocks she materialized, as well as large water balls, blades of wind, and flaming circles again. "Even for a powerful being that's supposed to have consciousness, you're quite stupid, aren't you?" Valley asked before using compression divider again and compressing the attacks out of existence again. "D," roared Tsukuyami as she summoned more of the same spells, making Valley sigh. Like earlier, he compressed them again and, with his superior speed, relentlessly pummeled Tsukuyami around like a ragdoll. Unlike the Tsukuyami that Aaron and the rest faced a few months ago, and because Evie and Phantasma were cut off from the rest of the Cow's order, all the planned upgrades could not proceed, hence why the original Tsukuyami became weaker. The upgrades that were set to be completed couldn't be completed because the necessary parts couldn't be brought to the Draconic Dais, forcing Promestine and the other scientists and researchers of the Cow's order to make their own version with the parts that were available in the Draconic Dais. This version of Tsukuyami, while stronger than her original counterpart, was still much weaker than the one that appeared a few months ago with Thuldrons. You're really weak. I'm getting bored. Let's just end this," Valley said disappointedly. He quickly tackled Tsukuyami again and punched her further away. Crashing into the ground, then he started to chant, "The pure white dragon dwelling within me. Rise up from your supremacy." The silver armor that exceeded supremacy gradually began to form jet black patterns on it. "The silvery white morning star I possess within me. Claim the throne of dawn." In response to Albion's line, the light wings on his back became infused with black. Following that, multiple pairs of new wings extended out of his back. The jet black god of infinity, the mysterious and unfathomable father of devils, 12 jet black wings grew out of Valley's back. All of the edges of his armor sharpened and took on an organic form. Valley and Albion's voices then overlapped with each other. "We shall transcend the limits to accept the oath." The crest of Lucifer appeared on all of the gems in his armor, and they unleashed a dazzling brilliance of light. The final stanza was chanted by Valley, Albion, and Ophis. "Thou shalt kneel down before our bright and glorious existence." Lucifer, Dragon Lucifer Drive. Quickly donning his satanification armor, he sent out his wyverns to Tsukuyami, who was still getting up, and they kept using half-dimension to keep her from standing. At the same time, Valley's chest opened and revealed the muzzle of a cannon. He slowly charged it up. He wanted to make sure that he killed a robot in one shot. If the other four are as weak as you, then it'll be very disappointing. Although it seems like Anna already killed the other one, or at least defeated it, Valley said. He finally finished charging his attack and fired it at her. Lucifer, Satan Lucifer Smasher. A bombardment of silvery white and jet black auras was fired out of his muzzle and annihilated everything in sight. The ground, trees, and mountain in front of Lucifer were destroyed by his attack. This also included Tsukuyami herself, as the screams of the robot were heard. Once it was done, He had torn a large semicircle shape throughout the land, and the only thing left of Tsukuyami were her 4 legs. Vala looked at the bracelet and said, "I guess I didn't need you. I was hoping she was stronger so I could, but I guess not." Valley and his team quickly dispatched the rest of the enemies around them. The spider yokai that could fight alongside them were few and far between, and most of them weren't able to fight the ones invading since the strongest was just ultimate class and was busy fighting groups off by herself. "We'll leave the rest of you guys then, Riveler," Valis said, nodding at her. "Yes, thank you, Lucifer-san. We'll be fine." An enormous explosion near Little Olympia rocked the realm, forcing everyone to look in that direction. What they saw were 3 large monsters of different kinds. One looked like a wolf, another like a bear, and one was a walking shark. "The hell are those?" Biko shouted while pointing at them. "Earlier, I received a report that said one of the executives of the Monkai Association was killed by Roswai-sama in Asgard. I believe those 3 are part of it," said Lu Fei. "Let's go to that then," Valis said, and they quickly teleported back to Little Olympia. They teleported beside the tower, and once there, they were immediately met with even more fighting. A woman with white hair and a ponytail saw them and addressed them. "Vala Lucifer, I suggest you go defeat Black Alice with the gods of this realm. I, along with the rest, will deal with the other enemies to make it easier for you." This woman was Alicia, the leader of the GOB. She looked back at the monsters, and on one of their shoulders was the female monster Black Alice, smiling at them and drinking tea. "However, I would advise on being careful, as she has some abilities that will counter some of the powers you and your team have. For one, she's resistant to dragon-based attacks. The same with divine attacks, but she's not immune. In due time you will break through them," she explained. "Fufu, we will get rid of those 3, Valley. You and the rest focus on Black Alice," said another voice. When Valley and his team turned to look at it, they found Lian and the Stalritter. Valley and his team agreed before flying towards Black Alice, who had jumped off the monster's shoulder and began waving at them. Seconds later, all 3 other giant monsters suddenly disappeared, only leaving behind a gust of wind. Even Black Alice was surprised by this. "Now, then, will you fight her too, Zeus?" Lian asked. She had stayed behind and let the Stalritter deal with the other monsters. She wanted to watch over Valley and his team to make sure nothing happened to them. "I will obviously fight. She was responsible for the death of my unborn child. After all, Nyarlathotep is no more. But Black Alice, she still lives. And out of the ones attacking today, Jean and the Alliance have given us permission to remove her from the field. Jean will simply extract her memories from her afterward," Zeus said as he arrived with Apollon. Black Alice smirked at them. "Dua muzimi. I wanted some revenge for that humiliation from back then. After all, hundreds of thousands of black magic circles appear behind her, including forbidden magic, curses, and more." When Vala saw this, he was reminded of his death match with Azidaka, and it made him excited. "Try to survive this," Black Alice said, and she pointed her finger at them, unleashing all her magic. "LL Lucifer." Vala flew in front of everyone and put his hand forward. Satan Compression Divider. Silvery white and jet black streams of light were interwoven with each other, and all of the magic that Black Alice had released was instantly compressed over and over again until it was eliminated. Black Alice chuckled. "So this is the power that defeated Azidaka during the war? That is certainly troublesome." Vala Lucifer Black Alice kissed the back of her brown teddy bear's head, and 10,000 clones of her rapidly appeared. But they all said in unison, "The Phantasma did give us a lot of gifts, which we're quite grateful for. You know?" Black Alice and her clones summoned massive shadowy appendages behind their backs and began ruthlessly attacking everything in sight. It didn't matter if they were friends or foes, the only exception was her own clones. Buildings, the citizens of this realm, everything was relentlessly attacked. Each clone and each tentacle it had were covered by a different element. However, there was always a dual element mixed with them. Every tentacle was covered in darkness, and then around it was a different element. One had darkness and lightning, another darkness and light, so on and so forth. Any person who had an innate weakness to it would suffer a great deal of damage, but that didn't perturb the Alliance as they held their ground. Apollon and Zeus defended and countered all the attacks aimed at them. The same was true for Valley and his team. The only one who had a bit of trouble was Biko, as he was forced to abandon his golden cloud and use magic to fly instead. I gotta thank your brother later, Valley. He made my Rui Jingu Bang even more durable. I hated that Yumi-chan nearly broke all of them, he said and laughed. Valley, can we do that? You learned it for Jean, right? Calantha asked. Valley nodded and summoned his wyverns again. A few of them flew around Calantha and landed on various parts of her body. The wyverns glowed and slowly started to attach themselves to Calantha's silvery white armor began to cover her body, and a few seconds later she received her own version of divine dividing scale mail. Just like Aaron's, it can use divide, reflect, and half dimension. So with this armor on her, Calantha brought out her own mini light wings and laughed. I'm one with Darling now, focus. I'll leave the clones to you guys. I'll confront her directly with this armor. I should be able to do some kind of damage, he said and flew towards her while dodging the numerous tentacles and magic attacks that Black Alice and her clones threw at him. Wait, Valley! Zeus shouted, but it was too late, as the young Lucifer had started flying towards their enemy. It's no use, Geezer Zeus. Once our leader sets his mind on something, you can't tell him no. Well, I guess the Ice Queen and Dual Dragon can probably persuade him, Arthur Pendragon told the god. All we can do is support him, Zeus-sama, Le Fay said with a troubled smile. Zeus looked around at the Vala team and sighed. It can't be helped then. Let us provide him with our assistance, he ordered, creating several lightning bolts around him. All of them suddenly struck the Vala team, surprising them. However, they also felt their own powers increase slightly. With that, your speed should have significantly increased. It will last around an hour. Please keep that in mind, he explained. Nice. Let's go. Biko screamed before turning into a bolt of lightning and zigzagging his way around the place, striking a clone of Black Alice hard enough to defeat them, or at least displace them. Holy smokes, I turn into lightning. That is also an effect that happens, Zeus said as he eliminated a few Black Alice clones around them. Apollon fired normal magical arrows towards the tentacles, Centuredo. We're sorry we're late. We just finished with the Harpies and Sirens' homes, Kurosagi shouted as she, Vera, and their team for the tournament joined them. This feels like overkill, Bohihi Jubeiji said as he laughed. As long as we finish this quickly, it doesn't matter, Xiao Wujing added while eliminating more clones with her water bullets. They suddenly felt a powerful shockwave aimed at them, and Valley was thrown back. Are we done celebrating? You must understand that I only made my clones weaker to see how you would respond, but since you're dealing with them quite easily, it'll make them as strong as me. Afufu enjoyed Black Alice said with an evil smirk. The clones around them began to shake before their levels of power increased by a significant amount. As far as they could tell, they were at least Satan class to God class. Even after losing the power of Nyarlathotep through her blood, she was still helped by the Phantasma, and her overall power level increased significantly. This was the same for the other executives she sent out today in a way. Black Alice became the monster god that they sent out to Kyoto during the attack on the 5 principal clans, although she is a much more perfected version of it than the one they sent. Among the 3 other executives with her, 2 were pseudo-monster gods. While the other was another Yukai god in terms of power, they should be just below Black Alice in raw power. Try to survive for me, all right? She said happily. Duvalai the Swift, captain of the Stalwarter and right hand of Leanne Sandlot, stood in front of a certain monster Yukai. This was the supposed Yukai god. It stood on its hind legs and looked like a typical wolf. It had gray fur, a muscular build, and glowing red eyes. You state your name before I defeat you, said Duvalai arrogantly. Little girl, it would be wise to retreat now, before you get on my nerves and I take you down for it, replied the wolf god. Instant defeat it is, she said, appearing behind him. A surge of powerful strikes overwhelmed him in an instant, reducing him to pieces. But to Duvalai's surprise, a small glowing ball was left behind, and his shattered form instantly restored itself around it. The wolf god fixed his jaw with his right hand, along with a crack sound, making Duvalai cringe. It seems I underestimated you, girl. Very well. I'm a new Yukai god, Clownies. He then created a gray sword out of his own powers. I will become the new wolf god of the blade. Raising an eyebrow, Duvalai became confused. Wolf god of the blade? So, you want to rip off Canis Lycaon, the dog god of the black blade? How desperate are you? She asked condescendingly. Clownies rushed towards Duvalai and attempted to strike her with his blade, but was blocked by her shield. Duvalai then countered with a decisive blow that brought him down, but was surprised to see him vanish in a puff of gray flames. Once the others are done in Greece, they will join us here, making it easier to conquer this realm. Count your days, girl, said Clownies while he spun his blades in his hands. Right anyway, they'll get on with it, she said, applying anti-healing and anti-regeneration to her weapons. Both of them rushed towards each other, meeting in the middle and slamming their blades together. With the other blade in his hand, Clownies thrust it towards Duvalai, who deflected it with her shield. From her shield, a small hole opened,